and Rain slowly drew the glimmering greatsword from behind his back. With a tap of his toes, the sands beneath his feet exploded into a circle of energy, sending gravel flying in all directions. A whistling sound of cleaving air echoed forth. Rain's silhouette flashed as he charged swiftly towards the bluegill fishmen in front. The bluegill fishmen, upon witnessing this scene, erupted in anger, chattering unintelligibly as they threw their fishing nets and smoke bomb containers towards Rain. But Rain was just too fast, like an arrow released from its bowstring. These nets hadn't even come close to touching him before he left them trailing in his wake. As for the containers, they fared no better. Thus, in their panic, quite a few bluegill fishmen ended up throwing the smoke bomb containers right at their fellows' feet. Instantly, the beach between Rain and the target island, including a stretch of shallow sea several meters wide, was blanketed in dense smoke. Rain, like an arrow that knew how to turn corners, zigzagged to the left and right, passing through the smoke and the group of bluegill fishmen. Seconds later, as the smoke cleared, Rain stood at the edge of the island, sword in hand, pointing downward, shaking off the blue blood that stained his glimmering greatsword. A series of dense thuds of heavy objects hitting the ground sounded behind him. A group of elite Imperial crossbowmen with massive shields watched the scene in shock. Just moments before, they had been preparing to provide crossbow support to Rain, but his speed was so great they were afraid of hitting an ally. So, at present, they stood with their crossbows ready, still aiming. What they hadn't expected was that within the blink of an eye, the dozens of bluegill fishmen had all collapsed to the ground decapitated, bisected at the waist, or split vertically in half. It seemed that the vanishing life force of a considerable number of the Sea Clan under his command drew the attention of the male blood-cursed Naga that was dozing at the cave entrance. The creature rose quickly to its feet. This was a towering male blood-cursed Naga over 2.5 meters tall. Upon seeing the fallen bluegill kin behind Rain, he burst into a furious rage. Raising his voice in a roar, he twisted his thick, serpent-like body, charging at Rain alongside a vast, ferocious mutated hermit crab. The hermit crab, carrying a massive conch shell on its back, moved surprisingly fast, its long stalk eyes suddenly, staring viciously at Rain. All the while, it snapped its huge pincers with a clack-clack, appearing terrifyingly fierce. This caused everyone, including Vinica, to tense up once again. Many couldn't help but shout, "Lord Rain, be careful." Under the captain's command, the crossbowmen with giant shields aimed at the mutated hermit crab and fired in unison. Although they had predicted the hermit crab's trajectory and speed in advance, even standing still and taking a volley of bolts wouldn't its shell nearly 7 or 8 centimeters thick. To it, such a barrage might as well have been a tickle. The mutated hermit crab used one of its giant pincers to shield its eyes momentarily and then rushed towards Rain, undeterred. Meanwhile, the crafty male blood-cursed Naga followed about 5 or 6 meters behind the hermit crab, charging towards Rain as well. At that moment, he held a massive trident, fashioned from metal, in his upper body, readying himself for a charging. In the blood-cursed Naga's estimation, given his subordinate's mutated hermit crab's double pincer attack, this seemingly formidable human great knight would surely be forced to stand his ground and defend with all his might. By then, all he had to do was leap high and pierce repeatedly with his trident in a crushing. After a flurry of blows, the opponent would undoubtedly be caught off guard. Perhaps, if fortune favored him, he could even slay this recklessly courageous human great knight on the spot. That would surely intimidate this band of human soldiers before him. Maybe he could seize this opportunity to break through the human army's defense line. Should that succeed, he would undoubtedly receive praise from the high priest of his clan. With this thought, a hideously triumphant smile appeared on his dragon-like face, so human-like in its self-satisfaction. However, suddenly, something unexpected happened. The hermit crab in front of him suddenly started to grow in size. After being stunned for a split second, he realized that his hermit crab was actually sent flying back towards him. What happened? Just half a second ago, Rain had exchanged his greatsword for the pig-headed hammer on his back, and went head-to-head with the ferociously transformed hermit crab's giant claws, while executing the intermediate secret technique Shockwave. With just one swing of the hammer, Rain shattered the giant claws of the hermit crab before him. At the same time, he sent the creature's nearly 1-ton heavy body tumbling back like a cannonball. Rain, under the cover of the hermit crab's body, pointed his toes, leaving an afterimage in his original spot, and attacked the blood-cursed Naga. The towering male blood-cursed Naga, facing the incoming pet hermit crab, naturally couldn't bring himself to deliver a deadly stab, and instead had to change from a piercing stance to one of lifting the trident to divert the attacking hermit crab to one side. In an instant, he suddenly felt a searing pain in his lower abdomen. Looking down, he saw a dark hammer with a sharp tip plunged into his waist and abdomen, creating a bloody cavity. His pride, the shell armor. His body, tough as iron, seemed like thin paper under this dark hammer. This level of lethal force caused the male blood-cursed Naga to panic for no apparent reason. He stifled the intense pain and barely managed to his trident at Rain with all his might. But the force exerted from his severely injured waist wasn't as strong as he imagined, and he saw Rain deflect with a swing of his heavy hammer. That was something else the blood-cursed Naga did not anticipate. His opponent's strength was unexpectedly immense. In his view, even in a wounded state, it should not have been so easy for the short human before him to deflect his stabbing attack. The next second, Rain once again executed the intermediate secret technique Shockwave. This time, it hit the blood-cursed Naga's forehead, who couldn't dodge in time. There was a crisp sound. Perhaps due to the excessive strength of the shock, the entire head of the blood-cursed Naga burst open, with white, red, and some sticky tissue splattering around in a radial, fan-shaped area. The 2-meter-6 tall blood-cursed Naga, with his robust body, swayed for a moment before collapsing with a crash. And at this moment, the battle had lasted for less than 10 seconds from the start. A blood-cursed Naga, stronger than an experienced great knight, had just died at Rain's hands. The giant shield crossbowmen on the coast couldn't help but exchange puzzled glances. And Vinica was excitedly covering her mouth. She had always thought Rain was formidable, but she didn't anticipate him to be this formidable. It seemed that during his time in Minster, Rain's strength had advanced again. But soon, her heart was in her throat again. The battle on the island had already drawn the attention of the Sea Clan nearby. At this moment, a large group of fishmen, lobstermen, and 4 or 5 male blood-cursed Nagas were rushing towards Rain from all sides. The cave was right before Rain's eyes. Watching the Sea Clan charging at him from all directions, Rain pulled out the scroll of the invisibility spell given to him by Vinica and tore it open, and he vanished into thin air on the spot. For a moment, Rain felt as if he were enveloped by some strange energy. At this moment, he was able to clearly see the movements of the nearby fish people and the few blood-cursed Nagas that had surrounded him, but they, in turn, couldn't see him. The fish people's bubble eyes were staring in confusion, utterly at a loss. And the blood-cursed Nagas were also stunned for a moment. But soon, as high-intelligence beings like humans, they quickly realized that the man must have used some form of witchcraft. Without hesitation or delay, Rain swiftly made his way down the stone staircase of the cave, taking advantage of about a minute of invisibility. The stone steps, arranged in strips, wound around the edge of the circular cavern, spiraling down. The stair surfaces were light bluish-green and covered with a fair amount of moss, suggesting a rather ancient history. As Rain rapidly reached the bottom, the interior of the entire cavern came into view. He discovered that a fierce battle seemed to have taken place here long ago. The evidence was the normally constructed passageway of bluish-green stone slabs which had been shattered by some tremendous force. At this point, the whole passageway was broken and collapsed, including several Doric-style columns around it that had also fragmented and fallen to the side. Next to the original passage, there was a newly dug hole about 4 or 5 meters in diameter. Following the dark tunnel seemed to lead somewhere within the ruins. Rain noticed that inside this newly dug tunnel, the walls were haphazardly embedded with pearls and glowstones of various sizes, which emitted a faint luminescence. However, for Rain, the presence or absence of illumination didn't make much of a difference. With dark vision, he saw everything clearly. About several dozen meters away, he could make out the faint shadows of humanoid creatures flickering. From the large size of their figures, they seemed to be male blood-cursed Nagas patrolling with their beasts. This was consistent with what Vinica had previously detected using a seagull. However, just then, a rustling sound, like that of a giant serpent crawling, came from behind Rain. Clearly, it must be those blood-cursed Nagas from the beach coming down to inspect. Rain scanned the surroundings and promptly spotted a shattered column wide enough to embrace a head, which afforded a perfect hiding spot. With a swift motion, Rain ducked into this alcove. After the sound of the rustling of the blood-cursed Nagas and the patter of the fish people's footsteps went back and forth twice, finally, the entrance to the passage became quiet again. It seemed that they had given up the search for him. But the blood-cursed Nagas were not dumb. It was very possible that they had intensified their guard within the passage. To this, Rain was indifferent. He glanced at the system prompt, and seeing the golden lettering caught his eye. He paused, then looked more closely. The system prompt read as follows. Your giant bear sword technique skill has progressed. Experience plus 912. Your tackle hammer technique skill has progressed. Experience plus 1919. You have experienced a battle. Weapon master. Legendary. Experience plus 1109. Note. The above skill experience has enjoyed a 30% increase due to the exclusive talent, Beginner Extraordinary Understanding. Congratulations, you have defeated a formidable enemy and gained 1 golden skill point. Congratulations, your Weapon Master, Legendary, profession level has increased. Weapon Master, Legendary, profession level has been raised by 1 level to LV7, 331/5000. This also granted Rain another attribute point and 1 skill point. He now had 14 remaining attribute points and 2 remaining skill points. What delighted Rain even more was that the battle had brought him 1 golden skill point, bringing his total golden skill points to 2. The use of golden skill points was critical. For instance, they could be used to upgrade to a secret technique. The thought of this sent a surge of excitement through Rain. At that moment, when he looked up again towards the faint and towering figures in the dark tunnel, his eyes shone with anticipation. If I could kill him completely, I wonder how many golden skill points I could get? Nevertheless, Rain had not forgotten his rescue mission. Calming his emotions, he once again took out the sensing stone from his pocket and noticed that its brightness had increased by a notch from before. He knew it was not due to the dimness of the cave. A few steps forward, Rain could feel a slight increase in brightness, indicating that he was getting closer to the target, Alyosha. Since the tunnel often reverberated with roars from large ferocious sea beasts, and occasionally the chatter of fish people, the cave was not quiet. Noises were constant. This created favorable conditions for Rain's stealthy infiltration. Even if he encountered patrolling fish people midway, as long as he kept the noise of the combat down, it would not attract a swarm of the Sea Clan. Moreover, Rain found that this long tunnel was not dug in a straight line but with a significant curve. Basically, it was impossible to see further in from 30 to 40 meters away. On the coast's defensive line, when Vinica and a group of the giant shield crossbowmen saw those 4 or 5 blood-cursed Nagas who had charged into the cave coming out again, they couldn't help but exchange bewildered looks. In their minds, they couldn't help but wonder, has Lord Rain perished, or has he survived? And the twin-tailed girl, who cared deeply for Rain, at that moment felt her heart tremble, and her face turned pale. Rain couldn't have already. She bit her teeth, slightly flustered, and pulled out a strange green glass bottle from her. Quickly removing the stopper, a very nimble and transparent white seagull emerged from the bottle, circling and dancing around her. This was a rare white seagull spirit essence, very hard to come by. Because the soul energy of ordinary birds isn't strong, they can't form a spirit essence. Creating a bird spirit essence requires careful nurturing, and this white seagull spirit essence was the result of Vinica's nearly a year's cultivation. Most importantly, this white seagull spirit essence had formed some sort of psychic link with Vinica. According to Vinica's mentor Annius, if the white seagull spirit essence were injured, Vinica's spirit would also suffer a significant trauma, which might affect her subsequent advancement to a full-fledged wizard. That's why, until now, Vinica had not used the white seagull spirit essence. But at this moment, worried about Rain's condition, she took it out without regard. With the help of the white seagull spirit essence, Vinica could cast the first-level witchcraft spell bird spirit scouting technique, which normally only a full-fledged witch could successfully perform. As the clear incantation rang out, in front of Vinica, the air slightly wavered, and after a few seconds, suddenly, some strange mist condensed, forming an oval mirror-like object. The scene within the mirror was a bird's-eye view of many Sea Clan members on the beach. Furthermore, the scene was rapidly moving towards the cave on that island. It turned out that this moving picture was actually from the white seagull spirit essence's perspective. The miraculous scene also made the Imperial soldiers nearby exclaim in wonder. They had seen various high-powered attack spells a few times as members of the Imperial elite forces, but they had never seen witchcraft like the pigtailed girls without any offensive power, but so magical. The onlookers couldn't help but form a circle, staring unblinkingly at the mirror formed by the spell. They also wanted to know, how was Lord Rain, who was young yet immensely strong, doing after rushing into the cave? In less than 10 seconds, the white seagull spirit essence agilely dashed into the underground cave on the island. Meanwhile, Viscount Filk, riding a griffin in the sky, was speeding toward another island several kilometers away. A large reflective water membrane enshrouded an altar on that island soon after it was discovered by the Griffin Knights, preventing any further observation. However, this was also confirmed by the Imperial military as an important Sea Clan stronghold. Previously, including the sword-bearers within the Imperial Special Division, relying on griffins for transport, several squads had already been deployed, but up to now, there had been no news. This even included 2 of his subordinated Griffin Knights. However, he had just received news that the reflective large water membrane had suddenly disappeared. Could it be that the squads under the sword-bearers had achieved something? That was why he immediately came to check. Soon, Viscount Filk flew over the island. At this moment, the altar was clearly visible, and on the ground, 6 or 7 male blood-cursed Nagas were commanding fish people and lobster people followers, doing something. Around the altar, there were many traces of intense battles. The ground was pitted, and flames were still burning in many places. Viscount Filk's pupils sharply constricted. He was well aware that these were the effects of fire-based witchcraft. The Sea Clan was certainly unlikely to be proficient in fire-based witchcraft. It seemed that the Imperial military scouting teams must have met with disaster. As for those 2 sword-bearer squads, so many blood-cursed Nagas, the situation didn't look too good. But, as he drew nearer, Viscount Filk suddenly discovered a hidden cave below the altar. Compared to the cave Rain headed for, it was more secretive, and it had never been detected in their previous aerial reconnaissance. Seeing this scene, a cloud of foreboding enveloped Viscount Filk's heart. What in the world was the Sea Clan up to? There were already 2 entrances to underground caves? Could there be more? Could it be that there were secrets hidden underneath? Inside the cave, just as Rain kept moving forward, he suddenly sensed something. Quickly turning around, Rain saw a transparent seagull glowing with a hazy light, swiftly flying towards him from the cave entrance. A white seagull? Rain immediately realized something. As it drew closer, Rain's mind was filled with a familiar and clear voice. Rain, thank goodness, you're all right. It was Vinica. Vinica, what is this? This is the effect of a first-level witchcraft spell. I can't maintain it too long. Rain, I can help scout ahead, Vinica said quickly. After a brief thought, Rain shook his head, saying, no need for now, just follow behind me. Although Vinica didn't quite understand why Rain wouldn't let her scout ahead, she knew when it came to fighting, Rain was the professional. Listening to him was definitely the right choice. At that moment, the Imperial soldiers standing next to Vinica were amazed to see Rain, who appeared to be almost completely unharmed. Who would have thought, after so many Sea Clan members had passed, Lord Rain would come out completely unscathed? From the perspective of the Seagull Spirit, they had a clear view right behind Lord Rain. Thus, they could clearly see the entirety of Lord Rain's exploration process. And as for the possible unknown dangers within the cave, their hearts suspended with every step Lord Rain took forward. Because the cave trailed in an arc, Lord Rain had walked forward tens of meters when he suddenly halted. Seconds later, a small squad of fishmen, each holding various weapons, came face to face with him. These fishmen were almost the same height as human males, ranging from 1.7 to 1.8 meters. Moreover, their skin color was the rare gray-white, with plenty of red stripes on their dorsal fins, seemingly a distinctive feature. This was a kind of fishman they had never seen before. The weapons they held were also much better than the ones the fishmen on the beach had. There were not only metal spears but also great swords made of metal, clearly showing that these white-scaled fishmen were the elite among their kind. The leading fishman, with huge, bubble-like eyes, blinked upon suddenly encountering the human knight, and then an expression of joy spread across its face. The fishman then waved its spear and, with a warlord battle cry, fearlessly charged at Lord Rain. The other fishmen behind it seemed quite excited at the sight of Lord Rain, like men who hadn't seen a woman in half a year, brandishing their weapons and charging forward. Just as Vinica was about to use the Seagull Spirit to warn Lord Rain to be careful, Lord Rain didn't even draw his great sword or warhammer, but instead dashed forward with an explosive step. In the blink of an eye, with a swift punch from his right hand, he immediately slammed the leading white-scaled fishman against the cave wall. The stricken white-scaled fishman was instantaneously flattened against the hard stone wall in a spread eagle position, looking like he was breathing his last. He was clearly not going to last long. Then, Lord Rain raised his hand, deflecting a downward slash from a white-scaled fishman's greatsword as if swatting a fly, and with a couple of smacks, the two fishmen behind followed the fate of their leader. They too were embedded into the cave walls, the stone cracking like a spider's web around them, instantly killed. The last two met an even worse fate as Lord Rain seized their spear with a backhand, thrusting it forcefully, impaling the remaining three white-scaled fishmen onto each other, skewered against the wall. Although their hearts were punctured, the fishmen's muscular nerves were still active, their webbed limbs twitching. The seagull spirit floating around Lord Rain now broadcast his battle scenes live, just like a television broadcast, to the misty mirror in front of Vinica and the Imperial soldiers. Instantly, everyone at the front lines was agape in amazement. He was incredibly powerful. It was as easy for him as chopping vegetables. The group was immediately stirred up, and whispers among them gradually grew louder. However, many soldiers were worried that although Lord Rain was truly strong, people were not made of iron and would eventually get exhausted. It was unknown how many more enemies there were in the cave. In a short while, an increasing number of Imperial soldiers had come to watch, and the hubbub at the front lines attracted Cobert, who was still recovering in the infirmary of a nearby camp. Clutching his still healing wound, he walked over and quickly saw something mirror-like that everyone was gathered around, viewing with curiosity. Upon seeing the live images inside, depicting Lord Rain carrying out his mission up ahead, Cobert's eyes instantly widened, watching intently. He got excited quickly, because he saw a robust male blood-cursed Naga appear in front of Lord Rain, bearing a circular scar about 20 centimeters in diameter on its bare chest. This feature, Cobert would never forget even if he died. It was this very creature that had killed his brother and left him severely wounded. "Lord Rain, be careful," Cobert couldn't help but blurt out. At the same time, he harbored a faint hope that Lord Rain would avenge his brother. Unfortunately, Lord Rain couldn't hear Cobert's words at that moment. Vinica's witchcraft didn't have that effect. Nevertheless, for Lord Rain, whether he heard or not made little difference. For him, he was determined to take down the blood-cursed Naga before him. Moreover, Lord Rain sensed that this fellow's strength seemed a bit stronger than the one he had killed on the beach before. Having expended most of his energy, he didn't hesitate. Faced with this ancient race of extraordinary power, he quickly added an attribute point to his strength. As the remaining attribute points decreased again from 14 to 13, Lord Rain's strength reached 32 points. Most importantly, his energy and condition instantly returned to their peak. Surprised by the sudden appearance of this human, the male blood-cursed Naga was momentarily stunned, but soon its face twisted malevolently. He had just been informed that a little mouse had snuck in, and to his luck, he had encountered this little mouse head-on. This was his chance to be praised by Garniz the commander. He immediately ordered his pet beast the ferocious sea serpent to swiftly attack Lord Rain, and he followed suit, brandishing the trident and charging at Lord Rain simultaneously. Rain's gaze was calm as he faced the azure sea snake, and he lashed out with a heavy hammer. The dark pig-head hammer moved as fast as lightning, its afterimage lingering in place, but the actual hammer had already struck the body of the azure sea snake. The azure sea snake was bent into a folded shape, its long tongue unable to retract, and its whole body embedded in the rock wall, like a mural. At that moment, the blood-cursed Naga charged towards Rain, furious at what he saw. Facing Rain's heavy hammer furious strike, the opponent did not attempt to block but instead aimed the trident heavily towards Rain's chest and abdomen. A life for a life. No, it was because the opponent was certain that Rain's strength and power were far less than his, forcing Rain to change his move. In the cramped underground cave, dodging was not so easy, and it would also disrupt his attacking rhythm. But what surprised the blood-cursed Naga was that the human in front of him also didn't react to his trident. This immediately amused him. Such foolish humans were indeed rare. But the next second, his expression froze. After his trident pierced the opponent's pale silver armor, the resistance greatly increased, and after penetrating just a few centimeters, it could no longer move. It was like trying to stab a block of iron with a trident. What was going on? Aren't humans supposed to be the outside, soft on the inside? How had it turned out that the armor was hard, but the inside even harder? And at his chest, he felt a searing pain. Looking down, He saw that the human's dark hammer had already pierced his body, breaking several of his ribs. This changed his expression drastically, extraordinary horror showing on his face. How could such a small body possess such tremendous strength? Dang, dang, dang. After more than 10 exchanges, the male blood-cursed Naga could no longer withstand Rain, who had restored his strength to its peak, continuously using the intermediate secret technique Shockwave. As the saying goes, when the army collapses, it falls like a mountain. Finally, the opponent was knocked down by Rain's hammer, and Rain again was delighted to receive an additional golden skill point. Watching Rain defeating a powerful enemy, Vinica showed joy, exhaling deeply, but the next second, her expression slightly changed. It turned out that the spiritual power consumption of level 1 witchcraft was too great, and the white seagull spirit was about to dissipate. Rain, my witchcraft time is about to. Suddenly, the white seagull spirit dissipated in mid-air. Although Vinica hadn't finished speaking, Rain had already understood her intent. Thud. At this moment, the severely injured Fierce Sea Snake finally fell from the embedded stone wall. Looking at the still-alive Azure Sea Snake, then glancing at the 3 small holes just made by the blood-cursed Naga in his own body, after a brief consideration, Rain walked over, placed his hand on it, and began the core skill of the Beast Priest, Beastly Vitality. With Rain drawing Vitality, the already grievously wounded Azure Sea Snake grew even more listless, its large eyes barely able to open. And a wave of warmth much stronger than the previous trials with the forest wolf and the bear surged from the snake's body into Rain's. And the 3 not too deep or shallow wounds inflicted by the blood-cursed Naga began to heal within just a few seconds. Not bad. It seems, if the object is a ferocious beast, the effect is particularly good. Since Vinica's witchcraft had already dissipated, this process naturally went unnoticed by those behind him. Having recovered from his injuries, Rain continued forward. This cave was much deeper than Rain had imagined. So far, he had progressed around 600 or 700 meters forward, with one right turn covering another 200 meters. However, at this moment, the sensing stone in his hand was very bright, comparable even to the large, fluorescent pearls on the walls. Obviously, Alyosha must be near. Just then, Rain suddenly stopped because right in front of him was a fork. One was the direction he was currently heading, straight ahead. The other, however, was a right turn. Somewhat pensively, Rain held the sensing stone in front of him, moving slightly in both directions. Soon, he determined that he needed to turn right. However, just as he was about to turn right, the direction straight ahead suddenly echoed with the sounds of weapons clashing and human cries of alarm. This caused Rain's expression to change slightly, wondering if there were other people inside the cave. Rain paused for a moment, then decided to complete his preset mission first, rescuing Alyosha before anything else. Since the sounds of fighting coming from the passage ahead were still distant, even if he hurried over, it would take considerable time, and Alyosha was roughly 20 to 30 meters away. Right after Rain turned right, it wasn't long before he spotted faintly a wall made up of pale blue stone slabs ahead, and an underground hall suddenly appeared before him. This was a true hall. Unlike the passages, which were newly excavated, this hall had been in existence for a long time, giving off a very ancient feeling. Since the entrance not far from the original hole had collapsed, it seemed this tunnel had been dug specifically to connect to this place. This hall was built with the same pale blue striped boulders that Rain had seen when he descended into the cave, forming the walls around it, with 2 rows of Doric-style columns in the center of the hall for support, also made of pale blue boulders. Moreover, at the far end of the hall, there was faintly a passage that seemed to extend deeper, with glistening water light reflecting on both sides. The sudden appearance of the quaint hall couldn't help but arouse Rain's curiosity. Thus, Rain lightened his steps, slowly approaching, and took a quick glance. Inside the stone hall, there were more than 20 of the white-scale fishmen he had just killed, guarding the place in positions spaced 5 and 10 steps apart, and there were also 3 blood-cursed Nagas stationed here. What shocked him was that on one side of the hall's walls, he saw 7 or 8 cages made of some tough seaweed, imprisoning human men and women. All these people had one thing in common: their knight's plate armor or wizard robes were shattered or damaged, and their expressions were listless. Rain keenly noticed that the young woman with a ponytail on the outermost side, clutching a faintly glowing stone in her hand, was holding the same communication stone as the one in his hand. It seems that she must be the target, the younger daughter of Envoy Javier Alyosha. Alyosha had noticed just about 10 minutes ago that the communication stone in her was faintly glowing. At first, she thought she was seeing things, because only when another communication stone approached would the one in her light up. But how could that be? Her father was far away in Minster. Had someone been sent over so quickly? Just thinking that the rescuers her father sent were about to arrive, Alyosha's originally listless, beautiful eyes immediately widened, suddenly becoming spirited. However, she soon furrowed her brows slightly, as if thinking of something, her expression once again becoming worried and uncertain. She glanced slightly to the side, looking at her fellow Imperial elite team members also captured. The two closest to me are from the Imperial Army's Special Department, Ground Shaker, under the Grizzly Bear Squad. These two were captured shortly after me during the noisy period guarded by the Fishmen. We exchanged a few words. A little further away, those three are also under Ground Shaker, but belong to another squad, apparently called the Raptor Squad, who were captured about an hour later than Grizzly Bear Squad, and they said they were exploring some altar. The other two are even more formidable, belonging to the Sword Bearer Squad under the Imperial Special Department. I haven't managed to ask which specific squad yet, but from the brief conversation just now between them and members of the Raptor Squad, it seems they came to rescue the two squads of the Imperial Army. With so many formidable squads fallen here, even if it's a rescue team my father sent, can they successfully save us? Goddess of Fortune, please bless me. The thought made Alyosha suddenly lose her confidence. On Rain's side, having spotted the target, he naturally decided to act at once for the rescue. The longer the delay, the more uncertainties would arise. So, he observed the enemies in the hall once again. Suddenly, he noticed that one of the three blood-cursed Nagas in the hall was extremely different. Previously, he had merely glanced at them briefly, and most of her figure was hidden behind a pillar, so he hadn't seen her clearly. This time, as she moved a short distance and shifted her position, he could see her full appearance clearly. She turned out to be a rare female blood-cursed Naga. The ancient texts made it clear, just like other Nagas, blood-cursed Nagas were a matriarchal society, which meant that female blood-cursed Nagas were generally more powerful than male Nagas. This made Rain's face tighten slightly as he observed her carefully. Suddenly, this female blood-cursed Naga turned her head toward the direction where Rain was. Rain's heart chilled, and he immediately took a step back, darting into the shadow of the passage he had come from. It was then that the blood-cursed Naga leader, Garniz, couldn't help but look puzzled, as she had clearly sensed something there just now. Just as she was about to send someone to check, her serpentine pupils slightly shrank. All she saw on that spot of the ground was a sea iguana crawling out. It was just this little creature. Thus, Garniz relaxed and diverted her gaze elsewhere. The sensitivity of her reaction surprised Rain. This female Naga, with a beautiful appearance, would compare well even to the beautiful woman Jennifer, if it weren't for the tall fins surrounding her head and her forearms. Although far less muscular than a male blood-cursed Naga, each of her forearms wielded a different melee weapon, a sword, a knife, a short spear, and a trident. From the ease with which the other party effortlessly wielded their metal weapons, Rain guessed that their strength must be considerable, despite their gracefully delicate physical features. Rain had initially thought that this female blood-cursed Naga, judging from the 4 weapons she held, might be a close combat type similar to a knight. However, he didn't expect that her spirit perception would be so sharp, almost managing to detect him just now. In other words, this female 4-armed Naga was not only formidable in close combat but also, as the ancient tomes recorded, likely capable of innately casting water-based witchcraft. This couldn't help but make Rain frown. If he wanted to rescue people, he would have to eliminate this group of Sea Clan in the hall. He was confident about dealing with the white scalefish men and the male blood-cursed Nagas, but the only uncertainty was this female Naga before him. Or to say, his current means of combat were still insufficient. Without hesitation, Rain immediately opened the system panel. He had originally planned to save up 4 skill points and 2 golden skill points to elevate the intermediate secret technique Shockwave to an advanced secret skill. But now it seemed that plan would have to wait, because the battle before him was unavoidable and could not be delayed. According to the ancient records, ancient blood-cursed Nagas like to blood sacrifice enemies of considerable strength. If he went back to call for help and then returned, by then, Alyosha and his captured Imperial comrades would likely have left for the goddess's embrace. Just as well, the first extraordinary battle technique on his path as a knight, the giant bear sword technique, was already half a step away from reaching the comprehension of a secret technique. Rain was quite certain that with just one golden skill point, he could grasp the secret technique that followed the glimmering greatsword's secret move, Roaring Strike. And the secret technique derived from the giant bear sword technique's secret move, Roaring Strike, also filled Rain with anticipation and conjecture. Ever since encountering the blood-cursed Naga, if nothing else, Rain might not have gained much, but his efficiency in acquiring golden skill points was indeed high. In less than a quarter of an hour, he had already earned 2 golden skill points. Thus, Rain used them without the slightest reluctance. Additionally, having the experience of comprehending the secret technique Shockwave, Rain knew that executing a secret technique required fulfilling 2 conditions. Years of accumulated origin force was the first condition, necessary for reaching the minimum origin force required to execute a secret technique. However, that condition had already been met by Rain when he previously comprehended Shockwave. At this moment, his Bear King breathing technique had reached LV14, far exceeding that condition. So now, Rain only needed to further deepen his comprehension of the giant bear sword technique's secret move, Roaring Strike, and finally, to combine both exquisitely, he would be able to successfully grasp and execute the subsequent secret technique. With the investment of the golden skill points, Rain felt as though he had entered a mysterious space, where he underwent years of training for the giant bear sword technique's secret move, Roaring Strike, in just an instant. When Rain came to his senses, the system prompt arrived as expected. Congratulations, you have comprehended the basic secret technique of the giant bear sword technique, Roaring Battle Cry. Secret technique, Roaring Battle Cry? A slight smile emerged on Rain's lips, which was almost what he had anticipated. After all, the previous secret move of the giant bear sword technique, Roaring Strike, could be said to be more of a sound wave attack than a sword technique. But there was nothing bad about that. Perhaps, in this stone hall, filled with numerous enemies, a sound wave attack might be even more effective. Immediately after, the delighted Rain found a new icon located right above the giant bear sword technique's secret move, Roaring Strike, in the Weapon Master Legendary panel. The icon depicted the head of a brawny man with both hands spread wide, letting out a roar to the sky. Around the widely open mouth were several curved lines, seemingly representing the sound wave attacks rushing outward, looking extremely ferocious. The icon was a bear head for the secret move, and now that it's a secret technique, it's turned into a brawny man's head. Is this an improvement in system aesthetics? Rain was a bit confused for a moment, as he couldn't make sense of the system's aesthetic standards. He continued to read further. Just below the icon, there was a line of small text. Roaring Battle Cry, basic secret technique. Effect. Uses a special technique that combines origin force with vocal cord strength to bellow out a powerful sound wave strike, attacking and stunning nearby enemies. Note: the power of Roaring Battle Cry diminishes with distance, and it is directly proportional to one's constitution. Note: Roaring Battle Cry is a secret technique and cannot be upgraded with skill points. To upgrade Roaring Battle Cry to an intermediate secret technique, the following conditions must be met. 1. Bear King breathing technique LV14 or higher. 2. Constitution of 30 points or more. 3. Spend 2 golden skill points. Rain squinted his eyes and immediately fell into contemplation. That last sentence is quite interesting. No wonder the icon has nothing to do with the giant bear anymore. The upgrade from the basic secret technique Roaring Battle Cry to an intermediate secret technique doesn't require further advancement in the giant bear sword technique at all. It seems that Roaring Battle Cry has been refined and elevated to a purer form of sound wave secret technique. Realizing this, the smile on Rain's face became even brighter. This meant that while executing the Tackle Hammer technique, he should be able to utilize the newly acquired sound wave secret technique Roaring Battle Cry, without having to be limited to using the glimmering greatsword. An unexpected joy indeed. The key issue was that the conditions for advancing to an intermediate secret technique, when compared one by one, were completely met by him. A. Requires 2 golden skill points. Seeing that it took 2 golden skill points to advance to an intermediate secret technique, Rain's brow furrowed slightly. He remembered clearly before, when enhancing the hammer skill's Shockwave to an intermediate secret technique, it only required 1 golden skill point, but now Roaring Battle Cry needed 2. Could it be that there is a difference between self-realization and point-based breakthrough? Or do different secret techniques require different amounts of golden skill points to advance? Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck Rain. Could it be related to weapon proficiency? Because my hammer proficiency is at level 3, while sword proficiency, if counted by the weapon master's exclusive talent, basic weapon mastery, is only at level 1. Could this be the reason? But the current sample size is too small to determine. 2 golden skill points, and I happen to have them. Should he save his golden skill points to enhance the hammer skill's shockwave to an advanced secret skill? No. Rain slightly shook his head. In the tunnel hall, those blood-cursed Nagas were walking golden skill points. The female blood-cursed Nagas clearly looked much more troublesome to deal with than the males. At this time, to hoard golden skill points would be foolish. With a powerful enemy before him, the natural course of action was to improve his strength wherever possible. So, as Rain invested another 2 golden skill points. In an instant, a torrent of training memories about the sound wave-based intermediate secret technique, roaring battle cry, flooded into Rain's mind. In these memories, it was as if another Rain was in a mystical space, roaring within the vast forest, the boundless sea, the extensive desert, and even from the summit of mountain ranges. Once Rain regained his senses, he noticed a system prompt that had quietly appeared. Congratulations, you have comprehended the sound wave-based intermediate secret technique. Roaring battle cry. Intermediate secret technique. It's done. Rain was quite delighted in his heart. At the same time, the icon for roaring battle cry, now advanced to an intermediate secret technique, had undergone subtle changes. The arcs emanating from the mouth of the brawny man in the icon became denser and thicker, seemingly indicating that the power of the sound waves had grown stronger. In the bottom right of the icon, the small text had also changed. Roaring battle cry, intermediate secret technique, effect. Uses special technique combining primal force and vocal cords to let out a roar with a powerful sound wave, attacking and stunning surrounding enemies. Note: the power of roaring battle cry diminishes with distance and is directly proportional to the user's constitution. Note: as roaring battle cry is a secret technique, it cannot be enhanced through skill points. To elevate roaring battle cry to an advanced secret skill, the following conditions must be met. 1. Bear King breathing technique LV 16 or higher. 2. Constitution of 35 points or higher. 3. Spend 3 golden skill points. To elevate to an advanced secret skill requires 3 golden skill points? Indeed, it is different from the conditions for advancing shockwave. At this moment, Rain's feelings were like going hunting hoping for a bow, but accidentally getting a gun. And upon closer inspection, discovering that the gun was actually a freaking 6-barrel Gatling. Now, Rain's golden skill points were exhausted, leaving him with 2 regular skill points. Without much thought, the tackle hammer technique was his most powerful means of attack at the moment, and it was also needed for subsequent advancement to advanced secret skills. Immediately, Rain started adding points consecutively to hammer skill. With the first point invested, no problem, a vast amount of tackle hammer technique training memories surged into Rain's mind. However, when he invested the second skill point, his expression turned to one of surprise. The system prompt read as follows. Ding. Point addition failed. Your tackle hammer technique has reached level LV 15. To continue enhancing, you must use golden skill points. This. I see. Regular skill points can only raise a skill to LV 15. At least that's the case with hammer skill. And I've discovered the second use for golden skill points. They are meant for enhancing skills beyond LV 15. In that case, the last skill point should be put on Bear King breathing technique. Rain quickly made his decision. As the Bear King breathing technique also advanced to LV 15, Rain distinctly felt a slight increase in both the generation speed of primal force and the total amount of primal force within his body. The breathing technique was like this, with the changes to the body being gradually enhanced, not achieved overnight, but it had the advantage of daily accumulation. Point addition complete. Just when Rain was about to move forward, suddenly, he stopped, retracting the foot he had stepped out. He broke off a piece of glowstone from a nearby stone wall and threw it into the hall's half-empty space, while calling out in a deep voice, "Close your eyes." Since everyone present was from elite squads of the Empire's various special departments, they reacted immediately to the human voice, faces showing surprise, knowing that someone was coming to rescue them at this time. So, when they heard clearly Rain's instruction for them to close their eyes, most of them immediately did so. Meanwhile, the fish people and Nagas were still gazing at the glowstone passing swiftly overhead, shining like a shooting star. Even after hearing Rain's voice, they were momentarily baffled, unsure whether to observe the flying stone or to look for the source of the voice. This made the blood-cursed Naga leader Garnese feel both speechless and furious. These fools under my command. Idiots! That human is over there. Kill him. In Naga language, just as the white-scale fishmen were about to make their move, suddenly, at one end of the dim hall, a burst of intense light flared up. This was Rain casting the witchcraft spell Blazing Light. The sudden appearance of the extremely bright light instantly blinded the fishmen, leaving them seeing nothing but a blinding white. The two male blood-cursed Naga and the Naga leader Garnese also couldn't help but cover their eyes with their hands to avoid the damage caused by the strong light. The next second, the hall returned to its dim state. Although it lasted only a second, it was enough. Rain's goal was to create the effect of a flash grenade with the witchcraft Blazing Light, giving him the opportunity to stage a surprise attack. The sound of swishing swords filled the air. Cries of anguish rose continuously from the white-scale fishmen in the hall. The constitution of the ancient blood-cursed Naga was extremely strong. In less than 2 seconds, their vision had returned. Angered by this sight, the two male Naga quickly charged forward, followed by the other white-scale fishmen converging on Rain from all directions, their vision now gradually restoring as well. Seeing this, including Alyosha inside, the 7 elite warriors hanging in the net cages began to worry. Initially, they had thought Rain was merely the vanguard and that there must be an elite Imperial squad, or even several squads, following him. But a few seconds passed, and there was still only Rain in the center of the hall. Clearly, there were no elite Imperial squads. The reinforcement was just the young man alone. Young man, you're way too reckless. Anxious shouts erupted from many. Watch out. The blood-cursed Naga are charging. If it doesn't work out, get out of there quickly. Young man, go back and report to the Empire. You can't save us alone. Cover your ears. In response, this is what Rain said. When they heard Rain say this, the captive Imperial elites were stunned at first but quickly did as told. Because the last time they didn't listen to Rain to close their eyes, 2 of them had ended up with tears streaming down their faces. So this time, when Rain shouted cover your ears, they all covered their ears without hesitation. Rain's chest swelled like a balloon, his neck veins bulging like an enraged cobra, his mouth wide open. Roar. A fierce wave of sound, along with a turbulent airflow, swept around like a tsunami. At once, the group of white-scale fishmen had their massive fish faces violently distorted by the strong wind, shaking wildly with expressions of shock. Their eardrums burst instantly, their heads buzzing. All of them, still in the midst of swinging their weapons, were frozen in place. The next second, the white-scale fishmen nearest to Rain, about 5 or 6 of them, had their heads explode on impact. From the necks of their headless bodies, blue blood sprayed high into the air. Those slightly further back had their skull caps shattered by the sound waves. Their fish heads were still intact, their bulging eyes still endearingly cute, but their brains had turned to mush, resembling the dish monkey brain a la Liv from Rain's previous world, with the skull cap removed. The wide-scale fishmen even further away stood with vacant eyes, with thin streams of blue blood flowing from their nostrils and ears. The 2 male blood-cursed Naga who had rushed forward had dropped their tridents on the ground, their large arms covering their ugly dragon heads, clearly in agony. Even Garnese, the blood-cursed Naga leader standing over 20 meters away who was about to cast a spell, was interrupted, her beautiful face now showing pain and anger. Thump, thump. A series of heavy thuds followed. Dozens of white-scale fishmen, like harvested wheat, fell over in a large, neat fan shape, all collapsing outwards. And Rain stood at the apex of this fanned area. Such might, it left Alyosha's big eyes twinkling, even cuter than the bubble eyes of the fishmen. Compared to Alyosha, the pharmacist and second-level wizard apprentice, the other captured Imperial elites, mainly being official Great Knights, made Rain's standard all the more evident. As the saying goes, a true master reveals himself at the first move. A Great Knight so young, and he has mastered a sonic secret technique? A group of Imperial elites exchanged surprised glances. While everyone was in astonishment, Rain's forward rush didn't slow in the slightest. All they saw was him charging towards a male blood-cursed Naga that had been affected by the intermediate secret technique, roaring battle cry, passing by with a swift gleam of his pale silver figure. A brighter silver light instantly pierced through the opponent's neck. Only then came the sound of hiss. The male blood-cursed Naga, who hadn't had time to react and was holding his head with both hands, shook violently, then dropped his hands from his head and frantically clutched the wound on his neck that was gushing blue blood. But with such a bowl-sized penetrating wound at the vital part of the neck, even for the physically strong blood-cursed Naga, it was a fatal injury. The once robust body of the male blood-cursed Naga began to wobble, evidently losing its combat ability, though its life was resilient enough not to die instantly. Confronted with Rain, who had killed her subordinates one after another, Garniz, the Naga leader, knew she had to face him. Firstly, at this moment, due to her witchcraft being interrupted just now, her spiritual power was in shock, leaving her utterly unable to cast spells and forced into close combat. Secondly, those male blood-cursed Nagas, her subordinates, were not only her troops but also one of her numerous mates. Dying was certainly regrettable. Although Garniz's close combat skills were slightly weaker than her witchcraft, she naturally had no fear against a frail human. As for Rain, he didn't even glance at his recent victory but immediately turned 45 degrees and dashed towards another nearby male blood-cursed Naga. With a tap of his toes, he leaped high into the air, and a bright silver arc like a new moon struck towards the opponent's ugly dragon head. He needed to quickly eliminate this last male blood-cursed Naga so that he could calmly face the more powerful four-armed female Naga. This male blood-cursed Naga, stimulated by the death throes of its comrade nearby, had already reacted and attempted to block Rain's fierce leap slash with a trident raised in both hands. Clang! After the violent collision, Rain's glimmering greatsword was knocked high into the air by the rebound force. However, the opponent fared even worse. Confronted with Rain's powerful leap slash, his palms suddenly burst open. The trident instantly slipped from his grasp and clang as it fell onto the blue stone pavement. But in the face of such an unfavorable situation of losing his weapon, the male blood-cursed Naga's ugly dragon face revealed a lucky smile. Because at that moment, Naga leader Garniz had already charged over. This human would no longer have a second chance to attack him, meaning he had survived. This scene was also witnessed by the Imperial elites hanging in cages nearby, and those with abundant combat experience immediately spotted the problem. The youth before them, from the first flash of light witchcraft to the rare sonic secret technique, had unquestionably strong capabilities. First killing the most numerous white-scaled fishmen, then two male blood-cursed Nagas, and finally facing the female four-armed Naga as battle decisions couldn't be more meticulous. But there's a lapse in every perfect plan. The male blood-cursed Naga before them had survived the youth strike and thus lived on. Soon, with a bit of adjustment, he could join forces with the female four-armed Naga to besiege the young man. The power of the female four-armed Naga was far superior to that of the male blood-cursed Nagas, making her extremely difficult to deal with. If another male blood-cursed Naga joined no matter how strong the young man was, he would likely meet his demise on the spot. Just as everyone was thinking this. Whoosh! To everyone's surprise, Rain, who had been knocked into mid-air by the rebound force, suddenly hurled his dual-handed greatsword towards the Naga as if throwing a spear with lightning speed. At that moment, he was extremely close to the male blood-cursed Naga, and his throw was fiercely powerful. Suddenly, the greatsword pierced through the heart, the vital part of the male blood-cursed Naga's chest. The male blood-cursed Naga's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at the young human before him, seemingly asking, "You throw your greatsword to kill me, but what will you use to ward off the leader?" Rain, who had just landed, felt several strong gusts coming from behind. Of course, he knew who the attacker was. Although he had been attacking the white-scaled fishmen and male blood-cursed Nagas the entire time, most of his attention was always on the female four-armed Naga. He quickly turned around and simultaneously drew the two-handed warhammer from his back, lifting the heavy hammer high above his head, arching his body slightly, and whoosh, creating a whirlwind with a mighty swing combined with a spin. The swing even incorporated the special power delivery of the intermediate secret technique Shockwave. Boom! Facing Rain's hammer strike that engaged nearly all his muscle groups, Garniz intended to cross the weapons in two of her arms to block the attack. Then, her other pair of arms would launch a surprise counterattack. But upon contact, Garniz's pretty face instantly became pale. Immediately, she adjusted all four arms to block together, positioning all four weapons in front of her to withstand Rain's hammer strike. Even so, clang, her forearms, elbows all beginning to bend significantly, and her incredibly resilient serpent waist also began to arch backward, her resilient body resembling a strong bow, bearing the super-strong shock and impact of Rain's warhammer. Thud. The pale blue stone floor at her tail end was now starting to open like a spider's web, centered around the point where her lower body exerted force. This was because the force transmitted through her body was too great, and Garniz had to conduct it to the stone floor beneath her. However, Rain was equally astonished by his opponent's strength. His sweeping heavy hammer just now, mixed with the charged-up intermediate secret technique Shockwave, was almost his full-powered strike. But even so, it was caught hard by the seemingly delicate female four-armed Naga on the other side. And moreover, she was unharmed. That was impressive. Rain's two-handed warhammer was blocked by the opponent's four weapons, and the whole process lasted about a breath or two before Rain instantly judged that he had to retreat. Not retreating now meant facing a body filled with power like a fully drawn bow, which upon release would put him in a highly passive situation. Just at that moment, Rain flicked his wrist. In an instant, the dark pig-headed hammer made a buzzing tremble, and taking advantage of this clever force, Rain flew back more than 10 meters. And due to this from Rain, Garni's originally tensely coiled body ready to unleash a counterattack was disrupted, and for a moment, she could only stay where she was, readjusting her force and posture. The brief exchange between Rain and Garniz demonstrated extremely high skill and combat judgment, immediately captivating the captured Imperial elites by the sideline, leaving them thirsty for more, as glued to the action. This fight is too spectacular. And was that a hammer skill secret technique that the young man just used? Undoubtedly. And with the sound wave technique he used to wipe out the White Scales fishmen, doesn't that mean he's mastered two types of secret techniques? The strung-up Imperial elites started sizing up Rain's utterly smooth, very young face, not quite sure what to make of it. Isn't he at most 18 or 19 years old? In comparison, have we been living our years in vain? Among them, two sword-bearers looked at Rain with slight puzzlement, examining him over and over. Young, distinctive attire with two heavy weapons on his back, dual-handed greatsword, and two-handed warhammer. Especially proficient with a dark two-handed warhammer. And he has mastered hammer skill secret technique. All these descriptions put together, why do they sound so familiar? One of the sword-bearers had a sparkle in his eyes as if he had thought of something. Right. Isn't he that newcomer? The one who ranked first among the new sword-bearers, codenamed Meister Siege Hammer? It's that Rain with the codename Meister Siege Hammer. He immediately turned and said to a companion beside him. So, it's him? No wonder he's so strong. Another sword-bearer exclaimed, suddenly enlightened. Hearing the cryptic conversation between the two sword-bearers, the other few Imperial elites from the Special Department, Ground Shakers, looked on with a blend of bewilderment and curiosity. Clearly, they were hoping that these two colleagues from sword-bearers could shed some light on who this young man really was. Could it be that the young man is also from the sword-bearer organization? But this is being excessively impressive, isn't it? The single ponytail girl Alyosha also listened curiously, her ears perked up. What was that about a siege hammer? Such a domineering codename, and his real name is Rain? The girl deeply etched this name in her heart. Cough. Actually, I don't know him personally, just heard that among our batch of new sword-bearers, there was an incredibly strong newcomer who, during the qualifying assessment, knocked down a defensively powerful obsidian giant with a single hammer, skipping the retest and becoming a bronze-level sword-bearer team captain. A newcomer? The 5 ground shakers' expressions turned even more astonished. A few had disbelief written all over their faces. What kind of newcomer could be this amazing? You're not just trying to give yourself a pat on the back, are you? Don't forget, both of you old sword-bearers, like us, are hanging in this net cage right now. There's an old saying, fellow practitioners are rivals. While they belonged to different special departments and had no issues working together under the Empire's unified command to complete missions, the competitive spirit was always there. As members of special departments of the Empire, ground shakers actually didn't rate sword-bearers that high, thinking, you sword-bearers are indeed powerful, but that's only because you have been established much longer than us ground shakers. After gaining the upper hand with the explosion of secret technique, Rain didn't plan to give his opponent a chance to breathe. To maintain this advantage, the only way was to attack, and attack again. Keeping the opponent busy with defense would render them powerless to counterattack. This is the essence of the saying, offense is the best defense. Rain sprang from the tips of his toes, the pale blue stone floor splintering with and he shot forward like a silver lightning bolt toward his opponent. This time, his two-handed warhammer was held horizontally to the right side of his body, slightly behind him, with his body leaning slightly forward, the starting position of the heavy hammer sweep. Clang! The intense sound of metal colliding once again echoed through the hall. Since every one of Rain's hammer strikes was mixed with the intermediate secret technique, Shockwave, Garniz found it exceedingly difficult to block Rain's warhammer with just two weapons. She needed all four weapons to simultaneously block to catch the high-frequency shock and impact contained in Rain's hammer without injury. So, in the hall, only to see streaks of silver constantly converging towards the point where Garniz stood. Each intersection was accompanied by sparks and a loud boom. Using secret techniques consecutively? Can he really continue fighting this way? The elite of the Empire hanging nearby naturally had extraordinary eyesight, and noticed immediately that each of Rain's swings contained a secret technique. But such a great consumption of strength would exhaust even a great knight after a dozen or so swings. However, this kind of attack had been sustained by the young man for over 20 strikes. Although he's suppressing the blood-cursed Naga leader and seems to have the upper hand, there must be a point when he runs out of stamina, right? Yeah, each is almost at full strength. The stamina consumption is too great. The other side is different. As an ancient race, the physical robustness of the blood-cursed Naga is at least 2 levels higher than humans. Do you think we should remind the young man? I think there's no need. Alyosha blurted out. Everyone immediately looked over. Seeing all the eyes focused on her made Alyosha feel a bit embarrassed and nervous. She had no particular reason, just a feeling that Rain would win. Nevertheless, Alyosha quickly thought of an excuse, her face blushing slightly as she said, "Right now, Lord Rain is in the heat of battle. What if he gets distracted if we shout out?" That makes sense. Everyone suddenly realized and nodded in agreement. In the center of the hall, being continuously on the receiving end of hits made blood-cursed Naga leader Garniz increasingly furious. She had intended to wait for this human's outburst to end and then immediately counterattack. But where could she have imagined that his stamina could compete with theirs, the blood-cursed Naga, continuing to burst out for so long and still bursting? Since when did frail humans possess such strong stamina? An extraordinary talent? She could consider capturing this human boy later, adding a collar, modifying his body, and making him one of her spouses. But now she must win. Garniz's snake-like eyes suddenly narrowed as she shouted in anger. She seemed to slightly swell up, her entire body turning red, apparently exerting some kind of explosive ability. Even more formidable, the velocity of her 4 weapons increased suddenly. Rain's expression grew stern. He immediately added 1 point to his strength attribute, and with the addition, not only did Rain's strength increase, but his condition instantly returned to its peak. Thanks to the burst, Garniz finally didn't need to stay in one place and take hits passively, but instead engaged in rapid movement and exchange of blows with Rain. The battle went into a white-hot phase. Clang, clang, clang. Both moved extremely fast, like 2 clusters of fog shimmering with electricity moving rapidly, and wherever they went, the pale blue stone floor cracked open like tofu. Even the Doric columns that 2 people could embrace were either deeply gashed or directly cleaved in half as the 2 figures flashed by, crashing down. Suddenly, dust rose everywhere. The more Garniz fought, the more alarmed she grew. Initially, she could rely on her explosive power to dominate temporarily, but soon, as her stamina rapidly declined, the human youth's warhammer remained just as steady and powerful, and even seemed to grow stronger than at the start of their fight. She quickly realized that this human youth had some secret techniques or special talents. Moreover, this youth's hammer skill was extremely practiced, as if honed through decades of hard training, leaving her no room to exploit any weaknesses. Fortunately, as time passed, her headache had also subsided. That meant Garniz could now use witchcraft. Immediately, Garniz clashed her 4 weapons against Rain's 2-handed warhammer with a heavy impact. Under her intentional push, Rain was suddenly forced back by over 10 meters. The hard bluestone floor was plowed by Rain's armored boots, creating 2 furrows nearly 10 centimeters deep. The next second, Garniz's beautiful face suddenly smiled and she began to whisper quickly. Rain instantly sensed something wrong. The opposite side was about to cast witchcraft. Roar. Instantly, Rain used the Sonic-type secret technique Roaring Battle Cry. A visible wave of air surged from Rain in all directions, forcing Garniz to abandon her witchcraft casting. Abandoning witchcraft voluntarily didn't result in backlash to her spiritual power. The reason Grace fell for it last time was because she was completely unprepared. She hadn't expected the human youth before her to possess such a rare Sonic-type secret technique. She was caught off guard and thus succumbed to it. Although the use of Roaring Battle Cry this time didn't cause a spiritual power backlash in her opponent, it disrupted her casting rhythm, and Rain took the opportunity to close in on Garniz once more. At the same time, Rain added another point to his strength attribute, not only compensating for his exhaustion but also making his hammer skill even more powerful. Toggle hammer technique: the stronger the strength, the greater the power. Now Garniz was in trouble. Her stamina was naturally stronger than Rain's, but she couldn't cope with Rain's continual cheating. Once might have been okay, she could endure that as a member of an ancient race. But Rain had done it twice. It was as if Rain was on his third fresh stamina bar, while Garniz was still using the same old one. Garniz discovered that Rain's strength had increased since their last encounter, fueling her urgency to use witchcraft to turn the tide. Garniz let out an angry scream. She attacked Rain with her weapons, slashing directly at his chest and abdomen, ignoring the heavy warhammer coming from him. She was actually trying to trade with Rain. This scene immediately caused the hearts of the onlookers to clench. After all, if Rain were severely injured or killed, there would be no one left to rescue them. Be careful. Dodge quickly. But in their horrified eyes, Rain stood firm, swinging down his two-handed warhammer with a calm gaze. That actually pleased Garniz. The human in front of her was still too young to know that the body of a blood-cursed Naga was much stronger than that of humans. Clang, 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 clang. Their weapons struck each other almost at the same time. Rain's hammerhead hit Garniz's shoulder, creating a fist-sized bloody hole, causing excruciating pain that twisted her beautiful face. Meanwhile, Garniz's four weapons tore through Rain's pale silver steel knight breastplate, stabbing into his flesh. But in the next second, Garniz's eyes widened in shock. This sense of resistance. How could a human body be so hard? Rain, as if made of iron, acted unfeeling and continued to lift and swing his warhammer without hesitation. In response to Rain's counterattack, Garniz gathered her remaining strength and continued to trade blows with him. If the previous fight was a peak duel, now it resembled a brawl between two drunkards, lacking any skill, just wielding their weapons, smashing, slashing, and stabbing at each other's vital points. In just a few seconds, Garniz was drenched in her own blue blood, with 6 or 7 bloody holes in her body, while Rain's steel body chest armor was completely destroyed, revealing his iron-hard body underneath. But facing an attack at Garniz's level, even Rain's intermediate steel body couldn't possibly remain unscathed. The wounds were much shallower than everyone had anticipated, but facing the frenzied attack of 4 weapons, his body was now covered with wounds. Panic for the first time appeared in Garniz's eyes. Clang. She desperately swung her 4 weapons, blocking a heavy swing of Rain's warhammer, and quickly retreated towards the other end of the hall, deeper inside. This end of the hall resembled a corridor, with cyan Doric columns on both sides and pools shimmering with water light beside the columns. Rain, of course, wasn't about to let the female 4-armed Naga escape, and immediately chased after her. Suddenly, a column of water surged in the pool, and a giant serpentine head burst out, opening its gaping maw and lunging lightning fast at Rain. Upon seeing this, Garniz immediately laughed. Her retreat was intended to lead this young human to the side of her pet beast. Her pet, a deadly venomous sea snake, needed only to break a tiny bit of the human skin to inject its poison into his body. What did it matter if his body was hard as steel? If it could be pierced, he was as good as dead. But the next second, her smile froze on her face. Smack! Ignoring the venomous sea snake attacking from the side, Rain dealt it directly to Garniz's forehead. In that instant, his warhammer was like a bottle opener, directly cracking open her beautiful head. However, amid the shocked cries, Rain had not yet managed to retract his warhammer when he was bitten around the waist by the venomous sea snake, and a pair of glowing blue sharp fangs instantly pierced Rain's skin. Although only a little was bitten, 2 streams of venom were injected into him. Having finished off Garniz, Rain swung his heavy hammer in a backhanded motion, smashing it onto the venomous sea serpent that was biting him, instantly causing the serpent's eyes to glaze over with dizziness and collapse on the spot. Rain then managed to extricate himself from the gaping maw of the venomous sea serpent. However, by that time, the extremely potent poison of the sea serpent had begun to take effect, and Rain could distinctly feel bouts of dizziness assaulting his brain. Fortunately, Rain possessed the core skill of a deadly poison master, poison-resistant constitution passive. Otherwise, he might have fainted by now and died of poisoning in short order. But the moment the venomous sea serpent had sprung from the water beside him, Rain had already thought of a way to deal with the problem. Otherwise, he wouldn't have risked getting bitten by the venomous sea serpent to hammer the four-armed female Naga to death. But now it was time to deal with it immediately, without any further delay. Rain grabbed the head of the dazed venomous sea serpent in front of him and swiftly placed his hand on the massive head of the serpent, instantly employing the beast priest's signature skill, beastly vitality. Immediately, a surging and undulating warm current flowed from within the large, ferocious venomous sea serpent into Rain's body. This warm current had the effects of restoring energy and healing wounds and brought with it a sensation of comfort several times greater than that felt when soaking in a hot spring while fatigued. Rain squinted his eyes, feeling the warm current rapidly circulating within his body, constantly battling against the poison's damage. On one side was destruction, and on the other was repair. Since the life force of a large, ferocious beast was incredibly strong, although Rain could only absorb up to 30% of the total life force of the venomous sea serpent, that still exceeded the total life force of an average great knight. Soon, the poison could no longer withstand the warm current and began to slowly recede. The remaining life force rapidly healed the numerous wounds on Rain's body, inflicted by Garnese's four weapons. A few seconds later, when Rain stood up again, he was full of vigor, and his injuries had mostly recovered. Had it not been for the majority of the warm current being used to offset the damage from the poison, his wounds could have completely healed by now. But even so, it wasn't far off. Indeed, legendary classes are extraordinary. The core skill of Beast Priest, beastly vitality, is comparable to a divine ability, not only restoring energy but also healing wounds. This time, Rain counteracted the venomous serpent's poison with his exceptionally high poison resistance, coupled with the life force he drained from it. Rain looked down. The venomous sea serpent was still alive, but lay there listlessly, incapacitated and gasping for breath after being hit in the head with a hammer and having a significant amount of life force extracted. It could no longer move. But Rain was not a merciful person, and immediately sent out a shockwave, making an opening in the sea serpent's spiritual cover, letting it follow in the footsteps of the female four-armed Naga. Master and servant, naturally tidied up together. After the venomous sea serpent died, Rain could faintly hear a hissing noise near his ears, like a giant serpent flicking its tongue, subtly disturbing his mind. Rain knew this was a side effect of using beastly vitality, but if deployed only once in a short period, the effects were negligible. In a few hours, the influence of the beast's spirit would dissipate naturally. Furthermore, since he was at the other end of the hall, far away from Alyosha and the others, in the dim environment, they could at most make out that he had bent down, likely mistaking his actions as searching for spoils of war and not realizing he had used some strange power to heal his injuries. Without hesitation, Rain turned to rescue Alyosha and the other Imperial colleagues who were also hanging. However, just as he was turning around, Rain suddenly discovered not far ahead of him was a long corridor of bluestone walls extending deep into the cave, and roughly 100 meters away, there was an almost transparent, faintly glowing blue membrane. This membrane seemed to insulate sound. Otherwise, Rain's two exceedingly loud, roaring battle cries would have definitely carried over there. Moved by curiosity, Rain immediately squinted, focusing his gaze. With the dim lighting, it was fortunate that Rain had dark vision, enabling him to peer through the membrane and clearly see that there was another hall inside, with the same style and materials as this one. What shocked Rain was that at the far end of that hall appeared to be a bronze metal gate several tens of meters high, seemingly adorned with intricate patterns and designs. Were those designs shells and conchs? In front of the metal gate was an altar with an unknown purpose. Around the altar stood a brazier at each corner, burning some sort of pale green flame, and in the middle was a 7 or 8 meter tall statue of a stone multi-armed Naga. To Rain's surprise, those busy around the altar were humans, not fishmen or blood-cursed Nagas. Moreover, these humans' robes were embroidered with strange marine life designs such as hundred-eyed sea stars, giant thorn squids, and other ferocious sea beasts. Could this be the attire of the sea god sect? Rain recalled the general education courses he had taken, where the instructors had taught several typical cult attire styles. But then, Rain's ears twitched as he heard noises of commotion and combat growing louder behind him. Are they the people from the straight passage earlier? They've come over? This made Rain immediately realize that the battle from the Straight Passage before had likely spread to this place. Thus, without continuing to observe, Rain immediately turned around, dragging the body of the female blood-cursed Naga, and walked towards the row of hanging cages. He planned to first rescue the targets Alyosha and the captured Imperial colleagues hanging in the net cages. As for the bronze doors and the statues, although he was curious, he had no intention of exploring them at this moment. He was very clear about the mission's objective, to rescue Alyosha. Of course, rescuing the Imperial colleagues along the way could possibly improve the mission rating or bring other rewards. As for why he was dragging the body of the female Naga, that was because Rain intended to ask if it was worth any merit points or something of the like. After all, he felt that this female blood-cursed Naga was very strong and should be valuable. At this moment, Rain glanced at the system notification. Your skill giant bear sword technique has improved. Experience plus 1,121. Your skill tackle hammer technique has improved. Experience plus 2,378. You have been through a battle. Beast Priest, Legendary. Experience plus 296. You have been through a battle. Weapon Master, Legendary. Experience plus 1909. Note: the above skill experience has enjoyed a 30% increase from your exclusive talent, Junior Extraordinary Understanding. Congratulations, you have defeated a formidable enemy and gained 2 golden skill points. Congratulations, your Beast Priest, Legendary, profession level has increased. Weapon Master didn't level up, but Beast Priest did? Could it be because of the core skill, Beastly Vitality, I used? The target being large and ferocious sea creatures, so the experience is especially high? Rain vaguely guessed. Rain checked the system panel and found that the Beast Priest, Legendary, profession level had gone from LV to LV3, 12/500, while the Weapon Master, Legendary, was more than halfway through level 7. The upgrade to Beast Priest, Legendary, also gave him another attribute point and a skill point. Having used 2 points in the previous battle, he now had 13 remaining attribute points, 1 remaining skill point, and 2 golden skill points. When Rain appeared from one end of the hall, dragging a corpse in his hand, the people hanging there cheered. Although they couldn't see clearly from a distance how Rain defeated the powerful Naga leader, they knew they were saved. Even though dying for the Empire was an honorable thing, if they could survive, none present would choose to be martyrs. Alyosha, in particular, clenched her small fist with flushed cheeks and excitedly muttered to herself, Lord Rain is really amazing. I have no idea where Father found such a formidable young person. At the entrance of the hall, which was the straight passage where Rain had heard the sounds of fighting before, the rock team from the Sword Bearers branch in Minster were fighting while retreating, with the defense core of the team being a shield-bearing, injured man and a young staff-wielding man. If Rain had been there, he would have certainly recognized these 2 individuals. These 2 were the sword bearers who had come to Meister on a griffin to handle the cult the last time. Behind them were 4 men and women in different attire, who seemed to belong to the same team as the shield bearer. However, like their captain, all of them appeared to be in bad shape. Either their armor was damaged or their clothes were tattered and their faces were haggard. In stark contrast to the exhausted state of the rock team, their opponents, led by a female blood-cursed Naga similar to Garni's that Rain had killed, wore relaxed smiles on their alluring human female faces, uninjured. Unlike Garni's, this female Naga also had 4 arms but only wielded a gray wooden staff about 1.5 meters long, with a spiral top, in one hand. She would occasionally swing the staff, directing an array of white-scaled fishmen, various sea creatures, and 7 or 8 male blood-cursed Nagas to attack the rock team. With such strong opponents, it was no wonder the rock team was in such a dire state. However, the Sea Clan, led by this female Naga, seemed to be hurting the rock team rather than attacking with full force, leisurely launching their attacks. Captain, there's a fork in the road ahead. The missing Imperial military personnel should be there, said a man in gray robes holding a crystal ball, rapidly speaking at the front of the team. You 4 go and check it out, Ramil, and I will hold them here. The shield-bearing strongman said in a deep voice. At the moment, his face was tinged with purplish bruise, looking poisoned. The Ramil he called out to was the young man with the wand whom Rain had met once. The 4 team members nodded solemnly upon hearing Batista's words, knowing the captain was creating an opportunity for them. The entire team was exhausted, though none had fallen yet. Their mission was originally to investigate the condition of an island altar, as well as the fate of several elite Imperial teams sent before them. But unexpectedly, the Sea Clan had laid a heavy ambush around the altar, and beneath it lay a secreted deep cave concealed there. Moreover, around the entrance of the cave were signs of fierce fighting, suggesting that the Imperial teams had ventured deep inside. They had finally fought their way here. Thankfully, based on the witchcraft tracking they had just performed, the Empire's elite should be nearby. Following Captain Batista's orders, several people immediately rushed towards the hall where Rain was located. Seconds later, as the four of them quietly entered the hall and carefully looked around, they were all instantly stunned. After exchanging bewildered glances, they cautiously stepped into the hall. What shook them to their core in the great hall was the sight of a semicircular formation of neatly lying white-scaled fishmen on the ground. At least 20 or 30 of them. As for their state of death, it could only be described as spectacular. The scene before them made them all inhale sharply in shock. My goodness, what kind of attack caused this? Even harvesting wheat isn't this tidy. Then, they saw the two male blood-cursed Nagas with very different postures in death. One had both hands clasped around its neck, head bowed, kneeling towards the entrance of the hall, as if repenting. The other one's death pose was even more exaggerated. A silver dual-handed greatsword had pierced through the creature's chest, with the tip embedded in the hard bluestone floor. Perhaps the sword had pierced so quickly that most of the blade had passed clean through the chest, leaving only the hilt outside. This also meant that the Naga's body didn't fall to the ground but was instead propped up at an angle, with the greatsword and the creature's upper body forming two sloping sides of a triangle, creating a stable support structure. As Rain walked over from the other end of the hall, dragging the body of Garniz, Rock Team's 4 members were already completely gobsmacked. Is this the Naga leader? For arms, it's a female blood-cursed Naga. Certainly no mistake. It seems all these Sea Clan on the floor were killed by this young man before us. The white-scaled fishmen are one thing, but those 2 male blood-cursed Nagas, and even the Naga leader he's dragging. That's the Naga leader. Even our own captain might not be a match for him. How terrifying is this young man's power? And also, how did he get here? We struggled greatly, and with great hardship to reach this place. In an instant, dozens of questions and doubts surfaced in the minds of the 4. Rain just glanced at them, nodded, but said nothing. Seeing Rain nod at them, they couldn't help but feel pleasantly surprised, as if they had received affirmation from a significant figure, and hurriedly nodded back vigorously. Rain found it odd why these new faces were so deferential to him, but he didn't dwell on it and retrieved his greatsword, quickly moving to the cages along the wall. With a few swift strokes, he cut open all the cages and rescued a group of captured personnel. Finally free. Thank you. You are Lord Rain, right? One of them came out of the suspended cage, smiling kindly at Rain. Rain's body jolted in surprise. He hadn't expected there to be people here who recognized him. It seems you really are Lord Rain. My name is Braulio, from the Sword Bearers Sandstorm team. I've heard about how you knocked down Obsidian with a single hammer strike during the rookie assessment. Braulio, now is not the time for pleasantries. Let's talk more after we get out. Another person who seemed to be his teammate smiled at Rain, tugged at Braulio's sleeve, and his chin towards the entrance of the hall. Look, who's coming? Braulio turned his head, froze for a moment, then said with surprise and delight, it's Alvis and the others from Rock Team. I told you, even if Lord Rain is incredibly strong, he'd still need help, right? Rain was slightly taken aback. Although he did not recognize the 4 men, Rock Team, that name sounded familiar. At that moment, seemingly hearing Braulio's voice, the 4 members of Rock Team at the entrance of the hall quickly ran up, saying, Braulio, McKinney, we finally found you. Sir, thank you for your help. A young man named Alvis, struck by the imposing aura of Rain dragging the Naga leader, bowed respectfully and said, No need for thanks, it was a trifle. Rain nodded and replied, Alvis, don't you recognize Lord Rain? Braulio and McKinney, the 2 brothers in trouble saved by Rain, exchanged glances with each other, clearly puzzled. Both of them were hit by the same realization. Alvis doesn't recognize Lord Rain? Does that mean Lord Rain wasn't here to rescue us? At that moment, Rain walked up to Alyosha, who was rubbing her wrists, stopped, and asked with a smile, You are Alyosha, right? Yes. Lord Rain, thank you for saving me. Is my father? Alyosha asked, her large, curious eyes surveying Rain. revealing her doubt. Yes, stick close to me when we leave and we'll talk more, Rain smiled. He noticed that the girl in front of him had a bright, round face with thin lips and a small black mole just below the left corner of her mouth, which gave her an endearing look, like the girl next door. Okay, Lord Rain. Alyosha smiled sweetly and nodded vigorously. It feels so good to be saved from a desperate situation. Accidentally overhearing the conversation between Rain and Alyosha, the 7 elite members of the Empire who were incidentally rescued all felt astonished. They looked at the 4 ragged allies and then at Rain, who was talking to Alyosha, and suddenly understood these 4 were probably the proper rescue team, and Lord Rain was actually there to rescue Alyosha, and they were merely incidental. For a moment, a wave of indescribable emotions swept over them all. Having a badass father was great, able to send such badass people for a rescue. If Lord Rain hadn't come, even if these 4 blockheads had made it in, they'd probably end up just like the others, all hanging in cages. Forgot the captain is still at the entrance of the hall. Alvis slapped his thigh forcefully. It only then dawned on him that in his shock, he had forgotten that Captain Batista and Ramil were holding back the enemies. Just as Alvis was about to signal everyone to leave, he immediately thought of something and quickly ran to Rain, saying, Lord Rain, and you. Miss, let's get out of here right away. Our captain is holding off the Sea Clan in the corridor. He won't last much longer. Of course, Rain nodded. He was of the same mind. After all, the place gave him a bad feeling, an oppressive feeling in his soul. Meanwhile, within the hall where the bronze doors stood, a middle-aged man dressed in the sea god sect style of robe respectfully approached a 6-armed female Naga who was presiding over a ritual, slightly bowing as he said, High Priest Selenis, the witch circle has just shown that Garni's leader's life flame has suddenly extinguished. What do you think? Wasn't Garni stationed in the Hall of Omens? Rolljats, you go take a look. If there are indeed invaders, you should know what to do. As you command, High Priest. A deep voice rose from a corner of the bronze hall. Then, the owner of the voice slowly emerged from the shadows. It was a colossal male blood-cursed Naga, his thick serpentine tail swaying as he passed through the water membrane. Meanwhile, inside the Hall of Omens, the rescued Imperial elites immediately picked up weapons from the bodies of the dead white-scale fishmen and blood-cursed Naga, then clustered around Rain and hurriedly made their way to the hall exit. Suddenly, an explosion sounded ahead. A brawny man wielding an axe and shield and a young man with a staff stumbled back into the hall rather awkwardly. They whispered in anger, Alvis, what are you lot messing about at? After scouting for so long, realizing something was amiss, Batista sharply turned his head to look, only to find a group of people escorting a somewhat familiar young man out of the hall. Staff in hand, Ramil was even more astonished, his eyes wide as he pointed at Rain and exclaimed, You're Rain. What are you doing here? Batista then remembered, this young man was the one they had encountered during the affair with the Meister cult. As the leader of the blood-cursed Naga, Stasha naturally knew this hall was under Garni's responsibility. But these humans were unaware that they had stepped into a trap and would soon be caught in a pincer attack by her and Garni's. That was why, initially, she had ordered her kin to attack fiercely, but in the corridor, they reduced the ferocity and frequency of their assaults. This band of humans was formidable, and a direct confrontation would be costly. But now, they were exhausted. Once they entered the hall and saw Garni's waiting for them, despair would set in, and then she could easily capture them. However, when Stasha led her kin to the entrance of the hall, she was stunned. The scene before her eyes dumbfounded not only her, but all her kin as well. Where was Garni's? How did the elite humans previously captured to be used as sacrifices manage to escape? Now the tables had turned. Their planned encirclement had failed to materialize, and instead, this already weary human squad seemed invigorated, the worst part being that they had acquired reinforcements. Stasha was hit with a wave of revulsion, as if she had swallowed a live fly, and facing the Sea Clan that now appeared at the entrance of the hall. The group was not fearful in the least, but seemed ready to avenge their earlier disgrace. After all, it's as if they had 2 Imperial Shaker squads and 1 Swordbearer squad here. The odds of defeating this group of Sea Clan were quite high, especially with the enigmatic and highly skilled Lord Rain present. At that moment, Rain's brow furrowed, and he immediately turned to look behind him. Batista and Ramil also whirled around to look back, but Naga leader Stasha revealed a sly smile. At the other end of the Hall of Omens, a huge figure slithered out, instantly filling the air with a strong and unsettling presence. In front of them was an exceptionally tall and robust male blood-cursed Naga, standing at least 3 meters high. Most striking was his left hand, on which appeared to be a 2-meter-long spiked tail of a conch. Lord Rain's exceptionally high spiritual power allowed him to clearly perceive that the male Naga in front of him possessed strength far surpassing that of a typical male Naga, which was evident from the creature's size. A typical male Naga only reached up to his chest in height and was smaller in build by 2 sizes. Moreover, the domineering presence of the opponent, which intimidated everyone present, was something Lord Rain had never felt even among human peak knights. It was evident that the opponent's strength far surpassed everyone here, including him and Captain Batista. The commotion among the Sea Clan also confirmed Lord Rain's speculation. He saw that the female Naga holding a wooden staff, along with the rest of the Sea Clan, were now nodding towards the gigantic Naga and simultaneously saying in a peculiar language, "Greetings to you, Lord Roljats, the Sea Tide Piercer." In Naga language, Alyosha whispered to Lord Rain, "This monster is nicknamed the Piercer, Lord Rain. If you ever confront him, please be very careful." Lord Rain, slightly startled, glanced at Alyosha and thought to himself, didn't Javier say his younger daughter Alyosha was a pharmacist? How come she seems like a linguist who understands the language of the Sea Clan? Moreover, he noticed that Alyosha beside him showed no fear of the forthcoming battle, but instead, her eyes sparkled, her nose sweated, and her cheeks blushed, an obvious sign of excitement and confidence in him. This couldn't help but bring a wry smile to Lord Rain's face. "Thank you, young lady, for having such faith in me." However, judging by the formidable aura of the opponent, it seemed that he currently was no match for him. The dramatic arrival of the Sea Tide Piercer, Roljats, instantly boosted the morale of the Sea Clan. The Fishmen and Naga looking towards the human team Lord Rain was part of no longer showed any sign of worry. Instead, they all exhibited expressions as if they were watching a play. They seemed to be saying, "Hee hee, humans, you're doomed." At that moment, the female Naga holding the wooden staff spoke, and though not fluently, it was definitely in the common tongue, "Humans, surrender. Surrendering will lessen your pain. Otherwise, Lord Roljats will let you experience the extreme pain of being pierced." Lord Rain looked at her in surprise. He had already noticed the female blood-cursed Naga. Her attire and the long wooden staff she held differed from the one he had slain before, suggesting she might be a wizard. So, was it necessary for her to be more learned? She could speak the common language of the humans? The scene in front of him made Captain Batista's already solemn expression turn even graver. He watched intently as the massive Naga meandered closer and said in a deep voice, "Ramil, take everyone and break out. I'll hold off this creature. Captain, let me stay with you." "Yes, Captain, with so many of us here, we might not necessarily lose, especially since we still have Rain." Alvis, seeing the resolute look on his captain's face, immediately understood his intent. The captain intended to fight to the death to create an opportunity for his team. No, all of us together still wouldn't stand a chance against it. Batista waved his hand, cutting off Alvis. "Ramil, prepare to move." As Batista finished these words, he swiftly pulled out a bottle of crimson potion from his and gulped it down. "Captain, no. You've taken the crimson shock magic potion?" Ramil exclaimed in horror. "It's a type of potion that consumes the body's energy in a burst. Even under normal circumstances, it causes severe illness, leaving one weak for at least a week. But considering the current physical condition of our sword-bearer captain, taking this potion is no different from committing suicide." Although young, Alyosha was already an advanced pharmacist and instantly recognized the potion Batista had consumed. She promptly explained it to Lord Rain in a hushed voice. Hearing what Alyosha said, Lord Rain raised his eyebrows, his face showing a touched expression. His heart was deeply moved at that moment. Regardless of Batista's reasons. For the glory of the Empire? For the team's mission rating? Or something else? Although Lord Rain himself would not choose to do so, he respected Batista for doing it. The opponent was a true knight. At that moment, Lord Rain also sighed deeply. Since that was the case, he too should do something. The 2 golden skill points he had just been rewarded would not be reserved. After all, there was no reason to let a teammate fight alone. He planned to try and see if he could break the current stalemate. But 2 golden skill points were not enough to upgrade either of the 2 intermediate secret techniques to an advanced level. Shockwave needed to first consume 2 golden skill points to upgrade both the Tackle Hammer technique and the Bear King breathing method to LV16, plus an additional 2 golden skill points required for upgrading, totaling 4 points. The Roaring Battle Cry similarly required 1 golden skill point initially to upgrade the Bear King breathing method to LV16, with an additional 3 golden skill points for the upgrade, also totaling 4 points. In both scenarios, the Bear King breathing method needed to be upgraded, and Hammer skill remained his strongest extraordinary battle technique. Thus, without any hesitation, Lord Rain used the 2 golden skill points to upgrade both the Tackle Hammer technique and the Bear King breathing method to LV16. In an instant, 2 overwhelming streams of training memories flooded into Lord Rain's mind. Although the upgrade didn't allow Lord Rain to advance Shockwave to an advanced secret skill, it notably increased the power of the Shockwave. Now that the skill points have been allocated, it was naturally time to take action. Just as Ramil was anxiously pondering how to break through the blockade of the Sea Clan in front of him, he noticed a figure wielding a hammer suddenly burst forth at his side. Ramil's pupil shrank as he was momentarily stunned. A bolt of lightning flashed across his mind. This is Rain, isn't it? Is this guy looking for death? Before Ramil could come to his senses to figure out how to save Rain, he heard Rain's voice already coming through. Cover your ears. Hearing Rain's words, Ramil was completely at a loss as to what he meant, but to Ramil's surprise, everyone beside him obediently did as told, covering their ears, leaving him the only one standing there dumbfounded without any action. The next second, he regretted it. Roar. The sound was like hundreds and thousands of Bear Kings roaring at the same time as one could visibly see the shockwave of air, emanating from Rain, spreading outwards in all directions. The scene reminiscent of Rain single-handedly annihilating a swarm of white-scaled fishmen in the Hall of Four Warnings unfolded once again. Except this time, there was one more spectator, Ramil. However, at this moment, Ramil was covering his ears in pain. Now he finally understood why Rain had just uttered that phrase, cover your ears. It was a warning to them. I am truly such an idiot. Just following what the others did would have been fine. Now a tearing pain thrummed in both his eardrums. Fortunately, Rain had surged into the midst of the white-scaled fishmen before unleashing the attack, putting a considerable distance between him and Ramil. Otherwise, the fate of the white-scaled fishmen near Rain would have been Ramil's. The white-scaled fishmen around Rain were seen neat in a circle on the ground, blood oozing from their ears, noses, and eyes. And those 7 or 8 male blood-cursed Nagas, caught unexpectedly, were also clutching their heads, wailing in pain. Even the Naga leader, Stasha, had her hands over her ears, looking extremely uncomfortable. Even Batista, the captain of Rock Team who had been attentively watching the giant Naga from further away, was startled by Rain's roar. He seemed to want to look back, but feared that the giant before him would take the opportunity to launch a surprise attack, so he didn't dare to turn around. Meanwhile, the Sea-Tide Piercer, Roljats, with his hideous dragon head, slightly lifted it, his expression revealing slight surprise, as if saying, how can this human have a louder voice than me? At the entrance of the hall, Rain's flash strike action was far from over. He was then seen leaping high into the air, lifting the warhammer above his head as his arm muscles bulged fiercely, aiming at the ground, and delivering a hammer strike infused with high-frequency vibrations. Boom. In the instant the hammerhead touched the ground covered with blue stone slabs erupted, and the stone tiles within a vast fan-shaped area were shattered into rubble. Then, this rubble, propelled like a tsunami, hurtled forward. The accelerated mass of broken stones, like a volley of bullets, attacked in all directions. In an instant, those members of the Sea Clan who survived the roaring battle cry, but barely, incurred a second wave of ranged damage. And with this, not a single white-scaled fishman was left on the field. Incidentally, 2 male blood-cursed Nagas perished as well. These 2 unfortunate souls were too close to Rain, almost enduring 100% of the unmitigated damage of the 2 intermediate secret techniques. Rain's dual action with his secret techniques had instantly turned the tide against the numerous Sea Clan, leaving them nearly isolated. Now, only the Naga leader Stasha was slightly injured, whereas the other 5 surviving male blood-cursed Nagas were all severely hurt. In a few seconds, Rain had turned the tide of morale. Although Ramil's eardrums were in severe pain, his eyes shone with hope. He hadn't expected that in such a situation, there was still a chance for them to turn defeat into victory. With this in mind, not only could they break out of the encirclement, but they might also be able to save the captain and return together. Emboldened by Rain's explosive opening move, the group of elite soldiers from the Empire that Rain had rescued brandished their weapons, charging at the Nagas. The counterattack began. Especially a few who had obtained weapons from the former four-armed Naga leader Garniz, they all had the strength of a great knight. Paired with high-quality weapons, their fighting power was formidable. Consequently, the situation reversed rapidly. Upon witnessing this scene, Stasha couldn't help but feel so enraged she wanted to blood. She had been driving this human squad all along, wishing to keep her underlings from dying too much. But who could have imagined that things would go so contrary to her wishes? At this moment, over 90% of her underlings had been killed or wounded, and the remaining 5 mates were all injured. To make matters worse, this debacle unfolded right in front of Sea-Tide Piercer Roljats, ensuring her incompetence would be known throughout the blood-cursed Naga tribe. How could this not infuriate her? Just as the battle was turning favorably, suddenly, a piercing clanging sound of metal on metal came from behind everyone, followed by zizzing of intense friction. Glancing with the corner of his eye, Rain saw Batista holding a steel shield, leaning slightly forward in a stance of full defense, with grooves plowed by the plate armor boots on the ground. And the giant Naga, Sea-Tide Piercer Roljat's left hand, still in the posture of a casual strike. Rain sharply noticed that the 2-meter-long conch of the Spiral Sea on the opponent's left hand was now emitting a glowing blue light, with several strands of water appearing out of nowhere, wrapping around it. The strike that repelled Batista was apparently a perfect fusion of some innate water-based witchcraft with physical strength. Without looking back, Batista shouted again, "Ramil, take them and leave. I can't hold on much longer." Snapping out of his stupor, Ramil finally came to his senses upon hearing Batista's words. The others also instantly understood that if no one could defeat that gigantic Naga, the entire battle situation wouldn't turn around. They saw Ramil skillfully casting a certain witchcraft, and the next second, a thick fog materialized in front of him. With a quick flick of his short staff, the dense fog rushed into the Naga engaged in fierce combat with the group. "Retreat!" As Ramil yelled, he also threw several grenade-like spheres from his hand. Hearing Ramil's warning, everyone, including Rain, forcefully clashed with the Naga before them, and then leveraged the impact to fly back. Boom, boom, boom. The explosions once again created a choking dense smoke. The smoke, added to the fog, immediately obscured the blood-cursed Naga's view of the scene in front of them. Rain also realized that the explosions he heard in the corridor, similar to grenades, were created by Ramil. It had to be said that witchcraft combined with these little gadgets was quite useful for retreats. Alyosha, looking at Rain who was swiftly retreating with her, couldn't help but show a look of regret. Even Lord Rain can't turn the tide and claim victory? Reality is not a fairy tale after all. The young girl, devoted to her studies, couldn't help but sigh. Even while carrying Alyosha, Rain's speed was extremely fast, and he quickly reached the front of the team. However, when they came to a turn not far away, Rain halted immediately after turning the corner. "You all protect Alyosha. I'll be right back," said Rain to the others following closely behind him. "Lord Rain, you," a female Great Knight said, unable to bear reminding him. Although in their eyes, Lord Rain was already very strong. No matter how strong, he couldn't possibly be an opponent for the gigantic Naga. The group couldn't help but pause briefly at the corner, watching as Rain charged back the way he came. In fact, Rain had been waiting. He was waiting for the system's prompt. The prompt from the system only came after he turned the corner. "You have endured a battle, Weapon Master, Legendary. Experience plus 1,113. Congratulations, you have defeated a powerful enemy and received 2 golden skill points." What Rain had been waiting for were those 2 golden skill points. The system's mechanics were a bit like the games from his previous life. After many careful observations, he found that the system would only settle for experience rewards after exiting combat. If he hadn't exited combat, the system would consider it continuous fighting. That's why Rain had run. Charging toward the foggy area, Rain unhesitatingly invested the 2 golden skill points into the intermediate secret technique Shockwave. To upgrade intermediate secret technique Shockwave to advanced secret skill, the following conditions must be met. First, Tackle Hammer Technique LV16 or higher. Second, Bear King Breathing Technique LV16 or above. Third, spend 2 golden skill points. The first 2 conditions had already been met by Rain. And now, the third condition was met as well. Instantly, a torrent of shockwave training memories flooded into Rain's mind, as if he had spent over a decade diligently practicing the hammer skill secret technique, shockwave, in some mysterious space. The system prompt appeared again. Congratulations, you have comprehended the advanced secret technique of hammer skill, crushing hammer. Crushing hammer? Advanced secret technique. A smile couldn't help forming at the corner of Rain's mouth. On the Weapon Master, Legendary panel, the hammer skill secret technique, shockwave, had been updated to crushing hammer. The icon had also changed. The new icon showed a dark hammer smashing a boulder, with half of the boulder turning into small stones that scattered, vividly depicting the process of crushing. In the small text at the bottom right of the icon, the description had also changed. Crushing hammer, advanced secret technique, effect. Utilize a unique hammer swing technique that combines primal force with ultra-high frequency vibration to deliver a that can crush the majority of tangible objects. Note: to elevate the crushing hammer to top secret technique, the following conditions must be met. First, any extraordinary hammer technique LV18 or above. Second, Bear King breathing technique LV18 or above. Third, strength 45 points. Agility 38 points, Constitution 40 points or above. Fourth, spend 4 golden skill points. This is already starting to deviate from a specific hammer skill. Rain astutely noticed the difference in the notes. The advanced secret technique, crushing hammer, no longer required the tackle hammer technique specifically, but instead mentioned any extraordinary hammer technique LV18 or above. Furthermore, advancing to top secret technique now included physical attribute requirements. Rain glanced at his system attribute panel while running at full speed. Name: Rain Carlin. Constitution: 32 strength, 33 agility, 32 spirit, 39 remaining attribute points, 13 remaining skill points, 1 golden skill points, 0. Just as Rain returned to his original spot, he saw a wounded male blood-cursed Naga burst out of the fog, fiercely intent on chasing after the group. Without the interference of the fog, he also immediately noticed that the human youth who made him fearful hadn't run away but was instead charging towards him. This instantly changed his expression. He was very fearful of the combat strength Rain had previously demonstrated. However, he thought to himself that as long as he could withstand the human youth's strike, his brothers would arrive soon, and by then it would be impossible for the other party to escape. If that's the case, Stasha would probably reward him with additional favors, maybe as many as 10 times. But as good as the idea was, reality was cruel. When he swung the trident with all his might, trying to block the hammer that Rain hurled at him, he suddenly realized that Rain's hammer, seemingly slow but actually fast, had already touched his forehead before his trident could be raised above his chest. How could it not have been blocked? This was his last thought before death, his face still wearing an expression of confusion. The next second, his entire body shattered. Indeed, the whole person. From head to toe, every part of his body. Hard bones, tenacious cartilage and fascia, and solid muscle tissue, all burst apart, turning into a splash of small, scattered chunks of flesh and blood. Looking at the effect of this strike, Rain couldn't help but be startled. The hammer skill, terrifying to this extent. Even the extremely resilient fascia shattered. Rain found the force of this shattering too overbearing to the point of being unreasonable. However, Rain also distinctly felt a feeling of weakness coming from his body, and a soreness in his muscles and fascia. He found that the use of the advanced secret skill smashing hammer required a particularly high physical quality, but this made sense. After Rain arrived among the sword bearers, he had heard that not every peak knight had mastered an advanced secret skill. His current situation was the classic case of biting off more than one can chew. He had mastered an advanced secret skill, but his physical quality was barely at the level of a seasoned great knight. That's why the current situation had arisen. Rain could feel that with his current physical condition, he could at most perform 2 strikes, and would not be able to execute the smashing hammer a 3rd time. At this time, the second male blood-cursed Naga also charged out boldly. However, when he saw Rain and a pool of blood mist on the ground, not yet understanding the connection between the two, he followed in his brother's footsteps. With he too turned into a pool of bloody fragments. Facing the feeling of physical exhaustion, Without any hesitation, Rain added a bit of strength to his body. His body state returned to its peak once again. Afterward, Rain followed the rhythm of 2 hammers plus a point. Exclamation point. After several consecutive sounds, he killed all the male blood curse Nagas. 1 hammer per Naga. No need for a second. By then, Naga leader Stasha, holding a wooden staff and covered by a layer of water shield glowing with a blue light and circulating around her, emerged from the dense fog. But when she saw the 5 pools of flesh and blood on the ground in the absence of her mates, she suddenly became somewhat confused. The next second, as she came to her senses, she pointed at the flesh on the ground, her face a mix of shock and rage, and screamed, You killed them all? Faced with Stasha's question, Rain's response was a smashing hammer right to the head. Boom. In an instant, the water shield's pale blue light was dimmed by a strike. Such a powerful hammer turned Stasha's face pale. She knew too well the defensive capability of her shield. Her mates must have fallen to Rain's deadly blows. Moreover, Stasha was almost certain that if Rain struck with the same power as before, he would surely break her water shield technique. Thus, her heart was filled with indescribable terror. Indeed, if he were an average great knight, even one who had mastered an advanced secret skill, the power would not be as exaggerated as Rain's was at this moment. The main reasons were twofold. 1. Not everyone had a hammer specialization on the level of Rain's LV3, and second, Rain also had the bonus of a talent called Intermediate Giant Force. The combination of these factors made Rain's hammer skill notably astonishing. With a snap, the water shield shattered like an egg. Stasha screamed in horror. A somewhat rushed spirit attack hit Rain, and almost at the same moment, Rain's heavy hammer also, after breaking Stasha's water shield, struck her head. Stasha fell down limply. Rain frowned, his body swaying slightly, feeling a wave of dizziness in his brain. Suddenly, a sturdy human knight came flying out of the dense fog. He was carried by the tremendous impact, sliding all the way to a few meters before Rain's feet before he came to a stop, immediately coughing up mouthfuls of blood. It was none other than the leader of the Rock team, who stayed behind to cover their retreat, Batista. And at this time, as the fog gradually dissipated, the giant figure of the Sea Tide Piercer, Roljats, appeared, emanating waves of dangerous aura, still approaching with that unhurried speed, slithering along. Hurry. Leave. Feeling someone behind him, Batista struggled to say. Upon hearing Batista's words, Rain didn't say anything but took a step forward, positioning himself at the front. This immediately caught the attention of the Sea Tide Piercer, Roljats. When his serpentine eyes gazed at Rain, in an instant, Rain felt as though a natural predator had locked onto him, causing his hair to stand on end. Only then did Rain realize why Batista, as a peak knight who had even taken drugs, had been defeated so badly. Although Batista's previous injuries had an effect, more importantly, it was the staggering strength of this Sea Tide Piercer. He must have surpassed the level of a great knight, hadn't he? But I'm also not the same as I was a few minutes ago. Now, I possess the high-level secret technique, Hammer of Shattering, in my grasp. Even if Batista wasn't injured, Rain considered himself to be almost equal with his opponent. If Batista could hold on for a while, then there was no reason for Rain not to swing his hammer and instead choose to flee. Rain weighed the hoghead hammer in his hands, his gaze burning brightly towards Roljats as the flame of battle intent within him grew stronger. Lacking strength compared to a peak knight? No. To be precise, not for long. Rain leaned forward slightly, positioning the two-handed warhammer at his body's right side, angled downwards. Boom. With a tap of his toes, the flagstones shattered, and a ring of shockwaves burst forth. Rain, like an arrow released from a bow, charged straight at Roljats. Thump, thump, thump. With each step, Rain silently added points to his strength attribute. A warm current pumped from his heart. With every step, Rain's aura soared. This caused the giant Naga, Sea Tide Piercer Roljats' expression to slightly shift, halting his previously nonchalant slithering. Roljats' left hand cank emitted a dull buzzing noise, and suddenly, massive amounts of water energy particles began to swirl and gather, quickly forming several python-like streams of water dancing on the surface of the white conch. Opposite. Taking 5 steps, having increased his strength by 5 points in a short duration, Rain now felt as though a live volcano was about to erupt inside him. About to ignite. About to explode. Rain urgently needed to roar, needed to swing this hammer furiously and liberatingly. Ah! Rain roared as he came not far in front of Sea-Tide Piercer Rolljats and suddenly leaped into the air. In mid-air, Rain held the warhammer high above, his whole being taut like a drawn bow, fiercely swinging down the hammer as if channeling all his strength in that one moment. In an instant, the dark hoghead hammer traced a gleaming black semicircle in the air, striking down towards Rolljats. When Ramil, who had returned to the scene, arrived, this was the scene he saw. Ramil's pupils contracted instantly. Clang! Rain's hoghead hammer collided with Rolljat's spiked conch. In that moment, time seemed to pause. A high-frequency vibration, similar to ultrasonics, emanated from the clash of their weapons. Even from over 10 meters away, Ramil still felt as though he had been struck by lightning, his scalp instantly going numb. Rain's dark hoghead hammer, seemingly unable to withstand the high-frequency vibrations and the collision, suddenly cracked with a crisp sound. However, the immense force from Rain's swing propelled the sharp, jagged fragments of the hammerhead, sweeping towards Rolljats like cannonballs. And Rain was suddenly blown back by the huge recoil force, sliding over 10 meters to stop beside Ramil. Ah! The Sea-Tide Piercer Rolljats suddenly screamed. A piece of the hoghead hammer's tip was embedded in his left eye. The hammerhead had exploded earlier. Because they were so close and the fragments moved so fast, Rolljat's water sphere defense hadn't had time to activate, allowing a spiked fragment to pierce his eyeball. Gurgle gurgle. Suddenly, 6 or 7 smoke bombs rolled onto the ground near Rolljats. In the next second, all of them exploded. Immediately, acrid smoke filled the corridor, engulfing Rolljat's tall figure within it. Move fast. Ramil, having cast the light body skill on himself, helped up the pale-faced Captain Batista. Hearing Ramil's words, Rain also turned and quickly retreated. After all, with the hoghead hammer shattered, continuing to fight this overpoweringly strong Sea-Tide Piercer would not be bravery but folly. Yet the loss of his beloved hoghead hammer brought a wave of desolation to Rain. This was still something Lagare had crafted for him. Seeing Rain, the one who had blinded his eye, trying to escape, Rolljats naturally wouldn't let him get away easily. Immediately, he burst out of the smoke, rushing towards the group of 3 much faster than before. Rain glanced back at the opponent's left arm, still wrapped in several blue streams of water around the giant spiked conch. My own hard essence gold-crafted hoghead hammer was shattered, yet his spiked conch remains unblemished. Is this the power of witchcraft-enhanced strength? Rain couldn't help but feel envious. This made him even more eager to master the metal morphing spell. If I could control metal transformation, then even if a weapon breaks, it should be able to quickly reassemble. It can even change the shape of the metal to attack directly, combined with the secret techniques I've mastered. Human, you will pay for your actions, came the thunderous, angry voice of Sea-Tide Piercer Rolljats. Immediately after, the sound of something crawling rapidly could be heard from behind the trio. By the sounds of it, it was moving very quickly, not at all leisurely, like Rolljats had been previously. This caused Ramil's heart to race with panic. Rain glanced at the passageways on either side, only about 4 meters in diameter, and considering Rolljat's height of over 3 meters. So, Rain ran while quickly swinging his greatsword at the cave ceiling above them. ZZ's T. ZZ's T. As the greatsword rapidly cut through, large chunks of rock and mud began to fall from above the tunnel. Soon the tunnel was blocked in sections. Most openings were just over a meter wide, and in one section, a massive amount of mud had collapsed, nearly completely obstructing the path. This meant the bulky Sea-Tide Piercer Rolljats simply could not get through. Even if he wanted to, it would take a significant amount of time to break through the boulders and mud. Listen to the increasingly angry roars behind them. Rain and his companions managed to catch up with those ahead without any harm, but not without alarm. Everyone was extremely surprised to see Rain and the other 2 returning, especially Alyosha, her beautiful eyes sparkling as she looked at Rain. The rest of the journey turned out to be much simpler. After spending less than a minute taking care of a few waves of patrolling fish-like creatures, they smoothly arrived at the entrance near the beach Rain had previously entered. So they are connected after all. Everyone, including Ramil, was quite amazed. They had all entered from a farther island's altar and did not expect that the underground of 2 distant islands was actually interconnected. Upon seeing the clear blue sky, Ramil quickly fired a blue signal flare into the air. After some thought, Rain also launched the red signal flare given to him by Viscount Fabian. The first to notice the signal flares were Vinica and a group of shield-bearing crossbowmen who had been observing the situation near the caves. "Look, there's Lord Rain's red signal flare. He's come out," shouted a soldier wielding a single-tube brass telescope, pointing toward the front. The soldiers immediately exclaimed with excitement. Upon looking up, Vinica could indeed see a red and a blue signal flare in the sky. She was overwhelmed with joy at the sight. Soon, the situation was reported up the chain of command. Viscount Fabian was just then flying in on a griffin from afar and saw his signal flare shooting up. He was both stunned and overjoyed. He hadn't expected that the young man would really be able to carve a bloody path out of the caves. After all, Fabian had believed that the mission Rain was on was nearly impossible to complete, saying that just returning safely would prove his courage and strength. The griffin beneath Viscount Fabian cried out loudly. Around the imperial coastline, one by one, griffin knights took flight, quickly forming a squadron of 12, speeding towards Rain's location. Additionally, the bronze cannons of the imperial forces also began to show their power. Boom, boom, boom. The sudden barrage of cannon fire took the Sea Clan by surprise, throwing them into disarray. Seizing the opportunity, the Griffin Knight squadron covered Rain, Batista, and others, allowing them to return safely to the imperial camp on the beach. Instantly, they were all greeted like heroes by the imperial soldiers. Quiche, the Linny Hound, suddenly burst out, barked twice at its owner, and wagged its tail with unbridled joy. The twin-tailed young girl Vinica wanted to give Rain a big hug, but quickly she noticed a young girl walking side by side with Rain. This made her hesitate, and she started to size up the newcomer. Women are very sensitive to stares, and since Alyosha was a second-level wizard apprentice, she quickly realized that someone was looking at her. The other was also a pretty twin-tailed young girl, young and vibrant like herself. For no particular reason, she felt that the other girl had a special relationship with Lord Rain. Soon, this was confirmed during the exchange between Vinica and Rain. The severely injured Batista was the first to be taken away for treatment, and though his injuries were grave, his life was at least saved. The other rescued individuals were not severely hurt, but still needed some medical examinations. Before they left, the members of the Earthshaker group came up to Rain to express their gratitude. "Lord Rain, we thank you very much for your assistance this time. Otherwise, we definitely wouldn't have made it back. The Earthshaker Bearclaw Squad extends to you our sincere gratitude," the Great Knight from the Earthshaker Bearclaw Squad said, leading the three-man salute to Rain. "Members of the Bearclaw Squad, I did what I had to do," Rain replied with a slight bow and a smile. As soon as the conversation started, two more members from the Earthshaker Raptor Squad came forward to thank him, and finally said, "Lord Rain, we heard you are a newcomer to the Sword Bearers. Have you considered joining us, Earthshakers? Even though we may not be as strong as your current group overall, the benefits are very similar. Additionally, since the captain of our Raptor Squad unfortunately fell in battle, if you come over, we can support you as the captain of our established elite Raptor Squad." At this moment, Ramil could no longer bear it. Rain was someone he had long had his eye on, yet here they were, poaching right in front of him. Back then in Meister, after dealing with the Black Flame Church incident, he had already spoken to Rain, personally inviting him to join the Rock Team. Only to hear Ramil swiftly interrupt the invitation from the Raptor Squad, saying, "Ground Shaker, distinguished members, we have just rescued you from the enemy's hands, and now you start to poach from our sword bearers? Isn't that too much?" The members of the Ground Shaker couldn't help but blush slightly at Ramil's words. At that moment, a female Great Knight from the Bear Funk Squad, with her slender waist and springy ample hips, walked up to Rain, slowly stretching out her hand to rest it on Rain's muscular chest, and said, "Lord Rain, thank you for your rescue. Should you have any needs, feel free to come find me at any time. My name is Alexandra Bullock, an official member of the Ground Shaker Bear Funk Squad." As Alexandra spoke, she licked her lips with her supple pink tongue and gazed at Rain with her beautiful brown eyes, almost drawing a thread. Especially the word, any, which she deliberately elongated. Immediately, it made several male Great Knights from the Ground Shaker look on with envy. After all, Alexandra was one of the three roses of the Ground Shaker, and even though they were in the same squad, Alexandra didn't really bother with them most of the time. Faced with Alexandra's remarks, Ramil didn't quite know what to say for a moment. And Vinica, beside him, was both angry and anxious, inwardly cursing, shameless. Lord Rain would never fancy someone like you. In Alyosha's heart at this moment, 3 words also floated up. Truly shameless. Suddenly, as if sharing a telepathic connection, both women glanced at each other with an expression that seemed to say, compared to this Alexandra, the other was a bit more palatable. Upon hearing Alexandra's words, Rain felt a bit embarrassed. He clearly understood the implication behind them. Some things couldn't be discussed publicly. One had to maintain their image after all, and besides, Vinica and Alyosha were both watching this scene. Cough. Thank you, beautiful lady. We both belong to the Empire's special departments, and I believe we will have many opportunities to cooperate in the future. At the side, many of the Empire soldiers listened with great interest. The few people here, from the Empire's special department Ground Shaker and the Sword Bearers, were all thanking the young Baron Rain with various solicitations. The young Baron Rain had not only rescued the ponytailed young lady, but had also saved the Empire's elite squads trapped in battle. At once, the soldiers of the Empire looked at Rain with even greater admiration. Viscount Fabian had already dismounted from his griffin. However, he didn't come forward to interrupt but stood by with a smile, watching. Earlier, when he was leading the Griffin squadron to cover, after seeing the severely injured sword-bearer Captain Batista and observing the people's subtle admiration for Rain, he had his suspicions. Now, after casually listening in for a while, he naturally got his answer. He hadn't thought that Rain had not only saved Alyosha, but had also rescued several elite squads of the Empire's special departments. After greeting Rain and the members of Ground Shaker and Sword Bearers, Viscount Fabian finally walked up leisurely. After exchanging pleasantries, Fabian said, "By the way, Baron Rain, if you're interested in combat in the sky, you might consider joining the Royal Griffin Guard." The Royal Griffin Guard? Haha, Baron Rain, perhaps you aren't quite aware. Our full title is Dragon Empire Royal Griffin Guard, Minster Squadron. Rain came to a realization. After thinking it over carefully, Rain tactfully declined. I'm very grateful for Viscount's appreciation. While I yearn to ride griffins through the skies, my time with the sword bearers has been too short, and there is still much for me to learn. Viscount Fabian nodded, not pressing further with his recruitment efforts, because some things are best left implied and enough had been said. He had great admiration for Rain, who at such a young age possessed such strength. Additionally, he felt that Rain's character, for his age, was relatively composed. He remembered when he was Rain's age, possessing some strength himself, but he had quickly immersed himself in the festivities organized by beautiful matrons and lively noble young ladies, indulging in revelry and reluctant to leave. Otherwise, his strength would surely have been much more. Miss Alyosha. At this moment, a young man dressed as a cavalryman came trotting over, calling out with joy. Is this Lord Rain? Lorenzo greeted. Rain nodded and replied, Hello. Eh? Lorenzo? Did father send you? Alyosha clearly recognized the young man, who seemed to be a family cavalryman of the envoy, Javier. Yes, miss. The Lord instructed me to wait here for news. Just now, when I saw so many cheering, I immediately ran over. Thank the heavens, you've returned safely. Unfortunately, Slav and Mansfield couldn't make it back safely. They sacrificed themselves to protect me. Alyosha's eyes reddened as she thought of the 2 familiar family knights who had died for her sake. It was the mission of the 2 knights, sir. Miss Alyosha, in a while, the military department will have an airship heading back to Minster. You and Lord Rain can take the airship back. The noble has already given his notice. An airship? Rain expressed some surprise. Yes, Lord Rain. Look, the airship is coming this way. Lorenzo pointed at the northwestern sky. Rain followed the direction pointed by the other party. There, in the distant sky, was a small gray dot shaped like an ellipse, moving towards them. Rain squinted his eyes to take a better look. With his excellent vision, he immediately noticed that the elliptical object was an airship similar to the Zeppelins of his previous life, with a large ellipsoidal gas bag on top and a large gondola resembling a ship below. The airship, relying on several straight propellers at the stern, was moving towards them quickly, although it seemed slow. At the same time, there was a nimble little brown dot flitting up and down on each side of the airship. Rain took a closer look and saw they were 2 Griffin knights escorting the vessel. What do you think, Lord Rain? Alyosha did not immediately agree to Lorenzo's suggestion to return to Minster via airship and instead turned to ask Rain. By the way, Lord Rain, I forgot to report to you that your family and Baroness Crawley have already been escorted by a team of elite cavalry to Minster. According to their speed, they should arrive in Minster by noon the day after tomorrow, Lorenzo quickly added, smacking his head. They have already been escorted away? Rain nodded, feeling a bit surprised. This gave him a new understanding of Javier's efficiency in handling matters. Noble carriages are much faster than the merchant convoys Rain had previously escorted because of their superior horses and lighter carriages. If that was the case, then there was no need for him to return to the county town. His own warhammer was damaged. If he encountered enemies now, he wouldn't be able to exert his strongest combat power. It was better to return to Minster first and get a new warhammer, Rain thought to himself. Yes, Lord Rain, there is panic in Meist County City now. Governor Count Habs has been seriously injured in the battle against the Black Flame cult. So, as soon as Captain Danielin received the noble's family, he decided to return to Minster immediately, Lorenzo added. HM? Count Habs is injured? It seems even Meist as a county town is not safe. Luckily, he had his family evacuated in time. Rain listened to Lorenzo's account while the airship approached, soon casting a huge shadow over much of the camp. The airship was even larger than Rain had anticipated. The gondola was divided into 3 layers, upper, middle, and lower. The lower layer housed important goods or horses, the middle layer was for passengers, and the upper layer had a few rooms reserved for officers and above. Javier had naturally arranged separate upper deck rooms for both Rain and Alyosha. Since Vinica had a mission to attend to, she couldn't leave for the time being. After bidding her farewell, Rain boarded the airship with Alyosha. The black horse was looked after by a dedicated person and placed in the lower gondola. Cookie followed Rain to the upper area, while Bloodfeather naturally needed no arrangements and flew alongside the airship. Upon boarding the airship, Rain did not immediately return to his room but chose to gaze down at the long coastline from the air. Alyosha, feeling somewhat weary, went back to her cabin to rest first. Below at the coastline, the defensive lines of the Empire and the Sea Clan were as distinct as the Azure Sea and the Golden Land, with occasional skirmishes breaking out between the Empire and the Sea Clan. However, witnessing this scene, Rain couldn't help but wonder, what exactly were the top forces of the Empire doing? He couldn't believe that the Dragon Empire, which had stood unshaken for over 2,000 years, lacked high-level battle power, especially when even the blood-cursed Naga had a formidable warrior like this Sea-Tide Piercer. Obviously, there was a secret here. This made Rain feel an urgent sense of alarm, a worry about the unknown. If the situation continued to develop as it was, Rain paused a while on the airship's deck before heading back to his cabin. Half reclining on the soft bed, with Cookie on guard beside him, Rain finally relaxed. At that moment, he touched his chest, where he had a letter of proof from Ramil on behalf of Rock Team. It mainly described how Rain had rescued the Rock Team and also managed to save an elite group from the Earthshakers. One should know it was originally a mission belonging to the Rock Team. According to Batista, this mission should at most be considered as assisted by the Rock Team. According to the rules, Rain could receive most of the rewards for the Rock Team's mission. Simply put, perhaps after submitting the proof letter and inadvertently fulfilling the condition required for the loan, receiving at least 1 gold medal of honor for rescuing Alyosha and incidentally saving the Empire's elites. He would then be eligible for a loan to get the vaporization agent, the first-tier fire-related witchcraft for defense, and the metal morphing spell. However, Rain suddenly remembered that he had not checked the system prompts. When he accessed the system, he saw, "You have experienced a battle. Weapon Master, Legendary. Experience plus 3,711. Note, the skill experience mentioned above has enjoyed the exclusive talent. Junior Extraordinary Understanding with a 30% increase. Congratulations, you have defeated a strong enemy and earned 7 golden skill points. Congratulations, your Weapon Master, Legendary, profession level has advanced." Rain found that the Weapon Master, Legendary, profession level had risen by 1 level to LV8, 612/7000, which also allowed him to gain another attribute point and skill point. However, Rain also noticed that the experience required for LV8 was relatively high, and for a short time, it would be difficult to raise the Weapon Master, Legendary, profession level again. He turned to the attribute page. Name, Rain Carlin Profession, Weapon Master, Legendary, LV8, 612/7000, /Beast Priest, Legendary, LV3, 12/500/Wizard Apprentice Transcendent LV6. 792/3000/Deadly Poison Master Transcendent LV6 69/3000/Armorsmith LV6 211/3000 Constitution 35 Strength 38 Agility 32 Spirit 39 remaining attribute points 6 remaining skill points 2 golden skill points 7 basically, aside from Beast Priest, Legendary, which can be improved in a relatively short time. The other professions are quite difficult to advance. It seems that I need to include job transition matters in the plan immediately. There shouldn't be any problem with transitioning into a wizard. As for the follow-up to the Deadly Poison Master and the Armorsmith, Rain mused, but soon his expression cleared as if he had thought of something key. The airship wasn't very fast, but the advantage of air travel was that it could directly head to the destination without the need for detours or being affected by the terrain. Therefore, after only a few hours of flight, the guests on the airship caught sight of Mingster's vast white city, built against the mountains, and below them lay the azure Stillwater Lake. The airship's docking point was next to the Griffin platform at the top of the mountain. As soon as Rain and Alyosha disembarked from the airship, they saw the familiar middle-aged man with the forked beard waiting for them. Javier, now before them, was naturally overjoyed as he laid eyes on his daughter, his previous worries replaced by a beaming smile. "Father!" Alyosha exclaimed in delight as she quickly ran towards Javier. Rain smiled as he watched the scene, not approaching to interrupt. After a brief exchange between father and daughter, Javier stepped forward and spoke with a slightly apologetic tone. "Baron Rain, I apologize for this little disturbance. I have already had the butler prepare a dinner. Baron Rain, please be sure to honor us with your presence." "Baron Rain, please be sure to honor us with your presence," Alyosha also sincerely invited on the side. This. Rain hesitated. Rain had intended to go directly to the Sword-Bearers Branch Mission Hall, but looking at the evening sky, and considering he might need Alyosha's assistance as a formal researcher with the Royal Alchemist Association for the continuation of the Deadly Poison Master profession. Therefore, after thinking for a moment, Rain nodded and said, "Then I shall impose, Ambassador Javier, Miss Alyosha. However, I might need to return first to make arrangements for my pets," Rain said, indicating the large black horse and the greyhound war dog at his side. "Of course, Baron Rain. We will see you this evening," Javier replied with a smile. "Baron Rain, see you tonight," Alyosha also said, smiling. Since the Griffin platform was not far from Ginny's newly purchased villa, Rain quickly arrived at the new villa near the Mingster Sword-Bearers Branch. "Lord Rain, you're back so soon?" Ginny greeted Rain with joy, her hands lifting the white long dress as she hurried over. Rain's return was much faster than she had anticipated. These past few days, various rumors flying around from Meister had her worried. "Ginny, it seems we might need to change houses again," Rain said with a smile after dismounting his horse and surveying the new villa. Although this villa was newly purchased, it was still intended for both women to live in, with the occasional possibility of Rain visiting. So once his family and Jennifer arrived, it would obviously not suffice. Moreover, some accompanying servants needed to be accommodated. Are you saying my mother and the others will be here soon?" Ginny quickly grasped Rain's meaning. "That's right. They're already on their way and expected to arrive in Mingster the day after tomorrow. So you and Agatha may have to go through some trouble these next couple of days to find a sufficiently large estate," Rain confirmed. "That's wonderful. Lord Rain, I will get right on it," Ginny replied, clearly delighted. She hadn't expected that the issue she had been worrying about had been resolved by Lord Rain without her even noticing. "About your dinner, I will immediately." "Ginny, no need to arrange it. I have a banquet to attend tonight," Rain interrupted, waving his hand. In the Mingster Noble District, Javier's estate, the banquet hall was decorated lavishly, with dozens of sconce candles illuminating the entire room, while gilded ornaments on the walls glinted in the flickering light, adding to the splendor. Once an earl's estate, it now served as the temporary residence in Mingster for Javier, an imperial envoy of the Credential Committee. On the long banquet table in the hall, a variety of rare delicacies were carefully arranged, adorned with large bowls of fruit and flowers. Although it was a dinner for just Javier, Alyosha, and Rain, the spread of dishes was particularly grand. Whether it was the thorny boar liver pie, wetland crocodile thick soup, or the delicious and juicy great horned sheep ribs, They were all rare delicacies of ferocious beast meat, and the cooking techniques were masterful, immediately making Lord Rain's mouth water. Baron Rain, I am very grateful to you for risking danger to rescue Alyosha. Please allow me to express my respect. Javier smiled broadly, raised his glass to Rain, and downed the wine in one gulp. It was on the ride back with Alyosha in the carriage that Javier learned how much danger Rain had faced to rescue her successfully. The situations they faced were fraught with peril, and if it weren't for Rain, even a whole elite team from the Empire's special department might not have been able to complete the rescue mission. This made Javier feel fortunate for choosing the right person, and on the other hand, he was astonished at the rapid growth of Rain's strength. Your Excellency the Envoy, you flatter me. Rain also raised his glass in response, drinking it in one go. Baron Rain, thank you for rescuing me this time. Your outstanding strength has left a deep impression on me, Alyosha said with a smile, raising her glass. Thank you, Miss Alyosha. By the way, I heard from the envoy that you are now a senior pharmacist at the Royal Alchemist Association. Such talent is truly admirable, Rain said with a smile, lavishing praise. Thank you, Lord Rain. That's an overstatement from my father. Compared to your talent on the path of knighthood, Baron Rain, mine is nothing special. By the way, Lord Rain, if you have any needs regarding potion creation, perhaps I can offer some minor assistance, Alyosha offered proactively, seeming to think of something. That would be wonderful. A great knight's cultivation indeed requires quite a number of potions. Moreover, Miss Alyosha, I am actually very interested in potion crafting too. Unfortunately, I've never really had any pharmacist friends. Oh, Lord Rain, you've studied potion crafting as well? Alyosha's beautiful eyes shone brightly, looking at Rain with great surprise. To be honest, she found it hard to believe. Because in her eyes, even if someone was extremely talented as a knight, to achieve the level of strength Rain had, they would have to train hard every day and delve into a variety of extraordinary battle techniques. How could there be time and energy to spare for pharmacology? Lord Rain, have you crafted any potions recently? After giving it some thought, Alyosha looked at Rain with inquiring eyes, indirectly trying to probe with her question. This question left Rain at a loss for words for a moment. The fact was, he hadn't personally made many potions. The variant growth potion was naturally something he couldn't reveal. That left only poisons. But the few poisons from Maxwell's rare poison crafting secret manuscript were also not suitable to mention, like the gas-type poison, lavender hallucinogenic agent, which was more suited as a secret skill. So after some thought, Rain spoke, albeit with reservations. Last time, I used a nightcrawler spider's poison sac and mixed it with a certain ratio of scorpion tail venom, creating an enhanced paralysis poison that is about 20 to 30% more effective than the average paralysis poison. The key point is, listening to what Rain had said, the banquet hall suddenly quieted down. You could hear a pin drop. Alyosha's beautiful eyes widened as she stared at Rain as if she had seen a ghost. She wondered if she was hallucinating. But Alyosha knew, with such clear formula and crafting details, Lord Rain had to have at least the skills of a junior, no, even a mid-level pharmacist. Even Javier, who was worldly and knowledgeable, showed a stunned expression. Was Rain not only a great knight but also a rare poison master? The surrounding servants froze in place, their expressions instantly becoming blank. Baron Rain, I had no idea. Not only are you a great knight, but also a rare poison master? Alyosha stammered, overwhelmed with surprise. Haha, I wouldn't say poison master, it's just that occasionally, during battle, I need some poison, so I self-studied a bit. This time, I was about to ask you, a certified pharmacist, for advice on how to further advance in poison making. Rain seized the moment to inquire. After the dinner, on the way back, Rain wore a smile on his face. He had received a letter of introduction from Alyosha for the Minster branch of the Royal Alchemist Association. The main content of the letter was that Alyosha, as the recommender, acknowledged Rain's commendable accomplishments in the field of pharmacology, suggesting the Minster branch take Rain on as a part-time researcher. Because Rain himself was a baron of the Empire and with his identity as a sword-bearer, it was not too difficult to arrange this matter, especially since the Royal Alchemist Association was also an organization under the Empire. The most difficult part, which required an existing member's recommendation, was effortlessly played by Alyosha. After returning to the sword-bearer's branch, night had fallen. Rain, who had been tired out from the day's events, naturally fell into a deep sleep rather quickly. The next morning, as daybreak awoke him, after a quick wash, he headed straight for the mission hall. First, he needed to complete the verification process and claim rewards for acting as the security advisor in the trade zone and the rescue of Alyosha. The necessary communications and evidence of mission completion had already been arranged by Javier. However, the final reward claim still required Rain's personal visit to the mission hall. As for the Rock Team's rescue mission, that would be a bit more troublesome. Even with proof letters, the Sword Bearers branch would likely still take some time to review and verify. Soon, Rain had expertly navigated through the splendid garden, arriving in front of the circular statue fountain. Right behind the fountain was the Sword Bearers branch task hall. As he entered the hall, Rain noticed that the number of people coming and going was significantly larger than last time, presumably due to the increased number of tasks issued by the branch following the attacks by the Sea Clan and the cult. Naturally, there were also more personnel handling the task handovers. Despite the crowd, the hall was not noisy or chaotic. Most acquaintances simply nodded to each other or exchanged a few words in hushed tones, looking either solemn or in a rush. It seemed that the recent events had indeed placed considerable pressure on the sword-holder Mingster branch. As a newcomer, Rain naturally did not have many people to greet. The few he was acquainted with, like Ramil, were currently at the front line accompanying their captain, Batista, who was undergoing emergency treatment. However, once Captain Batista's condition stabilized, the rest of the Rock team would soon return to Mingster. Batista alone would need to come to Minter for follow-up treatment. Rain chose a counter with relatively fewer people in line and waited. There were 3 people in front of him, 2 handing over tasks and 1 receiving a task, each with only 1 task, so after about 7 or 8 minutes, it was Rain's turn. "Good day, my lord. May I help you?" A beautiful female clerk said, smiling and bowing as she saw Rain approaching. "Hello, please confirm the completion of my probationary task," Rain said, handing over his bronze badge. Hearing that Rain was there to confirm the completion of a task, the clerk's smile grew even sweeter as she respectfully took the badge with both hands, saying, "Certainly, my lord, please wait a moment. I have located the record, my lord. You were previously assigned as a public security advisor in the Mingster Trade District. Yesterday morning, the Mingster Administration Office had already sent the task completion letter to the branch." At this point, the attentive clerk paused because she realized that the duration of Lord Rain's probationary task was only a few days, yet it had been completed. This was very uncommon, as most sword-bearer tasks lasted a month. However, there were exceptions. Certain distinguished sword-bearers would have situations like this. The branch's evaluation of your task is 3 bronze medals and an additional 500 merit points? The clerk's eyes widened in astonishment. Normally, isn't it just 1 bronze medal? A slight variation was uncommon, and 2 medals were rarely heard of, especially since it was a task for newly appointed lords. But this gentleman in front of me. The clerk double-checked the information and reviewed the task completion report. Only then did she realize that the young lord before her had killed a native whose strength was suspected to be comparable to that of a great knight. That explains it. Is there a problem? Rain furrowed his brow slightly, looking at the clerk. Could it be that Lord Javier had not properly coordinated with the Mingster Administration Office on his behalf? If there were issues with his first task, it would be. No problem at all, my lord. It's just that your task evaluation is exceptionally high, which is quite rare. Your probationary task reward totals 3 bronze medals and 500 merit points. Please confirm. The clerk respectfully stood up, handed a document to Rain to sign. Rain nodded. He had already been informed of the task evaluation beforehand. My lord, you have earned 3 bronze medals, which qualifies you for an upgrade from the bronze badge to the silver badge. Would you mind waiting for 2 minutes while I process your badge upgrade? An upgrade to a silver badge? Yes, my lord. Upgrading does not consume any medals, but I need to go to the Deputy of Affairs to activate your silver-level permissions, enabling you to take on subsequent silver-level tasks. So, I ask for a few minutes of your patience here. Very well, Rain nodded. The female clerk quickly took the documents and briskly walked to an office behind the counters. 2 minutes later, the clerk returned at a quick pace, slightly out of breath, as she handed Rain a badge slightly larger than his bronze badge, shining with a silver glow, and said, My lord, it has been arranged. This is your silver badge. Please, take care of it. Your task rewards have been recorded. With this badge, you can inquire and use evaluation medals and merit points at any Sword Bearer's branch department. Thank you. Rain examined it and saw that the silver badge was not made of pure silver but mixed with other metals. The silver sheen was quite beautiful. The image of a knight holding a long sword on the front remained the same, and his name was still on the back. Then Rain handed the silver badge back to the clerk, saying, "There is also a rescue task that I should have completed." "Oh, another one?" The surprised clerk took back the badge and began to look it up. Under normal circumstances, completed tasks would be displayed. The clerk couldn't help but look puzzled. Oh, there indeed was one. This is a completed silver-level rescue mission? But this lord's badge authority was just bronze. How could he accept a silver-level task? The clerk was somewhat confused. But she was just a low-level employee and naturally wouldn't question anything. Instead, she processed everything quickly, following the regulations. Soon, she said to Rain, "Sir, the rescue operation for the personnel trapped by the Royal Alchemist Association has been confirmed as complete, and the reward of 2 silver medals along with 1,500 merit points has been recorded in your emblem." All right, Rain nodded. He had known about the reward situation for a while, because before departing on the mission, Javier had candidly told him that this was the highest reward quota he could coordinate with the Minster Sword Bearers branch. Now, sir, you have a total of 2 silver and 3 bronze medals, as well as 14,341 merit points, of which 2,000 merit points are the rewards from these 2 missions, she said. The young female clerk had become somewhat immune to Rain's presence, and this time her tongue didn't tie upon seeing over 10,000 merit points. Rain nodded. The amount was correct. He had indeed spent some merit points on purchasing potions and training in the high-level rapid stream room before. Just as the clerk was about to give the silver emblem back to Rain, he waved his hand and said, "Wait, there's another mission." However, this mission was originally taken by the Rock team, but now it has been completed jointly by me and the Rock team. We have agreed on a 60-40 split of the rewards. Here is a letter of certification from the Rock team. In fact, Rain had originally wanted an even split, having simply helped out as a matter of convenience. But Batista insisted on a 70-30 split, and it wasn't until Ramil persuaded him that the stubborn Batista finally accepted the 60-40 ratio. Of course, it was 60% for Rain and 40% for the Rock team. As long as there was certification from the initial mission team, the Sword Bearers branch would recognize such actions. After all, it encouraged internal teams to help each other and minimize casualties. Huh? Upon hearing Rain's words, the female clerk was momentarily startled. She hadn't misheard, had she? The Rock team? Having worked in the mission hall for 2.5 years, she, of course, knew of that very famous Sword Bearers team which had completed numerous arduous tasks. When she took the letter of certification from Rain and checked the name of the mission, she was stunned. Investigate the disappearance of multiple elite squads of the Empire, gold level. A Sea Clan altar has been discovered on a coastal island in Meister County. Recently, 2 elite squads from the Empire's military special division Earthshakers have successively vanished while investigating, as well as mission requirement. Investigate and clarify the situation within 3 days. Mission reward, 3 gold medals for 1,500 merit points. Note, if survivors are found and rescued during the investigation, the reward will increase. A base reward of 3 gold medals for an investigation mission. I'm sorry, sir, but I do not have sufficient authority to handle this matter. We'll need Deputy Minister Alina to personally process this for you. Please wait, I will report this immediately. All right, Rain nodded. So, the female clerk hurriedly ran back to the office of the Deputy Minister once again. Meanwhile, a burly sword bearer standing in line behind Rain was virtually speechless, watching Rain barely move from the chair in front of him. He had chosen this queue precisely because it was the least crowded. Now, it turned out to be the slowest of them all. It's been 15 minutes already. What is this kid doing in front of him? Why is it taking so long? However, he had faintly overheard something just now. Did that female clerk say she didn't have enough authority? The burly man looked at the clerk who had gone off again, and then back at the young and unfamiliar Rain, his face clouded with doubt. He had been a Sword Bearers team captain for 2.5 years now, and had never once heard a clerk mention lacking authority while processing his affairs. Soon, a capable young woman dressed in an army uniform, with golden foliage and 2 crescent moons on her epaulets, walked in. Is this Lord Rain? I am Alina Field, the Deputy Secretary of the Task Hall. Lord Rain, hello, the young woman said politely, smiling and greeting Rain. Hello, Deputy Secretary Alina. Rain smiled and stood up. Lord Rain, we were just about to send someone to find you. Now that you are here at the Task Hall, I wonder if you have some time? We would like to ask you a few questions about your mission. Perhaps you are not aware, but this is a standard procedure for upgrading mission ratings, Alina added, seeing Rain's hesitation and confusion. Okay, is it here? Rain nodded. Right here in this meeting room. Please follow me. Alina nodded, smiling. The female clerk clattered over to the staff passageway on the side, quickly pulled open the barrier, and led Rain into the inner part of the task hall. Then, Alina led Rain to a meeting room inside the hall. After both were seated, Alina said with a smile, Lord Rain, please wait a moment. Deputy Secretary Yumaz Littler from the task hall will also be here shortly. He is very interested in the mission you just completed. Meanwhile, the muscular man at the door had been a sword-bearer for 2.5 years. Naturally, he knew Alina, the Deputy Secretary of the task hall, but had never really interacted with her. It was said that she generally did not interfere with ordinary golden-level missions. But he had just seen the Deputy Secretary, smiling warmly, personally inviting the young man in front of him to the meeting room. The muscular man was a bit stupefied. Less than a minute later, Yumaz Littler, dressed in an army uniform with golden foliage and a sun on his epaulets, also entered the meeting room. What's going on here? The muscular man realized he had underestimated the young man he had just seen. However, looking at the empty counter in front of him, he was a bit speechless. Could it be that after waiting for so long, there's no one to attend to me? Suddenly, the young female clerk clattered out again. This somewhat relieved the muscular man. Big shots, small shots, what does it matter to me how impressive others are? After waiting so long, it was finally his turn. But as soon as the young female clerk came over, she kept bowing deeply and apologizing. Sir, I am sorry, but I must trouble you to go to another window, while quickly pulling a sign from under the table that read, not accepting applications. After she finished speaking, she once again clattered toward the meeting room. Watching the young female clerk's retreating figure, the muscular man looked frustrated. Inside the meeting room, the young female clerk served each big shot a cup of fragrant Yorton red tea, then stood at the door of the meeting room, acting as a server. Lord Rain, this is Mr. Yumaz Littler, the Deputy Secretary of the Task Hall. He is also very interested in the mission you completed. Also, as per the protocol, at least 2 people must be present for the inquiry, Alina introduced. Mr. Littler, hello. Rain bowed slightly. As soon as the other person entered, Rain glanced at his epaulets. The man in front of him was an Imperial Brigadier General. Lord Rain, you are indeed quite young. First, I want to thank you for assisting the Rock team and rescuing the survivors of the 2 Earthshaker squads, Mr. Littler. I am also a sword-bearer. It's what I should do, Lord Rain. I am delighted that you think so, Lord Rain. Since the mission you completed with the Rock team might be upgraded to a diamond-level mission, there are a few points that need further verification according to the rules. Simply put, you need to elaborate on some mission details for confirmation, a diamond-level mission? Rain's eyebrows rose slightly. Okay, Mr. Littler. Please ask. First off, regarding the strength of the enemies you encountered, according to the Rock team's report, you defeated 2 female Naga leaders. Is there evidence for this claim? I'm sorry, but according to intelligence, the combat strength of the female Naga leaders reached the level of a peak knight, and although, Lord Rain, you had an exceptionally impressive performance in the sword-bearer assessment, some people at the division still have doubts. I understand. As human witnesses, the members of the Earthshaker Saberent Bear team and the Raptor team who were rescued should all be able to testify. Yumaz nodded and said, I have already sent out letters to these individuals you mentioned. Anything else? Miss Alyosha from the Royal Alchemist Association should be able to as well, Rain added. Yumaz was slightly taken aback and looked at Alina, who nodded. Okay, Lord Rain. Mr. Littler means to ask if you have any physical evidence? Alina asked. Sorry, the situation was quite urgent at the time, and I didn't have the opportunity to bring back the bodies of the 2 four-armed Nagas. Rain shook his head. Well, that's indeed a pity. It could have increased more. Yumaz shook his head, feeling slightly regretful. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, knocking sounds came from the door. Come in. The same young female clerk who had received Rain quickly ran in, holding a box, came to Alina's side, and whispered, Madam, This is an image stone brought back by a Griffin Knight from the Earthshaker Saberent Bear team. It's a recording of some visual fragments from when Lord Rain was rescuing them. The provider is Alexandra Bullock, a formal team member of the Earthshaker Split-Tooth Bear Squad. According to the Griffin Knight, Alexandra initially did not want to provide it. She wanted to keep it for her own viewing, the female clerk said, her fair cheeks coloring slightly. Rain was slightly surprised as well. He had not expected that someone from the Split-Tooth Bear Squad had recorded his battle at that time. Alexandra? That big-bottom peak knight? Well, as the playback continued, although the Shadow Stone had no sound, the recorded images were very clear. When Yumaz and Alina saw dozens of white-scaled fishmen falling outward in a neat, fan-shaped pattern like harvested wheat, both were astonished. Such might, no need to see more. Only, the Baron in front of them was known for his hammer skills. When did he master a sonic-based secret technique? He truly concealed his skill well. There should be no problem then, Lord Rain, in regard to you killing 2 Naga leaders, Yumaz said with a smile. The second issue is, the Rock team mentioned that in the end, you encountered a giant Naga with the strength of a titled knight, didn't you? Titled knight? Is that a level above a great knight? Rain frowned slightly and quickly replied, Lord Yumaz, I am not quite clear about the definition of a titled knight, but that giant Naga was significantly larger than a normal male blood-cursed Naga. Moreover, according to Miss Alyosha's translation of the Sea Clan language, this giant Naga seems to be called Sea-Tide Piercer Rolljats. Yumaz nodded, saying, Sea-Tide Piercer? That's right. Titles have existed since ancient times. This must be the title of the giant Naga you encountered, and Rolljats is likely his name, Yumaz explained. A titled knight, for example, can be likened to your Meister Siege Hammer, which can be considered a localized title, Alina explained with a smile. However, an empire's titled knight represents a certain level of strength that has earned imperial recognition and an official title. We are curious, Lord Rain, how you managed to emerge unscathed when Batista, the captain of the Rock team and a peak knight, was seriously injured and is currently under treatment, Yumaz said. Of course, if it involves some of your secrets, Lord Rain, you can choose not to answer, and it won't affect the mission evaluation. There's nothing inconvenient to discuss, Rain said. Reveal his strength? In the Sword-Bearer's branch, without considering how likely it is for enemies to infiltrate, showing some strength might indeed be more advantageous than harmful, likely earning him greater attention from the upper echelons of the Sword-Bearers. Moreover, he was revealing only a portion of his current strength. If enemies were to attack him based on this as a measure of his strength, by that time, he might have progressed even further. However, Rain looked around and asked, Do you have a hammer? The weapon he received from Skullcrusher, Wald, the Skull Warhammer, was made with a downscaled human skull and was a one-handed hammer, so Rain had not been carrying it with him. This time, however, after mastering the advanced secret skill Hammer of Shattering, Rain thought he could start using it. Because the advanced secret skill Hammer of Shattering had moved beyond the framework of the Tokkul hammer skill, a two-handed hammer technique, reaching a level where any hammer, whether two-handed or one-handed, could be used. Are you speaking of a combat hammer? No. You don't need to demonstrate. Just explaining will suffice, Alina said, suddenly startled. Haha, Lord Rain, even the Obsidian Titan couldn't withstand your powerful hammer, much less this conference room. Yumaz couldn't help but laugh heartily. This did make Rain realize his misunderstanding. He candidly said, That's because I've grasped the advanced secret of hammer skill. What? Yumaz's previously cheerful face suddenly stiffened. Advanced secret skill? Alina, too, widened her beautiful eyes in shock, her lips parting slightly. Both had seen many knight prodigies. But according to the records, the Baron before them was only 16 years old, and he had grasped an advanced secret skill? Truly an unparalleled talent. At least in Mingster, within the Sword-Bearer's branch, they had never heard of such a gifted young man. Seconds later, regaining his composure, Yumaz asked, Lord Rain, when did you grasp the advanced secret skill? During the Sword-Bearer's examination, you probably hadn't yet, or else the Obsidian Titan would have been more than just toppled over. Yes, Rain replied. It was during this battle that I grasped it, specifically while fighting the Naga leader. I see, with the advanced secret skill, indeed, there was a chance to match the strength of a titled knight, Yumaz said, suddenly enlightened. Alina was hurriedly and seriously recording something on the side. I've asked all my questions. Lord Rain, in terms of the mission, Do you have anything else to add? Yumaz said with a smile. Currently, we have the report submitted by the Rock team, the sharp-witted Alina added. If, Lord Rain, you have any other information, and if it's verified to be true and significant, the reward can be increased, she said. Rain listened, his face thoughtful. He was aware of Rock team's report content. Ramil had roughly spoken to him about it, and there were more details in the proof letters. He was now hesitating. Should he mention the Bronze Gate? After all, he had seen it through a water membrane, and he couldn't be sure if it was the true scene inside. However, he felt he could mention it, and as for its authenticity and importance, he would leave that to the higher-ups to judge. But at least once the information proved useful, the reward amount could be further increased. Thinking it over, Rain spoke. At that time, I also saw some special scenes, but I cannot guarantee their authenticity. Of course, Lord Rain, please go ahead. As for the authenticity of the information, we have dedicated personnel to verify it, Yumaz said with a smile on his face, even more appreciative of Rain since he had mastered an advanced secret skill. Rain nodded his head. That was naturally for the best. Deep inside the cave, I saw a nearly transparent layer emitting a faint blue light. Through this membrane, I saw another hall inside, he continued. Yumaz nodded. Such conditions were very normal. Most ruins had multiple halls. Inside, there was a group of people busy. From the patterns on their robes, it seemed to be the Sea God sect, Rain continued. Indeed, the Sea God sect. We've also received this news through other channels. Lord Rain's information further proves this message is accurate, Yumaz said with a focused expression. Lord Rain, if it's just this information, it's not sufficient to increase the reward. You know, we already have the related information, Alina said apologetically, thinking Rain had finished speaking. There were also followers of the Sea God sect around an altar, with braziers at each of its four corners burning green flames. And in the center of the altar, there was a stone multi-armed Naga about 7 or 8 meters tall. Oh? Yumaz and Alina looked at each other, their expressions suddenly serious. This situation had not been mentioned by previous exploration teams. Moreover, I personally feel that the altar was meant for a towering bronze metal gate at the end of the hall, he added. A metal gate? Both of them looked surprised. Lord Rain, did you see any patterns on the gate? Alina quickly asked. The patterns were quite complex. What I could recognize seemed to be shells and conches. You know, the distance was quite far. I could only just make them out. Rain nodded as he spoke. Shells and conches? Yumaz exclaimed, standing up involuntarily. I understand now. Yumaz muttered to himself. Several minutes later, Yumaz sat up straight, his face smiling, and said, Lord Rain, the information you provided this time is extremely valuable. Previously, we always knew that the Sea Clan's recent attacks were actively backed by the Sea God sect, but the true purpose of their attack was not very clear. The information you provided might point us towards a very likely purpose. They are trying to unlock an ancient seal from an era long past, a seal of the monsoon and ocean goddess, which we generally refer to as the Sealing Gate. The Sealing Gate? Rain looked puzzled. Yes, there's more than one Sealing Gate, but they are all legendary, sealed by the true gods. Actually, I really want to know what exactly is inside this Sealing Gate this time. However, it's not something to look forward to, because, as usual, most of the time when the Sealing Gate is opened, it causes some undesirable consequences, even triggering certain disasters. Now, let's talk about the branch's evaluation of your mission this time. Since you encountered an enemy of the Sea Tide Piercer rank, the mission reward has been increased from 3 gold medals and 4,500 merit points to 4 gold medals and 5,500 merit points, Yumaz announced. With the Sealing Gate information you just provided, the reward is increased again, totaling 6 gold medals, plus 7,000 merit points. Lord Rain, according to the distribution agreement between you and Rock Team, you will receive 4 gold medals, plus 4,000 merit points, Yumaz said with a smile. For gold medals? Rain's eyebrows raised, his heart overjoyed. This meant that he no longer needed a loan to pay in full for the exchange of the vaporization agent, the first-level defensive fire witchcraft, and the metal morphing spell with medals and merit points. He hadn't expected that the news about that mysterious metal gate would be so important. Of course not. Thank you, Lord Yumaz. Rain bowed slightly, expressing his gratitude. Lord Rain, your authority has also been elevated to the gold level, Alina said with a smile, gesturing with her hand. A female employee quickly walked over holding a tray, and on the tray, there was a child's fist-sized golden, shining round insignia. Rain was slightly taken aback. After all, the silver-level insignia in his hand hadn't even warmed up, and now it had changed to a gold-level insignia. The speed was indeed a bit too fast. Rain took the gold insignia from the tray and handed the silver insignia back to the female employee. The heavy gold insignia, with its even more lifelike patterns, of course, the gold itself was not important. What mattered was the honor and authority this insignia represented. By the way, Lord Rain, I heard that all your weapons were damaged this time? Yumez asked. Yes. I suggest, Lord Rain, that you could visit the exchange hall later, where you can contact master forgers to order custom weapons. Although it takes some time, the earlier you place the order, the sooner you will receive your weapon. Thank you for the reminder. Then, if there is nothing else, Lord Yumez, Lady Alina, I shall take my leave, Rain said as he stood up. After leaving the task hall, Rain immediately headed for the exchange hall. After all, Rain had long been anticipating the Mist Catalyst, the defensive first-grade fire witchcraft, and the metal morphing spell. After making 2 consecutive left turns, Rain arrived at the specialized item exchange hall of the division, in front of a towering and majestic 3-story building made of white stone. As Rain entered the spacious and lofty exchange hall, he found that, like the task hall, there were slightly more people coming and going than last time. It wasn't long before it was Rain's turn. The young girl stood up with a smile and said, "Hello, my lord, how may I assist you? I need to exchange a few items." Saying this, Rain handed over his freshly minted golden emblem to her. The girl was slightly startled, seemingly surprised at Rain's youth yet possession of a golden emblem, but she quickly accepted it respectfully with both hands and placed the emblem into a specially crafted slot. "I want to exchange for a Mist Catalyst." Wait a minute. Suddenly, Rain thought of something. In his haste to come here, he seemed to have overlooked one point. His authority level had increased now. That meant he could check for higher-level exchange items. So, could it be possible that there were better witchcraft spells available for choice? First, look up for me all the first-grade fire witchcraft spells I can exchange with a defensive orientation. Of course, my lord. My lord, you now have golden-level authority, and according to the regulations, you can view up to diamond-level exchangeable items. Currently, we found 2 items. Please take a look at the wisdom slate, the young girl said. Can only ascend 1 tier? Rain clearly remembered that previously, at bronze level, he could view up 2 tiers. Is it because high-level special items require confidentiality? At this moment, the wisdom slate in front of Rain refreshed with several lines of white text. After a quick glance, Rain felt a bit disappointed. Because the wisdom slate still displayed the original 2 items, the resistance fire circle and flame shield, while the first-grade fire witchcraft, flame protection, which Naya had mentioned before, was not listed. Rain took a closer look at the wisdom slate. Source, provided by the Seth School. Source, provided by the Charles School. Could it be that certain witchcraft spells are proprietary to particular schools or individuals? After all, as strong as the Sword Bearers organization might be, it couldn't possibly collect all forms of witchcraft. It seems this question would need to be asked elsewhere, Rain thought. Hello, could you also look up metal-type witchcraft for me? Certainly, please wait a moment. The girl began to search quickly. A minute later, as Rain looked at the wisdom slate still showing only the metal morphing spell, he slightly shook his head. Exchange the Mist Catalyst, Resistance Fire Circle, and the metal morphing spell for me. Right away, my lord. The girl's eyes sparkled, as she rarely encountered someone exchanging so many high-value special items at once. Soon, the girl handed Rain a rectangular brown wooden pattern box, saying, "My lord, this contains the Mist Catalyst. If you consider consuming it, you may want to do so in the quiet rooms of the training hall. Should any discomfort arise, you can immediately contact a physician for treatment. Also, please refer to the consumption instructions inside the box for any additional precautions during use." Rain took the wooden box and nodded. Additionally, since this is your first time exchanging for a sorcery scroll, according to the regulations, here is a confidentiality contract that requires your signature, my lord. The primary content of the contract pertains to the clause that limits usage to yourself only. The girl continued, handing over a scroll radiating with magical light. Rain took the scroll, unrolled it, and looked it over. Indeed, it mainly stipulated that rewards exchanged from within the sword bearers of the Empire, including but not limited to witchcraft, extraordinary battle techniques, and other knowledge, were for personal use only and could not be disseminated without permission. This was naturally of no concern. Rain swiftly signed with the quill pen. At that moment, the girl smiled sweetly and handed over 2 parchment scrolls containing witchcraft spells to Rain. "My lord, is there anything else you require?" "No, that's all. Thank you." Rain stood and left. A few minutes later, Rain returned to his own room. He first set aside the box containing the mist catalyst and, after giving it some thought, eagerly unrolled the parchment scroll with the metal morphing spell, starting to read it carefully. Metal morphing spell. Rain gently recited the name of the new witchcraft. After scrutinizing it several times, Rain quickly realized the difficulty of visualizing the witchcraft model for the new spell. Metal morphing spell was far greater than that of the other spells he had learned, such as Scorching Touch, High Heat Force Field, and Blazing Light. It was even more difficult than Sharpness Technique, another spell related to metals, by several times. Rain had anticipated this, because it was a first-level witchcraft. In terms of hierarchy, the Sharpness Technique and Blazing Light he had learned before were only apprentice-level witchcraft. Therefore, even with Rain's current high spiritual power of 39 points, learning the metal morphing spell was not easy. Since he had planned to exchange for the metal morphing spell beforehand, Rain had prepared many metal ingots, such as iron and copper, in a corner of the room in advance. After spending considerable time memorizing the witchcraft model structure, Rain walked over to the corner, picked up a heavy iron ingot, and began to try it out. For Rain, with the system, success even once meant it would be permanently engraved on the attribute panel. Thus, even though the difficulty of this witchcraft was quite high, Rain still had confidence he would master it in a short time. After spending over an hour and failing dozens of times, Rain, with sweat beading on his forehead, finally succeeded. With the casting of the metal morphing spell, the rectangular iron ingot in Rain's right hand began to deform at a considerable speed. Seconds later, it had turned into the shape of a dagger. Rain estimated it took about 3 seconds. Surprised, Rain frowned, immediately contemplating something. He carefully examined the blade of the dagger and tested its sharpness with his finger, his face showing contemplation. Before long, Rain started to chant another spell and cast the metal morphing spell again. Suddenly, the dagger changed shape once more, this time into a sophisticated small iron hammer. In appearance, it looked very much like the hammers commonly used by blacksmiths. However, while the hammerheads of the ones blacksmiths used were generally made of iron, this small hammer, including the hammerhead, was entirely metallic. Satisfied after swinging the small hammer a few times, Rain placed it aside and crossed his arms, pacing back and forth in the room, deep in thought. The edge of the dagger is a bit soft, which is because the dagger formed by the metal morphing spell hasn't been quenched and hardened, Rain mused. If applied in combat, the destructive power of sharp weapons would be significantly reduced. The hammer, on the other hand, is much better. The impact is not as considerable. Rain remembered that sharp weapons made of bronze, wrought iron, or steel all needed to be hardened through quenching to enhance the hardness and sharpness of the edges. In that case, I need to find a special metal or alloy to complement the metal morphing spell to achieve the best effect in terms of power, he thought. No, that's not right. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration flashed through Rain's mind. He once again cast the metal morphing spell, turning the small hammer back into dagger form. Then Rain cast another metal-related witchcraft, Sharpness Technique. As the Sharpness Technique was successfully cast, the dagger in Rain's hand suddenly displayed a somewhat dazzling, water-like silvery glow. Rain picked up an iron ingot with his left hand and began cutting into it with the dagger in his right hand. Under the effect of the Sharpness Technique, the process was not difficult at all. This immediately brought a smile to Rain's face. If the Sharpness Technique is used in conjunction, the requirement for the metallic material might not need to be very high. Hardened essence gold or blood-patterned steel would be entirely sufficient, he figured. I don't need to find some rare or exotic metals after all. Hey, wait a minute. The effect of the Sharpness Technique I just cast seems to be better than before. Rain suddenly noticed a problem. He could clearly feel the change, with the power having increased by at least 10 to 20%. But that's not right. The Sharpness Technique is still at LV1, 90/100. The level hasn't increased. Rain glanced at the Wizard Apprentice Transcendent Attribute panel. Could it be because of the increase in my spiritual power? But that's not right either. My spiritual power has been at 39 points for quite some time now. Rain furrowed his brow, puzzled, and started flipping through the system attribute panel for a detailed review. When he saw the talent intermediate steel body, Rain's eyes narrowed, and he suddenly thought of something. Could it be because of the upgrade of basic steel body to intermediate steel body? Rain muttered to himself. He remembered clearly. When basic steel body was upgraded to intermediate steel body, his body had emitted a metallic silver halo. This halo looked very similar to the one from casting the sharpness technique, like mercury flowing around his body, before the light receded and became invisible. But that's impossible. I've never heard of someone's elemental affinity changing. Rain was certain of this. He had discussed this matter with the magician from the witchcraft family, Naya Usman. Moreover, it was written in the ancient books that no one's elemental affinity has been heard of changing. But if it's really as I suspected, enhancing my innate steel body could increase my affinity for metals. Lord Rain couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement in his heart. That would mean that metal-based witchcraft was more suited to be his innate wizardry. I remember Naya had tested me once. The fire element affinity was 71 and the metal element affinity was 72. Both were slightly above average. No, I must go to the training hall right away. They have the testing crystals there. At that moment, Lord Rain also noticed that the system notification had appeared. You have studied the metal morphing spell. Related comprehension improved. You have comprehended a new skill. Metal morphing spell. Your skill metal morphing spell has improved. Experience +1. However, Lord Rain was thinking about elemental affinities and didn't scrutinize the notifications, but instead left the room and walked quickly towards the training building. When Lord Rain entered the training hall on the first floor, he saw not far ahead the same reception girl he had met last time. When the reception girl saw Lord Rain come in, her eyes lit up, and she approached him enthusiastically, asking, "Lord Rain, hello, how may I assist you?" "Hello. This time, I would like to perform an elemental affinity test." "Ah?" The girl's beautiful eyes immediately widened. Could it be that the very impressive Lord Rain was also planning to delve into the path of wizardry? It's not that the Sword-Bearer's branch had few who practiced both knight and wizard paths. On the contrary, such cases were not uncommon. However, it was very rare to see someone like Lord Rain, who possessed extraordinary knight talents and also practiced witchcraft. "What's the matter?" Nothing, Lord Rain. The elemental affinity test is on the 3rd floor. I'll take you there." The reception girl quickly recovered and said with a smile. "Good." Lord Rain followed the reception girl, ascending the spiral staircase along the wall. "By the way, what is this on the 2nd floor?" Lord Rain asked casually. He had only been on the 1st floor's rapid stream rooms and advanced rapid stream rooms last time, and didn't really know what was on the 2nd floor. "Sir, the 2nd floor rooms are primarily used for small group teachings by instructors, guiding sword bearers to master various types of extraordinary battle techniques. Additionally, there are massage rooms and attack power testing rooms, and so on." "There's also a massage room." Lord Rain was slightly surprised. "Yes, sir." "Well, Lord Rain, actually, my massage skills are quite good too." The reception girl, seeing Lord Rain's expression and thinking that he was interested in massages, blushed and volunteered herself. Next time, I have matters to attend to this time." Lord Rain didn't think too much about it. This time, he was focused on testing elemental affinities and naturally had no time for massages. "Of course, sir." This left the reception girl a bit disheartened, but thinking that Lord Rain did not outright refuse, her mood quickly lifted again. "By the way, you mentioned an attack power testing room." Lord Rain asked again. "Oh, that's where sword bearers test the power of the extraordinary battle techniques they've mastered. The 3rd floor also has rooms for testing wizardry powers," the girl quickly explained. "So that's how it is," Lord Rain nodded. He now had a rough understanding of the entire layout of the training building. The 2nd floor mainly catered to sword bearers on the night path. Like the small group teachings, different instructors responsible for teaching different extraordinary battle techniques. Pretty good. Lord Rain had already decided that next time, if he wanted to improve his Rockin's Axe Shield combat skill, it might save some skill points to come here. As for the 3rd floor, it was probably prepared for sword bearers on the wizard path. Soon, Lord Rain arrived on the 3rd floor with the reception girl. "Sir, this is the room for testing elemental affinities. A specialist inside will attend to you, so I'll leave you here," the girl said with a smile. "Good, thank you." Lord Rain saw that the door to this room was wide open. He could see several smaller rooms inside, and apparently there was hardly anyone. That was to be expected. Everyone's elemental affinity was innate, and unless influenced by some divine power, it wouldn't change in a lifetime. So naturally, there was no need to test it frequently. As Lord Rain walked into the room, a young girl quickly approached and asked crisply, "Sir, how may I assist you?" "I'm here to perform an elemental affinity test." "Very well, sir. This service, according to the regulations, will cost you 5 merit points. Would that be acceptable?" "That's fine." Lord Rain nodded. The girl led Lord Rain to another partition inside. Upon entering, what caught Lord Rain's eye was a prism crystal considerably taller than the Usman family's crystals, reaching 2 meters with its facets also forming equilateral triangles. The room's walls were white, and no wall lamps or other lightings were installed because the paint on the walls emitted a faint white light. "Sir, the method to use this testing crystal is quite simple. Just hold it, concentrate, and try to mobilize energy particles as much as possible," the girl demonstrated briefly and explained by the side. Lord Rain nodded. Without any hesitation, Lord Rain began to hold the nearly as tall crystal prism with both hands, closed his eyes, and concentrated. As Lord Rain's spiritual power flowed in, the prism quickly emitted a shining white light, and simultaneously, the originally transparent prism began to swirl with multicolored lights. The light gradually stabilized. Rain opened his eyes and looked. He saw a silver mist at the top layer of the prism crystal, while the middle contained a red mist, the length of the silver clearly longer than the red. At the bottom of the crystal were some mixed colors that could be ignored. My lord, you actually have an extremely rare metal element affinity. And it has reached an upper-class level," the girl exclaimed in surprise, clicking her tongue in wonder. Upper class?" Rain's heart shook. Indeed, his affinity for the metal element had changed. Before Rain could ask, the girl volunteered the data. "My lord, your metal element affinity is 84.2, belonging to the upper class, truly rare. Ranking second is the fire element affinity at 71.8, which is above the middle class, also very good. Metal element affinity 84.2. Rain remembered clearly. When Naya had tested him before, his metal element affinity was only 72, but now it had reached 84. 2. No wonder his wizardry power had improved so much. The higher the affinity for a certain element, the stronger the wizardry power under the same conditions. In other words, now if Rain cast Metal Series wizardry, it would be significantly more powerful than before. The key question was, he might still possibly be able to obtain innate wizardry points in the future and improve his steel body talent. This also meant that his metal element affinity could potentially reach higher levels, which would make the power increase of Rain's Metal Series wizardry quite considerable. It should be noted that advancing the mastery level of witchcraft only increases the casting speed and does not improve the potency of the witchcraft. To enhance the power of witchcraft, the simplest means is to improve spiritual power. But the problem is that the improvement of spiritual power requires the meditation practice accumulated over months and years. Moreover, among wizards of the same level, such as a level 1 wizard, the difference in spiritual power is very small, so the enhancement of wizardry power through element affinity becomes especially precious. Now, Rain faced a delightful dilemma, a dilemma that no one else would have. He had originally planned to study the defensive level 1 wizardry, resist fire ring, along with a fusion agent to advance to a formal wizard. But now, it would be a real pity not to follow the path of Metal Series. "My lord?" The girl saw the young sword-bearer lord standing there in a daze and couldn't help but softly remind him. "Oh, it's nothing," Rain replied. "My lord, do you need to conduct any other tests? Like total spiritual power, comprehension of wizardry models, and so on?" the girl asked on her own initiative. "No, thank you," said Rain. Right now, Rain was focused on choosing his witchcraft path. These tests could be conducted next time he wanted. They were available any time. "My lord, regarding the study of Metal Series wizardry, the branch here does not have an instructor who specifically offers related teaching. However, there are 2 instructors for Fire Series wizardry," the girl said. "Next time." Rain waved his hand and left the 3rd floor. All the way, Rain was still pondering. "The problem is that if I choose the Metal Series, there are too few wizardries. Of course, there might also be some Metal Series wizardries in certain wizard schools, such as the Bishu Construct Guild that offers this metal morphing spell, which surely has more than just this one spell. but this still needs to be confirmed. While pondering, Rain quickly made his way to the Sword-Bearer's branch library. Inside the library. "Hello, my lord, how can I assist you?" A lovely girl clerk saw Rain approaching, stood up, and bowed. "Look up information on Metal Series wizardry for me," Rain said, while handing her his golden badge without waiting. "Certainly, my lord. Please wait a moment." The girl respectfully took the badge with both hands and began searching promptly. "I found them, my lord. There are 11 ancient tomes that are related to Metal Series wizardry. They include Introduction to Ancient Metal Series Wizardry, The Application of Metal Series Wizardry in Equipment Manufacture, Introduction to Ancient Metal Series Wizardry, Steel Barrier. Borrow all 11 books." "Huh?" The girl blinked her big eyes at Rain. "All 11 books? Can he finish reading them all? Is there a problem?" No problem, my lord. The total borrowing cost is 110 merit points." Swipe. Soon, Rain returned to his room carrying a stack of thick rubbings, immediately devouring them like a parched reader. Rain used a scanning style for fast reading. 2 hours later, he quickly clarified several issues. Firstly, the book, The Application of Metal Series Wizardry in Equipment Manufacturing, mentioned that the Empire had Level 1 Metal Series wizardries such as Mercury Sword, Steel Ball Rolling, and Level 2 Metal Series wizardry, Spiky Torrent, and so on. However, due to the special applications of Metal Series wizardry in equipment manufacturing, they were strictly regulated by the Empire. Simply put, if Rain wanted to officially acquire Metal Series wizardry, he would continue to have to raise his rank or, in other words, his permissions. Beyond this, individual wizard schools also possessed some Metal Series wizardry. For example, the application of Metal Series wizardry in Construct Guild documented a Level 2 Metal Series wizardry Construct Guard within the Bishu Construct Guild. This guild was one dedicated to studying metallic automatons and war colossi, with very few people in the entire school. After all, without an affinity for metal elements, it was impossible to dabble in this field. At the same time, multiple ancient tomes recorded that Metal Morphing Spell was a very important spell in the Metal Series, providing different degrees of enhancement to other Metal Series wizardry. Such expressions. So it seems, having Metal Morphing Spell as innate wizardry is not bad. The more he thought, the more feasible Rain found it. At that moment, Rain suddenly remembered that he hadn't checked the earlier system notification. He immediately started browsing through it. Under the Wizard Apprentice Transcendent panel and at the top of the icon, there was a new icon. The icon depicted a twisted column of transforming metal with a hand beside it, and between them were several short arcs. These short arcs formed circles, symbolizing the hand facing the metal column, releasing some kind of mystical wave, causing the metal column to warp and transform. Below the icon, there was a line of small text, Metal Morphing Spell LV1, 1/100, Metal Morphing Spell LV1 effect. Consumes a certain amount of spiritual power to activate the surrounding metal elemental particles with a specific witchcraft model, changing the shape of the metal in the caster's hands. Note: Metal Morphing Spell is a continuous guidance type of witchcraft. The speed of transformation and the level of control are directly proportional to spiritual power, and inversely proportional to the total amount of metal being transformed in the type of metal. Rain read the note several times over. The correlation between transformation speed and control level was something he had anticipated. Being directly proportional to spiritual power was also nothing special, since the few apprentice-level spells he had mastered were also directly proportional to spiritual power. However, the type and total amount of metal being inversely proportional is a bit annoying, Rain muttered to himself. This point, he had overlooked in his tests just now. He quickly picked up 2 iron ingots he had prepared and tested the Metal Morphing Spell again. Indeed, transforming them into a hammer shape took about 4 seconds now, compared to about 3 seconds before because of the increased number of iron ingots. This immediately made Rain furrow his brow. Thinking it over, Rain took several iron ingots approximating the weight of a 2-handed warhammer and commenced a transformation test. The result took a full 10 seconds to transform the numerous iron ingots back into the shape of the original warhammer. The situation before him suddenly made Rain's expression turn a bit ugly, though it was just at LV1, and upgrades were possible later on. But even though each upgrade reduced the casting time by 20%, so LV2 would be about 8 seconds, LV3 would be over 6 seconds, LV4 just over 5 seconds, LV 54 seconds. LV 82 seconds. Rain did some mental calculations. He discovered that even at LV 10, it would still require about 1.3 seconds. It seemed fast, but the problem was, it was still quite far from what Rain envisioned. Previously, Rain had imagined that during combat, weapons would transform instantaneously, like a greatsword suddenly turning into a scythe, catching the enemy off guard and hitting them instantly. Or a warhammer in hand instantly transforming into a tower shield to block a sudden attack from an enemy, etc. Combat among great knights was not calculated by seconds, but by 0.1 seconds, or even shorter. This meant that even at LV10, he was still an order of magnitude short. No. There's also the type of metal. Rain suddenly tensed up. He realized there was a bigger problem. He quickly went to a corner of the room, picked up a handle-shaped fragment of hardened essence gold, which was exactly from his shattered warhammer. Seconds later, Rain's expression turned exceptionally grim. Because he just tested it, and transforming an equivalent weight of hardened essence gold was much more difficult than iron ingots. The time it took to transform the hardened essence gold back into the original warhammer shape was nearly a full 20 seconds. This meant that his previous idea of instantaneous transformation during combat was almost impossible to achieve, unless metal morphing spell became the innate wizardry. The consumption of spiritual power would drastically decrease while the casting speed would significantly increase. But how could that be possible? Metal morphing spell was not a defensive type of witchcraft. After thinking it over, Rain took a deep breath to calm his emotions. He decided to put the metal morphing spell aside for now. At that moment, Rain saw a wooden box containing a vaporizer agent on the table. He casually opened the box, and a bottle emanating a deep blue color mixed with golden starlight appeared before Rain's eyes. Seeing such a beautiful vaporizer agent, Rain couldn't help but pick it up and look at it closely. Just then, a system notification suddenly appeared. Ding. Host has acquired vaporizer agent, triggering conversion to wizard, legendary. Preconditions for promotion to wizard, legendary, are 1. Wizard aptitude. 2. Spirit over 30 points. 3. Basic meditation will rune, 24/24. 4. Mastery of any level 1 wizardry. 5. Vaporizer agent. Current conditions met. Yes/no convert to wizard, legendary. Note: converting to wizard, legendary, will override the Wizard Apprentice Transcendent Profession panel. I still haven't learned Flame Resistance Ring. How come? Rain wondered. In an instant, Rain froze. He understood. He remembered the precondition for advancing to Flame Walker, legendary, which included the 4th item, mastering the level 1 fire witchcraft flame protection. Throughout the system's descriptions, there was never any mention of defensive-oriented witchcraft. Where did this doctrine originate from? Rain thought hard again. This came from the words spoken by magician family descendant Naya Usman at the time. Wizards found that among the choices for solidifying witchcraft models, level 1 defensive witchcraft works best. In ancient times, many wizards chose offensive witchcraft, but they later found, when facing assassins or some stealthy monsters attacking, I assumed too much. So metal morphing spell can completely become innate wizardry. I already have the intermediate steel body talent, and my defensive power is quite strong. If my talents continue to improve, it should not be weaker than any level 1 defensive witchcraft. Right. Also, metal morphing spell, transforming into a shield, armor, wouldn't that also be considered defensive witchcraft? Suddenly, Rain's eyes lit up. For a typical level 3 wizard apprentice, even with the acquisition of the vaporizing agent and all other conditions met for promotion, being prudent is crucial for a successful upgrade to wizard. After all, becoming a full-fledged wizard is quite challenging, with the possibility of failure at any moment. But Rain was different. He could achieve a 100% success rate in the promotion in a very short time. As Rain silently muttered, yes, the promotion began immediately. Initiating job change. Continuous transformation. Host spiritual power significantly increased. Initiating vaporization. Ding. Job change to wizard, legendary, successful. Constitution +3, Strength +3, Agility +3, Spirit +13. Acquired innate wizardry, metal morphing spell in an instant. Rain seemed to break through some deep mental constraint within his own brain. Indistinctly, Rain felt a 3-dimensional structure identical to the metal morphing spell, witchcraft model in his mind, seemingly made of spiritual power crystals. Surrounding the structure was a thin mist of silver vapor. Was this the spiritual power vaporization? Was the three-dimensional structure innate wizardry? These things, only perceivable by his senses, left Rain unsure whether they were physical or merely ideational entities. But one thing was clear to Rain. Now, his perception of the world seemed much deeper. He could feel every cell within his body buzzing with excitement and joy, and he could also sense the subtle changes in the surrounding environment, even a speck of dust falling behind him. If he wished, he could track its trajectory. On the system panel, the former Wizard Apprentice Transcendent panel had disappeared, replaced by the Wizard Legendary Job panel. The entire panel flickered with a unique blue light, almost identical to the blue glow of the Weapon Master Legendary. The flood of system notifications was overwhelming for Rain. However, every item displayed for his new profession was significant. Therefore, Rain carefully reviewed each one. Whoa! His spirit had increased by 13 points. All other attributes had increased by 3 points. Innate Wizardry, Metal Morphing Spell, Innate Wizardry, Effect, consumes a small amount of spiritual power, solidifies the witchcraft model to stimulate surrounding metallic energy particles, quickly changing the shape of the metal in the host's hand. Note: Metal Morphing Spell is a continuous guidance type wizardry. Transformation speed and compatibility with metal elements are proportional to spiritual power, inversely proportional to the total amount and type of metal transformed. Rain focused on a few keywords: small amount of spiritual power, quickly, his face lighting up with joy. Indeed, innate wizardry greatly reduces the consumption of spiritual power and significantly increases the speed of transformation. This is like the natural abilities some ferocious beasts possess, executed swiftly, easily, almost instinctively. Now, I can also use Metal Morphing Spell like this. As Rain's promotion to official wizard was taking place, solidifying Metal Morphing Spell as innate wizardry, he naturally wanted to try out the effects of his innate wizardry. He walked to the table and picked up the iron dagger previously used for testing. Nearly with a thought. In an instant, the iron dagger transformed into a small iron hammer. Its speed was nearly instant. That brought a beaming smile to Rain's face. However, the amount of metal in the dagger is too little. I need something bigger. Glancing around, Rain quickly walked over, picking up the pseudo-pig's head hammer previously formed from more than a dozen iron ingots from the corner. As Rain used the Metal Morphing Spell, the pseudo-pig's head hammer took about 0.3 seconds to transform into a thick tower shield, followed by a rapid change to a dual-handed greatsword. Finally, it was transformed back into the style of a pig's head hammer. The few transformations, although not as nearly instantaneous as with the dagger, also took very little time. This result was quite gratifying for Rain. It seemed solidifying Metal Morphing Spell as innate wizardry was indeed worthwhile. Now the effects of Metal Morphing Spell had completely met Rain's prior expectations. In battle, he could transform it unexpectedly. Of course, Metal Morphing Spell wasn't without any drawbacks. For instance, although Rain could quickly transform an iron ingot in his hand into a solid iron ball or a shield into a javelin, he would still need to physically throw it to attack an enemy from a distance. The iron ball couldn't attack an enemy automatically. In other words, Rain's Metal Morphing Spell inherently lacked long-range attack capabilities. But for Rain, this was almost not a disadvantage at all. Because Rain possessed the legendary profession, Weapon Master. Metal Morphing Spell combined with Rain's Weapon Master could transform a variety of weapons, choosing the most appropriate weapon along with extraordinary battle technique to combat enemies. Meanwhile, in the administrative building next to the newcomer building, Admiral Edward's office was located in the topmost southern room, a spacious room with an excellent view. At that moment, Admiral Edward was chatting with an elderly man dressed in a splendid red robe, who looked both kind and majestic. Suddenly, the old man's brow furrowed slightly, as if sensing something. This made Admiral Edward look slightly puzzled, prompting him to ask curiously, "Archbishop Gomez, what is it?" "Nothing much, just felt a surge of new spiritual power fluctuation nearby. It felt as if someone was advancing to become an official wizard, but the fluctuation was brief, so it was a bit strange." Upon hearing this, Admiral Edward couldn't help but laugh. He stood up, looked out the window, and said, "Archbishop, perhaps your senses are too sharp. Which wizard apprentice wouldn't return to their family, or at the very least, remain in the quiet rooms of the training tower for their advancement? If it were the training tower, it's too far for you to sense it. Indeed, It might just be the fluctuation of some witchcraft artifact. Archbishop Gomez nodded, thinking that his old friend Admiral Edward made sense. Through the window, the front of the sword-bearer's branch was visible along the street. As for the other side of the street, it was too far away, and even with his sharp senses, he couldn't perceive beyond it, and the rest were all within the boundaries of the sword-bearer's branch. If any sword-bearer were advancing to a wizard, his old friend Edward would surely know better than he. By the way, Archbishop, back to our earlier topic, what do you think about the suspected sealing gate under Meist Coast? Admiral Edward's expression turned serious as he asked. Archbishop Gomez thought for a moment and said, I was shocked when I received the news yesterday, and I had some look into the ancient texts. It's almost certain that it is, indeed, a sealing gate. It's just that it's been so long. I can't be sure what the goddess sealed inside in the ancient times. It could be a direct descendant of an evil god, a demonic being, a pet, or a powerful minion. Archbishop Gomez frowned slightly, shaking his head. But my advice would still be not to open it so easily. Archbishop Gomez added another word. Alas. As you know, some decisions aren't ours to make, Admiral Edward said helplessly. They intend to let out whatever is within the sealing gate, and the Imperial Guardians will handle it. The Imperial Guardians, huh? Since it comes from him, there's not much to discuss. My old friend, I guess I'll take my leave then. Archbishop Gomez shook his head helplessly and got up to go. In the room. At this moment, Rain picked up a handle made of hardened essence gold, then took out his long-treasured skull warhammer. He intended to reshape and rebalance the handle of the single-handed skull warhammer, turning it into a two-handed warhammer. However, as soon as Rain grasped the skull warhammer, a system notification rang out again. Ding. Detected that the host has acquired the artifact Skull Warhammer, triggering a special job transfer. Warhammer Wizard, Legendary. Preconditions for transferring to Warhammer Wizard, Legendary 1. Any official wizard, 2. Any hammer type extraordinary artifact, 3. Any combat skill related to Warhammers at level 12 or above, 4. Physical tier, 2 breaking limit value 30% or more. All conditions met, yes/no transfer to Warhammer Wizard, Legendary? What? All conditions met? Rain was not surprised by the notification about transferring to a Warhammer Wizard. What surprised him was that the conditions were all met, which means he could transfer to a Warhammer Wizard at any time. Condition 4 is met too? Driven by curiosity, Rain immediately opened the Weapon Master, Legendary panel. He noticed, perhaps due to his recent advancement to an official wizard, that this boost in attributes had comprehensively enhanced his physical condition. At this moment, under the grand title of Weapon Master, Legendary, he saw Physical Tier 2 breaking limit value, 32%. It looked like today was a doubly joyous occasion. He had not only advanced to an official wizard, but his physical rank had also stepped into the Senior Great Knight level. However, when it came to whether to transfer to a Warhammer Wizard, Rain immediately chose no. Why? He naturally chose to first upgrade his Wizard, Legendary, job panel to earn a wave of skill points and attribute points before considering another job transfer. Thinking this over, Rain put down the Skull Warhammer. He planned to test the metal morphing spell under different weapon conditions in combination with his skills as a weapon master. The attack power testing room previously mentioned by the female staffer in the training building would be a perfect place to check out. Soon, Rain had transformed the bar of hardened essence gold and covered it over his armored gloves. He returned to the training building. When he reached the attack power testing room on the second floor, he found that 7 or 8 sword bearers were already there. The room, spanning about a few hundred square meters, was dominated by 3 metallic cylinders about 2 meters in diameter each, lying on tracks similar to railroad tracks, with their circular cut surfaces facing the crowd. The surfaces, resembling metallic pure silver, were where the sword bearers were wielding various weapons, unleashing extraordinary combat skills by chopping. Rain could clearly see that these chops produced various depths of scratches on the pale silver metal, but they did not cause the weapons to curl at the edge as the material seemed similar to pure silver and relatively softer in texture. Around the metal blocks, however, was a circle carved with complex patterns of a magic array that had a special effect of repairing metal. In fact, this was also a pattern for the metal restoration art, a magic under the metal series, which Rain had seen in those 11 ancient books. Additionally, there is an apparatus at the back of the metal block that resembles a spring mechanism. Whether using a hammer or a sword, the metal block can absorb and test the attack power of each hit, and the corresponding numerical values representing the attack power are swiftly displayed on an adjacent wisdom slate. Rain nodded as he looked at the scene before him. He hadn't expected that the Sword-Bearer's branch had such sophisticated equipment for testing attack power. At that moment, he noticed that in front of the third device stood a muscular man wielding a one-handed hammer who stepped forward, muscles bulging, and brought down his hammer heavily onto the cylindrical metal block. Clang! A piercing metal clashing sound rang out. The previously smooth surface of the metal block was instantly indented, creating a basin-sized depression resembling a meteorite crater. At the same time, the metal block, weighing several tons, was pushed back about half a meter along its guide rails, and the spring mechanism at the back quickly restored it to its original position. A large value of 35 was displayed on the adjacent black wisdom slate. The commotion attracted the attention of most people in the testing room. Whispering amongst themselves after seeing the number 35, it's none other than Scolder the Bully. It appears his bull hammer technique has improved. He must have mastered the intermediate secret technique. Generally speaking, a knight's attack power ranges from 5 to 15, and for a great knight, it's between 15 and 40. Scolder is quite impressive. Are great knights' attack power values between 15 and 40? Hearing the conversations around him, Rain pondered. Although it was the first time he'd heard such a claim, it didn't impede his understanding. Moreover, if Rain had looked back while he was at the mission hall yesterday, he would surely have remembered this muscular man. For he was the one who had stood behind him, waiting fruitlessly for half an hour. At this point, a young man beside Scolder the Bully extended his thumb, excitedly praising, "Captain, the power of your hammer is definitely the..." "That's enough. I'm not even in the top 5 hammer users at the Sword Holderminter branch." Scolder waved his hand and said with a laugh. Clearly, though Scolder was modest with his words, he was quite pleased inwardly by his companion's compliments. "By the way, Captain, speaking of hammer skill, I heard from a young guy from Welshire County say that there was a strong recruit in their group. Apparently, during the assessment, he knocked down an obsidian giant with a single hammer and even got the nickname Meister Siege Hammer. If you ask me, it's just because this batch of recruits doesn't have any impressive individuals, making mountains out of molehills. Not for the captain. Knocking down an obsidian giant with one would be a piece of cake for you," the youth said somewhat dismissively. Is that so?" Scolder became serious and said, "While I could also do that, it would be anything but easy. For a recruit to have such strength is indeed very impressive." Since Scolder had already finished testing his secret technique, he and the young man walked towards the doorway, talking as they went. Meanwhile, Rain saw that a testing device was now free, and he quickly walked over to it. The two groups brushed past each other. Just as Scolder was about to reach the doorway, he had a sudden realization, as if he remembered something, and immediately turned his head to look at Rain's back. That silhouette. So familiar. Right. This young man was the one who caused him to wait in vain for over half an hour yesterday at the mission hall. Though Scolder was irked, he also knew that the other party was only completing a mission normally, and naturally, he couldn't blame him for that. Moreover, considering the situation that day, both the Deputy Mission Officer Alina and Officer Umaz seemed to pay a lot of attention to this young man. His presence here today clearly meant he was here to test his attack power. This made him very curious. Seeing his captain halt, the youth couldn't help but follow his gaze with a puzzled look and saw a young man he had never seen before. In the Sword-Bearer's branch, there are only so many people. Those never seen before are surely new recruits. "Captain, what's wrong?" the youth asked curiously. "Nothing much, just saw an interesting young man. Let's wait and watch his attack power test," Scolder replied. Rain had never undergone an attack power test before. He was also keen to test the attack power he could achieve with different weapons in hand. After a thought, Rain cast the metal morphing spell and instantly transformed the surface of his plate gauntlet's hardened essence gold into a dagger. "Eh? A dagger? That's quite rare," said the youth in surprise. Scolder also nodded and commented, "Indeed it is." Since the dagger was small and had little metal content, the transformation magic occurred so swiftly that Scolder, along with others, thought Rain was carrying a dagger on his person. Clang! A crisp sound. The adjacent wisdom slate of the testing device immediately displayed the number 18. Pretty average strength, the youth frowned slightly as he commented. He didn't really understand why the captain was paying attention to this young man. Skolder himself was stunned. The number was not too high, but rather too low. He couldn't fathom why such combat ability would attract the attention of mission hall officers. Rain, however, nodded slightly. This data was normal. Without any extraordinary battle technique specifically for daggers, his plain swing for an attack being 18 was not surprising. After giving it some thought, Rain decided to test the damage of the axe. After all, he possessed the extraordinary battle technique Rock-Kin axe and shield combat skill. However, before transforming, Rain pondered over an issue. It would be better not to reveal that he treated the metal morphing spell as his innate wizardry. It would give away too many secrets. Thus, this time, Rain took nearly 10 seconds to carefully transform the dagger in his hand and the hardened essence gold covering his armored gauntlet into the shape of an axe. This process was naturally captured by everyone present, including Skolda. Many people suddenly exclaimed, "It's a rare metal-based witchcraft. This seems to be a level 1 metal-based witchcraft, metal morphing spell. I think I saw it in the special items exchange catalog." So, this young man is actually a 3rd-level wizard apprentice. Skolda muttered to himself. Clang. Rain's lightning-fast axe chop sliced at least 10 centimeters into the metal block, and the nearby wisdom slate swiftly refreshed to display 27 tails. "Yo, not bad. He's quite strong," the young man said with mild surprise, turning to his team leader Skolda. This figure immediately drew more attention to Rain. Rain once again took even longer, about 17 to 18 seconds, to transform the axe in his hand into the shape of a dual-handed greatsword. The people nearby were quite interested in Rain's use of metal-based witchcraft and started discussing. This metal morphing spell may be good, but it's too impractical for real combat. Exactly. Look, it took him nearly 20 seconds to transform. He can't use the transformation in a battle. That's right. Such is the case, you could only use one weapon in a fight. If you ask me, it would be better to carry multiple weapons instead. He's a newcomer after all. It's understandable. He doesn't have much combat experience. What do you think? How much damage will he be able to deal with the dual-handed greatsword this time? Z. Rain struck the metal block hard with the dual-handed greatsword. Meanwhile, the neighboring wisdom slate jumped to display 32 tails. This reading immediately caused surprise among the onlookers, sparking a flurry of discussion. "Captain, this newcomer's attack power is decent," the young man said with wide eyes and a touch of astonishment to Skolda. "It's not very practical, though. But is he really a newcomer? How come I haven't heard about such an expert with a dual-handed greatsword among the new batch of recruits?" the young man said, puzzled. Meanwhile, at Minster, on the 3rd floor of the Yaksen auction house, inside a splendidly decorated study. "It's been 3 days, Asani. The men you sent to find Hamas haven't brought back any news yet?" A middle-aged man with a hunting garb and horseshoe mustache leaned on a generously sized and comfortable deer leather chair, his brow slightly furrowed. "Yes, Viscount Fabian. The day Hamas disappeared, the contacts in Minster lost all communication with Hamas's team. That's when I suspected something might have happened to them. According to our agreement, there should be communication every day." Fabian nodded and continued to ask, "And then, your men just told you that they had seen that sword-bearer named Rain in the city?" "That's correct, my lord," Asani said, his expression serious. After a long pause, Viscount Fabian finally asked, "Asani, what's your take on how this sword-bearer newcomer named Rain could have defeated Hamas and his team?" Just Rain alone couldn't possibly take down Hamas's squad. I think it's most likely that when Rain went to Meister for some mission, Hamas and his men launched an attack, but were killed by other sword-bearers accompanying Rain. Other than that, I can't think of any other reasonable explanation. After all, when combined, Hamas and his men were as strong as an elite squad from the Empire's Special Department. That sounds very likely, Viscount Fabian nodded in agreement. However, we still need to sort out the current problem. Marquis Orenz has been pressuring me. His eldest legitimate son, Melvard, urgently needs the fangs of ancient giant trolls for his imminent bloodline awakening ceremony. But, Viscount, we don't have a stronger team than Hamas's squad in our province currently. What do you recommend?" Asani looked troubled. "No need to worry, Marquis Orenz. Being a shareholder of our auction house, the headquarters in the Imperial City will naturally dispatch experts. Make sure your men keep a close watch on this newcomer sword-bearer named Rain. The situation in the entire Minster province is quite chaotic at the moment. He'll likely leave Mingster soon for his mission. Inform me immediately once he leaves Mingster again, Fabian instructed. As you command, my lord. After a pause, Fabian added. Also, if he doesn't leave Mingster soon, it's fine too. As long as he steps out of the Sword-Bearer's branch, even if he remains in the city, we can make our move. We can blame it on the cult. Sword-Bearer's branch. Training building's second floor, within the combat strength testing room. Rain looked at the deep sword mark on the metal block before him and glanced at the number 32 displayed on the side, his face showing contemplation. 32 degrees. Huh? Indeed, the secret technique derived from his giant bear sword technique was actually a rare sound wave-based secret technique. If he didn't use the intermediate secret technique, roaring battle cry, but directly used a level 13 giant bear sword technique, an attack power of 32 degrees wasn't actually too shabby. However, it wasn't that there was no way to add an enhancement. Rain began to recite the spell for another metal-based witchcraft sharpness technique. Soon, the surface of the dual-handed greatsword transformed from hardened essence gold began to shine with a mercury-like glow. Immediately after, Rain's muscles expanded, and he swung the greatsword again, delivering a powerful, smooth, cleaving slash towards the testing metal block. TSS. This time's power was clearly stronger than the last. The tip of the dual-handed greatsword completely submerged into the previously smooth metal surface. And on the intelligent slate beside it, two large characters were instantaneously refreshed. 35. This time, Rain's face showed a smile. It seems that with sharp weapons, augmenting them with the sharpness technique can enhance attack power. Although the increase in magnitude wasn't great, merely about 10%, for a Great Knight's level of attack power, every single degree represented sweat and time invested in extraordinary combat skills. The onlookers let out a whoosh, a burst of astonishment. Obviously, everyone was surprised at the power of Rain's last strike. This matches that from Bull Skolda just now, doesn't it? Have any of you seen this young man before? I've been at the Sword Holder Mingster branch for 3 years, and I've never seen him. Could he be from another branch in a different province? It's unlikely. With attacks breaking out in various parts of the Empire, how could they afford to send such an expert over from another province? Right. Even if they haven't been attacked, they're definitely preparing. It would be quite something if they could send a few people over just to show up. Could it be that he's someone sent from the headquarters in the Imperial City? While the crowd was astounded by the power of Rain's strike, they all began speculating about his origins. That's fierce. A youth couldn't help but swear in amazement. Captain, his attack power is catching up to yours. But he did use the metal-based sharpness technique for that boost, right? Skolda nodded solemnly. He believed he had understood why the mission hall's officer had taken such interest in Rain. Indeed, he appeared so young, yet his strength was already so formidable. Most crucially, he possessed a rare metal-based wizard qualification, combined with a strong proficiency in extraordinary combat skills, making his means of attack extremely diverse. As a young man carrying out missions, he was a truly versatile hand, capable of executing various kinds of tasks, much more suitable than the average sword-bearer. The only downside was, he probably had not yet mastered a secret technique for the dual-handed greatsword. Otherwise, he wouldn't have used the sharpness technique to enhance his combat strength. You should know, in close combat among great knights, situations change in the blink of an eye. How could there possibly be a chance to calmly perform witchcraft against an opponent? I think he should go up for the testing. Using witchcraft to augment. This has already strayed from the pure knightly path we pursue, the youth said, sounding somewhat sour. The young man appeared quite a bit younger than him, yet his attack power was already streets ahead. However, Rain wasn't paying attention to the other's words. Instead, he continued to use the metal morphing spell and took 20 seconds to transform his dual-handed greatsword into a two-handed warhammer. Just when the onlookers thought Rain had finished testing, they saw that Rain's weapon had turned into a two-handed warhammer. Then, the youth beside Skolda suddenly remembered something. Pointing at Rain in shock, he said, "Captain, could he be that?" But he didn't finish his sentence. A loud boom almost shook the entire testing room. On the 2-meter diameter metal block surface, at this moment, appeared a hole roughly a meter in diameter and around 70 to 80 centimeters deep. Moreover, it had pushed the metal block, which weighed several tons, nearly to the spring's limit on the slide rail. And beside the intelligent slate, a damage value as high as 47 degrees was displayed. Suddenly, the entire place fell silent. The only sound was the light hissing of the spring device installed behind the metal block rebounding. And the metal block, weighing several tons, was now oscillating back and forth on the slide rail with a decreasing amplitude, slowly settling to a stop. Everyone present, Skolda included, looked as if they had seen a ghost, with eyes wide and mouths agape. "He's the Meister Siege Hammer." Several seconds later, the youth managed to finish the sentence he had begun previously. But at this point, he didn't need to say it. Many in the crowd had already made the connection. The news of a newcomer knocking down an obsidian giant with one hammer strike during an assessment had spread far and wide within the Minster Sword-Bearers branch, so nearly all sword-bearers knew about it. It's just that previously, Rain had used either a dagger, an axe, or a dual-handed great sword, which is why those present hadn't associated the young man before them with Meister Siege Hammer. But now, he was even fiercer than the Siege Hammer. There's such a monster among the new recruits? 47 degrees? The testing device must be broken. Yeah, that's well beyond the upper limit of a great knight's attack power. How do I feel like his power surpasses even that of Batista from Rock Team, wielding the Warhammer? Indeed, it seems to be even stronger. I remember quite clearly, last time when Batista gave it his all, it seemed to only reach 45 degrees, the sword-bearer recalled soberly. The young man initially thought the rumors were somewhat exaggerated, but it turned out they had understated it. Even two obsidian giants wouldn't withstand a single. Barbarian Skolda was a bit dazed at this moment, realizing that all his assumptions were wrong. What no secret technique? This is well an advanced secret skill. If it weren't an advanced secret skill, he wouldn't believe in his death that an attack could reach this level. No wonder Alina, Deputy Minister of the Mission Hall, and Minister Yumaz placed so much importance on this young man. They couldn't help but take it seriously. Power dictates. Seeing that Rain had finished his test, many sword-bearers came forward to greet him, all with smiles. For a talent like Rain, no, already a proven talent. Any normal person would think of making friends with him. Sword-bearers were no exception. The enthusiasm of the old sword-bearers came as a bit of a surprise to Rain. But thinking about it, it made sense. After some pleasantries, Rain did learn quite a bit of common knowledge. This knowledge was supposed to be introduced to his group of newcomers in this month's general knowledge classes by the instructor, but due to the sudden province-wide attack, the original plans at the Sword-Bearers branch had been disrupted. Lord Rain, a degree is a unit of measurement. Simply put, a trained, robust human soldier's full strike equates to 1 degree of attack power. Generally speaking, a formal knight's attack power ranges from 5 to 15 degrees, while a great knight typically ranges from 15 to 30 degrees. The young man who had previously been scornful of Rain now stood next to Barbarian Skolda, smiling warmly as he introduced this information. Rain nodded, then suddenly a question occurred to him, so he asked, "And what about wizards? Is there a measure for their attack power as well?" Of course, but the attack power of formal wizards varies greatly. Generally, a first-level attack using wizardry can reach over 30 degrees. However, after thinking for a moment, the young man added, "But oftentimes, the methods of a wizard's attack are rather peculiar and diverse, such as curses, channeling-type witchcraft, etc. So if we talk about instantaneous attack power, it's frankly not very strong, but it is very difficult to counter." After hearing this, Rain nodded again. Indeed, that was the case. About this, he had deep feelings. "Lord Rain, you're a Meister, right? Recently, our squad just returned from a mission in Meister County, and this time, the losses there were heavy." A sword-bearer, presumably recognizing Rain from his nickname, chatted up. "It is indeed. I went to Flashgold Town, and it was truly awful. Almost no one survived." "What?" Rain stiffened, exclaiming in disbelief. "Almost no survivors?" He had always thought that the attack Flashgold Town suffered was on the scale of the last attack by the Black Flame cult, where a death toll of over 100 was already extreme. Now, hearing this sword-bearer's tone, it seemed much worse. Originally, he had planned to visit Flashgold Town in a few days to check on things, and also to visit the injured Count Habs in the county town. In an instant, familiar and vivid faces in Flashgold Town flashed through Rain's mind like a slideshow. His best friend George, Sheriff Hamilton, the Night Watchman's old Captain Wayluin, Aunt Seema. "Lord Rain, do you know people in Flashgold Town?" Seeing Rain's shocked expression, a nearby sword-bearer asked with concern. Although they knew Rain was from Meister County, they did not know he was specifically from Flashgold Town. Rain regained his composure, looked pale, and nodded, looking around, and said to everyone, "Sorry, everyone, we'll talk another time." Of course, Lord Rain. It seems Lord Rain must have family in Flashgold Town, many murmured as they watched Rain quickly leave. Soon, Rain returned to his room, took his skull warhammer, and hurried toward the Sword Bearers Branch's main gate. He planned to go to the villa recently purchased by Ginny nearby. He had just thought of his family. Although there were elite cavalry guards sent by Javier, thinking of the recent calamity in Flashgold Town made Rain feel it wasn't safe enough. He decided to go and fetch his family himself. As fate would have it, just as Rain was leaving the main gate of the Sword Bearers Branch, a familiar figure hurried over. It was the short Mateo. This made Rain's heart skip a beat. Could it be? Lord Rain, your parents, sister, and Lady Baroness Crawley have just arrived in Minster. Mateo, also seeing Rain exiting the gate, couldn't help but brighten up and quickly approached him. Hearing this news, Rain immediately felt a wave of relief. We'll head there right away. By the way, Mateo, has Miss Ginny found a new residence? Rain asked as they walked. This matter was something he had arranged with Ginny before he last left Minster. No, Miss Ginny and Miss Agatha have been looking around these past few days but haven't found a suitable residence. I heard that recently, many rich merchants and nobles from other counties have been flocking to Minster, and they're all scrambling to buy properties here. These last few days, even the housing prices in the civilian districts of Minster have been raised by at least 30%, he said, his voice tinged with concern, and they're still climbing. In the noble and administrative districts, villas are nearly sold out, with prices having risen by at least 50%. Mateo had briefly discussed the recent fluctuations in Minster's real estate prices with Rain. Rain nodded. It seemed, in the wake of the recent attack, the local situation had become quite unstable. Those who could afford it were flocking to Minster to buy properties. When Rain and Mateo arrived at the villa, before they even entered, they saw servants bustling in and out, moving belongings. Upon seeing Rain's arrival, his mother Emma and father, old Rain, were visibly overwhelmed with emotion. Brother, his sister Mint, who had clearly grown much taller, rushed into Rain's arms the moment she saw him, abandoning the cookie she'd been playing with. Mistress Jennifer was still stunningly beautiful, but at this moment, it was not her place to express her deep feelings to Rain. She could only gaze at him with her watery, large eyes. Rain, did you hear? There's been trouble in Flashgold Town, Emma said, her face etched with residual fear. Apparently even the sheriff was killed by the cult. Thank goodness you moved us to County Town back then, or else. Hearing this news, Mateo, who was short in stature, stiffened and couldn't help but exclaim, "And Emma, did you just say Lord Hamilton?" "Yes, it's confirmed. Lord Hamilton has sadly perished," Jennifer stepped forward, affirming solemnly. Mateo naturally knew that the lady before him, Baroness Crawley, controlled the Hammer and Rose Commerce Guild and, thanks to Lord Rain's support, though not exceedingly prominent in Meister, was well-connected and well-informed. Having received reliable information, Mateo was momentarily lost in thought, but then he felt a hint of relief. Thankfully, his family had already moved to County Town with him earlier. At that moment, Mistress Jennifer hesitated and then turned to Rain, saying, "Baron Rain, there's a letter. It came into my possession by chance, apparently from a former friend of yours." Rain looked puzzled as he took the letter from Mistress Jennifer. To be precise, it was not so much a letter as it was a mere piece of paper, dirty and slightly torn. The writing on it was hurried, as if written in a panic. On the pale yellow paper, there were several drops of dark red blood. It read, "Rain, this is George. I am terribly scared right now. My eyes, nose, and ears are bleeding, father too. I know we're both dying. That you are the most formidable one I know, and used to be my best friend. Please help." The message ended abruptly after the words, "Please help." It was George. At that instant, Rain felt an immense heaviness in his heart. Since his original arrival in this world, George had been his first friend. "George, we were not just once best friends, but have always been best friends." Rain silently admitted to himself. "The Black Flame Cult. You just wait." At that moment, Rain felt more anger than sorrow, as if a fire blazed within his chest. However, as a member of the Imperial Sword Bearers, he couldn't act impulsively. After calming himself, Rain decided to return to the Sword Bearers branch once more to check the mission hall for any tasks related to Minster Province and the Black Flame Cult. If there were, he would take them up. Before leaving, Rain informed Mistress Jennifer briefly. "Father, Mother, I'm heading to the Sword Bearers branch and will be back before dinner," Rain said as he greeted his parents, Emma and Old Rain. Meanwhile, high above, aboard a large airship flying from Imperial City to Minster, a young woman dressed in noble hunting attire and carrying a dual-handed greatsword was gazing down at the distant scenery from on high. The tight hunting outfit outlined her shapely figure, particularly emphasizing her taut buttocks and round, springy thighs, which were quite eye-catching. From the front, the young woman had a beautiful oval face, not delicate but rather rough with thick eyebrows and the posture of carrying a great sword, giving her an overall impressive and dashing appearance. In just a few minutes, 4 or 5 nobles also on the airship had approached her, one of them even being an old earl in his 50s. This caused the young woman to frown slightly, visibly annoyed. Soon, she returned to her cabin. Inside, a middle-aged woman dressed as a maid was already present. On seeing the young woman enter, she stood up respectfully and said, "Miss Clea, the Earl has asked you not to return to Meister." "But you have." Clea waved her hand dismissively and said, "Shadia, the Imperial Royal Academy is about to go on spring break. Besides, Father is severely injured. I couldn't possibly not come back." She continued, "Moreover, I've heard that Minster province is currently unstable, and Meister, being our family's ancestral land for hundreds of years, is in an especially bad situation. By the way, didn't Father mention he was summoning his old comrades? How's that going?" "Well, apart from Viscount Briso sending 2 peak knights, the other lords have only sent a symbolical 1 or 2 newly promoted knights or a troop of cavalry," Shadia replied, her face betraying her concern. Shadia had been transferred from the Habsburg Manor to the Count Mansion in Meist County City a month ago. Just a few days ago, when the attack occurred, Count Habs was gravely injured, and she was arranged to immediately board the military airship to the Imperial City to contact Clea, asking her to refrain from returning to Meister for the time being. As for the current situation in Meist County, the majority of Count Habs's former subordinates, as well as the noble families on good terms with them, all believe that there was little value in continuing efforts to save it. With cultist attacks and the Sea Clan invasion, Meister's condition was no longer something a Count's family could turn around. To continue investing manpower, material resources, and financial assets would be unwise. The best choice was to first arrange for a partial withdrawal of the Habus family's properties and personnel. Count Habs had not failed to consider hiring mercenaries but forewent the idea because in the entirety of Minster, mercenary groups varied widely in quality and it was hard to ensure none were infiltrated by cultists. Moreover, those well-established and famous mercenary troops had already found employers amid the unstable situations. After pondering for a while, Shadia tentatively asked, "Miss, about those fellows in the Imperial City. The ones pursuing you, is there any possibility? They are all proposing marriage alliances, and I don't want to tie myself down so soon. However, if there really is no other choice, we'll deal with it when the time comes," Clea said, waving her hand. Facing the dire straits of the Habus family, Clea, Meister's genius female knight, also frowned deeply, at a loss for solutions. Although she had only studied at the Imperial Royal Academy for around half a year, her strength improved rapidly, advancing from being merely an experienced knight when she first arrived, to now stepping into the realm of a peak knight. Such a rate of improvement, even among the geniuses gathered at the Dragon Imperial Royal Academy, could be considered among the higher echelons. In addition, Clea's own appearance and figure were top-notch. Though being born into a local hereditary earldom was considered a demerit at the Royal Academy, overall, Clea had many suitors, including sons of dukes and direct descendants of marquises. But Clea was not very interested in any of them. Her aspirations toward the knightly path far surpassed marrying into a great noble family. "By the way, miss, why don't you seek help from Sir Rain?" Shadia cautiously added the honorific Sir. "Rain?" Clea involuntarily recalled the lean figure she had instructed in swordsmanship once in the Habsburg Manor. It had been over half a year since she last saw Rain, whom she should consider one of her followers, in theory. The last news she heard about him was that he had become a formal knight, which surprised her greatly. Later, she learned that Rain had passed the Imperial Conferment Assessment and became a baron. The most recent news was what her father, Count Habs, had written to tell her, stating that Rain had become a peak knight and successfully joined the ranks of the Imperial Sword Bearers, which shocked her tremendously. A common farm boy ascending to the status of a peak knight in just over half a year, just like her, by the goddess above. But Clea was very aware that no ceremony of allegiance, not even in any form, had taken place between her and Rain. She never imagined that a youth she merely saw potential in would possess such astonishing talent. This left her completely unsure whether she could count on Rain to help, despite being the one who initiated him on the knightly path. Moreover, the aid of one peak knight was akin to a drop in the ocean in the face of her family's current crisis, essentially insignificant. I heard he joined the Sword Bearers last time? Clea hesitated for a moment before asking. Yes, miss, came the reply. Well, once we get to Minster, let's go see him. It would still be good to have the support of an additional peak knight. Clea sighed softly. Miss, I think you might be too pessimistic. In my memory, Lord Rain is not that kind of person. Shadia recalled the big boy from the past and said. Clea shook her head and said, You don't understand. When a person gains strength, honor, power, money, and other temptations will follow. Do you think he won't change? Shadia fell silent for a moment. There was no denying that what her young mistress said made sense. The Earl's former friends and subordinates would all judge the situation and act accordingly. Besides, the young mistress was merely Lord Rain's mentor in the way of the knight in the past and indeed should not hold too many hopes. Inside Minster City, at the Sword Bearers branch entrance on Shaded Boulevard, the nearby vendors selling nuts changed their expression upon seeing Rain returning to the Sword Bearers branch, immediately turned around, swiftly wrote something down, and quietly released a pigeon from the wooden box behind them. Minutes later, Asani, the leader of a merchant convoy who was reporting something to Viscount Fabian in the study on the third floor of Moonster Axon Auction House, received another message from the pigeon. Why another? That's because several stalkers had already sent information to the merchant leader Asani when they saw Rain leaving the Sword Bearers branch for the villa earlier. Huh? He's returned? Asani glanced at the small piece of paper in his hand, his expression involuntarily changing as he raised his head, looking somewhat anxiously toward Viscount Fabian sitting behind the broad mahogany desk. Didn't you just say that Rain had left the branch? And now he's back? Viscount Fabian's face stiffened, followed by obvious displeasure. Not only because he felt played, but because he had just notified the ice messenger Grant Savagii, who had recently arrived from the Imperial City headquarters. This ice messenger was not known for his good temper. Now, Fabian had to immediately go and explain himself, but then Fabian thought and said, Asani, you go and report this situation to Lord Grant. Yes, Viscount, I'll do it right away. Asani, sweating from his forehead, hurriedly got up to take his leave. Hopefully, Lord Grant, the ice messenger, had not set out yet. Asani did not want to bear the brunt of his anger. Alas, he had been quite pleased half an hour ago when he received the message from his subordinates responsible for surveillance and came to report immediately. But who would have thought Rain would return to the branch again? Meanwhile, Rain had already arrived at the mission hall. Good day, sir. How may I assist you? A young and pretty receptionist saw Rain approach, stood up, bowed, and smiled sweetly. Check for me any tasks related to the Black Flame cult in Meister County, Rain said, handing over his gold badge to the receptionist while speaking. Certainly, sir. Please wait a moment. The receptionist saw the gold badge and took it with both hands respectfully and quickly. Sir, there are a total of 11 missions. Would you like to review them all? So many? Rain raised his eyebrows slightly. After a moment of thought, Rain asked again, how many are gold level? Sir, there are 3 gold level missions. Would you like to see the details? Yes, Rain nodded. Very well, sir. It's ready. Please look at the wisdom slate. The receptionist quickly brought up the gold-level missions related to the Black Flame cult in Meister County on the wisdom slate in front of Rain. Rain immediately began reviewing them. Eliminate the perpetrator of the Flash Gold Town tragedy, Raxel, gold level. Raxel, formerly the high priest of the Black Flame Church in Wells County, now serving as an envoy, has been dispatched to Meister by the Black Flame Church and is one of the leaders and organizers of the recent attacks on Meister County. He planned and orchestrated the Flash Gold Town tragedy. A rare shadow wizard, strong and known as Bloodburner. According to the latest information from our spies, Raxel was last seen in the Wild Wolf Hills area of eastern Meister County. Task requirements: eliminate Raxel within half a month. Recommended number of participants is 1 full Sword Bearers team. The mission has a set reward, 2 gold medals, and 3,000 merit points. Note: it is recommended to exchange counterfeit Emperor's Scepter or Emperor's Sword before engaging high-ranking cultists. The first mission alone made Rain's gaze turn sharp. Rain had thought that investigating the perpetrator behind the Flash Gold Town tragedy would take a long time. But now, he somewhat felt, no need to break through iron shoes and search, for it comes without any effort. Raxel, was this guy the planner behind the Flash Gold Town tragedy? A shadow wizard? Hey, exchange a counterfeit Emperor's Scepter beforehand? All of a sudden, Rain remembered something. Previously, when Batista and Ramil from Rock Team came to perform a mission in Meister, the silver-white scepter used by Batista seemed to be a counterfeit Emperor's Scepter, which eliminated the evil god's presence with a single strike and disrupted and severely injured the Black Flame High Priest who was in the midst of ascending. So, the counterfeit Imperial weapons came in both scepter and sword styles. Well, he could check out the exchange hall later. Investigate the true purpose behind the Meister attack, gold level. The real purpose behind the Black Flame cult's attack on Meister is unclear. Task requirements: clarify the situation within 1 month. Recommended number of participants is 1 full sword bearers team. Mission rewards: 3 gold medals and 5,000 merit points. Protect the governor of Meist County City, gold level. Several attacks have occurred recently in Meist County City, and the local governor, Count Habs, has been seriously injured. The cult is growing bolder, continuously creating a panic within the city. Task requirements: protect Governor Count Habs of Meist County City within half a month. A team of 3 or more sword bearers is recommended. Task reward: 1 gold medal, 1,000 merit points. Note: if multiple members of the Black Flame cult are killed during protection, the reward will increase. After looking through 3 tasks, Rain's brow furrowed. Although the refreshed tasks on the Wisdom Slate were all gold level, the recommended number of participants listed in the task requirements generally required a full sword bearers team. And he was just 1 person. Furthermore, according to the rules, a sword bearers team could only take on 1 task at a time, but he wanted to take on all 3 tasks. Right, is Deputy Governor Alina available? After some thought, Rain decided to find someone. She is, sir. Do you know Lady Alina? Yes, tell her Rain is looking for her. Very well, sir. I'll go and notify her at once. The young clerk quickly stood up and hurried towards the back offices of the hall. Soon, a capable-looking young woman with a smiling face, Alina, emerged from the office. Lord Rain, would you like to come to my office to talk? Alina, with her acute perception, seemed to understand that Rain needed her for something and suggested as soon as they met. Yes, thank you for your time, Rain said with a smile as he stood up. Inside the office, Rain and Alina sat facing each other. Lady Alina, the gold-level tasks I wish to undertake all require a complete sword bearers team, yet I am currently on my own. Oh, Lord Rain, are you planning to complete a gold-level task alone? Alina's eyes twinkled with surprise. That's right. Well, Lord Rain, I do not doubt your strength, but I am unable to change this rule. Alina's words made Rain's brow furrow. He hadn't expected that even Deputy Governor Alina couldn't allow him to take on a team task by himself. However, Lord Rain, do you have any friends among the new batch of sword bearers? If so, you might consider forming a team right away. I have considered that, but both of my friends are currently on missions and are not in the sword bearers branch. Alina smiled lightly and said, Lord Rain, that won't be a problem. As long as your friends don't object afterward, I can help you establish a team immediately. Rain was briefly stunned as he understood Alina's suggestion. Taking on a team task alone was something even Alina couldn't assist with. However, a workaround would be to form a team and undertake the task in the team's name. The specifics of how the team operated wouldn't be scrutinized by the sword bearers branch, and he could complete it alone. Of course, the precondition was that the team members wouldn't disclose the situation. Vinica and Evelyn would naturally not object since they had both expressed a willingness to be on the same team as him in the past. I understand. Then I'll be troubling you, Lady Alina. It's no trouble at all, Lord Rain. Rain took the quill and paper handed to him by Alina and started to fill out the team registration information. However, when he came to the team name, he hesitated. At that moment, Alina glanced at the paper and suggested with a smile, Lord Rain, Meister Siege Hammer seems quite appropriate as your team name. It represents your origin and showcases your combat strength. Rain was somewhat speechless at the name. All right then. Choosing a name was too difficult for him, so for now, he would just go with it. By the way, Lady Alina, I wish to take on 3 gold-level tasks related to the Black Flame cult in Meister County. This. Lord Rain, if you really intend to do so, I can give you special approval for a series of tasks. We do allow this for sword bearers with strong capabilities. Alina thought for a while and came up with a solution. A series of tasks? Yes, all 3 tasks are in the same location and related to the Black Flame cult. Thus, they can be considered a series of tasks. Then, thank you, Lady Alina. Sir Rain, you are too kind. After taking all 3 gold-level tasks, Rain made his way to the exchange hall. This time, he intended to rent the replica Imperial Scepter, similar to what Batista had done previously. Good day, sir. How may I assist you? I would like to rent the replica Imperial Scepter, Rain said as he handed over his gold badge to the clerk. For Rain, the scepter was a type of hammer, which naturally suited him better than a sword. Certainly, sir, the young clerk said with respect as she took the badge. Sir, renting the Imperial Scepter will require 1,000 merit points. Additionally, if it is lost, you will be charged 10,000 merit points plus 1 gold medal as compensation, so please handle it with care, the young clerk said crisply as she went about her business. 1,000 merit points to use it once? Rain finally understood why Batista had looked so displeased after using the replica Imperial Scepter. Due to the wastage of 1,000 merit points, but the task was not completed. No wonder. Possible, Rain nodded. By the way, sir, I see that you haven't borrowed a replica of the Emperor's weapon before. May I briefly introduce the instructions for use? Possible. Well, sir, the replica series of the Emperor's weapons is mainly aimed at various evil god powers and creatures or items contaminated by them. It has a potent destructive effect on these, but the damage to ordinary wizards and knights is not substantial. Rain nodded. He essentially understood. The replica of the Emperor's weapon was prepared to combat various evil god powers. By the way, do you have any hardened essence gold ingots? Rain thought of something, the double-handed warhammer he currently had on hand. The weight was still slightly insufficient. Yes, sir. How much would you like to exchange? Start with 50 pounds. All right, sir. 50 pounds totals 1,200 merit points. After completing the exchange, Rain quickly left the hall. On his way back, Rain found a secluded spot and transformed the hardened essence gold ingots to cover his plate mail gloves. This made the whole set of knight plate mail look a bit odd. The whole body except for the plate mail gloves was silver, while the gloves were a grayish-black. The airship from the Imperial City to Minster finally arrived, and Clea and her servant quickly descended the airship. Not far away, an elderly man dressed as a butler noticed Clea appearing and immediately showed a look of surprise, went forward to greet her and bowing said, Miss, good day. The carriage arranged by Earl Habs is already here. We can head to Meister whenever you're ready. Upon learning that Clea insisted on coming back, Count Habs had still arranged personnel and a carriage in advance in Minster. Let's find a place to stay first, and I plan to visit a friend at the Sword Holder Minter branch. Clea thought for a moment, being cautious with her choice of words for Rain. This, of course, Miss. Butler Yodel, although puzzled about when his mistress had friends at the Sword Bearers branch in Minster, as a servant, it was not his place to ask too much. Thus, the luxurious carriage bearing the Kali bird emblem smoothly headed towards the Sword Holder Minter branch. Clea then looked out the window, only to see the street bustling with people and no signs of any disturbance. What's this? Clea glanced through the window and suddenly noticed a middle-aged man wearing a white wizard robe. Among the passing pedestrians, this middle-aged man was overly conspicuous. Those around him, even formal knights, kept a considerable distance from him. The middle-aged man was holding a wand that appeared to be made of crystal. Meanwhile, he gave off bursts of cold air, possessing a strong aura that warned strangers to keep away. But Clea knew that this was not an illusion. Rather, his body was genuinely emitting cold air. The main issue was that she had seen this man once before, and that place was the Imperial City. Strange. Ice Messenger Grant. Why is he in Minster? He should be at the headquarters of the Yaxen Auction House in the Imperial City, shouldn't he? Could it be that the Yaxen Auction House has some very important items that need escorting this time? Clea couldn't help speculating. Previously, at the invitation of a suitor from the Imperial Royal Academy, she had attended an auction organized by the Yaxen Auction House in the Imperial City and met Ice Messenger Grant once. It was said that he was a rare ice mage. The offensive power of ice magic was well known, and the defensive power of some ice spells was also exceptionally strong. Therefore, Grant was a wizard with hardly any weaknesses. It was rumored that he once escorted a treasure of the Yaxen auction house alone, fought against a famous mercenary group disguised as a band of thieves, which included 3 great knights and 12 formal knights. But all were slain by Grant, thus earning the title Ice Messenger. Behind Ice Messenger Grant by a few dozen meters, the portly commerce overseer Asani was hurrying over, his body fat trembling as he moved. At the instructions of Viscount Fabian, he could only obediently comply. But as he arrived at the mansion where Grant was staying, his subordinates informed him that the Ice Messenger had just left. Thus, an anxious Asani hurried along the way. Yet just as he arrived, he witnessed this scene. The strikingly white-robed Ice Messenger, Grant, was standing in the middle of the road ahead, and a few dozen meters in front of him was Rain. Wasn't it said that Rain had returned to the Swordbearer's branch? Why had he come out again? This indeed brought an unexpected delight to Asani. 2 minutes before, Rain, having completed the exchange, had just stepped out of the Swordbearer's branch. But just a short distance out, suddenly, he stopped in his tracks. He looked up to see the approaching middle-aged man in a white wizard robe. Rain did not recognize him, but he could clearly feel that the man's gaze was focused on him. That is to say, he was being sought out. In a carriage not far away, Clea and her servant, who had also noticed the direction of Ice Messenger Grant's gaze, upon seeing the tall young man in silver-white nightplate mail, Clea felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. At that moment, Shadia, accompanying Clea in the carriage, looked thoughtful. The next second, her eyes widened dramatically as she pointed out the window at a young man and said, "Mississippi." But before she could finish, the situation at the scene suddenly changed. "Where are the fangs?" the middle-aged man said in a deep voice. Rain calmly stared at the other party, saying nothing. When he had left the Swordbearer's branch earlier that day, he had a nagging feeling that someone was tailing him, and now it seemed his suspicions were correct. Moreover, Rain had already figured out the origins of his followers. Very well. The man in the white robe lifted a finger, and suddenly, an ice blade, nearly 1.5 meters long and thin as a cicada's wing, rapidly formed at his fingertip. The crescent-shaped ice blade, sparkling and semi-transparent under the sunlight, flickered in and out of visibility. The surrounding pedestrians, seeing the sudden display of ice magic and the rapid drop in temperature, started screaming and scattered in all directions. The next second, the ice blade, moving at a speed barely perceptible to the human eye, struck at Rain. Swoosh! So fast. Clea, watching from a distance, shivered inwardly. If it were her, facing this ice blade, she wouldn't have had time to dodge. Her only options would have been to block it with her greatsword either horizontally or vertically. But that would have put her on the defensive. The assailant's subsequent ice blades would come at her like a barrage of arrows, forcing her into a passive position where she could only endure the hits. What? Clea's beautiful eyes suddenly widened, her lips parting slightly, because she saw the tall young man did neither dodge nor block. Instead, he quickly raised his hand, clad in a slightly dark knight's gauntlet, and grasped the incredibly sharp ice blade directly. Snap! He actually crushed the hard and sharp ice blade in one grab. You must know, this was a level 1 witchcraft, ice blade technique. With an attack power of 32 degrees, how could it possibly be crushed by hand? This surprised the Ice Messenger Grant as well, his eyes narrowing slightly. This power clearly did not match the information reported. Moreover, just now he had subtly sensed a fleeting surge of energy particles, likely some sort of witchcraft. But wasn't the opponent a great knight? Could it be that the opponent was a great knight and also a level 3 wizard apprentice? At that moment, Rain tapped his foot on the ground, and the white stones on the pavement shattered suddenly, a wave of air mixed with debris spreading outwards in all directions. In an instant, Rain vanished from his spot, and a silver streak rapidly surged toward Ice Messenger Grant. Facing Rain's charge, Grant, unfazed, quickly started chanting and pointed towards the ground in front of him. As he did, a white beam of icy rays shot out. Splash! A sound followed, and the ground in front of him for dozens of square meters thickly frosted over. This was a freezing ray, a technique very effective against professions requiring close combat abilities. But the next second, he seemed to see something unbelievable. All of a sudden, Rain's right hand bizarrely produced a short black spear, and now, leveraging the momentum of his sprint, he hurled the black spear ferociously. Swish! The momentum of the sprint combined with Rain's giant strength talent made the speed of the spear incredibly fast, truly like a bolt of black lightning striking toward Grant. Grant's expression changed dramatically, and he shouted out loud, "Ice shield." Instantly, an oval-shaped thick ice shield enveloped Grant, thoroughly protecting him. Clearly, this was Grant's innate wizardry. Clang! The ice shield blocked the incoming spear. However, the power of the spear was unexpectedly great. The spear tip had already penetrated the ice shield, essentially getting stuck in the ice. Suddenly, he felt something was off. He quickly looked up and, through the 10-centimeter thick layer of ice, saw Rain was already right in front of him. How could this be possible? How could the opponent maneuver past the large patch of slippery ice so quickly? But what did holding the spear mean? Suddenly, one end of the spear curved forward and extended by 20 centimeters, the sharp point stabbing directly into Grant's forehead. In an instant, Grant's eyes bulged, his expression frozen in shock and horror. His whole body shook like a sieve. Rain only used 3 moves to kill Grant, the renowned ice messenger from Yakeson Auction House, on the spot. With Grant's death, the immense ice shield condensed by his innate wizardry also began to disintegrate instantly. Rain quickly withdrew the hardened essence gold short spear, but before pulling it out, he had already straightened and shortened the tip using the metal morphing spell. Thud. The sound of something heavy hitting the ground rang out. Ice messenger Grant lay facing upward on the ground, with his eyes wide open, staring at the sky. Rain looked calm as he scanned his surroundings. Despite having killed someone in the street, not one person dared to meet his gaze. On the contrary, the passers-by, whether commoners or knights, all watched with rapidly twitching eyelids and parched tongues. Because the person who was just killed was clearly a formal wizard, and anyone with working eyes could understand that he was also the rare ice mage. But now, he lay on the ground with a look of unyielding death on his face. This meant that this young man's strength had to surpass that of the powerful ice mage, naturally instilling on everyone. At the sight of Rain's clean and efficient kill, Clea's beautiful eyes bulged in shocked astonishment. After a long while, she muttered to herself, "If only our family had such a master." And Shadia, the chief maid who had been about to say that the person seemed to be Rain, now kept silent. Because although he looked a lot like Rain, the stranger's strength was too formidable, too unlike Rain. Asani nearby was completely dumbfounded at this moment. He swore he had never opened his eyes so wide in his life. But the body of ice messenger Grant was laid out not far in front of him, leaving Asani no choice but to accept the outcome. In an instant, he thought of many things, such as, the death of this great person here would definitely bring trouble to their auction house, even though he was from the Imperial City. In fact, when ice messenger Grant had just arrived in Minster, Viscount Fabian had subtly reminded him at the reception to act outside of town if he was not absolutely certain of success. Grant responded with, "Are you instructing me on how to do my job?" at the Yakeson Auction House's branch, leaving them red-faced. Now, look at what had happened. Ice messenger Grant had a certain reputation in the Imperial City, and the sword-bearers could easily bring the investigation to the doorstep of the Yakeson Auction House. Alas, what a mess. No, he had to report to Viscount Fabian immediately and ask the main office to cover things up quickly, like assigning an undercover cult identity to Grant or something. Without delay, Asani, quivering with fat, turned and hurried back even faster than when he had arrived. At this moment, Rain hung the hardened essence gold short spear on his knight's guard, giving observers the impression that he had been carrying the short spear all along. Being able to tactically mislead the enemy, he could afford to cover up a bit. In the recent battle, Rain did not use his best hammer skill nor the advanced secret skill Shattering Hammer. The whole fight was basically centered around Rain using transformation magic. Especially at the beginning, Rain's action of crushing the opponent's ice blade with one hand stunned the other for a brief moment. Though it was just for a moment, in a fight between masters, gaining that instant meant gaining the initiative. Rain could feel that his opponent intended to press him down in combat, so he instinctively chose the opposite approach. Indeed, when facing an ice mage, if a close combat class opted for a defensive counterattack, it would essentially fall into the attacking rhythm of the opponent, and the subsequent powerful magic would come one after another. Because ice magic is not water magic. The characteristic low temperatures of ice magic make one's movement stiff, and icy surfaces make life miserable for close combat classes, completely disrupting combat rhythms and preventing them from performing even 60% of their capabilities. Thus, at the start, When faced with the incoming ice blade, Rain immediately decided, if you intend to make me defend, then I will attack, and furthermore, I will attack in a way that forces you to defend. Looking back now, it appears he achieved very good results. Rain bent down and picked up the crystal wand by the other's side, which was faintly emitting energy fluctuations, and it felt cool to the touch. A very beautiful weapon. It should be quite valuable. Because Rain dispatched Grant so quickly, the guards at the entrance of the Sword-Bearer's branch, just a few hundred meters away, had only just realized a fight was taking place when it had already ended. As the panicked crowd dispersed, the guards could see clearly that the one attacked was none other than Lord Rain, who had just left their gate moments earlier. To think someone dared to attack a sword-bearer right outside the Sword-Bearer's branch. What audacity! This immediately set the guards ablaze with shock and fury, and they ran over. Lord Rain, go, contact Lord Logan, the public security officer of the administrative district, immediately. Secure the scene. The guards promptly surrounded Rain and the scene, putting it under tight security. Lord Rain? In the carriage, Shady's eyes suddenly widened upon hearing the address. She quickly shook Clea, who was lost in thought next to her, and said, Miss, that's Rain. Clea looked at Shadia with an expression one reserves for an idiot. Someone capable of killing Ice Messenger Grant had to be one of the absolute best among great knights. How could he possibly be Rain? Moreover, the way the stranger handled the opening moves of the confrontation, the interplay of those three techniques, Clea had just been repeatedly pondering them and felt they were highly beneficial to her. She had been pondering one thing all along, but after thinking for quite a while, she still couldn't understand it. If she hadn't seen wrong, Grant, who had cast the innate wizardry ice shield, had clearly defended against the opponent's attack, and Grant had also dodged to the side away from the spearhead's trajectory. So how could he still have been hit right between the eyebrows? What was going on here? It couldn't be that the short spear could turn corners, could it? Lady Clea glanced at the short spear resting on Rain's bracer, her eyes filled with confusion. Although this was the administrative district, the law enforcement officers and the city guard always arrived slightly later. According to what the Sword-Bearer's branch's guards said, a sword-bearer lord had been attacked right at the entrance to his own branch. Everyone was immediately filled with righteous indignation, but after seeing the corpse, they were all silenced, including the law enforcement officer Logan. The attacker turned out to be a formal wizard. The power behind this was no ordinary force. At that moment, Assistant Undersecretary Melanie of the Administrative Buildings Empowerment Department came out with a squad of guards. She had just left the administrative building when she heard the commotion outside the main gate. As she approached, the sight of large fragments of ice on the ground and the body in a white robe lying there caused her eyes to narrow, and her gaze towards Rain changed. Even though Melanie knew Rain was powerful, she hadn't expected him to be this strong. The one lying dead by Rain's hand was clearly a rare ice mage. Lord Rain, are you hurt? I heard from the guards that you have just been assassinated. Yes, Melanie. That's correct. This is truly despicable. Leave the follow-up matters to me, Lord Rain. Melanie noticed the replica imperial scepter on Rain's belt, knowing Rain likely had a mission to attend to. All right then. Thank you for that, Melanie. Rain thought for a moment and decided not to mention that the assailant might have been sent by the Yakson auction house. Taking his crystal staff, he prepared to leave, because some matters are better investigated by others. At that moment, Rain's eyes caught a glimpse of a luxurious carriage parked not far from the side. The carriage seemed to have been there since the beginning of his battle, and he felt that the person inside the carriage had been observing him earlier. However, when Rain saw the familiar Kaliri bird crest on the surface of the carriage, he couldn't help but feel surprised. Wasn't that the Habu's family crest? What was a carriage of the Habu's family doing here? At that moment, Chief Maid Shadia, with an excited look, hurriedly opened the carriage door and stepped down. However, there seemed to be a hesitation in her expression, so after getting out of the carriage, she didn't come forward but instead fixed her gaze on Rain. Chief Maid Shadia? Why had she come? Rain paused for a moment before taking the initiative to walk over. At this time, Shadia was far more excited than Rain because, from the way he looked at her, Shadia could be sure that he was indeed Rain. It was truly Rain. She hadn't been mistaken. As for why Rain's power had become so strong, she didn't understand, so she stopped dwelling on it. Chief Maid Shadia, what brings you here? Rain greeted her with a slight smile. Rain, Baron, Shadia was so nervous she found herself tongue-tied, because Rain now exuded such a strong presence. Rain, carrying the aura of having just killed a formal wizard, approached, causing Shadia, a commoner, to feel nervous instinctively. At that moment, stepping down from the carriage was a figure Rain found familiar, and moreover, one that often appeared in his youthful dreams. This immediately made Rain's eyes widen, and he blurted out without thinking, "Lady Crea, you're supposed to be in the Imperial City, aren't you?" Clea gave a slight smile and said, "Rain, no, I should now refer to you as Baron Rain. It's been a long time." A long time indeed. For some reason, Rain thought himself much stronger than her now, yet facing this lady, his goddess during his days as a youth servant, he still felt a bit ill at ease or perhaps slightly nervous. Looking at the familiar yet unfamiliar young man scratching his head before her, his honest demeanor caused Clea to cover her mouth and giggle. Suddenly, her full and tight figure trembled slightly with her laughter, overwhelmingly beautiful. Clea realized that although the young man's strength had undergone earth-shattering changes and had become insurmountable even for her, and his stature was no longer thin, but tall and burly, those clear eyes and mildly familiar gestures seemed to still be those of the Rain she remembered from her memories. "Rain, it doesn't seem quite appropriate to chat here. Perhaps." Crea steadied her emotions and, noticing the frequently inquisitive glances from the people around her and Rain, suggested, "Of course, Lady Crea, why not come and sit at my place? It's not far from here," Rain offered. "Good, Baron Rain. Then please, lead the way," Clea replied with a light smile. "Miss Crea, it's best to simply call me by my name, Rain, just like before." The trio didn't take the carriage but instead walked towards a villa nearby. Perhaps because they hadn't seen each other for the better part of a year, and even though they didn't feel strange, both of them were a little unsure about where to begin the conversation. Then Clea seemed to remember something, her expression turning serious. "Rain, do you know anything about the background of the ice mage you just fought with?" Rain nodded. "He must have been sent by the Yaxen auction house," Rain said. Lady Crea looked at Rain in surprise, not expecting him to know the origin of the other party. It seemed that the young man before her must have some entanglement with the Yaxen auction house. "Lady Crea, do you by chance know this ice mage?" The other party's name is Grant Savagii, and he holds the title of Ice Messenger. I've seen him once at the Imperial City Axon auction house headquarters," Crea said. Rain's eyebrows raised at Crea's words. At first, he thought the Yaxen auction house must have hired some top assassin from somewhere, but he didn't expect that the person was actually one of the Yaxen auction house's own experts. Could it be that they did this because? However, Rain swiftly thought of something and asked again, "Lady Crea, during your time in the Imperial City, are you clear about the background of the Yaxen auction house?" Crea looked at Rain with admiration, not expecting the young man to so quickly grasp the crux of the issue. The major shareholder of the Yaxen auction house is Duke Ferdinand, but it's said that the auction house has the support of the second prince of the Dragon Empire. Crea revealed a secret. The second prince of the empire? No wonder they act so arrogantly, Rain murmured. "Yes, but not entirely so." "Oh, Lady Crea, is there more to it?" Rain asked curiously. "Yes, actually, including the Ice Messenger, Grant, and some other experts. Although they actually work for the Yaxen auction house on the surface, they belong to a separate independent mercenary group. The Yaxen auction house acquires their services by purchasing them. By doing so, the auction house can avoid a lot of unnecessary trouble. Meanwhile, they can also do some sensitive matters," Crea explained slowly. "This kind of secret is usually only easily understood within the nobility-laden Imperial Royal Academy. So that's how it is." Rain was taken aback. Wasn't this exactly the concept of outsourcing that he had often heard about in his previous life? If there were issues, would the contractors be scapegoated? Who said the Dragon Empire was backward? This was quite advanced. Seeing Rain's expression turn somewhat sour, Crea couldn't help but laugh and said, "Rain, it's not as exaggerated as you think. With both witnesses and evidence against them, the Yaxen auction house has to bleed a bit to settle this. However, if you want to trouble the Yaxen auction house through Grant, that would be more difficult." Rain nodded and said, Thank you, Lady Crea, for clearing up my confusion." Since the Yaxen auction house had such deep roots, he naturally would not choose to cling to the issue now. Of course, this depended on how the Yaxen auction house would deal with the aftermath. Otherwise, soon, Rain and the two ladies arrived at the villa. The beautiful woman Jennifer and Jenny were not present. They had gone out to look at a noble residence that had just been put up for sale. In the living room, after some pleasantries, Kreia slightly organized her thoughts. She planned to have a serious talk with Rain about the Meister's matter. At that moment, hurried footsteps came from outside the door, and a young, crisp female voice said, "Lord Rain, I heard you were attacked. Are you hurt?" The beautiful girl who suddenly appeared interrupted what Kreia was about to say. "Alyosha, why have you come?" Rain asked, slightly surprised, as he stood up. Kreia glanced at the doe-eyed girl who had suddenly appeared from the door, instantly realizing that the other party must be from nobility, and not just any nobility, given that she wore a tiered waistcoat with multiple patches of pure gold embroidery. From the design, it seemed to be the latest model from the famous imperial women's clothing brand, Minel, and was expensive. Kreia took another careful look at the beautiful girl before her, sensing a scholarly wisdom about her. Alyosha, upon seeing Kreia, appeared slightly startled, but quickly lifted the hem of her long coat gracefully and smiled as she performed a curtsy. Then, she turned to take a wooden box from an attendant and handed it to Rain, saying, "Lord Rain, this is a potent healing potion, personally crafted by my mentor, the potion master Kafrila from the Royal Alchemist Association. This, Miss Alyosha, thank you for your concern," he said. Upon hearing Potion Master Kafrila's name, a bolt of lightning flashed through Kreia's mind. She remembered, the girl before her was that somewhat famous potion prodigy from the Royal Pharmacy Academy. Even in the Imperial Royal Academy, her friends had mentioned her. It was well known that potion making is a discipline that requires cumulative effort, and across the entire empire, potion-making prodigies were actually even rarer than those on the knightly path. Yes, she remembered now, Potion Master Kafrila from the Royal Alchemist Association had taken in a talented potion prodigy named Alyosha. Kreia had also heard that she was a marquis's daughter and didn't expect that her attitude toward Rain would be so intimate. Kreia felt somewhat uneasy for a moment. How should she put it? It was like a child who has a toy that they don't really play with often and left aside for a long time. Suddenly one day, another child takes interest in that toy and starts to play with it enthusiastically. This made Kreia realize in an instant that even though the boy in front of her was still the same, the people and events around him had completely changed. Meanwhile, Asani, who rushed into the Yakson auction house's third-floor study, hurriedly wiped the sweat from his forehead and said in a rush, "Viscount, something terrible has happened. Lord Grant was killed on the spot by Rain." "What?" Viscount Fabian, who had been leisurely sipping Jordan red tea, suddenly trembled in his right hand, nearly dropping the teacup. "Are you joking, Asani? Even if Lord Grant couldn't defeat Rain, there's no way he could have been killed on the spot by him." Fabian immediately thought of the inconsistencies. "It's true. Although I don't know why, Rain killed Ice Messenger Lord Grant right on the street. Not only did I see it, but a crowd of people did too. Moreover, Viscount, you would never guess. Rain killed Lord Grant with just 3 moves. Asani recounted, still shaken. 3 moves? Viscount Fabian was stunned. This is getting more and more ridiculous. But wait, what did Asani just say? An attack on the street? That arrogant Grant, actually attacking an Imperial sword bearer in the street. What a fool. Is his brain made of ice lumps? Viscount Fabian, after his initial shock, also came to his senses immediately. The trouble now is here. Grant's death was one thing, but the problem is, whether it's the sword bearers or the administrative office, a slight investigation could trace it back to them. Asani, contact headquarters immediately. Report the situation right away. At once, Viscount. 10 minutes later, there was a knock at the door. Knock, knock, knock. Upon opening the door, Viscount Fabian saw the district's sheriff, Logan, looking seriously at him, with a capable young woman and a squad of guards by his side. "Viscount Fabian, excuse the intrusion. This is Ms. Melanie from the Imperial Sword-Bearers branch, and we are investigating an incident. Just now, an Imperial sword-bearer was attacked on the street. Although the attacker has been executed, eyewitnesses saw that the attacker had visited the Yakson auction house." Viscount Fabian didn't expect the investigation to come so quickly. As he looked at the attacker's portrait shown by Sheriff Logan, he fell silent, and after a while, he said, "Mr. Morgan, Ms. Melanie, although we have hosted this wizard Grant, I truly don't know why he would do such a thing. I think you might want to inquire at our headquarters. Meister, Wild Wolf Hills. A secluded location. A dark-robed monk, with black flames embroidered on the cuffs and collar, was reporting something to a middle-aged man seated in a large, luxurious chair. Bloodburner, we have just heard some recent news. Count Habs's daughter, Clea, seems to be returning to Meister from the Imperial City soon, the dark-robed monk said. I think, if we can capture her alive, we might be able to use her to blackmail the Habs family. Oh, when is she arriving? The middle-aged man seemed quite interested in the news. She should arrive in the next couple of days. I have already arranged for people to keep an eye out both inside and outside the county town. Good, it's a decent plan, but we still need to further investigate the protective forces around her. We need to succeed in one try without startling them. Never mind. I'll take care of it personally. The middle-aged man thought for a moment and then spoke. That old Hebs has already been seriously injured by Lord Freeman. His daughter's return must be intended to help the Habus family maintain control over Meister. The foundational rule of the Dragon Empire is these manorial nobles. Without their constraints and lacking the support of the Habus Manor and Meister, it will soon be under our complete control. Now that the Limb Attachment Cult, Sea God Sect, and Secret Snake Sect are engaging the Empire's elite forces elsewhere, we must seize this opportunity. Within Minster City, the Rain Villa, the drawing room. By the way, Alyosha, how did you know that I was attacked today? Did the news spread that quickly? Rain asked after taking the special healing potion. Lord Rain, actually, I came today to congratulate you, but just so happened to hear about your attack. Alyosha, seeing no signs of injury on Rain, couldn't help but relax and said with a smile. Congratulate me? Rain looked puzzled. Eh? Yes, don't you know? Because of your recent outstanding performance, the Sword-Bearers branch of Minster has already submitted your application for a Viscount title. Viscount? Clea was taken aback at the sight. How much time had passed, and Rain was about to be promoted from Baron to Viscount. As an heir to nobility, she naturally knew the difficulty involved. Most barons could not accumulate enough merits to be promoted to Viscount in their lifetime. But how long had Rain taken? 5 months? 3 months? Or even shorter? The chief made Shadia standing beside Clea had her eyes suddenly widen and covered her mouth with a hand. Good heavens! What on earth had Rain done in this half a year? Previously, although young barons like Rain were rare, she had heard of them. But such a young Viscount of the Empire was unheard of. And with a Viscount title, wouldn't it mean he was just one step away from becoming an earl? Shadia couldn't help but cast her eyes down and look at Clea sitting on the large deer leather sofa, thinking to herself, Miss, since you noticed Rain's remarkable talent back then, why didn't you have him sign a contract to become your follower? Alyosha, how did you find out? I didn't even know about this, Rain mused, thinking that it was most likely because of the diamond-level mission he had just completed. Hearing Rain's words, Alyosha chuckled and said, Lord Rain, have you forgotten what my father does? Rain instantly realized. He really hadn't thought of it for a moment, that Alyosha's father, Javier, is the special envoy stationed in Minster Province by the Imperial and Nobleman Examination Committee. All promotions to Baron and Viscount within Minster Province need to be reported to Javier. Only after examination and verification, confirming that there are no issues, would Javier report to the Imperial Senate for the record, which means Javier is a necessary step in the promotion process. No wonder Alyosha came to congratulate him. Speaking of promotions, Rain suddenly remembered something else. On the last Sunday of the Grass Moon this year, he had to attend the official ennoblement ceremony of the Duke of Minster, who would be ennobling on behalf of His Imperial Majesty. Thank you, Miss Alyosha. Rain promptly expressed his gratitude for the girl's concern and congratulations. You're welcome. And Lord Rain, since you have esteemed guests today, I won't disturb you any further. I'll take my leave now. Alyosha cast a glance at Clea and, after curtsying to both, turned to leave. Alyosha came in a hurry and left just as quickly, but what she brought was a compounded shock to Mistress and maid Clea. Clea smoothed the hair falling by her ear, steadied her mind, and looked at Rain with intense eyes, smilingly saying, Congratulations, Viscount Rain. Miss Clea, please just call me Rain. Rain couldn't help but show a wry smile. Rain, I didn't expect that just over half a year since I last saw you, you would have progressed so much. I should have signed a contract with you back then and made you my follower. Having a Viscount of the Empire as a follower would indeed be quite a statement, Clea half-joked. Miss Clea, if it weren't for your initial guidance, I wouldn't have been able to take the first step towards being transcendent, Rain replied with a smile. At this moment, Clea turned to Shadia and said, I need to talk with Viscount Rain. Shadia. Please ensure that no one disturbs us." "As you wish." Mississippi Shadia left the drawing room and closed the door. Clea's expression grew solemn as she slowly began. "Rain, now that you've joined the Sword Bearers, there are some things you must already understand. My return from the Imperial City is because our family faces an unprecedented crisis. My father, Count Habs, was critically injured in a covert attack by the high ranks of the Cult of the Black Flame, and we've lost many of our family elites. Moreover, our family's allies and old friends mostly aren't optimistic about the current situation and offer limited support. If not for special departments like the Sword Bearers and Earthshakers dispatching squads, the situation in Meist County might even be worse. As a family whose fief is in Meist, the Habus family has a special affection for Meist County and a responsibility to maintain the stability of the situation. Therefore, Rain, I would like to offer you the position of Guardian Knight for the Habus family." Having said this, Clea paused, then stated the terms. "Rain, once you agree to become the Guardian Knight of the Habus family, you will receive the maximum support of the resources collected by the Habus family, including extraordinary battle technique, witchcraft, potions, funds, and networks." After a moment's thought, Rain honestly replied, "Miss Clea, in fact, before I met you today, I had already taken on several missions related to the Cult of the Black Flame in Meist County City as a sword bearer. These included protecting your father, the governor of Meist County City. So, you don't need to hire me as the Guardian Knight for the Habus family. Some things are just as much my duty to undertake," he stated. "Don't forget, Meister is also my hometown," he reminded her. Unquestionably, the terms Clea offered were extremely generous, richer indeed than those usually afforded even to guardian knights of ordinary marquis families. But by then, Rain was no longer the young servant who once aspired to advancement solely within the confines of the Habsburg estate. At that moment, the idea of becoming the guardian knight for the Habus family or that of any other great noble lacked appeal, feeling instead like a new set of shackles. After all, according to the contract of a guardian knight, once the family was in danger, he had to rush to their aid. Now, the only family Rain had agreed to protect was the Crowley family, where the fair lady Jennifer resided. To him, his close relationship with them meant whether he was officially a guardian knight was irrelevant. Rain would come to their aid regardless. Upon hearing Rain's words, Clea initially showed delight, but it quickly vanished. She slightly furrowed her brow, shaking her head. "Rain, perhaps there's something you don't know. From what I've gathered at the Imperial Royal Academy, the turmoil that Meister and much of the Empire's territories are currently facing, this is likely just the beginning," she said. Lady Clea, are you certain?" Rain furrowed his brow. This turbulence, nearly sweeping through the entire Empire's territories, was just the beginning? Why had he heard nothing of this at the Swordbearers branch? Yes, it is said to stem from a prophecy by Grand Astromancer Dalian. The Empire Emperor himself is taking this prophecy very seriously. Grand Astromancer? No wonder. Rain recalled seeing a brief mention of this title in some book. It seemed to specifically denote high-ranking wizards specializing in prophecies, of which there were only a few across the entire empire. "Rain, I witnessed you killing the Ice Messenger Grant in 3 moves. Your knack for the Path of the Night far exceeds my expectations," she confessed. "I believe this isn't your ultimate potential. Your power will continue to grow over time. Furthermore, while the conditions I offered would attract other experts, I'd still rather place my trust in you. As you just said, Meister is also your hometown," she added. Clea's words plunged Rain into deep thought. If the current chaos was only a beginning, then he might need to reconsider the issue. Despite obtaining extraordinary battle techniques and witchcraft from the Imperial Swordbearers organization, what he lacked were resources like funds and connections. Such things usually necessitated generational accumulation within noble families, and having only recently elevated to nobility himself, Rain was short on such heritage, so support from the Habus family would certainly be beneficial. Setting aside other considerations, even the information Clea had just shared was something he hadn't come across within the Sword Bearers. Of course, this could be due to his only being part of the Sword Bearer Mentor branch, or perhaps due to insufficient privilege. Nevertheless, Rain still shook his head. "Lady Clea, I'm sorry, but I must decline," he said. This made Clea's beautiful countenance unable to hide her disappointment. But then, Rain quickly changed his tone, however. "Lady Clea, please allow me to become your personal guardian knight." This immediately surprised Clea, but then she showed delight. She understood what Rain meant. Being the guardian knight for the Habu's family and being her personal guardian knight were similar, yet profoundly different. Simply put, if he were her personal guardian knight, then other members of the Habu's family seeking Rain's protection could be outright denied by him. Also, he could act at his discretion regarding issues that implicated the interests of the Habu's family, or even choose not to act at all. The only obligation Rain would have was to intervene if she was in life-threatening danger. Rain, thank you, Clea said, straightening her back, her beautiful eyes earnestly fixed on him. But immediately, Clea's complexion turned slightly red. She had recalled something else. Because traditionally, if a knight of equal formal rank expressed the wish to become a noble lady's guardian knight, it was a tacit declaration of romantic intent. Clea wasn't sure if Rain was aware of this custom. Furthermore, if the noble lady accepted, it was genuinely an expression of "I accept your affections." Rain, of course, was unaware of this. Rain simply felt that if Clea faced danger, even without any contract, he would willingly intervene. Therefore, seeing the usually confident Lady Clea suddenly blushing slightly, he found it somewhat strange and gave her a closer look. But admittedly, this side of Clea possessed a uniquely charming allure and beauty. And Clea, under Rain's gaze, blushed even more, quickly saying, "Rain, I will head back to the inn first." "Oh, and since we need to meet up with 2 reinforcements sent by my father along the way, we will depart for Meister early tomorrow morning. Does that work for you? As for the official hiring ceremony and banquet, please allow me to hold them once we return to Meister." "Of course, Lady Clea." After Rain had helped Lady Clea and her servant onto the luxurious carriage parked at the front door, a while later, the beautiful woman Jennifer and Jenny returned home. That evening, accompanied by Rain, his mother Emma, father Old Rain, sister Bohi, and Jennifer enjoyed the first and sumptuous dinner after arriving in Münster, the provincial capital. However, during the dinner, when everyone learned that Rain would be heading to Meister on a mission the next day, their expressions varied. Mother Emma and Old Rain naturally showed concern, while Bohi was still full of confidence in her brother, with no trace of worry on her little face. The beautiful woman Jennifer, however, could hardly hide her disappointment. The next day, Rain was to embark on his mission, making it naturally difficult for her to stay the night. But soon, it seemed like some kind of signal had revived the spirits of the beautiful woman. Agatha found it strange that Jenny, who almost never went out at night, was breaking her own rule and calling her out for shopping. "Jenny, didn't you say that shopping at night isn't safe? Isn't that because the guard is here now? But you don't like shopping during the day either?" Agatha was still puzzled. "Stop asking so many questions. Are you going to charity or not?" "HM? Yes. But can we go a bit later? I want to talk with Baron Rain a bit more." Agatha was very torn. But soon, Agatha was persuaded by the offer Jenny made to help her order a women's outfit at Münster's famous tailor shop, Charity, and they left together. Just after the meal had ended, the beautiful woman Jennifer, slightly blushing, stood up and said, "Baron Rain, there have been many issues with the Merchant Guild recently. I need to discuss them with you." Mother Emma and Old Rain didn't suspect anything. Inside the room, having become a senior great knight, Rain's needs, naturally, further increased. And the beautiful woman, having not seen Rain in a long while, was also at an age of great need. Therefore, a fierce battle soon began. Omitting 10,000 words here. An hour passed. Downstairs, Mother Emma, somewhat puzzled, said to Old Rain, "It seems like the work at the Merchant Guild is really busy. Look, Jennifer has been upstairs consulting with Rain for so long. Yes, I hear that the guild's business has expanded from the county town to the provincial city. It's normal for it to be busy." "That's true. It's just tough on Jennifer. We should have Rain properly thank her." And in the upstairs room, at that moment, her loose cashmere double-breasted coat was already tossed aside by Rain. The large and snowy white hips were faintly visible in motion, while Rain easily held her slender waist with one hand. After a while later, the beautiful woman could finally rest on the luxurious, oversized chair. Turning her head, she brushed away the slightly messy hair by her ear, entirely looked at Rain. "Dear, you're really too amazing. My love, I really think you should find a lady of nobility with transcendent powers." This. Rain knew the beautiful woman was speaking the truth. She had mentioned it several times since he became a great knight. If when he had just become a formal knight, the beautiful woman could still be considered a match for him, now Jennifer was truly outmatched. After all, no woman would push away a man she loves. And now, she simply couldn't stand it anymore. One shouldn't say 30 as strong as a wolf and 40 as strong as a tiger. Even real wolves and tigers, before becoming ferocious, couldn't be much stronger than kittens and puppies when facing Rain, now a senior great knight. Letting the beautiful woman Jennifer rest early, while he himself feeling quite energetic, Rain had returned to his bedroom when he suddenly remembered something. At that moment, he recalled that he had forgotten to check the system notifications today due to his long overdue meeting with Clea. The system notifications read, "You've participated in a battle, Wizard, Legendary. Experience plus 802. Congratulations, you've defeated a powerful enemy and gained 1 golden skill point. Congratulations, your Wizard, Legendary, profession level has increased. Congratulations, your Wizard, Legendary, profession level has increased." The Wizard, Legendary, profession level had advanced 2 levels consecutively, reaching LV3 for 22/500, and was about to level up again soon. Also, this again awarded Rain 2 attribute points and 2 skill points, leaving him with a total of 8 remaining attribute points and 4 skill points. Additionally, although the battle ended very quickly, the opponent, known as Ice Messenger Grant, was quite formidable and certainly considered a powerful enemy. Hence, the battle also awarded Rain an additional golden skill point, bringing his total golden skill points to 8. This made Rain contemplate. It seems I'm just one step away from promoting the Crushing Hammer to a top-level secret technique. Immediately, Rain accessed the Weapon Master, Legendary, panel to check again. With a little calculation, advancing the Crushing Hammer to a top-secret technique required both hammer skill and breathing technique at level 18 or above, needing 4 golden skill points, plus the advancement cost, totaling 8 points, which exactly matched his current total. However, he was a bit short on the attribute requirements. Top Secret Technique required Strength of 45 points, Agility of 38 points, and Constitution of 40 points or more. And currently on Rain's attribute panel. Constitution, 38 Strength, 41 Agility, 35 Spirit, 52. Constitution, Strength, and Agility all had gaps, but the total gap for attribute points was only 1 point. However, Rain's brow furrowed almost immediately. He recalled the day's battle. Although his strength had been growing, the enemies he faced were also becoming more difficult to deal with all sorts of techniques emerging one after another. Actually, when he crushed the opponent's ice blade, he could clearly feel the bone-chilling cold in his left hand. If the cold lasted a bit longer, it would slow down blood flow and cause stiffness in his limbs. This was one of the special effects of Ice Mage witchcraft that people dreaded. Therefore, Rain thought he should diversify his response methods. Perhaps he could consider enhancing his shield defense first. Although his intermediate steel body innate wizardry was extremely effective in defending against sharp objects like knives, guns, swords, and arrows, based on the day's events, steel body's defensive power was relatively weak against witchcraft's extreme cold, extreme heat, and other effects. After pondering for a moment with a thought, Rain instantly transformed the hardened essence gold covering the plate gauntlet of his left hand into an iris shield. Then, it quickly morphed into an even larger tower shield, firmly guarding the area directly in front of Rain. The innate wizardry metal morphing spell allowed Rain to produce all sorts of shields at will. At that moment, Rain was certain in his heart. Therefore, as Rain consecutively added 4 skill points, he directly advanced his Rock Can Axe Shield combat skill to LV12. Instantly, a flood of memories on how to practice Rock Can Axe Shield combat skills surged into Rain's mind. This Axe Shield practice memory, now flooding Rain's mind, quickly integrated into the muscle and fascia memory, as though he had spent over 10 years in some mysterious space, devotedly practicing Rock Can Axe Shield combat skill alone. At the same time, Rain vaguely felt that he was only a step away from the subsequent derivative secret technique of the combat skill. Without hesitation, he continued to add points. With the investment of 1 golden skill point, Rock Can Axe Shield combat skill successfully reached LV13, and the system's prompt about the secret technique finally appeared. Congratulations. You have comprehended the basic secret technique of Rock Can Axe Shield combat skill. Flash cut. Congratulations, you have comprehended the basic secret technique of Rock Can Axe Shield combat skill. Iron Wall. 2 secret techniques. I was expecting flash cut, but it seems the second one is about the shield defense secret technique. Surprised, Rain carefully started to examine them. Soon enough, he saw two brand new icons located directly above the Rock-Kin Axe Shield combat skill on the Weapon Master Legendary panel. Inside the icons, the patterns were like twin stars, with identical characters and weapons but different postures. The pattern on the left depicted a stalwart man holding a shield in his left hand and an axe in his right, striding forward with the axe fiercely chopping downward. The other pattern showed the stalwart man with an axe and shield, the axe retracted, and the shield raised high, a posture of being solid as a rock in tight defense. The textual explanation of the secret techniques was as follows. Flash Cut, basic secret technique, effect, utilizes a special emission technique combining force and slashing to swing the axe, delivering a strike with powerful cutting ability. Having just mastered two new secret techniques, if it weren't for the lack of a training area in his own villa, Rain would have liked to practice a bit. But for now, he could only suppress the eager anticipation in his heart. My own Weapon Master, Legendary, profession, combined with the innate wizardry Metal Morphing spell, is naturally suitable for different combat scenarios. In other words, relying on the nearly instant Metal Morphing spell, my legendary profession, Weapon Master, has become greatly strengthened. First of all, I don't need to carry 6 or 7 types of weapons to adapt to different combat scenes anymore, which significantly reduces my burden. In future battles, I just need to carry a reasonable amount of special metals to achieve the effect of carrying multiple weapons. Secondly, the sudden transformation of my weapon during combat, and the resulting drastic change in fighting style, will certainly catch the enemy by surprise. Thinking of this, Rain's brows relaxed, and a smile appeared on his face. This is precisely where the Metal Morphing spell and my role as a Weapon Master, this legendary profession, fit together perfectly. It has an effect that is far greater than the sum of its parts. I can imagine, in a certain battle, my weapon shifting from a two-handed warhammer to a suddenly thrown spear. The surprise of the enemy may cause them to falter, allowing me to seize the opportunity. Of course, to forge iron, you also need to be strong yourself. Last, and most importantly, I need to ensure that every weapon I create through the Metal Morphing spell is mastered to the level of a secret technique. That would be impressive. Rain sighed to himself. However, I have limited skill points, so I can't enhance everything. Therefore, I need to think carefully. A knight or great knight using a variety of weapons isn't difficult. Mastering 1 or 2 types of weapons isn't too hard either. But to master a multitude of weapons is very hard. That process requires an enormous amount of time and energy for intense training, and that's under the premise of having decent talent. As for doing what Rain has done, mastering a secret technique in nearly every category of transcendent combat skills for various types of weapons, that is extremely difficult. The hammer secret technique is acquired, and is the only one that has reached the level of an advanced secret skill, suitable for dealing with powerful individuals or huge, ferocious wild beasts. The sonic secret technique is acquired, suitable for dealing with groups of enemies, but whose strengths aren't too formidable. It's just a bit of a pity. If there were other group attack secret techniques, even if the enemy's strength was greater, I could wipe them out. I'm still short on group attack methods. Rain mused to himself. The single-handed axe and shield secret techniques are also acquired. They're more suitable for defense and counterattacks, or when you can't find an opportunity to attack in the short term. I don't have a long-range attack secret technique yet. If hardened essence gold were turned into a bow, the flexibility of the bow limbs would be too poor, and its power inferior to projectile weapons. Just like today during the counterattack, the first thing I used was the Metal Morphing spell to create a short spear. It seems the next step would be to try and find a transcendent combat skill involving throwing. Of course, it would be even better to have an offensive metal-based wizardry, but that's a bit harder to come by. I should start by looking for throwing transcendent combat skills, which should be relatively easier. After pondering for a while, Rain summarized his insights on the conditions under which various weapons should be used. Now that he had figured it out, Rain immediately began to review the skills under his Weapon Master, Legendary, profession panel. Several minutes later, he focused his attention on Counter Martial Arts. Rain had no skill points left now, but his Counter Martial Arts had already advanced from LV10 during his initial transition to Weapon Master to LV12 after several battles, which meant that subsequent enhancements would require only golden skill points. Why did he choose to enhance Counter Martial Arts? Because after thinking it over, Rain believed that closing the distance to fight wizards at high speed and with high-frequency attacks could result in quite effective outcomes. Analyzing from the psychology of enemies typically skilled in witchcraft, or say, long-range attacks, being up close and personal and physical combat could cause them to panic to some extent. Moreover, in a confined environment, Katar martial arts could also prove extremely effective, something that was clearly evident in his previous cave battle against the Sea God's sect envoy Myarko. Therefore, Rain decided to enhance his Katar martial arts. Of course, he also wanted to see what kind of secret technique Katar martial arts would bring. Let's not forget, Katar martial arts had two techniques. As the golden skill points were invested, Katar martial arts instantly advanced to LV-13, and Rain, as if transported to a mysterious space, underwent what seemed to be years of grueling training in Katar martial arts in an instant. When Rain came to his senses, the system prompt arrived as expected. Congratulations, you have comprehended the basic secret technique of Katar martial arts. Heavy punch combo. Congratulations, you have comprehended the basic secret technique of Katar martial arts. Rapid cutting. Just as expected. Two techniques, giving rise to two secret techniques. Rain expressed his delight. At the same time, he quickly saw two brand new icons located right above Katar martial arts on his Weapon Master, Legendary panel. The descriptions are as follows. Heavy punch combo, basic secret technique, effect. Utilizes a special force exertion method that combines inner strength with martial arts to deliver several powerful punches with destructive force in an extremely short time. Rapid cutting, basic secret technique, effect. Uses a special force generation technique combining primal force with bladed finger tigers to swiftly wave and slice the enemy's limbs. To upgrade rapid cutting to intermediate secret technique, the following conditions must be met. 1. Katar martial arts LV-14 or above. 2. Giant bear breathing method LV-14 or above. 3. Strength 38 points. Agility 35 points. Constitution 32 points or above. 4. Consumes 1 golden skill point. At this moment, Lord Rain once again appeared pensive, crossed his arms, and started pacing back and forth in the room. I just used 2 points, and now I still have 6 golden skill points, he thought. If I upgrade all 4 of the newly mastered basic secret techniques to intermediate secret techniques, that would only require 4 golden skill points. Rain's eyes sparkled. He immediately decided to upgrade all 4 of the freshly realized basic secret techniques. And as for the golden skill points, they could always be earned. The next second, as the number of golden skill points decreased from 6 due on the panel, system notifications began appearing like a flood. Congratulations, you have mastered the intermediate secret technique of Rockin's Axe Shield Combat. Flash cut. Congratulations, you have mastered. Thus, the 4 basic secret techniques Flash Cut, Iron Wall, Heavy Punch Combo, and Rapid Cutting were all upgraded to intermediate secret techniques by Rain. Looking at the freshly upgraded 4 intermediate secret techniques, Rain showed a satisfied expression. The next morning, after bidding farewell to his family and the beautiful woman Jennifer, Rain set off towards the end of the world and where Lady Clea was staying. Rain, at this time, had a warhammer with a miniaturized skull at the front, known as the Skull Warhammer, slung on one side of his waist, and behind him carried a long wooden box, housing a replica of the Emperor's scepter. As for weapons like the glimmering greatsword, Rain had them hanging on both sides of his fast-stepping angle horse, Little Black. Initially, Rain did not intend to bring the glimmering greatsword, because its surface had been hardened through quenching and polishing, and using the metal morphing spell would damage this surface effect. That meant if Rain fought holding the glimmering greatsword, it would be somewhat sharper, but could not transform. However, after reconsidering, Rain thought he could place the weapons on Little Black, now a ferocious beast, without having to carry them himself, which would not add to his burden and would not affect his speed in combat, but would instead serve as a tactical decoy. So Rain decided to take the weapons with him after all. Riding the towering fast-stepping angle horse Little Black, with a fierce battle hound the size of a pony cub called Cookie following behind, Rain arrived strikingly at the doorstep of the End of the World Inn. At this time, a luxurious carriage bearing the Kali bird emblem and 2 groups totaling 24 elite cavalrymen were already waiting at the front of the inn, and Lady Clea and her servant had just walked out. The timing was perfect. Lady Clea naturally noticed Rain on his high-stepping horse. 2 fierce grade pets? Lady Clea's eyes lit up, immediately recognizing the extraordinary aspects of the horse Rain rode and the hound behind him. However, with the inn's doorway crowded and noisy, it was not a suitable place for pleasantries. So after nodding towards Rain, Clea boarded the carriage. Lord Rain. Lady Clea invites you to join her in the carriage. Just as Rain was about to ride Little Black and follow the cavalry behind Clea's carriage, the chief made Shadia approached quickly, smiling. Am I to get in the carriage as well? What about my warhorse? Lord Rain's warhorse can be left to me to take care of, said Yodel, the butler, with a beaming smile. All right, thank you. Eager to catch up with Clea after a long separation, Rain naturally wanted to chat with her. When Rain climbed into the carriage, he discovered that the space inside was extremely spacious and luxurious, with 2 rows of seating and a long, brown solid wood coffee table in the middle. Once Rain was inside the carriage, the entire convoy slowly started moving towards the county of Wales. Inside the carriage. By the way, Rain, remember I taught you the giant bear sword technique before, but in terms of level and power, the giant bear sword technique as an extraordinary combat skill isn't very strong. I have a scroll of Arcadian swordsmanship here. Consider it a welcome gift for you. The Guardian Knight. Clea smiled as she took a quaint pale yellow scroll from Shadia's hands and handed it to Rain. Arcadian swordsmanship? Yes, Arcadia, full name Arcadia Payson, was a famous sword saint hundreds of years ago. Rain, you can take a look first. It should be of some help to you. Rain felt intrigued and immediately took the scroll and started reading. Rain naturally would not refuse the Arcadian swordsmanship offered by Lady Clea, especially since it was an extraordinary combat skill from a sword saint. The secret technique derived from his previous study of the giant bear sword technique was the sonic secret technique. Not that it was bad, but it was quite different from the traditional derivations of the dual-handed greatsword's secret techniques. Therefore, Rain was quite eager to see what kind of secret techniques mastering this Arcadian swordsmanship would bring him. I remember you once asked me if it was the giant bear swordsmanship I was practicing. Actually, I have always been practicing this two-handed sword technique, which is also a treasured family heirloom. Clea recalled the past, her face brightening with a radiant smile. Although this sword technique is quite difficult to begin with, I believe that with your talent, it would not be too difficult to learn. I estimate that you will be able to master it in no more than a month or 2. Rain listened and looked at Arcadian swordsmanship, his eyes shining brightly. Right, although I'm no longer a match for you now. If it's just practicing Arcadian swordsmanship, Rain, you can come to me anytime if you want, Clea suggested. Swordsmanship practice? Rain felt his heart stir upon hearing this. It immediately reminded him of the practice sessions he had with Clea. Based on the situation at that time, calling it practice wasn't quite accurate. It was more like a one-sided teaching from Clea. Thinking back on those moments brought a knowing smile to Rain's face. Thank you, Lady Clea. I hope you will give me guidance when the time comes. You're welcome, Rain. Don't forget, you are now my guardian knight. Because Clea's luxurious carriage was drawn by 4 horses, its speed was not much slower than that of the cavalry. The entire convoy sped along, and by noon, they had already reached the territory of Welsh County, about 2 hours away from the agreed meeting point. However, at noon, the convoy naturally needed to adjust and rest, and soon enough, several campfires were lit in a roadside forest clearing. Gathering firewood and cooking were naturally not tasks for Rain and Clea to worry about. The butler Yodel and chief maid Shadia had already organized everything methodically. During the break, Rain approached Clea and said, Lady Clea, if possible, I'd like to ask you to teach me a bit about Arcadian swordsmanship. Clea's beautiful eyes looked at Rain with puzzlement. Rain, don't tell me you've already gotten the basics down. Just in that short time on the carriage, I've got a bit of an understanding. If Lady Clea can spare the time to teach me, I believe I'll be able to master it very quickly. Although Clea didn't quite believe it, she immediately nodded in agreement. Of course I can. The two then went to a clearing in the forest. Rain, we've agreed. You can only use Arcadian swordsmanship, otherwise, I'm no match for you, Clea said with a smile. Naturally, Rain replied with a smile. Suddenly, the clearing was filled with 2 swiftly moving figures, and the sound of their clashing weapons rang out frequently. Even though it was just a sparring match, the elite knight sitting and resting on the side watched with great interest. Arcadian swordsmanship was bold and extravagant in attack, and even Clea, the less capable of the two, possessed the strength of a peak knight, a level seemingly unattainable in the eyes of the knights. Minutes later, the fast-moving figures abruptly came to a stop. Clea's heaving chest betrayed her state of exertion, and her beautiful eyes gazed at Rain in disbelief. True, the Arcadian swordsmanship Rain had just used could scarcely be called proficient, obviously putting him at a disadvantage, yet Clea could clearly feel Rain's control over Arcadian swordsmanship improving slowly throughout the process. This grasp of extraordinary battle technique was utterly terrifying. It made Clea somewhat understand why Rain's strength had grown so formidable in just half a year's time. At the same time, Clea quickly considered another question, and glancing at the skull warhammer at Rain's waist, she couldn't help but ask, "Rain, are you skilled in several extraordinary battle techniques?" Because the day before, she had personally witnessed Rain kill the ice messenger, Grant, clearly using a short spear. Yes, Lady Clea, Rain pondered briefly before nodding in agreement. In addition to the dual-handed greatsword, you must also be good at hammer skill. Is there anything else? Well, also the shield, single-handed axe. Clea was momentarily at a loss for words. Such a talent for quickly mastering extraordinary battle techniques was truly. Rain, you're already skilled with so many weapons. Even in the Imperial City, I've hardly seen anyone with the talent or ability you have. It's very rare indeed. However, Clea then appeared thoughtful, as if something had occurred to her, and continued, "But your talent, it reminds me of a race from ancient times that resembles you." An ancient race? Rain's eyebrows raised with apparent interest. Yes, have you ever heard of it? Ancient giant trolls. Rain's eyes lit up. Of course, he had heard of them. Not only had he heard, but he had also consulted several related ancient texts. Clea nodded and explained. The ancient giant trolls once lived in primeval forests. In those forests, there were many fierce and wild beasts, giant creatures, and even more terrifying ancient creatures. The living environment was extremely harsh, but they were able to establish a mighty empire of ancient giant trolls. This was closely related to the valiant and skillful combat abilities of the ancient giant trolls. Basically, every adult troll was extremely good at using various weapons for combat, just like you. They would use dual-handed greatswords, warhammers, long spears, various throwing weapons, and so on in battle. For this, they even established ancient and majestic colosseums to showcase their bravery. Not only did they fight against giant beasts, but they also fought amongst themselves. Among the most valiant and skilled warriors, they would determine the strongest master of weapons, who would be honored with the title King of Thousand Blades and hold a lofty position within the tribe. Suddenly, at that moment, Rain stiffened entirely, because just then, he had received a system notification. Ding. Detected that the host is listening to ancient secrets, triggering the Weapon Master, Legendary, Special Advanced Job Change, King of Thousand Blades, Epic. Advancement to King of Thousand Blades, Epic. Prerequisites are 1. Weapon Master LV9 or higher. 2. Mastery of 9 different secret techniques. 3. Physical second-order breaking limit of 90% or above. 4. Any breathing technique LV18 or above. 5. Strength of 50 points or more. Agility of 50 points or more. Constitution of 50 points or more. Current conditions do not meet the requirements. Job change to King of Thousand Blades, Epic. Failed. An epic level profession. King of Thousand Blades? A king skilled in 1,000 types of blades, that's exaggerating. For a moment, Rain's thoughts raced. Meister, Wild Wolf Hills. On a dry road, several robust men wearing the Empire's Special Department ground shaker armbands lay fallen by the road, bodies covered with numerous scars and signs of significant blood loss. A middle-aged man in a black robe, still emanating bursts of bloodlight from his body. However, as the battle ended, it gradually dimmed. Bloodburner, sir, these presumptuous fools even dared to trouble you, truly seeking their own death. A black-robed figure with a black flame embroidered on the collar approached and flattered. Stop the flattery, by the way, how does that matter? Raxel waved his hand. Sir, I was just about to report that matter to you. Seemingly recalling something, the face of the reporting black-robed person turned a bit strange. Sir, just now. I received news from inside the Earl Hab's mansion. Their young lady did not arrive at Meister via a military airship. Instead, she will be traveling from Minster by carriage, heading to Welsh County first, then reaching Meister. Is the information confirmed? This took Raxel by surprise, because, According to the previous discussion with his subordinates, they believed the other party would surely choose to arrive in Meister by Imperial military airship. After all, airships are not only much faster than carriages but also safer. Therefore, they already prepared to ambush the other party on the necessary path between Meister's airship landing site and Earlhab's mansion. The necessary path is located on Meister's main thoroughfare, surrounded by dense patrol teams. Moreover, considering that there was sure to be a certain number of guards along with the other party, capturing this Count's daughter alive necessarily required top experts to quickly resolve the battle within 2 to 3 minutes and move her away. If the delay exceeded 10 minutes, the several Imperial sword-bearers in Meister County town would surely be alerted and come to assist rapidly. Thus, to be safe, it would be best to finish the battle within 5 minutes. This was also why Raxel planned to take action himself. And now, the news they had received became much more interesting. The other party actually chose to travel from Münster by carriage to Welsh County first and then to Meister. This couldn't help but make Raxel and his subordinates laugh. It appears I do not need to act personally. This miss from the Habu's family still doesn't quite understand who she is opposing. Since she's heading to Welsh County, all I need to do is stay here, waiting for good news from Garinna. Garinna was appointed by Raxel as the chief priestess of Welsh County, ruthless and particularly skilled in illusion technique. Contact Garinna. Tell her to find a suitable opportunity to settle this matter. I don't care about the others, but I want that Countess' daughter alive. As you command, sir. Welsh County, within a manor. High Priestess, just now, we received an urgent message from Lord Stainer. A black flame cultist respectfully said to a slender female figure in black robes. Oh, is it a letter from Lord Raxel? Bring it to me. As you command, my lady. The black flame cultist handed over a slightly curled letter. A pair of overly pale, bloodless hands reached out, took the offered letter, and lifted the hood to read it. At that moment, the face under the hood was revealed to be that of a young woman with a seductive appearance, especially her deep brown eyes and the makeup around them resembling black eyeshadow, seemed to emit a special charm, luring people into oblivion. This seductive young woman was none other than the Black Flame cult's high priestess in Welsh County, Garinna Barking. As she parted her thin lips, she read softly, Count Habs's daughter Clea and her party are passing through Welsh County on their way to Meister. With a certain strength of guards. Capture her alive. There's an informant within their team. Their camp should be tonight in the woods between Calmatown and Easy Town. After reading, a contemplative look crossed Garinna's face, and she then passed the open letter to her subordinate, seemingly for them to have a look as well. Several minutes later, Garinna spoke. Since it's a request from Lord Raxel, of course, we must cooperate. Get in touch with this informant and find out their current location, and confirm where they'll be camping tonight. By the way, what is the strength of this Earl's daughter? Does she have any particularly formidable experts with her? We need to investigate all of this thoroughly. If we're going to do this, let's do it beautifully. As you wish, High Priestess. The robed subordinate slowly withdrew. At this time, a sly smile appeared on Garinna's face, and she whispered, the phantom art combined with the explosive black flame newly bestowed by the great god of hunting. My new trump card has just been perfected. It's a good time to test it in real combat. I hope this time the enemy proves to be somewhat interesting. Garinna was originally a wizard apprentice specializing in illusion techniques, but due to limited talent and after exhausting all effort to obtain the vaporization agent, she failed to break through to a full wizard and instead suffered a great loss in power. This caused her mentality to gradually warp, and with Raxel's seduction, Garinna turned to become a follower of the god of hunting, when, years ago, after joining the Black Flame cult, Garinna performed exceptionally well in several missions, which earned her the god of hunting's favor during prayers and sacrifices. Not only did she break through to a wizard, but she also became an evil sorcerer. Evil sorcerer, the power comes not only from their own witchcraft but more from the blessings granted by the deity they serve. This effect is similar to witchcraft, but even more sinister and bizarre, classified as evil magic by the Orthodox. And everyone who uses the powers of evil magic bestowed by the evil god can be collectively referred to as an evil sorcerer. Wait, the training for the new believers within the Münster province is set to be held here. It's perfect timing to call them all to witness this. It can serve as practical training and also bolster their convictions that the empire is in decline, driving them more actively into the embrace of our Lord. Garinna stopped the subordinate who was about to leave and said, As you wish, High Priestess. The Black Flame cultist bowed again before turning to leave. Welsh County, a temporary campsite by the road. Rain carefully reviewed the conditions for his advancement to King of Thousand Blades, finding that he could hardly meet any of them at the moment. The only one he had already satisfied was the Bear King breathing technique. This also implied, from another perspective, that his breathing technique level was already high enough. But since he had stepped onto the transcendent path for such a short time, the effects had not fully manifested yet. This was normal. The enhancement to the body provided by a breathing technique is a continual and slow change. Normally, an ordinary person wanting to become a formal knight would need years of breathing technique practice to enhance their physical quality. However, Rain soon thought of another factor. Since he could add points to his own attributes, the effect of the breathing technique was even less noticeable. It was likely that just as he was about to experience an increase in strength or constitution due to the technique, his attribute points would cover it up. For instance, because of the effects brought by the breathing technique, Rain might soon face an increase in strength or constitution, but if he added points to strength or constitution at that moment, the benefits of the technique would naturally be overshadowed by the attribute points. To put it another way, if someone already possesses the physical quality of a great knight, then practicing a beginner-level breathing technique would basically have no effect, or only an insubstantial one. Also, does it require 9 secret techniques? Luckily, it's not 9 different types of weapons. If it's 9 secret techniques, it might be difficult for others, but for myself, it's not so bad since I've already mastered 5 of them. Seeing Rain standing still, Clea, who had just walked over, thought Rain was shocked by the legend of the King of Thousand Blades of the ancient giant troll race and jokingly said, "Rain, do you think it's possible that you have ancient giant troll blood in you? Otherwise, why would you be proficient in so many weapons and extraordinary combat skills?" Gazing at Clea's clearly teasing pretty face, Rain couldn't help but be momentarily startled, but he was in a good mood, shrugged his shoulders, and responded with a smile. That should not be the case. Actually, at this time, Rain thought to himself that after so many years, the fangs of the ancient giant trolls he had absorbed in his class changed to Beast Priest surely couldn't still contain any troll essence. At this moment, he was certainly still a complete human being. Since his Arcadian swordsmanship had now reached entry level and achieved LV1, 12/100, Rain was about to speak and suggest to Clea that they continue. Just then, the chief maid Shada came over, and looking at Clea and Rain, who were chatting and laughing, she bowed slightly with a smile and said, "Miss, Lord Rain, lunch is ready." Clea and Rain were having lunch on the carriage. Although they were in the wilderness, the chief maid had thoughtfully prepared butter, white bread, roasted steak, and more. "Rain, after lunch, let's continue our journey. Just ahead, about 10 kilometers away from the county town of Wells, there's a manor under the name of Viscount Serial where, according to the agreement, we are to meet," said Clea. "All right, Lady Clea. Viscount Serial was once my father's officer, and has always been on good terms with the Habs family. This time he has sent a cavalry troop led by 2 peak knights, including nearly 10 senior knights and 3 squads of elite cavalry. It is quite a respectable force for support," she added. Although Rain had some doubts, he still nodded without voicing them. No great knight-level strength. For the county of Meister, while peak knights were considered capable, they were far from being considered top fighters. That's to say, even though they would be somewhat useful, they could only make a slight difference in the situation and would not play a significant role, let alone a decisive one. This realization gave Rain some insight into the predicament currently faced by the Habs family. Thinking about it, it made sense that Clea had sought him out if things were not as they were. Looking out the carriage window, Rain saw that the chief maid Shadia had taken very good care of Cookie, the lurcher hound, and Little Black, the speed pedal horse, who were both feasting nearby. As for the blood-feathered horned eagle, it was able to hunt for its own food, sparing Rain from worry. After lunch, the group resumed their journey, and about 2 hours later, they arrived near Serial Manor. Several kilometers from the manor, Rain could already see from afar a large group of cavalry and knights gathering at the entrance. Huh? There are more men than Clea mentioned, and their strength is much greater, too. Especially the noble standing at the forefront of the group, who was flanked by 2 great knights for protection. That came as a surprise to Rain. But what surprised Clea even more, she murmured to herself, "Huh? Why is Earl Rodlin here too? I thought. And how come this annoying fellow is also?" "Rain, Shadia, wait for me in the carriage," Clea said, apparently wary of something and not wanting Rain to get out of the carriage with her. As they drew closer to the group, Clea quickly got out of the carriage and politely bowed slightly to Earl Rodlin, saying, "Earl Rodlin, what brings you here?" "Viscount Serial, good day." Clea also greeted the middle-aged man with thick eyebrows standing to the side, and Serial promptly returned the gesture. "My dear niece Clea, it's been a long time. You've become even more beautiful." Earl Rodlin laughed heartily. "Thank you for your compliments, Clea." As Clea got off the carriage, a young man resembling Earl Rodlin who was by his side immediately approached her eagerly. It seemed that the young man wanted to take Clea's hand in a hand-kissing gesture. However, it was not very polite to make such a gesture towards an unmarried woman. Clea's expression changed instantly, and she evaded the young man's outstretched hand, leaving him embarrassed and forced to withdraw his hand, saying, "Clea, it's been a while." "Hello, Rachel," Clea said, her face cold. At this point, Earl Rodlin tried to smooth things over for his son, ahem. "Clea, actually, Rachel cares a lot about you. He's been telling me he wants to send help, but as you know, the situation within Wells County is also quite unstable," he said. As he spoke, the young man named Rachel puffed out his chest and looked at Clea intensely, as if full of deep feelings. "I believe, Clea, that you know Rachel has always had strong feelings for you. If you would agree to his proposal, and our two families were to unite through marriage, then even if the situation in Meister is dangerous, the Rodlin family would stand by you unconditionally," he continued. As he said the last 4 words, Earl Rodlin's voice rose dramatically, filled with an air of self-righteousness. Just then, Rain heard the chief maid Shadia whispering indignantly to the side, "So shameless. Utterly disgusting. The Rodlin family should remember who put down their nightly rebellion 10 years ago. Now, they turn around to take advantage during a time of crisis, wanting Miss to marry that Rachel, a man known for his dalliances with women." Hearing Shadia's words, Rain, even without a full grasp of the situation, immediately understood the intentions of Earl Rodlin. The man was taking advantage of their plight, only willing to send the troops behind him if Clea agreed to his son's marriage proposal. Now, whether it was the great knights by his side or the group of knights and cavalry behind him, they all seemed like bait, tempting Clea to accept the offer. However, as the daughter of Count Habs, Clea was well acquainted with some noble tricks and could immediately see through the intentions of the other party. Her expression changed slightly and she refused, saying, "Viscount Rodlin, I am really sorry. I truly have no feelings for Rachel, and since the situation in the Welsh county is rather unstable, let's call off the reinforcements. I must take my leave now." Wait. Rodlin had not expected Clea to refuse so decisively without even considering it. He first glared at his own disappointing son, then turned his head to gaze at Clea's tight and exquisite figure, his face showing a hint of covetousness as he said, "Niece Clea, considering the current unstable situation in Meister, and as your elder, I think it would be better for you to stay in the Welsh county from a protective standpoint until the situation stabilizes, and then return." While speaking, Rodlin did not wait for Clea's response and waved his hand. Suddenly, the 2 great knights behind him quickly moved towards Clea from either side, apparently attempting to confine her. This made Clea's face suddenly change, and with a stern look, she said, "Viscount Rodlin, you are going too far. Are you trying to detain me too?" No, dear niece Clea. I am only concerned for your safety. Even Count Habs would understand and not blame me for this," Rodlin said with smug shake of his head. At this, Rachel, who had witnessed the scene, could not help but flush with excitement and said, "Father, it's about time you did this." By his side, Viscount Serial looked uncomfortable and said, "Viscount Rodlin, isn't this a bit too much? After all, Count Habs. Serial, you must understand you are just a viscount. Are you really in a position to advise me, a viscount?" Rodlin glanced at Serial displeasantly and said. At this point, Rain, who was in the carriage, could no longer stand by. This was a first-hand insight into the ugly nature of some nobles. Never had he thought about sending coal and snow. This sort of dirty deed was happening right before his eyes. Seeing a tall, black-haired young man in silver elite knight armor emerge from Clea's carriage, the 2 great knights, who had previously been at ease, instantly tensed up, preparing for a confrontation. They immediately stopped in their tracks. Rain, with a relaxed expression, walked up and took her soft hand, pulling Clea behind him, and said, "Lady Clea, let me handle this." Clea, whose hand was held by Rain, instinctively pulled back, but to no avail, which made her cheeks turn slightly red. However, She looked at Rain's towering figure and said nothing, instead feeling a relief wash over her. Seeing an attractive young man descend from Clea's carriage, Rachel's expression changed drastically and he yelled, "Who are you? How come you were on Clea's carriage?" "Clea, I had no idea you were such a..." This immediately made Rain's expression change. Swoosh. Rain disappeared from the spot. Watch out. The two great knights just wanted to intervene, but it was already too late. The next second, smack. Rachel was struck by a slap from Rain, immediately falling to the ground like a radish planted in the soil, with some blood and more than 10 teeth scattered around. In fact, on closer inspection, one could see that Rachel's entire mouth had been twisted, and his somewhat handsome face was now disfigured. Rain's quick, lightning-fast action surprised everyone around. Obviously, this black-haired young man was also a great knight, and from the looks of it, his strength seemed even superior to that of the two great knights from the Rodlin family. The two great knights glanced at each other. The next second, the two moved to strike Rain from both sides. However, neither drew their weapons, seemingly still leaving room for maneuver. "Be careful," Clea cried out. Rain's expression remained unchanged, and he immediately turned and stomped on the ground, creating a deep pit. Using the force from the stomp, Rain, swift as lightning, moved first to the left, his right fist punching out. Rain's punch landed on the abdomen of one of the great knights, but it seemed he held back at the last moment. Yet the force was still too strong, and the knight's breastplate was instantly shattered, folding the man over, his eyes bulging, and his limbs splayed out straight, like a folded piece of paper. Following that, Rain spun around, his left fist striking to the right, sending another figure flying backward twice as fast as he had approached, suffering the same fate as the previous great knight. The two great knights were thrown against the nearby horses, causing immediate chaos in the crowd. The two horses that were hit directly broke their bones and died instantly. Seeing Rain's formidable power, even a fool knew Rain was no ordinary figure, defeating two official great knights with just 2 punches. "You, who are you? Do you know the consequences of attacking an Empire noble?" Viscount Rodlin, seemingly wary of Rain's potential attack, stood frozen in place, but the injury to his son and his men forced him to question with a pale, iron-blue face. "This is my guardian knight, Lord Rain," Clea said as she slowly stepped forward. "Even if he is a guardian knight, can he a noble?" Rodlin, pointing at his son who had been knocked out of half his teeth, spoke in an angry, victimized manner. "Looking to trouble me? Welcome anytime." Rain took out the golden badge of an imperial sword-bearer and flashed it in front of Rodlin. "Sword-bearer. And it's a golden one." Rodlin's face turned pale in an instant. "How can you be a golden sword-bearer at such a young age?" "Feel free to lodge a complaint at the sword holder Minter branch," Rain said casually, waving his hand dismissively without looking back as he walked away, leading Clea. "Those two great knights?" Clea asked in a low voice. "Don't worry, they won't die. The other side didn't draw their weapons, so of course, I showed some restraint," Rain explained to Clea. Just then, Rain had executed his newly comprehended intermediate secret technique from the Catter martial arts, the heavy punch combo, but stopped abruptly, leaving each with a single punch and holding back some strength. Seeing that he was unable to do anything about the situation, Count Rodlin said hatefully, "Let's go." The people behind him helped the two heavily injured great knights and the dazed Rachel to hastily depart. At that moment, Viscount Serial, still at the scene, called out to Clea, "Miss Clea, please wait. We will join you on your journey to Meister. You know about what just happened. After all, I am in the county of Wales, so?" Clea smirked and turned around, saying, "Viscount Serial, I understand. Your joining is welcome." She knew that Viscount Serial was also forced by circumstances, being in the same county as Rodlin. If he offended Earl Rodlin, life would become difficult for him. Among the nobles, his neutrality, especially not making things difficult for her just now, was already quite commendable. Hence, their party grew significantly larger. In terms of strength, there was no longer a gap. Apart from Rain, who was outwardly an experienced great knight, they gained 2 peak knights, a group of veteran knights, and dozens of cavalry. Meanwhile, in a manor in the county of Wales. "How is it? Where has the party reached, and how is the information gathering?" Galena asked casually as a subordinate entered, flicking her long, slender fingernails. "High Priestess, just as we predicted, they are now heading in the direction of Kalma town. However what? The daughter of Count Habs might have a highly skilled senior great knight protecting her. Immediately, the Black Flame monk detailed the happenings at the gate of Serial Manor as reported by their informant. 2 official great knights, taken down by 2 punches. The opponent's strength is likely beyond that of an ordinary senior great knight. After hearing the subordinate's report, Galena's expression grew serious as she pondered. However, her face showed no sign of worry. Instead, there was almost an eager expression. He must be a true master of secret techniques. Otherwise, merely based on physical prowess, no senior great knight could nearly instantly defeat 2 official great knights, she mused. Hee, interesting. That should make for a very good test subject, Galena said with an alluring smile, getting to her feet. After all, if the opponent was too weak, she wouldn't even feel the desire to deploy her trump card. However, Galena suddenly noticed that the subordinate who had finished reporting had not left and asked in confusion, "What now? Is there something else to report?" Well, the informant mentioned that before they left, someone showed a gold badge, and judging by Earl Rodlin's demeanor at the time, he was very wary, and also, something was said about a golden sword bearer. But this information isn't absolutely accurate because the informant was a bit far away and didn't hear it very clearly, the subordinate added. What? Galena's expression changed. A golden sword bearer. Of course, Galena knew what a golden sword bearer meant. Imperial sword bearers had always been a source of dread for those like her from non-Orthodox churches. Not only because the sword bearers were powerful, but also because they often operated in teams, coordinated and very difficult to deal with. If the opponent was golden, the task given by Raxel this time seemed anything but easy. Was it just one person? Galena asked. Yes, my lady, it's certain. The opponent is alone. That made Galena feel a bit relieved. Dealing with one person and a team were not at the same level of difficulty. Even if it was a golden sword bearer, if it was only one person, she still had a lot of confidence in winning, especially since the opponent was a knight who had gone the route of a golden sword bearer. There were many methods available to deal with him. But just to be safe, how is the assembly of that thing coming along? Galena turned to ask her subordinate. High Priestess, are you referring to the big gadget the church is testing with us? It's almost fully assembled now. With a bit more work, it will be ready for the prayer ceremony and activation, reported the robed subordinate. Tell the craftsmen to speed up the process. I want it ready tonight. That, although dozens of craftsmen are working overtime, I'm afraid it might not be in time for tonight, High Priestess. Wouldn't it be in time if we killed a craftsman? Galena said with a wicked smile. The robed subordinate shuddered and bowed respectfully. High Priestess, I shall see to it immediately. Watching the flustered subordinate hurry off, Galena nodded in satisfaction. With that device, there should be no surprises tonight. When Lord Rain led Lady Kreia to the carriage door, perhaps because the chief maid Shadya was inside, this time, Kreia took the opportunity of opening the door to slightly exert some force, withdrawing her soft, delicate hand from Rain's. Inside the carriage, upon seeing Rain and Kreia return, the chief maid, who was quite excited, exclaimed, Lord Rain, your actions just now were truly satisfying. Seeing you teach that ungrateful Earl Rodlin and his son a lesson made me feel sweeter than honey. Thank you. That's what I'm supposed to do, isn't it? I am now Lady Kreia's guardian knight, Rain said with a smile, responding to the chief maid's praise. Hearing Rain mention guardian knight again made Kreia's pretty face blush slightly. The caravan continued to gallop swiftly towards Meister County, and as night fell, the knights seemed unfazed, but exhaustion was thinly veiled on the cavalry's faces. The cavalry were merely well-trained mortals, and a day of intense travel had indeed tired them out. At that moment, Kreia in the carriage asked the old steward outside the window, Where are we now? Miss, we have now passed Kalmatown. We are about midway between Kalmatown and Easy Town, replied Yodel, the old steward riding outside. Then let's camp nearby. Don't forget to inform Viscount Serial, she ordered. As you command, Lady Kreia, he acknowledged. Rain, standing by, did not offer any opinion. Because Kreia had already told him earlier that to save time, they planned to camp in the wilderness according to schedule. After spending one night in the wilderness, they planned to continue their journey early the next morning and should arrive at Meister by around 2 or 3 in the afternoon that same day. Hearing that they could camp and rest, the cavalries let out a sigh of relief, smiles spreading across their faces. Soon, on a clearing by the roadside in the forest, campfires began to rise, and the group started to roast various kinds of jerkies. Meanwhile, in a hidden valley not far from the temporary campsite, a massive troop, several times larger than Rain's group, was rapidly approaching them. The leader was a luxurious carriage without any emblem, surrounded by more than 10 hooded monks. The most numerous in the troop were over 100 individuals dressed in uniform gray robes with hoods, all bearing the mark of a burning black flame on their sleeves or collars, evidently. Those gray robes must be the new followers that Galena had mentioned who were trained in the county of Wells. Shifting the view to the end of the procession, one could see a massive cart pulled by 16 horses dragging an extremely heavy object, slowly moving behind the group. Even though the cart was loaded with a thick tarpaulin making it difficult to discern the specifics, it was vaguely recognizable as having a massive humanoid silhouette. Despite the cart's numerous wide wheels installed to prevent it from sinking into the ground, it left behind deep ruts, a mere 10 centimeters into the earth. High Priestess, the weather is in our favor. Look, we don't even need to cast the fog spell, as a thin fog has already risen around us, said a hooded monk, bowing slightly to Galena inside the carriage. Galena's enchanting eyes glanced outside the window and, flicking her long fingernails, said, "Don't be complacent. Send a few men to go ahead and release a few fog spells. By the way, have we heard from Beidles yet?" Beidles has already led his men from Kalma Town to encircle from that side, and should arrive at the enemy camp around the same time as us. High Priestess, it's too late for the enemy to retreat now. Both the front and back roads have been blocked by us, replied the monk. If the enemy decides to hold their ground, Kerbin, I don't want too many casualties. Don't forget, so many new followers are watching us from behind, she instructed. Of course, High Priestess. Rest assured, I've brought the materials for the evil spell formation. They will soon understand that under the power of the evil spell formation, all battle formations are but clay chickens and pottery dogs. The hooded monk said confidently with a smug look on his face. Good. In the clearing at the temporary campsite, Rain was about to invite Clea to further improve her Arcadian swordsmanship when suddenly, a shrill cry of a bird of prey came from the sky. Soon after, a massive bird of prey with blue and purple feathers circled down from the sky. This scene immediately caused some panic among the cavalry, who drew their weapons in alarm. Don't worry, it's my pet. Rain waved his hand reassuringly. Bloodfeather, flapping her enormous wings and stirring a strong gust, landed on Rain's arm. Rain was confused as to why Bloodfeather would actively seek him out, but he quickly noticed a pigeon grasped in Bloodfeather's talons. The pigeon was not dead, but it seemed to be extremely terrified of Bloodfeather and did not dare to struggle violently. Its little eyes filled with fear. A pigeon? Rain immediately thought of something. After a brief exchange of gestures with Bloodfeather, he understood what had happened. Bloodfeather, you've noticed our caravan sends out these little birds every so often, right? Rain asked. Bloodfeather looked proudly at Rain and nodded after a short screech. Rain removed the small bamboo tube tied to the pigeon's leg and pulled out a piece of paper from within. On it was written, "The troops have encamped, located between Kalma Town and Easy Town." Just as expected, Rain's eyes flickered with thought, aligning with his earlier speculation. Clearly, there must be an inside spy among the troops, for had the communication been from our side, it wouldn't be so frequent nor phrased in such a manner. Soon, Rain had found Clea inside the carriage, holding the note. "Lady Clea, I think you need to take a look at this," Rain said as he passed the note to Clea. With just one glance, Clea's pretty face turned serious. "This isn't the way we communicate with our family, Lord Rain. It seems like there is an enemy's inside spy among us." "Yes, that's what I believe too." Clea's brows creased lightly as she said, "It's just that we don't know who the spy is working for. Lord Rain, do you think we can find out who it is?" After a moment of thought, Rain nodded. It shouldn't be a problem. The two stepped out of the carriage, and Rain called out, "Cookie." Soon, the spirit hound the size of a small pony rushed over, wagging its tail at Rain with an excited demeanor. Rain brought the small bamboo tube to Cookie's nose for a sniff. "Cookie, find the owner of this bamboo tube." Starting from the people closest to it, Cookie sniffed each one quickly and began searching around before soon barking furiously at a somewhat panicked cavalryman near a campfire not far away. "Lady Clea, it seems we've found our spy," Rain said with a smirk, turning to speak to Clea beside him. Butler Yodel quickly recognized the cavalryman as someone he had brought from Meister. "Zyamaeki, why would you do such a thing?" "Lady Clea, I am sorry," Butler Yodel said, both furious and self-reproaching. This let Viscount Serial heave a great sigh of relief beside them. Fortunately, the spy, or rather, the mole, was not from his own team. Otherwise, it would have been tough for him to clear his name this time. "Speak up. Who are you serving?" demanded Viscount Serial, stepping forward. The spy, known as Zyamaeki, wept bitterly. "My lord, I really don't know who I serve. I only knew that I would receive a generous reward by reporting the condition and the exact journey of the troops. Please forgive me, Lady Clea. It looks like we have been marked by a hostile force." "Rain, who do you think it could be?" Clea asked, not addressing the traitor but instead turning to question Rain. "I think I might know who it is," Rain said, thinking it over. "Black Flame Cult," they both said almost simultaneously. For if the enemy were political adversaries of the Habu's family, they would never choose this moment to risk the wrath of the imperial upper echelons by attacking a member of the Habu's family engaged in battle with the cult. Eliminating the option of political enemies, it was highly likely that their enemy was the cult this time. Considering that the Sea God sect was mainly fighting against the Imperial Navy along the coastline, it was reasonable to believe, or most likely, it was the Black Flame cult that had seriously injured Count Habs and was planning to destabilize the imperial control over the county of Meister. The three immediately returned to the carriage compartment to discuss the matter. "Lady Clea, do we need to break camp and evade immediately?" Viscount Serial also realized the severity of the situation and asked. His question made Clea fall into contemplation. "Send someone nearby to scout immediately," she said. "The fog is rising around us, and it's getting thicker," Rain suddenly mentioned. Indeed, Clea and Viscount Serial pulled open the curtain on the carriage window and saw that, as night fell, a faint mist had begun to rise around them. Rain had just used his core skill, Beast Eye, to scout the surroundings in the vision of a blood-feathered creature from high above, but unfortunately, due to the fog, he could hardly see the ground situation from 100 meters up in the night sky. After all, even with the excellent vision of a blood-feathered horned eagle, one cannot see through fog. Seeing the fog getting thicker, Clea's expression turned solemn. "It might be too late, Viscount Serial. The fog is thickening too fast. Tell everyone to heighten their alert. The enemy might have already reached nearby." "Ah, they should have arrived already," Rain remarked, eyebrows raised. Clea and Viscount Serial both looked toward Rain. "Prepare for battle." Rain was the first to step down from the carriage. Next second, screams erupted from all around them. Immediately, Clea and Viscount Serial also got off the carriage following Rain. "Regroup towards the carriages. Form up in defense formation," Clea commanded sharply. As a student of the Imperial Royal Academy and daughter of an Earl of the Empire, Clea had been trained in battle formations from a young age and immediately took command. Hearing Clea's voice, the knights and cavalry around them all felt much more secure. Everyone swiftly gathered toward the carriages, with shield-bearing cavalry at the front spontaneously forming a circular defense. Inside the circle were those holding bows or crossbow arrows, with Viscount Serial, Rain, and a few others at the very center. Facing the rapidly formed defensive formation, more than 100 cultist recruits nearby, although unable to discern details from afar, could make out the general outline of the battle formation and knew that a head-on charge would result in significant losses. Clea's face broke into a slight smile and said, "I heard that Count Habs's daughter Clea is a top student at the Imperial Royal Academy. It seems she does have some merit after all." "High Priestess, wasn't this what we expected?" Their response to the surprise attack is exactly as we anticipated, a tall and thin Black Flame cultist said with a chuckle. "Kerbin, leave the formation breaking to you," Galena said with a seductive smile. "Don't worry, High Priestess." The Black Flame cultist named Kerbin, along with 5 other Black Flame cultists, stepped forward. At a considerable distance, they began to lay out some materials on the ground. Soon, under the direction of the one named Kerbin, a dark magical formation with intricate black lines was set up. Including Kerbin, the 5 Black Flame cultists each took their positions at one of the 5 points of the inverted pentagram formation, with Kerbin standing at the most forward point. Almost simultaneously, they began chanting the spells. Surrounding the 4 other Black Flame cultists, a black fire like serpentine flames began to curl around them, while Kerbin raised his hands, palms facing up, and a black flame fireball the size of a fist formed about a meter in front of him. In an instant, the 4 serpentine black flames converged towards the black flame fireball in front of Kerbin like rivers flowing into the sea. The originally fist-sized black fireball swelled at a visibly rapid pace, a powerful energy disturbance escaping from it. Rain, in the midst of the battle formation, furrowed his brow at once as he sensed the strong energy disturbance from not far away. Moreover, the pattern of the disturbance suggested that it was a combined spell attack, indicating that a powerful witchcraft attack was likely on the way. It's combined witchcraft. No, it's a dark magical formation. Clea's face changed color immediately. She quickly realized that the enemy was far more troublesome than she had anticipated. Her side had just set up a defensive battle formation, but the enemy quickly countered with a dark magical formation. Judging by the energy disturbance from the dark magical formation, a powerful dark spell was about to strike. To the northeast, archers, attack at maximum range. Clea immediately reacted, giving the command. Following a volley of arrows, a faint black shimmering membrane pulsed in the distance. The arrow barrage seemed to splash against an umbrella, failing even to delay the enemy's spell casting. The problem was, disbanding the battle formation now would not only be impossible in time, but also devastating to their own side's morale. Suddenly, Clea was faced with a dilemma. Leave it to me. A calm and familiar voice reached Clea's ears. Rain? Clea looked up in surprise. As soon as Rain had spoken, he stomped heavily on the ground, leaving behind the clear impression of his armored boot as he vaulted up, quickly crossing the shield-bearing cavalry to the very front of the formation. Immediately after, he rushed towards the direction of the energy disturbance. Rain, your weapon. Seeing Rain charge forward unarmed, Clea cried out in alarm. On the dark magical formation side, the sight of a figure suddenly jumping out of the enemy formation and rushing towards them made the Black Flame cultist led by Kerbin pause in astonishment. Was this seeking death? At this point, their chanting was coming to an end. In the next second, they could unleash a dark spell with far greater power than first-level witchcraft. Black Flame burst. Charging straight forward, wasn't that courting death? Wait, the enemy could dodge. But, if so, then his battle formation behind him would suffer the consequences. Aim for this guy who jumped out. Let's see if he dodges or not. Kerbin said with a mocking smile. Huh. In an instant, a nearly half-meter in diameter, fiercely burning black fireball, dragging a long tail of flames, was hurled at Rain, who was in full sprint between the battle formation and the Black Flame cultists. Rain, watch out. Clea's eyes suddenly widened. This power. Facing the incoming colossal black flame fireball, Rain let out a low growl, activating his giant strength talent. In an instant, the hardened essence gold that covered the surface of his gauntlet transformed into a huge square tower shield. Iron Wall. Rain's shield glowed with a faint light of elemental power, vibrating at a specific frequency. Boom. The moment the colossal black flame fireball came into contact with the tower shield, it exploded with a thunderous blast. An annular blast swept outward, and the corrosive black flames that splattered everywhere ignited upon contact. Of course, the most deadly part was the powerful blast of the explosion, not lesser than a modern artillery shell in terms of power. At this time, the muscles in Rain's shield-bearing left arm had bulged, and he stood like a giant, with his armored boots digging deep furrows into the ground. The surface of the tower shield was visibly dented, but the powerful black flame burst had been forcefully blocked by Rain. This scene naturally had Kerbin and the other 5 black flame cultists' eyes nearly popping out. How? How could it be blocked? Kerbin exclaimed. The next second, his face twisted grotesquely as he began chanting again. I refuse to believe you can block it again. Whoosh. A black short spear, fast as lightning, suddenly assaulted him. The black short spear struck a basin-sized indentation into the black energy shield, but it barely held up, preventing the spear from piercing through the screen. However, this strike had significantly dimmed the black shield as the violent clash with the spear drained a large amount of energy. Before Kerbin and his companions could catch their breath, a pop sound, like that of a bursting bubble, rang out. A pale silver silhouette, wearing a pair of sharp metal gauntlets, pierced the dimmed shield. Then, with hands, it forcefully tore it apart as easily as ripping through a piece of thin paper, instantly tearing the black film. Rain darted right in. This scene stunned Kerbin and the other 5 to their core. They hastily dodged for cover. ZZZT. Above the demonic formation's grounded airspace, dozens of black blade arcs flashed by in an instant. What Rain was executing was the counter martial arts intermediate secret technique Rapid Slash. 2 seconds later, calm returned above the demonic formation, and the five stood frozen on the spot, motionless, save for the dozens of intersecting bloodlines faintly appearing on their faces and bodies. Plop, plop, a dense sound of things falling echoed. Where the five black-robed black flame practitioners stood, now there was no one to be seen, and at the five corners of the demonic formation on the ground lay five pools of blood and flesh chunks. Each piece was nearly the same size, adult male fist-sized, mixed with blood, organs, and white brain matter piled together. Meanwhile, Rain slowly straightened his body, shook off the remaining traces of blood on his finger tiger blades, and looked calmly towards the main force of the Black Flame cult. As if to say, "You're next." This sight immediately horrified the Black Flame cultists. The numerous cultist recruits were left looking at each other in disbelief, unsure why the Lady High Priestess of Wales County wanted them to come and observe this battle now. Wasn't it supposed to be a combat training? But it seemed like they were the ones getting schooled. Because, judging from the situation, it appeared they were not at an advantage, or rather, although the Lady High Priestess hadn't yet taken action, the first battle was indeed a real loss. Galena's expression had also turned quite grave at this time. Just now, it wasn't that she didn't want to provide aid. She was just about to dismount her carriage when she realized Rain had already broken into the heart of the demonic formation, making rescue futile. And why was her reaction so delayed? That was because the opponent had actually withstood the enhanced black flame burst from the demonic formation, a sight that greatly surprised Galena. Clearly, this person was the golden-level sword-bearer mentioned by the inside informant. If she wasn't mistaken, the opponent had just executed at least two secret techniques, one resembling a shield and the other like a blade or short dagger. One offense and one defense, which made Galena increasingly wary. Originally, she had planned to test her new trump card, but after witnessing this scene, she decided to let the big guy at the back take over first. If the opponent only mastered two secret techniques, it would not be too difficult to deal with. She could still deliver the final later. Otherwise, they would have to plan for the long term. After all, this wasn't a mission imposed by the church, but a task requested by her predecessor, Raxel. Additionally, there was something else she didn't quite understand. When the opponent withstood the black flame burst, enhanced by the demonic formation, it seemed like he was holding a shield, but somehow the shield disappeared later on. Did he throw it away? Galena was puzzled. With a slight shake of her head, Galena decided not to dwell on that for now. She turned to a black flame practitioner beside her and said, "Go. Activate the giant axe golem guards immediately." After a moment's thought, Garina also stepped off the carriage, feeling it was safer to activate it herself. The giant axe golem guards, in ancient times, were responsible for guarding the depths of the Black Flame Temple, and recently, the cult had luckily found several remnants of golem guards and, even more importantly, the crucial blueprints. These giant golems, apart from their weapons, were entirely made of a special stone, Grey Ridge stone. The Dragon Empire's Welsh County was one of the rare places that produced Grey Ridge stone. Thus, the task of constructing the giant axe golem guards was assigned to Welsh County. Garina, the high priestess of the Black Flame cult in Welsh County, naturally acquired another title, Chief Supervisor of the Giant Axe Golem Guards, responsible for the timely completion and testing of the golems. The one on the cart was the latest replica of the Giant Axe Golem Guards. Suddenly, Garina said to a nearby Black Flame monk, "You few, take those new followers and block that person. Consider it a practical training exercise." Huh. Several Black Flame monks were instantly startled, lowering their heads with tingling scalps, looking at each other and seeing the color of fear in each other's eyes. But recalling the new High Priestess's methods, they could only stiffen up and say, "As you command, High Priestess." Their hesitating scene naturally caused Garina's eyes to twitch. However, suddenly, she seemed to realize something. She looked up towards the west and muttered, "Vitals is finally here." The Black Flame monks also instantly heaved a sigh of relief. Bull Vitals has arrived? Thank goodness, they no longer had to march to their death. That's more like it. If the sky were falling, there would certainly be a tall one to hold it up. What are you waiting for? Get going now. Garina, seeing her subordinates relieved, got annoyed. They still have to go? Several Black Flame monks sagged like frostbitten eggplants, coming before a crowd of new followers disheartened. And when the nearly 100 gray-robed new followers heard they had to stop this menacing foe, many immediately exploded in uproar. What is happening? Weren't we just supposed to observe? Why do we have to take action? Though most faces showed hesitation, there were still quite a few loyal followers among the crowd. Immediately, over 20 ran forward from the group, stating their willingness to join the adults to take down Rain. Meanwhile, the emotions of the people within Clea's battle formation were like a roller coaster over those brief 10 seconds. Initially, when Rain chose to directly confront that black flame fireball, larger than a washbowl, everyone felt both relieved and suddenly anxious. Relieved because this Lord Rain, standing in front of them, faced the powerful dark magic that was meant for them. Anxious because they felt this young Lord Rain, most unlikely to withstand that hit, could be gravely injured, if not dead. Including Viscount Serial, everyone thought Rain was too conceited. Clea, having witnessed Rain defeating the Ice Messenger Grand in 3 moves previously, had much confidence in Rain's strength. But being good in offensive power and defensive power are 2 different things. Thus, her heart was in her throat. But in the next second, everyone was shocked, because they saw Rain actually withstand that massive fireball and even had the strength to continue charging at the enemy's cult formation. This immediately made them shout uncontrollably. As many knights were pondering whether they should join Lord Rain in the charge, they saw his towering figure already breaking into the enemy's cult formation. And in just a few seconds, he had cleared the field. This scene left them looking at each other in disbelief. Then, their blood began to boil. He was freaking awesome. In battle, behavior like Rain's, a lone brave warrior, naturally boosted morale the most. In the battle formation, Clea, looking on, blushed with a radiant smile. Against such odds, Rain alone had turned the tide. Miss Clea, Lord Rain has already blocked the hardest attack for us. Yes, Miss Clea, I think we shouldn't let Lord Rain fight alone. The knights present all looked eagerly at Clea, hoping she would agree. The military spirit was ready, and morale was high. Even Clea could hardly hold back the knights' voluntary requests at this moment. On the cult formation, Rain, through the mist, saw shadowy figures not far away. Knowing this time the Black Flame cult seemed to be all in. Lord Rain, we are here. Leave this to us. Just as many knights were about to charge over, suddenly, a series of thuds and cries of alarm rang out from the rear of the battle formation. In an instant, 3 or 4 chainmailed, shield-bearing cavalry in the rear of the formation were knocked 3 to 4 meters into the air, spurting blood profusely, with limbs and bodies in unnatural bends, most likely not surviving. Enemy attack. From behind. Quick. Block them. Although everyone reacted quickly, the disturbance in the rear of the formation didn't stop and seemed to be spreading towards the center of the formation. The cult formation where Rain stood was situated on a small hillock, and though there was mist, the visibility was relatively good. He saw it clearly, a tall and robust silhouette, with his shoulders lowered and body leaning forward like a charging bull, had entered the battlefield from behind at an extremely fast pace. He caught everyone off guard and killed them. One important reason for his breakthrough was the distinctiveness of the enemy's knight armor, particularly the raised, sharp metal horns on the shoulder armor. Simultaneously, his metal helmet was also crafted in the style of bull horns, equipped with 2 pointed tips. Furthermore, the enemy was an unusual great knight who wielded a pair of metal spike gauntlets. As a result, as soon as he infiltrated the battle formation, he moved like a fish in water. The cavalry would die upon collision, and even the formal knights would be sent flying with a mere graze. Rain narrowed his eyes. In light of this, he temporarily had to abandon his original plan of continuing to charge forward. As Clea's guardian knight, he obviously couldn't allow her to be attacked right before his eyes. Immediately, Rain's toes touched the ground, and he rushed back towards the battlefield, like a silver streak flashing back. On the other side, the enemy within the battlefield was also moving at a fast pace. Fortunately, with a dense crowd in the battle formation, a few knights armed with shields and short weapons managed to slow down his momentum. The sight of savage charge Beetles rampaging through the enemy lines brought instant joy to the faces of several Black Flame cultists. Wasn't this a pincer attack? And at this time, the gray-robed cultists also became excited, their faces no longer showing fear. Indeed, our cult is superior. So they were only feigning weakness just now. I was wondering why they had us come to watch. This inspired even the hesitant new cultists to start moving. Suddenly, over 100 new Black Flame cultists followed behind those few cultists, charging from the front. Galena watched this scene and nodded slightly, but she didn't stop to watch and instead approached a large carriage. A servant next to her quickly pulled back the cover on the carriage. A giant human-shaped golem, nearly 5 meters tall and made entirely of rock, became visible to everyone. As Galena promptly began chanting and casting spells, a strange black energy beam shot out from her palm, hitting the giant axe golem on its forehead. Seconds later, a terrifying presence suddenly emanated from the massive body of the golem, spreading outwards. The next second, a zzz sound of stone grinding echoed, as the giant axe golem slowly straightened its upper body and stretched out one leg to the side. With it stamped a huge depression into the ground. Once the golem stood up completely, the cultists and attendants truly felt the oppressive force of its 5-meter height and the weight of over 10 tons. For a moment, the atmosphere among the Black Flame cult's side reached a peak. Meanwhile, although Rain was rushing back to defend, he felt the enormous and sinister presence from behind him. But at the moment, he had no time to care about anything else. Make way. With a loud shout from Rain, the knights in front of him quickly opened a path straight to the center of the battle formation. At that moment, in the center of the battle formation, including Viscount Serial crouching down with 2 more standing to his right and left, a total of 3 peak knights, each holding a shield, were preparing to jointly intercept the enemy wearing the charging shoulder armor. Seeing the 3 peak knights ready for combat, Savage Charge Vitals did not slow down but rather showed a ferocious smile. Savage Charge. The next second, his body suddenly radiated a black glow, and with a roar, his speed abruptly increased even more, as if he had employed some secret technique, and charged at the trio including Viscount Serial like a meteor. Viscount Serial's complexion turned pale upon seeing this, and all 3 shouted in unison, resisting with all their might. Boom. They were knocked flying like a strike in bowling, all at once. Now, exposed before Savage Charge Vitals was only Clea, dressed in noble hunting attire and holding a dual-handed greatsword. At that moment, Vitals licked his lips, a look of delight on his face. But the next second, his expression changed dramatically, because just as he was about 2 or 3 meters away from Clea, a burst of silver light attacked swiftly from the side. Dodge. Upon hearing Rain's voice, Clea, without thinking, instinctively made a side leap. In an instant, Rain charged from behind and to the side of Clea, swinging a heavy punch at Savage Charge Vitals with the sharp blades of his finger tiger making a piercing sound through the air. Why did he not use any other weapon? That was because just moments ago, Rain had detected the intense commotion behind him. He knew he needed to end the fight quickly. However, to end the fight swiftly, he had to force the strong man in front of him, who was skilled with the spiked gauntlets, into a head-on clash. But Rain himself also fought with finger tigers, a type of short-bladed weapon, and even mastered 2 secret techniques. He knew all too well that those adept with the spiked gauntlets had extremely quick footwork and were more agile than the average Great Knight. If the opponent were to avoid combat or, out of fear, dart into the crowd to dodge, then with his own people in the way, it would be very difficult for Rain to capture him quickly. So, Rain's choice was to swing his fist. Using the intermediate secret technique heavy punch combo, he threw a heavy punch at the burly man in front of him. The opponent, being a Great Knight who also practiced boxing, would likely instinctively punch back instead of dodging in the first instance. Sure enough, originally, when Vitals, the bison, saw Rain rapidly attacking, he intended to dodge to avoid the brunt because he had just unleashed the secret technique Savage Charge and needed a few seconds to adjust. But suddenly, he discovered that this young Great Knight in front of him, not using any other weapons but relying on the bladed finger tiger, swinging his fist at him, filled the inside of Vitals, the bison, with joy. He cursed inwardly, "What an idiot. Doesn't he know I am taller and have a longer reach than him? Your punch hasn't hit yet, but mine already has." After all, the height difference between Vitals, the bison, at 2 meters 3 and Rain at 2 meters was quite noticeable. Normally, unless one is a long-armed monkey, a 2 meter 3 tall person would naturally have a longer reach. Moreover, the spikes on Vitals' spiked gauntlet were even slightly longer than the 4 blades protruding from Rain's knight gauntlet. Combining these factors, Vitals, the bison, was very confident that being equally boxers, he would definitely hit his opponent first. So, without even turning his head, Vitals punched heavily towards the forehead of Rain. Thus, the entire battle scene turned into both men throwing punches towards each other's foreheads. In the blink of an eye, the spectators could not see clearly what was happening, but they saw the 4 blades on Rain's knight gauntlet piercing the opponent's forehead first. At that moment, Vitals, the bison, stared hard at the tip of his spiked gauntlet. It was a few centimeters away, almost penetrating the young man's head. How could this be? My hand is longer. My spikes are longer than his blades. How could he hit me first? This was the last thought of Beidles, the bison, before he died. Actually, this was because at the moment both punches were swung, Rain suddenly extended the hardened essence gold blades at the front end of his knight's gauntlet by 20 centimeters, naturally piercing Beidles, the bison's, forehead first. Since Rain's fist and Beidles' eyes were aligned and directly opposite each other, the sudden lengthening of the blade was extremely difficult to notice due to the angle. For the surrounding spectators, the actions of both were too quick. They couldn't clearly see what happened. But after killing Beidles, the bison, Rain quickly withdrew his fist. Not being able to see clearly did not lessen the shock in the hearts of the people at that moment, because their enemy, who had been vigorous and formidable, now collapsed on the ground limp as a spineless snake. Keep in mind, just moments ago, this guy had been charging fearlessly in the battlefield, unstoppable even in the face of Lord Cyril the Viscount and 2 other knights in cooperation. Such a formidable man was killed in one move by the young Lord Rain. The spectators looked at Rain with great respect. This scene made the 4 or 5 dark flame monks leading 100 or more cultists charging forward internally curse their bad luck. Originally, with Beidles, the bison, piercing in from the rear, a pincer attack would have secured their victory. But now, with Beidles, the bison, being instantly neutralized, the outcome of the battle was uncertain. The main issue was that Beidles died too quickly. If he could have lasted another 10 seconds, long enough for the cult's forces to materially engage in a front and rear pincer attack, then the overall situation would have been hard to reverse. But now, Beidles' death had instead boosted the enemy's morale, weakening their own. At that moment, a thud, 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 akin to distant thunder arose. With each step, there came a slight tremor of the ground. Whether friend or foe, at this moment, everyone on the scene either turned around or looked up. Piercing through the fog, a figure over 5 meters tall was striding forward, step by step. Though the steps of this giant were slow, each was notably wide, and within just a few strides his distinct appearance became visible to all. This creature was a humanoid golem, appearing to be made entirely of a special type of rock, with rough yet fine patterns engraved on its surface. But what Rain noticed most was the creature's arms. The giant golem's arms were incredibly long, naturally hanging down past its knees, nearly touching its ankles. In addition, the long-handled battle axe it carried was unusually large, with a double-bladed, nearly 3-meter-long metal giant axe. With the arrival of the giant axe golem, a captivating aura enveloped the entire scene. The next second, the sound of thud-thud-thud footsteps immediately intensified as the giant axe golem quickly accelerated, dragging its axe and charging directly towards the battlefield. Since Rain had just killed the charging enemy knight with a punch, his troops were motivated and neither the cavalry nor the knights at the front shrank back but raised their shields in defense. But the scene that unfolded in the next second profoundly illustrated that in the transcendent world, courage alone is useless. A cold gleam flashed by, and directly cut through the 2 rows in front, a total of 14 or 15 shield-bearing cavalry, severing both men and shields in a single strike by the giant axe golem. Spread out. Seeing this, Clea and Viscount Cyril shouted aloud. Facing such a gigantic golem, without any solid fortifications to rely on, it was very foolish to resist by formation alone. Scattered guerrilla fighting wouldn't lead to victory, but it was at least a better choice to reduce casualties. On seeing this, a smile of triumph couldn't help but emerge on Galena's lips. She quickly began chanting, and the next second, a dark ring of light spread around the giant axe golem. Instantly, everyone within a several dozen meters diameter felt as if their feet were stuck in mud, their movement slowed down by more than several times. This caused everyone, including Clea, to change their expressions dramatically. Everyone knew what loss of mobility meant when facing an almost unbeatable golem. Swoosh. As many faces showed despair, a silver figure shot upstream, like a bolt of silver lightning, charging directly towards the guard of the giant axe golem. Accompanied by a loud boom, the 5-meter-tall, 10-plus-ton giant axe golem was actually knocked down by a hammer. Such a powerful secret technique. Galena squinted her eyes, the corners twitching with her smoky makeup, as the proud expression on her face vanished instantly, replaced by a serious look. Although she had already taken the Golden Tier sword bearer's combat abilities seriously, she realized she might still have underestimated him. The power of his last strike was at least on the level of an intermediate secret technique. Moreover, this was already the third secret technique he had used. At this moment, she couldn't help but mutter to herself, "Lord Raxel, what exactly have you gotten me into?" Just then, Rain had pulled out the skull warhammer from his waist, which under the metal morphing spell, instantly extended with a shaft made of hardened essence gold. The one-handed hammer transformed into a two-handed warhammer in an instant. From the advanced secret skill hammer of crushing directly hit the golem's midsection. But Rain's expression did not relax, because he could feel that just as the surface of the giant golem flashed with a black glow, it seemed that a mysterious black energy layer, smooth and slippery like greased rubber, blocked his attack. Sure enough, before the knights could cheer, they saw the golem getting back on its feet. The spot where it had been hit only had a fist-sized white spot, virtually undamaged. Oh, the patterns on the surface can instantly release some kind of energy membrane that absorbs attacks? Of course, it might also be that there is some kind of energy core inside the golem, capable of providing energy to withstand attacks. In an instant, Rain thought of two possible defensive modes the opponent could be using. But regardless of which, it meant that he couldn't possibly defeat the golem within a short time. Seeing this, Rain immediately focused his gaze on the black-robed female. Decapitation strategy. However, Galena was no pushover. Seeing Rain looking at her, she immediately started chanting, and the next second, a beam of black light shone on Clea. The beam seemed to have no lethality. Clea only felt as if she had been flashed, her head crowned with a faint black light, feeling no discomfort. But the next second, she understood the opponent's intent. This is a mark. The giant axe golem abandoned Rain in front of it, and, as if finding a new target, fixed on Clea. Gripping its long-handled battle axe, it took large steps and charged rapidly towards Clea with a thud, thud, thud. In an instant, Clea understood the enemy's plan. The other side feared that Rain would employ a beheading strategy, so they cast a spell resembling a tracking mark on her, and the giant axe golem would then pursue and attempt to slay her based on the mark's location. This not only eliminated the possibility of Rain opting for a beheading attack, but also meant that if she could not escape the golem's pursuit, Rain would be forced into direct confrontation with the golem. Although Rain had just taken down the 10-ton-plus golem with a single, mightily powerful strike of hammer skill secret technique, Clea didn't believe Rain could repeatedly execute such powerful attacks. After all, humans fatigue. Combat consumes a great deal of physical energy, especially when using high-powered secret techniques, which would undoubtedly drain Rain's stamina considerably. Once Rain became entangled in battle with the giant axe golem, the entire tempo of the battle would fall under the enemy's control. The enemy could manipulate the golem while casting various weakening spells on Rain. In the end, they would easily achieve a total victory once Rain exhausted his strength or made a mistake. Having realized this, Clea began to retreat at high speed, calling out to Rain with a hint of urgency. "Rain, they're trying to force you to combat the golem. Don't fall for it." Deep down, Clea hoped that Rain would come to her rescue, but rationally, that was obviously not the best choice. To Clea's actions, a sneer appeared on Galena's face. She had already noticed that this young golden-ranked sword-bearer had one fatal flaw. He seemed to be tasked with protecting the beautiful daughter of Count Haps. When Bull Beidles attacked their formation from behind, the fact that they abandoned their offensive to return and protect her was telling. From this perspective, the death of Bull Beidles was not entirely in vain. It had some effect, after all. Moreover, the strength of this earl's daughter was slightly lacking. If she had been a great knight, she would have been more difficult to deal with, but as a peak knight, it was almost impossible for her to escape the pursuit of the Golem Guardians. This time, she had no intention of bothering about her mission. Her primary goal now was to take down this young golden-ranked sword-bearer. Having already lost two capable generals, if she only gained Raxel's favor as a result, it would be a loss not worth the cost. But if she could take down a golden-ranked sword-bearer, the losses would be valuable, and she could even afford to lose a bit more. Because if successful, she was certain to receive accolades from the church's higher-ups, as well as rewards from the great hunting god during the Black Flame prayer ceremony. As for the task Raxel had entrusted her with, capturing the Earl's daughter alive, it was no longer important. Who knew? She might end up being Raxel's superior. Thinking of this, the corners of Galena's lips curled slightly, but the smile lasted less than a second before she was stunned. Out of nowhere, a tall black unicorn battle horse burst out of the dense fog, lowering its head slightly, allowing the Count's daughter to successfully mount it. Pruelwunf. The swift unicorn Blackie, upon taking Clea aboard, let out a neigh and immediately used its innate ability, Swift Step, its agile form darting ahead like an arrow released from a bow, whooshing towards the distance. In comparison, the speed of the giant axe golem guardian was not even close, resembling an 80-year-old granny shuffling after Bolt. Clea, riding Blackie, widened the gap between herself and the following golem guardian, already safe. That is to say, almost as soon as Galena's plan had been implemented, it had already failed. Rain watched this unfold, his lips curling into a smile. Even if Clea hadn't reminded him just now, he had roughly guessed the possible countermeasures of the other side after they cast a spell similar to the tracking mark. Therefore, he immediately commanded the swift unicorn Blackie to stand by behind him. As expected, it was a resounding success. Rain, with a calm expression, walked towards Galena, saying, "It seems your plan has not succeeded." Before Galena could answer, and once Rain had left the range of the other side's spell, he tapped the ground with the tip of his foot, instantly cracking the earth and sending up a ring of dust with a powerful shockwave. Using the strong reactive force, Rain, holding the skull warhammer, charged at Galena like a bolt of silver lightning. Since the enemy's beheading strategy had failed, it was naturally Rain's turn to employ his own. Seeing Rain's rapid approach, Galena's face turned serious, and she immediately began chanting quickly. The next second, a duplicate figure of herself appeared to her left and right sides. Both figures, indiscernible as to whether they were illusions, immediately sprinted off in opposite directions. Rain narrowed his eyes, his brow furrowing slightly, because he discovered that all three images had an aura similar to real people. However, Rain didn't hesitate at all and continued to charge at the first figure he had targeted. At this moment, the actions of the three figures were identical, both hands conjuring seals in front of their chests, seemingly preparing to cast the same spell. Hammer of Annihilation. Rain swung the skull warhammer in his hand towards the enchantingly beautiful face of the figure and brought it down heavily with a. However, the figure of Galena before him didn't dodge or evade, but instead revealed a seductive smile. In an instant, three figures made the same move, stretching out a finger toward Rain, and a black stream of energy shot from the slender tip of her finger straight at Rain. Pop. The moment Rain's skull warhammer hit its target, it was as if it struck a mere bubble of illusion. Although the Galena before him shattered with a hammer, the complete lack of resistance made Rain instantly realize that he had not hit her true body. Furthermore, Rain, unable to dodge the three black streams of energy, still got hit by one, and his movement speed immediately slowed down. Seeing that Rain was affected by the single target slow spell, the illusions of the two Galenas chuckled simultaneously. The next second, another Galena illusion appeared behind them. This scene slightly startled Rain. He was certain that he should have hit her real body. However, to his surprise, it turned out to be an illusion, a peculiar aspect of her witchcraft, or rather, dark magic. Indeed, this was quite tricky, because if he couldn't identify her real body, no matter how many illusions he destroyed, they would soon recover and reappear like this time, rendering his efforts useless. At that moment, the three Galena illusions once again cast spells simultaneously. However, this time she didn't launch any offensive dark spells, but instead cast another black beam indicating the tracking mark, almost instantaneously as before. This time, the target was not Clea. The black beam hit Rain in an instant. A faint black light then appeared above Rain's head. Rain immediately understood their scheme. Clearly, they wanted the giant axe golem to abandon the chase after Clea and go after him instead. And at that moment, slowed down by her slowing dark magic, any chase, especially with the golem attacking from behind, would be very hard to endure. Sure enough, heavy footsteps thundered from afar, rapidly closing in. The situation was turning decidedly against him. Of course, Rain wasn't without countermeasures, but he didn't want to resort to them so soon. With the enemy still at some distance, Rain was planning to use that thing when he was more certain of taking her down. However, if it's just three illusions, there's still a way, he muttered. Rain's eyes remained calm as he grasped his warhammer and charged at the nearest illusion once more. Seeing Rain, who had been hit by the slow technique, still so doggedly trying to take down one of her illusions, Galena couldn't help but show a mocking smile. Strong indeed, but seems a bit weak in the head, she mused. Perhaps I don't even need the giant axe golem to work with me. I can dispose of him on my own. Galena didn't even try to dodge Rain's. Instead, she began chanting another spell. Rain could tell from the content of her incantation that it was different from the previous two dark spells. Quite likely, she was preparing a much more powerful attack spell this time. In Galena's view, Rain might continue destroying one of her illusions, but he was soon going to face her explosive black flame attack. She didn't believe he could withstand it unscathed. Once he was injured, he would fall into a passive cycle, slowed down by her negative dark magic. He would continue to be bombarded by her explosive black flame until total collapse. This was the disadvantage of the knight's path. If a great knight didn't possess anything to dispel negative effects, they would be severely hampered. Suddenly, just as Rain's warhammer hit another Galena illusion, a fierce warhound the size of a small pony sprang up next to two other Galena illusions, along with a raptor with blue-purple feathers diving from the sky. All at once, Rain and his two spirit animals attacked Galena's three illusions. The illusion before Rain shattered with a single hammer. The illusion, target of the blood-feathered horned eagle's dive, dissipated like bubble foam under the talons. Next to the last figure, the Whippet war dog Cookie bit into a supple black membrane. Though not tearing through, this undoubtedly disclosed the location of Galena's true body. Also, this sudden interrupted Galena's spellcasting of the dark magic, explosive black flame. Galena's expression turned sour in an instant. Charming eye technique. Galena fixed her gaze on Cookie's canine eyes, unleashing a rare pupil skill, and in the next second, Cookie foolishly altered its attack direction, charging toward Rain at high speed. At that moment, Cookie saw Galena where Rain stood, while Rain appeared as Galena. Cookie's interference left Rain speechless, and with a slap, he sent the dog flying aside. However, this delay allowed the giant axe golem guard to catch up, and it launched an attack right behind Rain. A 6-meter radius of cold light flashed by. Within that radius, whether a knight or a cultist, all were killed with a single. Rain leapt to dodge the attack, but also lost the chance to pursue Galena. Immediately, the giant axe golem caught up behind him, the attack no longer a horizontal axe sweep, but a vicious downward chop aimed at Rain's head. Just as Rain tried to dodge, suddenly, two large hands formed of black energy erupted from the ground and grabbed hold of Rain's plate armored boots, firmly rooting him in place. The caster was none other than Galena in the distance. Having landed a successful strike, Galena burst into excited laughter. Haha. You've been caught by my grasp of the evil spirit. Perhaps it was the immense pressure Lord Rain had just put on her, but now that she had regained the upper hand, Galena was inexplicably thrilled. In Galena's view, there was no way Rain could turn the tables now, for she simply couldn't fathom how a great knight, under such circumstances, could make a comeback. This critical moment immediately caused the hearts of the surrounding spectators to rise to their throats once again. The battle between Lord Rain and the cult leader before their eyes was nothing short of spectacular, opening their eyes to new wonders. If it had been anyone else facing such peril on the field, chances were slim to none, but Lord Rain was different. He had turned the tide twice before in battle, so could he do it again against all odds? The crowd watched nervously to see how Rain would resolve this dangerous situation. Facing the giant axe that split the air towards him, Rain sighed softly. With this faint yet distinct sigh, Rain's left hand suddenly brandished a dark tower shield, raising it high and once more deploying the intermediate secret technique Iron Wall. Clang! Intense sparks flew in all directions. He blocked it. Though Rain was nearly buried halfway into the ground, he had indeed borne the brunt with great resilience. What's going on? The crowd stared in bewilderment. This time, whether it was their own or the enemy cultist side, everyone saw it clearly. Rain had originally been holding a warhammer, but what was happening now? How did a tower shield suddenly appear out of nowhere? Was this some sort of magic trick? The thing in your hand. No. This is the metal-based witchcraft metal morphing spell. In a flash, Galena realized something, her eyes widening as she exclaimed. Being an evil sorcerer, she had just sensed a rather significant fluctuation of witchcraft energy. You've also taken up wizardry? But that's still not right. Even if you have mastered the rare metal morphing spell, you couldn't possibly change metal that quickly. This is impossible. I've got it. You've made the metal morphing spell your innate wizardry. Galena muttered to herself, revealing Rain's secret. Clea, on the other hand, watched Lord Rain with an equally perplexed look on her face. As the daughter of an earl and a student at the Imperial Royal Academy, her insights were extraordinary. Thus, she too realized that Rain was a rare metal-based wizard. Some assets lose their trump card value once they are revealed, which is why Rain had always kept his abilities close to the vest. For the average person or knight ignorant of witchcraft, it didn't matter much, but most formal wizards had a broad range of knowledge, and once Rain used his abilities publicly, the opponent would likely pick up on some clues. However, this was not Rain's strongest trump card. Delaying its exposure was also to cause the enemy to misjudge. Facing a 5-meter-tall stone golem, even with his giant strength, talent, and mastery of multiple secret techniques, Rain didn't want to physically challenge such a behemoth. This type of golem, weighing over 10 tons, could deliver force with each strike to rival 1,000 pounds, making a head-to-head confrontation extremely taxing. The problem now is that with Galena constantly tripping up Rain from the sidelines, he had no choice but to meet the giant axe golem's blows head-on. Normally, if the golem hadn't been covered in that black aura, Rain could have waited for the right opportunity to repeatedly strike at certain parts, like the knees or ankles, and would have been able to quickly disable its mobility. But here was the issue, that black aura absorbed almost all the damage, rendering Rain's attacks nearly ineffective. After rising from the crater he was buried in, Rain was once again besieged by the slow technique and the grasp of the evil spirit. Forced to deploy Iron Wall again to block a chop from the giant axe golem, Rain followed up the next second with an advanced secret skill Hammer of Shattering aimed at the golem once more. As the giant axe golem was toppled by Rain, there wasn't the slightest worry on Galena's face. On the contrary, her bewitching eyes shone brighter than ever. So he's just a half-baked wizard, and here I was worried for nothing. Even if you are exceptionally talented, how much strength do you have left to perform such attacks? Galena internally shouted. This time, Rain noticed that the brief flicker of black light on the giant axe golem seemed slightly dimmed, which meant his attacks were indeed having an effect, and the defense of the opponent was trending downward. Whether the opponent relied on surface runes to absorb energy or used some kind of power core within to drive the defense array, as long as the strikes were plentiful and strong enough, eventually, their protective layer would break. Understanding this, Rain instantly put a little more power into his strength. Suddenly, with his energy at its peak, Rain once again utilized the hammer skill's advanced secret skill Hammer of Shattering. What followed was a solo performance by Rain, because everyone present was stunned by the scene unfolding before them. They saw the little fellow Rain, who stood 2 meters tall, wielding a warhammer, and with one swing, he knocked down the giant axe golem, over 5 meters tall and weighing over 10 tons, to the ground. No sooner had the golem stood up than it was knocked down again by Rain. This process looped over and over. The sight before them was like watching a 3-year-old child with a small wooden hammer repeatedly knocking down a full-grown, muscular man. The entire scene was strikingly dissonant. Although Rain's previous battle with Galena was intense, it relied more on the dismantling of techniques based on experience. But the scene before them was completely different. Rain's performance was, truly, beyond human. Many knights thought to themselves in shock, initially believing that the huge golem was the monster, only to realize that Lord Rain was the actual monster. At that moment, Galena's enchanting eyes were also staring blankly at Rain. Her mind was a complete blank. What in the world is this thing? This thought suddenly sprang to Galena's mind. High Priest, it's bad. Look, the energy core is almost depleted. To the side, an anxious black flame disciple ran over, clutching something resembling a tablet of wisdom, marked with segments of progress bars. Now, this progress bar was nearing the bottom, flashing occasionally as if to signal a warning. Upon seeing this, Galena said nothing and turned to leave. Facing someone who could overpower an obstacle and shatter the giant axe golem with brute force. No, facing such a monster. What else could she say? Thud, with another dull thump, the fight continued. This time, the black radiance no longer flickered on the giant axe golem, and Rain's Hammer of Shattering finally hit the golem itself. It was known that when Rain had mastered the intermediate secret technique Shockwave, he had already felled an obsidian giant, thus earning the nickname Meister Siege Hammer. And now, having mastered the advanced secret skill Hammer of Shattering, without the protective black radiance, Rain's hammer created a basin-sized hole directly in the chest and abdomen of the giant axe golem. Instantly, the internal structure of the golem was devastated. The golem, standing over 5 meters tall, crashed down and remained motionless after the fall. But for Rain, the battle was not over yet. Galena was still on the run. Some of the die-hard, fearless followers of the Black Flame cult, in their fervor, even shouted, "For High Priest Galena, for the god of hunting," and rushed towards Rain. Rain didn't stop for a step, but instead, his chest swelled violently, the veins in his neck bulged, and his mouth opened wide. Roar. A ferocious gust of air, accompanied by a deafening roar, swept in all directions. Suddenly, the cultists, with expressions of shock, had their faces torn and distorted by the fierce wind, their eardrums bursting instantly. Within a radius of nearly 20 meters, all of the cultists suddenly froze in place, maintaining their attacking poses. The next second, thud, thud, the sound of numerous heavy objects falling to the ground echoed. Dozens of cultists toppled over like mown wheat, forming a large semicircle with their bodies neatly falling outward. All of these gray-robed cultists failed to delay Rain even for a second. As a horse whinnied, whinny, Little Black, the swift-paced steed, burst forth from one side, and Rain leapt onto it, chasing in the direction of Galena. Although Bloodfeather could not provide direction due to the fog, Rain had already set Cookie on Galena's trail. With Cookie's guidance ahead, Rain quickly closed the distance between them. At this time, Galena's originally seductive face twisted fiercely. She knew that if she didn't slow down the pursuit, she would soon be caught. She had considered using the pupil skill to attack her pursuer when Rain got closer. But she remembered that her opponent was also a proper wizard, with strong spiritual power, so the effect of the pupil skill might be extremely poor, or even worse, it might backfire. This canceled Galena's intention to use the pupil skill. Thinking for a moment, she reached up and pulled off a crystal pendant around her neck, a look of distress on her face, yet she still crushed it in an instant, pointing behind her. Evil power imprisonment. Suddenly, a dense black fog surged from Galena's fingertips, violently striking at Rain. This was Galena's life-saving evil magic, her last resort. Rain dug his heels in, leaping forward on his horse, while the hardened essence gold covering the surface of the knight's gauntlets instantly formed a shield to block the attack. However, in the next second, the shield in Rain's hand felt as if it had hit real mist. The black fog was indeed in the form of fog and didn't explode upon contact, but as soon as it touched the shield, Rain felt as though his entire body had solidified inside amber. Even with his huge strength pushing past his limits, his movement was scarcely faster than that of a snail. Galena, who turned to check the situation, finally let out a breath of relief upon seeing Rain affected by the spell, visibly relaxed. After thinking it over, she still didn't feel secure. After all, the evil power imprisonment could only last around 10 seconds. To ensure her escape, she planned to cast a group slow spell on Rain and his horse and dog. But before she could begin chanting, Galena's eyes, dark with smoky makeup, suddenly widened. For she saw a faint blue light flash on Rain's body, and the effects of the evil power imprisonment she had cast were instantly dispelled. Now unimpeded, Rain's movement speed suddenly surged. The rapid change in speed left Galena, who was so close, no time to dodge, and she could only instinctively raise her arm to block. The black membrane on Galena's body was indented to almost the size of a basin, missing her forehead by mere inches from the skull warhammer's head. But, in an instant, Rain switched from hammer to fist. This time, the black membrane, drained of most of its energy by the advanced secret skill decisive hammer, couldn't withstand the from Rain's finger tiger. Pop. After penetrating the black membrane, Rain's finger tiger continued to surge forward, striking Galena's raised arm. Blocked it. Gazing at the blade that had pierced through her arm and was now a mere centimeter from her forehead, Galena's pupils contracted sharply. But in the next instant, the blade suddenly lengthened. PFF. For blades made of hardened essence gold suddenly extended by several inches, piercing into Galena's smooth forehead. Galena's eyes suddenly bulged, and after a violent convulsion, she moved no more. It was only then that Rain withdrew his finger tiger. Thump. A sound of a heavy object hitting the ground echoed. Galena collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Rain had relied on the gold conch medal given to him by the Church of the Monsoon and Sea Goddess, using the divine arts exorcism spell embedded within it to instantly break free from the imprisonment. At such close range, Rain finally delivered the decisive hammer, finishing off his opponent. Rain took out the medal engraved with a golden sea conch from his chest, its faint blue light now much dimmer. I remember Bishop Cheyenne saying that this medal contained an exorcism spell, divine arts, although it would need to be recharged after use before it could be used again, he mused. It seems I'll need to seek Bishop Shine's help to recharge it once I'm in Meister, Rain thought to himself. Against the cult, the church's metals are indeed quite useful, Rain pondered quietly. After a moment's thought, Rain looked down at the corpse on the ground. Considering what her subordinates called her, she seems to be a high priestess? I'm currently in the county of Welsh, which suggests that this female high priestess is likely the head of the Welsh county's Black Flame cult. If that's the case, perhaps there's a bounty for her at the Sword Bearers branch in Minster. With a look of contemplation, Rain quickly thought of something. He grabbed Galena's neck like one would a dead snake, leapt onto his swift-footed steed, In, and headed back toward the temporary camp. With the assistance of In, the swift-footed steed, when Rain returned with Galena's body, there were still many of the Black Flame cult's die-hard members resisting. This seems to be some kind of secret technique of Arcadian swordsmanship? To Rain's surprise, Clea was wielding a dual-handed greatsword, occasionally spinning 360 degrees at high speed, sending circular blades of light flashing past and slaying a large group of gray-robed cultists. Clea was charging in his direction, seemingly planning to provide him support. Rain, upon seeing Clea, quickly noticed her as well and saw her coming his way. Upon seeing that Rain was unharmed, Clea immediately breathed a sigh of relief. In fact, ever since Rain came to her rescue and killed Beidles with a single punch to save her, Clea's mindset had started to subtly shift. Prior to that, whether Rain was slaying Ice Messenger Grant or breaking through the enemy's evil magic formation, he had showcased individual strength. But a rescue carried a very different meaning, conveying not just strength but a sense of care, trustworthiness, and it affected the rescuer's heart more deeply. This had caused Clea, the talented night girl, to have a deep impression of a man for the first time. Only, at this moment, Clea herself was not fully aware of it. When Rain appeared in front of everyone, all the combatants on the battlefield gradually stopped their actions. Especially the knights, when they saw Lord Rain holding the fleeing female cult high priestess and walking towards them, they all looked at Rain with admiration on their faces. This is the high priestess of the Black Flame cult in Wales County, and she was dealt with by the young Lord Rain. However, the mentality of the cultists who witnessed this scene was very different. Seeing Galena dangling from Rain's hand, like a dead snake, those die-hard cultists saw their last glimmer of hope vanish in an instant. This caused the cultists who were still desperately resisting to scatter like birds and beasts in mere minutes. Quick, pursue them. Viscount Serial commanded the knights, quickly chasing after these defeated remnants. Then Clea sheathed her great sword and stepped forward, asking with concern, Rain, how are you? Are you all right? Miss Clea, I'm fine. This person seems to be the main high priestess of the Black Flame cult in Wales County. Perhaps from her, you can learn why they came to attack us, Rain said as he threw Galena's body at Clea's feet. Let me see. Soon, Clea found several items on Galena's body, a crystal ball, the high priestess token of the Black Flame cult, several different types of Black Flame cult prayers, and a note. Clea opened the note and looked at it for a while before handing it to Rain, saying, Rain, it's just as we expected. Rain took it and nodded his head. Miss Clea, this explains why the Black Flame cult high priestess from Wales County came to assassinate you. It turns out she was acting at the behest of someone nicknamed Bloodburner Raxel. You might not know, one of the sword bearer's tasks I took on this time is to kill this Raxel. Besides, he is also the planner and creator of the Flash Gold Town Massacre. What? The Flash Gold Town Massacre was orchestrated by this Bloodburner? Clea said in surprise. Though Clea had special channels through her family for intelligence, it was still not as comprehensive as what the sword bearers had. Rain nodded and said, Yes, the intelligence from the sword bearers branch shouldn't be wrong. However, Rain, if they manage to get the high priestess of Wales County involved, it suggests that this Bloodburner might be even more powerful than this Galena. If you really intend to go and kill him, you must be extra careful, Clea reminded him. Rain nodded. As they talked, they came near the temporary camp, but when Rain saw the huge remains of the giant axe golem, something suddenly occurred to him. He took out his glittering gold insignia of a golden-ranked sword bearer and rubbed the name on the back of the insignia 3 times with his thumb. This was a special one-way communication method, available only at the golden rank, which served to summon non-combat assistance. Simply put, once activated, it would send out a special signal that observers nearby with the corresponding receiving device could detect the signal's location and the sword bearer's name and other information. Most importantly, once the signal was received, the local observer would immediately dispatch someone to provide non-combat assistance. Rain thought that this giant axe golem, including Galena, was likely registered with the Minster Sword Bearers branch, and the task he took related to the Black Flame cult was within Meister County, not Wales County. Therefore, Rain decided to have someone send these remains back to Minster. About an hour later, a small team of elite rangers escorting a middle-aged wizard in wizard robes hurried to the vicinity of the temporary camp. This immediately put the cavalry, who had just suffered an attack, on high alert as they readied their bows and aimed. "Don't panic. May I ask if Lord Rain is here?" the middle-aged wizard asked, gesturing with his hand. An hour ago, observer Macon Clinton of Wales County received a communication signal that showed a golden-ranked sword-bearer named Rain had sent out a signal between Calmatown and Easy Town. This indicated that a sword-bearer was calling for non-combat assistance. Naturally, observer Macon did not dare delay, and after some thought, he rushed over personally. And as he approached the temporary camp, seeing the trail of destruction, gaping trenches crisscrossing the ground, and the bodies of over 100 cultists, he was quite astonished. Though he expected a battle might have taken place after receiving the communication, he hadn't anticipated the scale would be so massive. From an intelligence perspective, he could be unaware before the battle took place, but to still be unaware after the event as the observer of Wales County would indicate negligence. Quickly grasping and reporting on significant local events is one of the main responsibilities of an observer. But when Macon followed the trail of the battle to the massive remains of the giant axe golem, his eyes widened in shock. Wasn't this the very golem guard that he had been tasked to pay close attention to? Previously, they had sent a message asking him to closely monitor any production of golem guards by the Black Flame cult within Wales County, for which he had dispatched people to search extensively without any findings. Little did he realize that one had been made right under his nose and had already been killed. He looked around at the knights, including the noble lady, all of whom were peak knights. Macon shook his head slightly. He knew that although these people were not weak, they were not great knights, and definitely could not defeat this big fellow. The answer was clear. It must have been a transcendent-level sword-bearer who had taken care of this big fellow. He observed the golem guardian again. Around the huge hole the size of a wash basin in its torso, there were no residual energy traces left. That also meant that this transcendent-level sword-bearer, Lord Rain, was very likely a great knight, but aside from witchcraft, he rarely saw secret techniques with such great power. It was likely that Lord Rain's strength ranked among the top within the Swords Bearers branch. "I am Rain. May I ask who you are?" "Hello, Lord Rain. I am Macon, the observer from the County of Wales. This is Galena, the High Priestess of the Cult of Black Flame from the County of Wales." "Lord Rain, I really didn't expect her to die by your hand." Observer Macon's eyes widened, for he discovered the corpse of a woman in black robes lying on the ground next to them was actually Galena, which completely shocked him. You should know that Galena's phantom art was quite remarkable, with an extremely strong ability to save herself. Even if one defeated her, killing her was much more difficult. Macon pondered his words and said, "Previously, there were also transcendent-level sword-bearers who came to assassinate Galena, but she managed to escape by using her phantom art. Later, the Empire's situation became turbulent, and this matter dragged on. I never expected her to die by your hand this time." Rain nodded and said, "Indeed, her phantom art was quite tricky." Observer Macon gave Rain a weird look at his calm expression and muttered to himself, "You don't look troubled at all, plus there's no sign of injury on you. By the way, Lord Macon, I wanted to ask if there are any related missions for these two. Within the Sword Bearers branch?" Rain pointed to Galena's corpse and the remains of the giant axe golem and asked, Macon looked puzzled and continued, "Wasn't Lord Rain on a special mission to kill them?" Actually, no." Rain was surprised at first, then shook his head. "My target or mission was to go to Meister, but these fellows suddenly attacked us, so I took the opportunity to deal with them." This made the observer Macon look even stranger as the words he was about to blurt out got stuck in his throat. He thought about it, swallowed them back, and reorganized his language to say, "Ahem. Lord Rain, you are truly formidable, to be able to complete 2 transcendent-level missions just like that." "Huh? 2 transcendent-level missions?" "Yes. Don't you know? Killing Galena is a 1-star transcendent mission. Investigating the Guardian Golem is a 2-star transcendent mission, and since you also killed one, it probably would be a 3-star now," Macon explained. Rain nodded. This was indeed an unexpected piece of good news. He had anticipated there would be related missions but hadn't expected the rewards to be so high. A 1-star mission indicates the reward of a medal of that mission's level, and a 1-star transcendent mission signifies the reward of a golden medal. By the way, Lord Mackin, I have a favor to ask of you. Regarding Galena and the Guardian Golem's remains, I need someone to transport them to the Minster Sword Bearers branch. But I still have other tasks to attend to, so... Of course, no problem, Lord Rain. I'll take care of that. Observer Mackin said with a smile. Not long after, Observer Mackin arranged for people to cover the remains of the golem and Galena's corpse with a tarpaulin and had them escorted away by dedicated personnel. The giant cart used by the cult of Black Flame played an important role in the transport of the golem's remains. Before leaving, Mackin also took away the bodies of Bull, Vitals, and another black-robed cultist, as they both had Black Flame Guardian tokens on them. According to Mackin, these two should also have related missions, and though not of transcendent level, there was no need to waste them. At that moment, Rain suddenly remembered that he had not checked the system prompts. He called up the system and saw, "You have experienced a battle, Weapon Master, Legendary. Experience plus 873. You have experienced a battle, Wizard, Legendary. Experience plus 321. You have experienced a battle." Note: the skill experience above has enjoyed a 30% enhancement due to the exclusive talent, Beginner Extraordinary Understanding. Congratulations, you have defeated a formidable enemy, and you have gained 3 golden skill points. Congratulations, you have defeated a formidable enemy, and you have gained 2 golden skill points. Congratulations, your Wizard, Legendary, profession level has increased. Congratulations, your Wizard, Legendary, profession level has increased. After this battle, Rain found that the total experience for his Wizard, Legendary, profession had increased by 1471. Since his original Wizard, Legendary, profession level was already LV3 and close to leveling up, this time he leveled up 2 levels in a row, reaching LV5, 383/2000. This also earned him another 2 attribute points and 2 skill points. Now he had a remaining 8 attribute points and 2 skill points. At the same time, the profession level experience for Weapon Master, Legendary, also saw a significant increase, reaching LV8, 5121/7000. The battle could actually be divided into 4 fights. But in terms of the opponent's strength, the first 2 fights, that is, the black-robed cultist from the Demon Array and Bull, Vitals, were a bit lacking in power, so Rain did not receive golden skill points as a reward. The giant axe golem guards and Galena who followed were indeed very strong and naturally fell into the category of formidable enemies. After the battle concluded, they provided him with 3 and 2 golden skill points respectively. That is to say, from this battle Rain had obtained a total of 5 golden skill points, and together with the original 2 points, at this moment, his golden skill points had reached 7. Minster. Underground at the Sword Bearers branch, in the Intelligence Hall. It was a high-ceilinged hall stretching dozens of meters in height. Nearly 50 staffers bustled about on the floor of the hall, a scene of hectic activity. In the center of the hall were placed dozens of spiral, towering bookshelves, except that what populated the shelves weren't books, but scrolls of information and intelligence documents. Several staffers were going up and down in a lifting device equipped with a basket. At the top of the hall were 2 deep tunnels resembling vents, except it wasn't humans but birds, bats, and other flying creatures that were coming in and out. These creatures carried intelligence of various levels of secrecy, falling into the hands of the staffers who then swiftly decoded, filed, reported, or transferred the information as necessary. The entire hall operated around the clock, so even at night, it was brightly lit and filled with a flurry of activity. Lord Colin, here is an urgent intelligence report from the Empire's Army Special Department, Earthshaker, said a female staffer as she briskly walked over, reporting with a hint of urgency. Read, replied the slightly pot-bellied, balding middle-aged man Colin, one of the 4 undersecretaries of the Intelligence Hall and the person in charge of the Intelligence Hall for the night. Because the hall operated nonstop 24 hours a day, there were 4 undersecretaries specially appointed to work in shifts. Urgent intelligence from Earthshaker. Raxel's strength surpasses expectations. The Blade Panther squad has been annihilated. Furthermore, the Secret Snake sect seems to have sent an envoy to Meister, specific purpose unknown. I remember the branch issued an assassination mission for Raxel. Did anyone take it? Undersecretary Colin seemed to recall something and asked, "One moment, please, I will check." Yes, the Meister Siege Hammer squad took on the mission, the female staffer reported back promptly. HM? The newly promoted Golden Tier squad? However, this name seems strangely familiar. Colin's face showed confusion. Yes, Lord Colin, indeed it's a newly formed squad. The captain is Rain Carlin. The two team members are Evelyn. Captain's profile, joined sword bearer. Completed bronze tier. Completed diamond star tier. The female staffer continued reporting while her face showed a look of surprise. HM? Diamond star tier? Colin voiced his skepticism. This surely did not conform to the normal pace and procedure of promotions for sword-bearer recruits, and Colin could also discern that the opponent had completed Diamond Star tier tasks while at the Silver tier, which clearly had been specially approved. Rain? Meister Siege Hammer? I remember now. It's that talented sword-bearer newcomer. Suddenly, something occurred to Colin. But then, his expression changed as he instructed, "Quick, issue this intelligence to the mission hall with the following annotation. Suggest immediately notifying Lord Rain that the enemy's strength exceeds expectations and the situation has changed. The assassination mission for Raxel is to be suspended." Understood, Lord Colin. No sooner had the female staffer left than another female staffer swiftly came to report, "Supervisor Colin, here is an urgent intelligence report from Wiltshire County." Read. Urgent dispatch from the Observer of Wiltshire County, Mackin. Golden Tier Sword Bearer Squad Captain Lord Rain has killed Galena, the High Priestess of the Black Flame Cult in Wiltshire County, 2 Black Flame Guardians, and completed the investigation mission for Golem Guards, and furthermore, has killed a Golem Guard. What? Colin showed astonishment. No way, was this Sword Bearer newcomer Rain so powerful? Could it be that the opponent had genuinely accomplished the Diamond Star tier tasks based on his own abilities? If that were the case, then perhaps this mission could indeed continue. Immediately, Colin thought of a problem. The annotation he had just made on the previous report might not be appropriate. Forget it. Such headache-inducing matters were better left to those in the mission hall to deal with. Colin tugged at his sparse hair, looking troubled as he said, "Send both the urgent report from Earthshaker and this report, combined, to Lord UMass, the mission hall officer." Lord Colin, what should our annotation from the intelligence hall be? The nearby female staffer asked with wide eyes. According to regulations, any intelligence reported or transferred by the intelligence hall needed to include annotations. Suggest. Let Lord Rain decide for himself. Information from the underground intelligence hall was quickly transmitted to the mission hall through specially designed channels. At this hour, the mission hall, compared to the brightly lit intelligence hall, had fewer staff but still maintained personnel on duty. After receiving the urgent message, the originally yawning female clerk sprang to life and hurriedly delivered the marked urgent intelligence to the officer's room with a clatter. Today Lord Umaz was on duty, but his type of duty was different from that in the intelligence hall. It usually involved no significant happenings except for situations like today. Shortly after, Deputy Officer Alina, who was resting at home, was also called to the Sword Bearers branch. In the office of Officer Umaz at the mission hall, "Lord Umaz, did you summon me?" "Yes, Alina, there is something I need to discuss with you." Umaz handed over 2 pieces of urgent intelligence reported by the intelligence hall to the competent woman. After receiving and quickly scanning through them, Alina furrowed her brows and after a few minutes, asked, "Lord Umaz, what do you mean?" "My thought is to have Lord Rain suspend the mission to kill Bloodburner Raxel. Initially, this mission was rated 2-star gold, but given the strength displayed by the adversary this time, along with the possible influence of Secret Snake Sect's envoy, the difficulty level of this mission needs reassessment," Umaz said solemnly, pausing before continuing. "I think the difficulty of this mission has already reached the level of 3.5 stars gold. Even more, for safety's sake, I think we should also suspend another 3-star gold mission, investigate the truth behind the Meister attack incident. I suggest we only keep 1 gold star mission, protect the governor of Meist County City." The competent woman, Alina, thought for a moment and asked, "Lord, what about the suggestion from the intelligence hall?" "Colin, that slippery fellow, wrote to allow Lord Rain to decide on his own." Umaz stood up, saying irritably. At the same time, he handed the annotations made by the intelligence hall on the 2 pieces of intelligence to Alina. After pondering for a while, Alina said, "I think we can relay Colin's suggestion directly to Lord Rain." "Huh?" Umaz looked at his deputy in surprise. Alina, if Lord Rain were to take on 3 gold-level missions, it would already be against the rules. If anything were to happen to him, both you and I would be up for disciplinary actions. Thank you for the reminder, Lord Umaz, but I believe in Lord Rain's abilities. Alina lifted the report from the Observer Mackin of Welsh County and said, had we not received this report, I might have agreed with you, Lord. But now, I think we need to trust in Lord Rain, capable of performing miracles. Have you forgotten? Even when he faced the Sea Tide Piercer with strength equivalent to a titled knight, Lord Rain managed to emerge unscathed. Moreover, since Meist is Lord Rain's hometown, I think letting Lord Rain decide whether to continue would be the best choice. After hearing his deputy's opinion, Umaz fell into thought. He paced back and forth in the room, deliberating. After a long while, he finally nodded and said, fine. Since both you and Colin think so, we'll arrange it like that. However, adjust the reward level for the mission to kill Bloodburner, Raxel to 3.5 stars. If Lord Rain successfully kills the adversary, we cannot let him receive any less reward. By the way, do we have any available gold-level squads in our branch? Alina immediately understood the implication of her superior's questions. He wanted to assign a mission to deploy another gold-level squad, but there were no resources to do so. The competent woman shook her head and said, not currently, Lord. As you know, the situation in Rosby County is even worse than in Meist. Over half of the gold-level squads in our branch have been dispatched there. As for Silver Tier, they're too weak, and sending them would only increase casualties. Then let's pass the intelligence to Lord Rain at the earliest, and also ask if he has any other needs that we could try to fulfill. All right, Lord Umaz, I'll go now. Welsh County. At the temporary camp. Following the message from the Observer Mackin, after the battle, the remaining forces of the Black Flame cult in Welsh County posed no significant threat to the team, so Rain did not need to consider traveling overnight. Especially after just having fought a major battle, everyone, including the Transcendent Knight, showed signs of fatigue, not to mention the ordinary cavalry. However, the occasional spark of excitement and spirit in their eyes proved that they were the victors. After clearing the battlefield, under Clea's arrangements, everyone began to stand guard and rest again. Rain, as a gold-level sword-bearer, was able to call for non-combat support, one of the benefits being that Mackin took ahead the critically wounded members for treatment, allowing the rest of the team to remain agile. Rain, who had planned to consider possible enhancements, saw Clea approaching and knew she must have something to discuss. He stood up immediately. Rain, shall we walk this way? Certainly, Lady Clea. The two moved to a slightly quieter spot near the camp, where Clea looked at Rain with a curious and complex expression and asked, Rain, when did you become a wizard? Or should I ask when? It was probably not long after I joined the Sword Bearers. I happened to discover that I had a rare affinity for metal elements, and then I became an official wizard, Rain narrated as simply as if he had bought a pie from a pie shop. After all, telling the whole truth would involve Anna, and make a simple matter somewhat complicated. By the way, Lady Clea, was the technique you used in battle the secret technique of the Arcadian swordsmanship? Rain rather awkwardly changed the topic. Women are more sensitive in that aspect, not to mention the Earl's daughter, Clea. She gave Rain a bright glance and said, Yes, I used the Arcadian swordsmanship secret technique, 1-stage arc slash, and I have also mastered the 2-stage arc slash, but it's quite physically demanding, so I use it less frequently in battle. Rain nodded. This is the normal way of fighting for a knight or great knight. Even if they have mastered secret techniques, they use them sparingly, considering their own physical endurance. Unlike him, who almost never considered stamina as long as he had remaining attribute points. And this was why Rain's continuous use of the advanced secret skill Crushing Hammer had dramatically shattered the Golem Guard, leaving everyone astoundingly shocked. Rain raised his eyebrows, interested by what Clea had said. From the name, it seems like a gradual, multi-stage secret technique. The subsequent secret techniques must be quite powerful, right? Clea nodded, saying, Yes, after mastering the secret technique, 3-stage arc slash, one can comprehend the secret technique, Sword Blade Storm. But at the moment, I have only just grasped the 3-stage arc slash, and it's not yet proficient. I'll need more dedicated practice after I advance to a great knight. However, soon. Clea looked suspiciously at Rain and asked, Didn't I give you the Arcadian swordsmanship scroll, Rain? Haven't you read it? I've only read the initial techniques. I haven't had a chance to look at the rest yet, Rain said, slightly embarrassed. Logically, Rain should have thoroughly read the Arcadian swordsmanship that Clea had valuably given to him. Clea did not seem to find anything wrong. After all, Rain had only just received it, and he had also been through a big battle today. The two then chatted casually for a while. By this time, the night's thin mist had gradually dispersed. Clea's face, still flushed from the battle, reflected a faint iridescence under the bright moonlight, revealing a very healthy beauty and a spirited demeanor. Comparing the equally statuesque Clea with the beautiful woman, Jennifer, Rain couldn't help but do so. But soon, Rain realized that they were completely different styles. If the beautiful woman, Jennifer, was like a ripe peach, then Clea was like a freshly blossomed rose. Her feminine charm was slightly immature, but her regularly trained demeanor exuded more confidence, and her physique was firmer and more resilient. Seemingly noticing something, Clea's cheeks turned redder. As a woman and a peak knight, she naturally sensed Rain's gaze sweeping over certain perky parts of her body. Rain, I still have some things to do. You go ahead and practice by yourself. After saying this, Clea hurriedly left, as if fleeing. Having been through several battles together, Clea's feelings towards Rain were subtly changing. If it were someone else looking in that way, it would make Clea think they were lustful. But with Rain, it made her heart race, her cheeks flush, and she felt a wave of unique female shyness, yet she was not angry. She just couldn't accept Rain's bold gaze for the time being. Okay, Lady Clea, Rain responded, somewhat puzzled. But as Clea turned around, her well-rounded and tightly clasped buttocks were exposed right in front of Rain's eyes. Years of nightly training meant that Clea's buttocks moved with only a very slight tremble while walking, making them appear extremely refined and firm. A feast for Rain's eyes. As Clea walked away, Rain calmed his fluctuating emotions and refocused his thoughts on swordsmanship. He transformed his hardened essence gold into a dual-handed greatsword and started practicing Arcadian swordsmanship in the open field. However, the system prompt soon chimed in. You have practiced Arcadian swordsmanship. Comprehension has improved. Your skill Arcadian swordsmanship has increased, experience +3. Detected that the host has practiced the giant bear sword technique, also a two-handed sword technique. Do you want to integrate it into Arcadian swordsmanship? This integration will consume 3 golden skill points. Note: after integration, the giant bear sword technique will no longer display on the panel, but the host can still use the related sword techniques and derived secret techniques. Note: after integration, Arcadian swordsmanship will absorb the advantages of the giant bear sword technique and improve upon them. The experience gained in giant bear sword technique will be converted into the improved Arcadian swordsmanship experience at a certain ratio. Seeing the last system prompt, Rain immediately remembered something. Previous Empire military sword techniques and basic swordsmanship could also be integrated. However, Rain remembered clearly. Back then, the basic swordsmanship was in line with the Empire's military swordsmanship, and perhaps because the skill level was relatively low, the fusion did not consume any skill points. But he had not expected this fusion to require the consumption of 3 golden skill points. By comparison, this really could be called expensive. Rain took another look at the description. Doesn't affect the original sword techniques and derivative secret techniques? Then there's no problem. However, 3 golden skill points are not a small sum. With a thought, Rain once again called up the attribute panel. Constitution, 38 Strength, 43 Agility, 35 Spirit, 52. After adding 2 points to Strength, it reached 43, approaching the Strength 45 points, Agility 38 points, Constitution 40 points or more required for the top secret technique. With just 1 golden skill point less, one could elevate Hammer of Crush to a top secret technique. But if I were to add points to Strength, Agility, and Constitution, it would take 7 attribute points to meet the criteria, and leaving only 1 attribute point in reserve would be a bit too risky in the current environment. If I use 3 points for fusion, the gap in golden skill points would widen to 4. Rain furrowed his brows, momentarily unsure how to choose. The trip to Meister is likely to involve plenty of fights. After all, I was already attacked on the road. I need to save more attribute points. In which case, there's only. In the end, after deliberating for a while, Rain chose yes, to fuse. Immediately, on the Weapon Master, Legendary, panel, The level 13 giant bear sword technique vanished, replaced by Arcadian swordsmanship level 10, 12/20,000. The level 13 nearing level 14 giant bear sword technique, once transformed, was barely level 10 in Arcadian swordsmanship. This indicated the huge gap between their qualities. But this was a good thing. It meant that Arcadian swordsmanship of the same level would significantly surpass giant bear sword technique in power. At the same time, a torrent of memories regarding the training of Arcadian swordsmanship flooded into Rain's mind, making his temples on both sides throb faintly. For a moment, it felt as if he had spent decades practicing Arcadian swordsmanship in some mysterious space. After absorbing the memories, system notifications followed. Congratulations, you have unlocked the exclusive secret technique of Arcadian swordsmanship. Arc/. Congratulations, you have unlocked the exclusive secret technique of Arcadian swordsmanship. Arc/LV2. Arc/LV2 should be what Clea referred to as the two-stage arc/. However, in an instant, a lightning bolt struck through Rain's mind. I still have 2 skill points, and currently, Arcadian swordsmanship is exactly level 10. Isn't this the chance to? Immediately, an excited Rain focused his attention on level 10 Arcadian swordsmanship. Without hesitation, Rain invested both skill points into it. Narrowing his eyes, Rain began to digest and absorb the new training memories, and the system notifications arrived promptly. Congratulations, you have unlocked the exclusive secret technique of Arcadian swordsmanship. Arc/LV3. It was indeed possible. If Clea knew that I had caught up with her years of hard practice in a moment, I wonder what she would think. It seems that I'll need to keep it a secret for the time being or find an appropriate moment to quickly demonstrate my progress. Rain mused quietly. Yet, this was still not the ultimate goal of Rain's upgrade. At that moment, he was vaguely formulating an insight into the secret technique Sword Blade Storm of Arcadian swordsmanship. All he needed was an epiphany or 1 golden skill point to break through this limit. Obviously, there was no need to hesitate. With the number of golden skill points dropping from 4 to 3, Rain suddenly had a clearer understanding of the secret technique Sword Blade Storm. A system notification appeared. Congratulations, you have comprehended the basic secret technique of Arcadian swordsmanship. Sword Blade Storm. Sword Blade Storm. Seeing these 4 words, a smile crept onto Rain's lips. Indeed, this is what Rain had just realized, settling the secret technique Sword Blade Storm of Arcadian swordsmanship in one go. Soon, an elated Rain saw a brand new icon on the Weapon Master Legendary panel, positioned above Arcadian swordsmanship, in the secret technique Arc/LV3. The icon depicted a burly man spinning like a top, brandishing a great sword in a high-speed whirl. Around it were streams of air radiating outwards, seemingly representing the greatsword's blade cutting through the air, truly formidable. In the bottom right of the icon, there was a line of text, Sword Blade Storm, basic secret technique, effect, combines original strength subtly with arc/ to swing the greatsword in hand, like a whirlwind of converging blades, attacking all nearby enemies. Note: Sword Blade Storm is a secret technique and cannot be upgraded through skill points. To upgrade Sword Blade Storm to the intermediate secret technique, the following conditions must be met. 1. Arcadian swordsmanship LV14 or above. 2. Bear King breathing technique LV14 or above. 3. Consume 2 golden skill points. That expensive? Upgrading to the intermediate secret technique requires 2 golden skill points? By that calculation, upgrading to the intermediate secret technique would take a total of 3 golden skill points, which happens to be the exact amount I have. But that means I won't be thinking about upgrading Hammer of Crush to the top secret technique anytime soon. Rain contemplated. Because the team had just been attacked, and, moreover, to temporarily avoid being discovered by Clea, Lord Rain had no intention of practicing his new secret technique, Sword Blade Storm, at this time. However, by doing so, he was unable to assess the power of this technique. But one thing was clear. With the mastery of both Sword Blade Storm and Roaring Battle Cry, Rain could confidently say that he was no longer afraid of group battles at this stage. It was dawn. Rain and his group began their journey, continuing towards Meist County City. After a while, they had left the region of Wells County and entered Meist County. At this moment, inside the carriage compartment, Rain, looking out the window, suddenly turned to Clea and said, "Lady Clea, I would like to make a trip back to Flash Gold Town. Just to check on the situation before leaving. Flash Gold Town? Upon hearing this familiar name, Clea, seemingly understanding, showed no hint of refusal and nodded. Of course, we can turn at the junction up ahead toward Flash Gold Town. Why choose to go now? Rain's main concern was that once they arrived at the county town, he would also have the duty to protect Count Habs, and it might be somewhat difficult to find time to visit Flash Gold Town then. Moreover, ever since he received a letter from his childhood friend George, Rain had been constantly concerned about Flash Gold Town. Taking a detour to Flash Gold Town from here was just a slight deviation and would approximately take an extra 2 or 3 hours. The estimated time of arrival at the county town would be around evening. Overall, it wouldn't delay any significant matters. Thank you, Lady Crea. Rain, actually, I was also thinking of visiting the Habsburg estate nearby, Crea said with a smile. The chief maid Shadia glanced at Rain. Flash Gold Town, the place where the young Lord Rain was born and raised. Moreover, Shadia herself had spent several years as the chief maid at the Habsburg estate near Flash Gold Town, so she naturally had an emotional attachment to the town as well. She too wanted to see how Flash Gold Town was faring after the attack. As the caravan slowly made its way into Flash Gold Town, theoretically, the entry of such a large group should have immediately stirred up the townspeople, with curious children running out to watch with wide eyes. But what reached their ears was silence, and what met their eyes were many collapsed houses. It was nothing like the bustling scenes from Rain's memories. On the streets, there was hardly anyone, let alone children running about. The town had transformed from the lively place Rain knew into a nearly deserted ghost town. Rain was not a man to lament over seasonal changes or pity the fall of things, but seeing this scene struck his heart deeply. Rain's expression was as somber as still water, and his heart was tumultuous. Cult. Although the Dragon Empire had various shortcomings, including what Rain saw as a very backward system, regardless, the Empire at least provided ordinary people with the chance to survive, and occasionally allowed the lower classes a bit of happiness amidst their hard lives. In contrast, what these cults had done was utterly inhumane. Upon seeing this scene, Shadia covered her mouth with both hands, her eyes wide, and her whole eye rim turned red. When she was the chief maid of the estate, she had often come to Flash Gold Town to buy various items. But now, it seemed she would never see familiar faces again. The shops she frequented were all closed. Clea, on the other hand, was not very familiar with Flash Gold Town. Her visits to Flash Gold Town had also been brief stays at the nearby Habsburg estate. However, seeing a town under her family's effective control turned so desolate still profoundly moved her. "Let's go, Lady Crea," said Rain gravely. "Yes, Rain. After we eradicate the cult, we can rebuild the town," Crea said, trying to console Rain. "Thank you." Rain nodded, not saying much. For a moment, the atmosphere inside the carriage was somewhat somber. The journey from Flash Gold Town to Habs Manor was not far. About 10 minutes later, the convoy approached the manor's entrance. At this moment, for guards standing at the manor's entrance grew tense at the sight of the approaching mass of people. One was immediately dispatched to report inside, while the others focused intently on their guard duty. However, upon seeing the Kalen bird emblem of the Habus family on the carriage, the guards visibly relaxed. "Our own people." As Rain and the others disembarked, the guards exchanged looks of surprise and joy at Shadia, the chief maid. "God in heaven! Lady Crea! Lady Crea has also returned." Several guards shouted with glee. But Rain's transformation had been so significant that the guards found him both familiar and stranger. For a moment, they hesitated to recognize him. Soon, a familiar figure hastened out from within the manor, none other than Lloyd, the steward of Habs Manor. Upon seeing Crea, Knight Lloyd's face brightened with joy. "Lady Crea, you've returned." "Long time no see, Knight Lloyd," Crea said with a smile. Lloyd, catching sight of the tall silver-armored knight standing beside Crea, couldn't help his eyes widening in shock. Your Rain?" The Rain he remembered was only about 1.80 meters, a bit shorter than him, but now, the young man before him required him to look up, not only towering in build but also at least 2 meters tall. He had ballooned up. "Knight Lloyd, long time no see," Rain greeted with a trace of a smile tugging at his lips. "Knight Lloyd, Rain is now Baron Rain, and he's also about to be promoted to Viscount." The chief maid Shadia added cheerfully. "What?" This utterly astonished Lloyd. The surrounding guards began to whisper among themselves. "That's definitely Rain." He just looks like he's become a completely different person. He used to be skinnier than me, and now he's so tall and strong," said one guard, gesturing to compare. "Who would have thought our Flash Gold town would produce such an important figure? Imperial Viscount, no less. It's amazing. Maybe we can finally avenge Flash Gold town." Difficult. The cult is too powerful. But given Rain's rate of progress, maybe in a few more years, it might actually be possible. Lady Kreia, Viscount Serial, Baron Rain. "Shall we go inside the manor to talk?" Lloyd suggested. Kreia glanced at Rain and replied, "Knight Lloyd, no, we plan to head straight to the county town." "Right. The matter with Erlin." Something occurred to Lloyd, and his face showed realization. He did not continue the invitation. "Then I will accompany you, my lady," he said. Kreia's luxury carriage was quite spacious, with Knight Lloyd joining them, for people fit comfortably inside without feeling cramped. "All right. By the way, is Lord Perez not here?" "Perez has been pulled away to reinforce the security work at the county town." Soon, the convoy arrived in Meist County City. As the convoy entered the city, Rain looked out the carriage window at the familiar streets outside. The pedestrians on the streets were all hurrying along, most of them with frowns or serious expressions. The number of vendors on both sides of the street had also decreased significantly from the past, and unlike before, there were hardly any children playing and making a ruckus on the streets. The whole atmosphere of the county town seemed to be oppressive. Suddenly, Rain saw a middle-aged man with a flushed face burst out from an alley, dancing and shouting. Although the man was some distance from the convoy, Rain's keen hearing allowed him to clearly make out what he was shouting. "Believe in the great god of hunting, and you will be protected. The apocalypse flame will consume all you heretics." It didn't take long for law enforcement officers to tackle and subdue the man to the ground. Shortly afterward, several temple guards from the Church of the Goddess took over and quickly escorted the man away. "Knight Lloyd, does this happen often?" Kreia asked thoughtfully. "Yes, Lady Kreia, ever since the attack, we often see people acting out in madness or talking nonsense while drunk," Lloyd admitted. A somber mood immediately descended upon everyone in the carriage. Rain knew that even though the man had been quickly subdued, the panic instilled in the populace wouldn't fade so swiftly. The influence of the man's words was more pervasive than one might imagine. Even now, inside the carriage, he could hear many of the onlookers on the street discussing the scene. "How many does that make today? The 6th? Or the 7th? Hey, did you hear? Hardly anyone from Flash Gold Town survived." "Heard about it. Monhan Town is almost completely wiped out, too." Sigh, the neighboring towns. "The Empire probably doesn't have a solution. I heard that Earl Habs himself was severely injured. You think, if this god of hunting really could protect us, maybe we—" Suddenly, the speaker's mouth was covered. "Can you blabber about anything just like that?" The person next to him looked around nervously. Clearly, the situation in Meist was far from under control and still unstable. And panic was still spreading. Meist County City. Inside Earl Habs' mansion. Rain had only met Earl Habs twice before, and both times were in his study, with Rain in the position of a subordinate presenting himself. But this time was different. Rain followed Kreia for the first time to the bedroom of this Meister governor. As soon as he entered the room, Rain was assaulted by a strong medicinal smell. Several physicians in white attire were bustling about, and a familiar figure to Rain, Bishop Cheyenne, was also present. His face stern, he managed a strained smile and nodded upon seeing Rain. "Father," Kreia couldn't help but exclaim, and then she quickly rushed over. Rain's gaze followed Kreia's form to the stooped old man lying at the head of the bed, and his heart was greatly shocked. He had met Count Habs twice before. This was a man whose hair was meticulously combed, with a full forehead, a profound aura, merely graying at the hair, but spirited and distinguished in appearance. But now, the old man lying on the bed had a withered face, age spots faintly emerging, almost all white hair, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call him an elderly person. "Kreia, didn't I tell you not to come back? You never listened to me," the Count said upon hearing a familiar voice, and his dim eyes suddenly brightened, immediately revealing a happy and relieved smile. "Father, I had to come back." Always level-headed, Kreia's eyes reddened at this moment. This was the first time Rain had seen her like this. Seeing the state between father and daughter, Rain felt a pang of discomfort. At this moment, Bishop Cheyenne came over and whispered, "Rain, let's step outside and leave them be for now." "All right, Bishop Cheyenne. You all may leave as well," Count Habs commanded softly, looking toward the few physicians. "Understood, my lord." The physicians quickly exited the room. Knowing her father had something to say, Clea promptly sat beside the bed, listening attentively. Clea, I knew you would come back. I have prepared something for you, a special beast essence potion made to suit you. It's in the family's secret chamber. You have the highest concentration of the family's bloodline. Once you step into the realm of Great Knight, your strength will see a dramatic increase. Moreover, you are very likely to awaken the family's bloodline talent, so we can't delay this. You must take it as soon as possible. A peak knight is far from enough to deal with Meister Governor's current situation. If you can become a great knight, I would be much reassured. Listening to her father's earnest advice, Clea fought back her tears and nodded vigorously. Stop crying. I'm not going to die yet. Living another 2 or 3 years, seeing you married should be no problem. By the way, Clea, I've decided to let you succeed me as the head of the Habs family and the primary heir. Forget those nobles from the imperial city. Just find a young man you're comfortable with and have him marry into our family. At this, Clea blushed slightly, and her mood gradually improved. Father, I'd rather not think about marriage yet. Let's get through this difficult time first. Somehow, when talking about marriage and marrying into the family, the image of Rain in battle suddenly appeared in Clea's mind. But the problem was, Rain had achieved such strength in just half a year. Marrying into the family, was it possible? Clea's emotions were complex for a moment. In the hallway outside the room, Bishop Cheyenne, it has been a long time. Indeed, it's been a long time, Rain. I feel that your presence has grown stronger. It seems you have made progress, Bishop Cheyenne said, looking Rain over with surprise. Bishop Cheyenne, I need to trouble you with something. Rain suddenly remembered something. He took out a gold conch medal from his chest and handed it to Bishop Cheyenne. The solidified divine art, exorcism spell, inside the conch medal has been used up by me. You might need to help me reapply it later. Of course, no problem, but I would need to return to the temple to help you with that. How about this? I will send someone to deliver it to you later. Thank you, Bishop Cheyenne. Half an hour later, in the study, Rain and Clea faced each other and sat down. Rain, the family has prepared a special beast essence potion for me, and I plan to take it immediately in the family's secret chamber. The breakthrough will likely take about 3 days. I would like to entrust the safety of the mansion to you. Huh? Rain was somewhat surprised to hear this news. Although he could sense that Clea, as a peak knight, had a very solid foundation and was ready to make the leap to great knight at any moment. But attempting the breakthrough at this time was still somewhat unexpected to him. However, Rain quickly realized something and nodded, saying, Don't worry, Lady Clea, I will handle the defense of the mansion. You focus on your breakthrough. 3 days for a breakthrough and stabilization was quite normal. Rain had the system, so he naturally couldn't generalize. Thank you. Come, Rain, I will take you to announce this. Clea stood up and said, All right, Rain, and about your appointment ceremony, the current situation isn't suitable for a large banquet, so I think we should wait on that. Is that okay? You are now my guardian knight. You'll have privileges such as free access to the family's archives. Feel free to read at your leisure, Clea said as she walked. Of course, that's fine. The archives, That seemed quite good, Rain thought to himself. Right, Rain, once I've made my breakthrough, when we spar again, I believe that your Arcadian swordsmanship will improve even faster. Thank you. Rain was taken aback and said, At Earl Hab's mansion, the training ground, most of the family knights and guards have been gathered here. This is Baron Rain, who will now take over the entire Count Mansion's security defense work. Everyone must follow Baron Rain's arrangements just as you would follow my own. After Clea made her announcement, she proceeded to the secret chamber. Meanwhile, Rain nodded slightly to the crowd before him, affirming the decision in his heart. The defensive personnel of Earl Hab's mansion were numerous. In terms of strength, they were also formidable, being long-trained family knights and guards. If it were to defend against attacks beneath the level of a great knight, it could be said that there were hardly any problems. However, if they encountered a seasoned great knight or by several great knights, the entire defensive force would be insufficient, and that was without even considering the presence of an evil sorcerer. Of course, the magical church had also arranged many formations around the Count Mansion, but overall, without the manipulation of senior church officials, these formations could mostly only serve a warning function. Moreover, there was also the possibility of enemy collaborators inside the mansion. If a collaborator were to cause even slight sabotage, the effectiveness of these formations would be a big question mark. A fortress is always more vulnerable to being breached from within. When Rain began to assign defense tasks, many of the guards at the Count Mansion were quite surprised, for they found that their colleagues who had gone to meet Lady Clea seemed to have great trust in this young Baron Rain. Essentially, they carried out whatever he commanded without question, with meticulous execution. This made many others wonder, "Hey, why are you so obedient to this young Baron Rain? Yeah, being a Baron isn't that big of a deal, is it? Do you really think we respect him just because of Lord Rain's noble title? You don't know how strong Lord Rain is? Haven't you seen Viscount Serial there, carrying out all of Baron Rain's orders without error? Right. Why is the Viscount so obedient too?" The chief maid, Shadia, with her keen ears, naturally overheard the guard's discussion and immediately interjected, "Do not question or execute with reluctance the orders of Lord Rain. Moreover, to correct something, Lord Rain is not just a Baron. He has already been promoted to Viscount. It's just that the formal appointment has not yet come." "What? A Viscount? So young and already a Viscount?" A few guards showed a look of astonishment. After some investigation, they began to understand just how formidable the young Lord Rain really was. In the study, Rain was talking to a stranger, a young man. "You are the Rain charged with protecting Earl Habs? I've heard about you. You have a nickname, Meister Siege Hammer," said the young man in robes with a smile. "Yes. May I ask who you are?" "I'm Stewart from the same sword-bearers branch as you in Minster, belonging to the Hurricane Squad, and currently stationed at the Count Mansion. Actually, our main mission is to ensure the security of the transportation route from Fishing Port Town to County Town. Because the airships have limited capacity, most of the supply materials need to be transported by road. Now the Black Flame cult is significantly disrupting the transportation line, and since you're here, I'll be returning to my own squad." Rain nodded. He understood, given that their mission was to protect the transportation route's security, and considering the overall stability, that's why they had been stationed at Earl Hab's mansion. Now that he had arrived, it was normal for them to step aside. "By the way, Rain, did you come by yourself this time? Where are the other members of your squad?" asked Stewart, about to leave, when suddenly something occurred to him, and he asked with a hint of surprise. Right now, it's just me." Hearing Rain's answer, Stewart gave him a surprised look and said, "Then your mission will be very difficult to complete. The Black Flame cult has strengthened its activities around Meister, and they have several experts. If you are alone, I advise you to give up this mission sooner rather than later and let another squad with full personnel take over. This would be more prudent for you, for us, and for the overall situation." Rain nodded. The other man meant well, so he couldn't say much in reply. "I'll be careful. It shouldn't be a problem." Giving up was out of the question. Don't forget, he had accepted 2 other gold-level missions, both more difficult than protecting Earl Habs. What's more, the sorry state of Flash Gold Town and the turmoil in Meister were pressing on his mind. He needed someone to bear the brunt of his anger. The Black Flame cult, as the instigators, was naturally the best target. Seeing that Rain seemed to be heeding no advice, Stewart couldn't help but shake his head and take his leave. Shortly after Stewart left, a guard came to report, "Lord Rain, a messenger from the Sword-Bearers branch of Minster requests an audience at the door, claiming to have important matters to report to you." Rain raised an eyebrow and said, "Bring him in quickly." Soon, Rain met with the messenger from the Sword-Bearers branch in the study, a robust man dressed in leather armor. "Lord Rain, please show your emblem." "The secret message can only be opened with your emblem," he requested. Rain nodded slightly and handed over the golden emblem. The person took it and gently ran the emblem over a letter that emanated a faint glow of witchcraft. Instantly, the glow on the letter fluttered once before becoming calm again. "This is a confidential letter. Also, Lord Rain, the letter will self-ignite in 5 minutes. Please review it quickly," the resolute man explained. Rain nodded, took the letter, and quickly began reading it, scanning multiple lines at a glance. He quickly memorized the contents. Rain hadn't expected the bloodburner, Raxel's strength to be as formidable as he had previously estimated. The level of the task had now also been adjusted to 3.5 stars. Moreover, another piece of news in the letter greatly concerned him. It was that the envoy of the secret snake sect would arrive in Meister within the next few days to make contact with the Black Flame cult. That meant if he moved now, he might face experts from 2 cults soon. Of course, if their strength were enough, they might not even wait for Rain to find them, but rather they would come knocking at his door. "Tell Lord Umaz and Lady Alina that I will continue with the mission and thank them for their concern," he said. "Certainly, Lord Rain." Lady Alina asked if there is anything you need. Both she and Lord Umaz will try to coordinate as much as they can for you. Rain appeared pensive. He faced a daunting problem now. If he needed to defend the whole of Earl Hab's mansion, he was too short on personnel. Even with just surveillance and guard duty, the repeatedly attacked Earl Hab's mansion did not have personnel strong enough to handle it. The two Peak Knights from Viscount Serial's place simply weren't a match for the cult experts. Rain couldn't help but think of the twin ponytailed girl, Vinica. If Vinica were here, with her bird specialization, she could at least take a significant load off his mind regarding surveillance, allowing him to focus more on combat. Now, he could only rely on the blood-feathered horned eagle and the greyhound warhounds to ensure the surveillance and safety of the main villa. Rain thought for a moment and said, "Tell the two lords to see if they can arrange for Vinica to come here. She's my teammate, currently in Fishingport Town." "Of course, Lord Rain. I've noted this and will report it immediately to the two lords. Anything else?" "One more thing. Ask Lady Alina to inquire if Angus, Viri, and 3 others would be willing to come execute the task at Meister," he said. He knew this request might be difficult, as the individuals were previously part of the military, and with the current instability in the Empire, they likely had specific assignments. However, as they were new sword-bearers, it might be easier to coordinate their movements. Rain valued them greatly, partly because they all were from the Imperial Army, strictly disciplined. He had sparred with them a few times, and both their personalities and strengths were commendable. If he could transfer them all here, defending would become significantly easier for him. As for Evelyn, he wouldn't consider her, because during his time at the Sword-Bearers branch, he had heard about the situation in Rossby County, and this time, Evelyn had returned to Rossby County for a mission. "All right, Lord Rain. Anything else?" "That's all." On a highway near the Minster Province border in Nome Province, a luxurious carriage was speeding along, with 2 black-robed individuals sitting face-to-face inside. Their black robes were marked with the symbol of a serpent biting its tail on the collar and sleeves, the most striking feature being on the face of one of them, who had a metal ring in the shape of a serpent biting its tail embedded into his lip, looking quite sinister. The other black-robed person had an 8-shaped serpent pattern drawn on his forehead. "Great Priest, I heard from the Black Flame sect that they discovered an ancient creature, the Earth Snake, slumbering in Meister County. Can you tell me if this news is true or false?" A middle-aged man with a black Ouroboros tattoo on his forehead asked. The Great Priest, who had a ring-shaped Ouroboros tattoo on his lips, pulled a smile at the corners of his mouth, his yellow vertical pupils staring at the other, and said, "Aren't we going there just to confirm whether it's true or not? However, I think they must be telling the truth." The middle-aged man nodded, speaking excitedly. "Great Priest, it would be great if it were true. According to the ancient records we have, the excavation capabilities of the ancient creature Earth Snake are unmatched among all behemoths. With it, we can quickly tunnel through and connect various branches together, and it would also make exploring those hidden underground ruins much easier." "Excellent. Holden, the fact that you can think of this shows you've matured a lot. This is something a qualified priest should consider." The Great Priest nodded. The ancient creature Earth Snake, when fully grown, could reach nearly 100 meters in length and several meters in diameter, a true colossus. Though named after a snake, its head did not resemble that of a snake, but rather a petal with teeth, possessing tremendous biting and crushing strength, capable of burrowing through the earth at great speeds. In less than half an hour, it could dig a subterranean tunnel as long as its body. Of course, the most important thing was that, as members of the secret snake sect, they possessed special dominion over the ancient creature Earth Snake. Otherwise, if the Black Flame sect could control the Earth Snake by themselves, they naturally wouldn't have shared such information so graciously. Holden, having received the Great Priest's praise, smiled, but soon furrowed his brows, saying, "However, even if this news is true, given the nature of the Black Flame sect, they will surely extract a toll." The Great Priest smiled slightly and said, "Holden, that actually isn't important. What's important is whether the Earth Snake they found is mature, what its condition is, and whether it can be awakened through the ritual. This is why I came personally. If there aren't any issues, then what does it matter if we agree to some of their demands?" Upon hearing this, Holden's expression eased, and he nodded. "Indeed, I've heard that their plans in Meister were obstructed. I suspect they will likely ask for our cooperation. Then let's cooperate. The more they stir up trouble in Meister, the better for us. However, Holden, you need to first deal with a few Imperial pests over there. The great priest extended his hand, pointing to the left rear side of the carriage, and said. One could see that his hand's back surface was covered in bluish-black snake-like scales, completely unrecognizable as human skin, more resembling that of a snake. The Empire's little bugs? Leave it to me. Holden removed his hood, revealing a bald head tattooed with various mystical symbols, and chuckled sinisterly. The next second, he suddenly opened the door and jumped out of the speeding carriage. Meister, Wild Wolf Hills. Inside a hidden cavern. Lord of the Blood Flame, new information has just come from Wales County. Lady Galerna has failed. The black-robed monk reporting had an ugly expression. How? Was Galerna so careless? Did she underestimate the Earl's daughter and let her escape? Raxel, with a smile, shook his transparent glass filled with dark red vintage, then sniffed it. Clearly, he didn't take the news seriously. After all, the opponent was a top student from the Imperial Royal Academy and an Earl's daughter. Possessing some life-saving tricks, escaping from Galerna's clutches made sense. Hearing Raxel speak so lightly, the reporting Black Flame monk's expression turned awkward, unsure how to continue. What? Has something happened? Raxel's expression hardened as the blood-red flame mark on his forehead flickered. He quickly discerned from his subordinate's expression that there must be some unexpected situation. Yes, sir, Lady Galerna has died in battle. What? Raxel's pupils constricted, and he stood up abruptly, an incredulous look on his face. The blood-red flame on his forehead turned even darker. Galerna used to be his subordinate, and after his promotion, she had taken over his former position as the main priest of Wales County. He was well aware of her capabilities. Upon hearing the initial report, several possibilities had crossed his mind, including the Earl's daughter Clea slipping away. But he had never imagined that his once capable subordinate, now the main priest of Wales County, Galerna, would die on such a request-based mission. Knowing Galerna's skills in illusion technique, even if it were him, defeating her could be easy, but killing her would be extremely difficult. How did Galerna die? Count Habs's daughter Clea? Is she that formidable? Raxel, having regained his composure, asked gravely. Sir, it's actually not so much that the Earl's daughter is that strong. According to 2 surviving sect members, she's probably just a peak knight. But she has a young male with her, extremely powerful. Reportedly, he killed Bison Bildos with 1 punch, and withstood the giant axe golem's defense and destroyed it. As his subordinate narrated, Raxel's expression was merely solemn at first, but upon hearing that the golem guards had been destroyed, he was shocked. What? You're saying Galena even used the secret weapon, golem guards, and yet she wasn't able to capture the enemy and was instead killed by them? Raxel's face looked as if he had seen a ghost. He had thought that Galena had not taken the matter seriously enough and had been killed in an ambush due to her carelessness. Now, it seemed that was not the case at all. Galena had taken his request very seriously, bringing along the strong Bison Bildos and even the secret weapon, golem guards. And they had all been killed? He would certainly be summoned for questioning by his superiors. Besides, with the golem guards being exposed this time, the Empire would likely pay more attention to the Church's activities. Perhaps the Empire's retaliation was already brewing. One troublesome matter after another. Raxel found it difficult to accept this answer for a moment. Yes, great bloodburner. The Black Flame clergy bowed slightly, saying, At first, I too did not believe it, but after applying the heart-capturing spell and truth serum on those 2 surviving neophytes from Wales County, we found that their stories did not change. So, great bloodburner, as hard as it is to believe, it seems to be true. The reporting Black Flame clergy himself had been shaken for a long time when he first received this news. After checking the report several times, he had immediately rushed to give his report. Currently, Raxel's heart was in turmoil. What was going on? How could the daughter of a count have such a formidable expert guarding her? The Imperial Royal Academy. Right. Could it be? Could that young expert be the legitimate son of some great noble from the Imperial City, pursuing the Count's daughter, Clea? That would explain everything. A look of realization flashed across Raxel's face. The wealth of the Dragon Empire's great nobility was hard for ordinary people to imagine, and it was not surprising they could nurture such strong young individuals. But if that were the case, it would complicate matters. Even if he took action himself, there was no guarantee of dealing with the other party without possibly facing defeat. Karam, speaking of which, the party should have arrived in Meist by now, shouldn't they? Yes, great bloodburner. According to the reports, The entourage escorting the Count's daughter, Lady Clea, just arrived in Meist County City this afternoon. Besides, I've quietly instructed several informants inside Earl Hab's mansion to investigate their whereabouts. Very well. Find out their background and report back to me as soon as possible. Raxel nodded. As you command, my lord. The Black Flame clergy slowly retreated. However, within minutes, Black Flame clergy Karam came in to report again. Lord, we have received a message from the Secret Snake sect. Their envoy for the handover, Great Priest Abad of the Secret Snake sect, has just entered Mingster province from Nome province and should arrive in Meist in about 2 days. The Great Priest position was akin to the Archbishop of the Goddess Church, responsible for church activities within a province and an absolute high-ranking member. Oh, the Secret Snake sect will be here in 2 days, and it's a Great Priest who is coming? Raxel pondered thoughtfully. He seemed to have a plan forming in his mind. It looks like I need to visit Freeman. The Secret Snake sect's timing is impeccable. Raxel appeared to have an idea, and his previously serious expression eased considerably. Meist County City. Inside Earl Hab's mansion. After Rain, with the assistance of Viscount Serial, made preliminary arrangements for the Count Mansion's defense, he headed to the indoor training room located on the first floor of the main villa. As the residence of the highest administrative officer of Meist County, Count Habs, the mansion naturally had a training ground, which included 2 indoor training rooms and what should be the city's largest outdoor training ground. At that moment, Shadia, in a black maid's attire, walked over with a brown wooden box in her hands, smiling and saying, Lord Rain, this is a special potion fortifying elixir that the lady prepared for you before she went to the secret chamber. Usually, only the Count himself consumes it in the mansion, as it significantly benefits the training of great knights. Rain raised an eyebrow. He had not expected Clea to be so thoughtful. Doesn't Lady Clea need it herself? Rain took the box and then looked at Shadia. The lady is not yet a great knight, so she cannot consume it. Although the elixir is precious and stock in the mansion is very limited, it's more than enough to support the training of 2 or 3 great knights. Plus, the lady says that you are her guardian knight, and the stronger you are, the safer she is. Therefore, please do not hesitate to use it. All right then. Thank you, Lady Clea. Rain said with a smile. By the way, Lord Rain, is there anything else you need help with? Rain looked thoughtful and after a moment, said, there actually is one thing. Chief Maid Shadia, I might have to trouble you to send someone to my mansion to invite a young knight named Has over here. Has the knight? Very well, Lord Rain. Shadia slowly withdrew. When Rain walked into this training room on the first floor of the main villa, he realized it housed a complete assortment of various weapons, swords, hammers, axes, shields, bows, and more. Various training dummies and archery targets were all in place without exception. This training room was originally designated for the exclusive use of Count Habs and Clea, but with one severely injured and the other undergoing a breakthrough, it naturally became unavailable to them. Rain didn't have to worry about anyone else disturbing him here. Moreover, ever since last night, Rain had been eager to test the newly learned basic secret technique of Arcadian swordsmanship, Sword Blade Storm. Now, he planned to start trying it immediately. To test the effect of Sword Blade Storm, Rain first placed 4 ironwood dummies at distances of 4 or 5 meters to his front, back, left, and right, and then placed another 4 dummies 10 meters away. Following that, he positioned himself at the center point of the ironwood dummies and took a deep breath. The next second, the hardened essence gold covering his knight's gauntlets instantly transformed into a dual-handed greatsword. Sword Blade Storm. In an instant, Rain, holding the dual-handed greatsword, began to rapidly spin like a top, creating a powerful cyclone that seemed to explode into existence in the open ground, rapidly enveloping the surroundings in a shockwave. A series of noises followed. Both the ironwood dummies at a distance of 5 meters and those at 10 meters alike fell over to the ground. Seconds later, once the dust had settled, Rain walked over to check, only to see that each of the 4 ironwood dummies 5 meters away had over 10 horizontal sword cuts, each several inches deep. Ironwood is known for its hardness and toughness. Leaving such deep cuts on it meant that even tempered steel would likely suffer a similar fate. Rain nodded slightly. He then started inspecting the dummies set 10 meters away. However, these dummies only bore faint traces of over 10 linear white marks. Seeing this effect, Rain's brows slightly furrowed. The damage to the ironwood dummies wasn't caused by the great sword in Rain's hands. but by the original force on the greatsword affecting the air at ultra-high speeds, creating high-velocity airflow that sliced through, resulting in the effect observed. If the greatsword had directly struck the dummies, there was no doubt they would have been chopped into several sections. The power is pretty strong, it's just that the attack range doesn't seem as wide as I imagined, he said. If the effective radius is only about 5 meters, it's still a bit too limited. However, it does seem difficult for merely high-speed airflow to travel much further. Rain immediately brought up the system panel, focusing his attention on Sword Blade Storm. If I raise it to the intermediate level, it should be much more powerful, I suppose. To raise it to an intermediate secret technique, the breathing method is already satisfied, but I still need Arcadian Swordsmanship LV14 or higher and to expend 2 golden skill points. That means I need a total of 3 golden skill points, which just happens to be enough, he calculated. After mulling it over for a moment, Rain decided to enhance it and see the effect. Several minutes later, Rain looked at the several ironwood dummies lying prone around him and nodded slightly. The damage radius has only expanded to approximately 7 meters, which is much less than I anticipated. However, the lethality within the radius is indeed impressive, as the ironwood dummies within 3 to 5 meters were directly severed. After a bit of thought, an idea flashed across Rain's mind. He focused his spirit on the dual-handed greatsword in his hands. The next second, the surface of the dual-handed greatsword showed several shapes resembling the shurikens used by ninjas in his previous world, connected to the greatsword by extremely fine metal wires. Sword Blade Storm. In an instant, as Rain held the dual-handed greatsword spinning like a top, a powerful sonic boom swept the area, and amidst the airflow were specks of something black. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. With this deployment, the 7 or 80 densely packed shurikens on the greatsword, due to the strong rotational inertia, all broke away from the metal wires, being swiftly flung outwards from the greatsword's blade. Ding ding dang dang. A chorus of sounds reminiscent of popping beans came from the ironwood dummies at a further distance. When the dust settled, Rain moved forward to inspect once more, and this time he discovered shurikens numbering between 3 to 8 embedded in the surface of the ironwood dummies placed against the wall, 30 meters away. The depth of the shurikens reached over 5 centimeters, roughly similar to the cutting effect of the high-velocity airflow within a 6 or 7 meter radius previously. That is to say, with Rain's modifications, the range of the Sword Blade Storm had been enhanced from the initial 6 or 7 meters to an impressive 30 to 50 meters. Seeing this effect, a slight smile appeared on Rain's face. As for why he chose shurikens? That's because Rain took into consideration the stability of the shurikens upon rotation, which was better than kunai, including the so-called willow leaf-throwing knives, as it completely removed the need to consider the angle of the greatsword when deploying Sword Blade Storm. The shurikens could ensure a 360-degree no-dead zone sweep in all directions. Of course, this wasn't without its downsides. It was particularly expensive in terms of hardened essence gold. The 70 or 80 shurikens that were shot out were all transformations of hardened essence gold, meaning that each deployment of the Sword Blade Storm cost Rain approximately 10 kilograms of the metal. Quite costly indeed. Rain adjusted the thickness of the metal wires several more times to just the right degree, neither too thick to inhibit breaking free from rotational inertia nor too thin, causing immediate detachment and diminishing power. Half an hour later, Rain finally wore a satisfied smile. Suddenly, the system notification sounded. Ding. Combination and enhancement of intermediate secret technique, Sword Blade Storm, and innate wizardry metal morphing spell successful. Power has reached the level of an advanced secret skill. Please name the new secret technique. Huh, can it be done like this? Rain's eyes lit up. As for the naming, since it's an improvement, let's call it Sword Blade Storm Improved. Such a lazy way to name things. Ding. Sword Blade Storm Improved, naming successful, synchronization with the original Sword Blade Storm related secret technique completed. Immediately, Rain focused his attention on the Weapon Master, Legendary, job panel and started to read in detail. Sword Blade Storm Improved, advanced secret skill, effect, based on arc slash. Ingeniously combines original force and innate wizardry metal morphing spell, wielding a special greatsword, attacking all enemies around in a high-speed airflow mixed with metal. Note: Sword Blade Storm Improved is a secret technique and cannot be enhanced through skill points. To upgrade Sword Blade Storm Improved to top secret technique, the following conditions must be met. 1. Arcadian swordsmanship LV-16 or higher. 2. Bear King breathing method LV-16 or higher. 3. Innate wizardry as metal morphing spell. 4. Strength 42 points. Agility 38 points. Constitution 38 points or higher. 5. Consumption of 4 golden skill points. This is not bad. Conditions 2 and 3 are already met, and the attribute points aren't a big issue. This means, with only 6 golden skill points, I can upgrade Sword Blade Storm Improved to a top secret technique. As a group attack-oriented top-level secret technique, it requires 2 golden skill points less than Hammer of Shattering. That's the advantage of combining with innate wizardry metal morphing spell. Rain mused. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, a knocking sound came from outside the training room. Come in. The one who entered was Chief Mage Shadya, who curiously glanced at the ironwood lying scatteringly on the floor, full of metal darts, and said, Lord Rain, Knight Haas is not at your mansion, but he has left you a letter. Your mansion's servant said, Knight Haas just left this morning. This letter was originally intended to be sent to Mingster. My people were smart enough to take it directly for you. Shadya said this while handing a letter to Rain. He has left? Could it be because? Rain raised an eyebrow and opened the envelope. Rain, Richmond Fishing Port has been attacked by sea giants. The situation is dire. Previously, your family was still in the mansion. I couldn't leave, but now, please forgive me. Haas, it's only human nature. Rain nodded slightly. So that was the reason. Haas's family is at Richmond Fishing Port, unlike himself, who had already sent his parents and sister to Mingster. The next morning, the messenger from the Sword Bearers branch, that resilient leather-armored man, came again. Lord Rain, both gentlemen are very sorry. Lady Vinica regrets that she cannot come to assist you this time. She is currently one of the communication channels between the Empire and the Navy along the coast, and in the short term, no suitable replacement can be found. Rain nodded slightly, showing understanding. It makes sense. Vinica is a disciple of Master Annius, the Navy advisor, and naturally familiar with naval communications. In large-scale battles, maintaining smooth communication is of great significance. About that, the other gentlemen you mentioned last time, Angus and Veery, all sustained injuries of varying degrees during their last mission and are currently recuperating, fearing they may not recover anytime soon. The leather-armored man said apologetically. Upon hearing this, Rain frowned and said, So, does that mean no one can come over in the short term? Not necessarily. The leather-armored man thought for a moment and said. Hearing the other party's explanation, Rain couldn't help but become curious and looked up at the speaker. Seemingly organizing his words, the messenger said, Lord Rain, it's like this. Due to confidentiality reasons, I only know that there is a team of sword bearers from other provinces coming. A team of sword bearers from other provinces? Additionally, Umaz and Alina have also coordinated with other special departments, the messenger added. Rain nodded and asked, Are they all reinforcements? I'm not quite sure about that. Lady Alina will personally come over tomorrow to coordinate this operation. You can ask her then. Tomorrow? Yes. Lady Alina should arrive here before tomorrow afternoon, the messenger said. Since that's the case, I have no more questions. We'll just wait for Lady Alina to arrive tomorrow and discuss it then, Rain stated. All right, Lord Rain. Oh, Lady Alina also asked me to inquire if you have any additional needs on your end. Rain appeared thoughtful. Bring me 10 ingots of hardened essence gold. Hardened essence gold ingots? Okay, no problem. The messenger replied somewhat confusedly but nodded in agreement. By noon the next day, Alina, the efficient matron and deputy of affairs at the Sword Bearers branch, had arrived in Meister. Inside the Count's reception parlor. Upon meeting, the efficient matron smilingly said, Lord Rain, congratulations. Congratulations for what? Rain looked puzzled. Could it be that Alina was congratulating him for those 2 gold-level tasks he incidentally completed in the province of Wales? Giggling, Alina said, Lord Rain, don't you know? That's right, you weren't in Mingster previously. The branch noticed that your merits were sufficient and applied for a viscountcy on your behalf. The approval came through yesterday. Viscount Wren. Thank you. Rain appeared enlightened. He was aware of it, but hadn't expected it to come through so swiftly. It seems Alyosha's father, Javier's special envoy, must have played a role in accelerating the process. Indeed, having connections in high places makes things easier, applies even in other worlds. Thump, thump, thump. At that moment, a servant reported, "Lord Rain, a carriage has arrived outside, and the parties claim they are from Nome Province. It seems they have arrived. I'll go to receive them. Would you like to join me, Lord Rain?" Alina asked with a smile as she rose to her feet. Yes, Rain replied, having not had the chance to ask Alina some questions earlier, and he was also curious about the sword-bearers team from another province. The two approached the entrance, and at that moment, the people inside the luxurious carriage, noticing Alina and Rain, started to alight one after the other. The three men were all males. A slim, tall young man in leather armor stepped down first and looked around before smiling at Alina and Rain. Another young man, dressed in a long robe and holding a book with a gold-engraved cover, nodded to them before turning his attention back to his book. The last to disembark was a burly middle-aged man garbed in knight armor and carrying a longsword. With an expressionless face, his aura suggested that he was a peak knight, likely the captain of this squad. This must be Captain Langler. I am Alina, Deputy of Affairs at the Sword Bearers branch in Minster. Nice to meet you. Alina greeted him proactively with a smile. Hello, the burly middle-aged man named Langler nodded to Alina. He then glanced at Rain. Noticing Rain's aura, which had just barely reached the level of an experienced great knight, Langler quickly glanced away and surveyed his surroundings, his expression slightly disappointed. Captain Langler, this is Viscount Rain, who is also. Alina began to introduce. Langler waved his hand dismissively with a cool demeanor. Let's go to the conference room first. It's too noisy here. Okay. Captain Langler, let's proceed to the conference room then. Alina glanced at Rain and, noticing no signs of anger on his face, she breathed a sigh of relief. After all, young people tend to be more fiery. This Captain Langler indeed had his quirks, not even letting one finish the introduction. He seemed not so easy to deal with. Alina thought to herself. Rain simply nodded and said nothing. He didn't approach to further engage with Langler. At that moment, the talkative young man in leather armor walked up to Rain and said with a grin, "Don't mind him. Our captain is just like that. By the way, you look quite young to be a viscount. Are you the son of... What's his name? Habs? The son of Count Habs?" No. Rain shook his head, feeling somewhat speechless. The team from Nome Province consisted of a stoic captain and a chatterbox teammate. The group walked into the luxurious conference room at Earl Hab's mansion. Besides a painting, the walls were adorned with shields, axes, and other weapons, while every corner featured fully armed knight mannequins in gleaming silver armor, polished to a shine, sparkling brightly. After scanning the room, Langler, the burly man, spoke up somewhat displeased. "Lady Alina, where is your team? Have they not arrived yet?" "Ahem. Let me introduce. This, Viscount Rain, represents our team," Alina quickly said. She suddenly realized a problem. Although Rain was the team captain, his other two team members were not here, and the fact that Rain had come alone to execute the task in Meister was a special approval by her. But the problem now is that this will cause misunderstandings among the sword-bearer squad in Nome Province. Alina's words obviously made several people pause in surprise. Besides this young man, what about the others? For example, the squad captain? Langler looked at Rain, then turned to ask Alina. "This is..." Alina looked embarrassed, thinking that as expected. "I am the captain, and currently, I am the only person from our squad who can participate in this mission," Rain said. Langler and the other two stared at Rain. "Lord Alina, it seems your division isn't taking this mission very seriously. You've sent only one person as a squad?" Langler said gravely, his face showing displeasure. "Originally, the mission is within Minster Province, and you should be leading it, but now it seems like a very dangerous affair." Leading the mission? Rain didn't mind this, but the other party seemed to be somewhat excessive. At that moment, a servant came over again to announce, "Sir, outside." "No need to announce, hey Lord Rain, we meet again." A voice that Rain found somewhat familiar suddenly rang out at the door. Following that, they saw a female great knight in half armor, her good figure still evident, walked in twisting her slender waist and smiling. Alessandra? Rain was quite surprised. The day before, he had heard from a messenger that other special departments might also send someone, but he didn't expect it to be old acquaintance Alessandra. "Yes, Lord Rain, didn't you know that it's our Spliffong Bear Squad coming over?" Alessandra said, sitting down next to Rain and starting to chat as if no one else was present, a fragrant breeze accompanying her. While not every member of the Spliffong Bear Squad had been saved by Rain before, they were all familiar with him. They greeted Rain with a smile, then sat down as well. Wherever a pretty woman goes, she tends to attract attention, and the three sword-bearers from Nome Province exchanged glances, not quite understanding why the squad from the Shakers held this young man in such high regard. Cough. Lord Alina, now that everyone is here, should we discuss the mission? Of course, Captain Langler, please proceed. Let me start by introducing the situation regarding the Secret Snake Sect. There are two people from the Secret Snake Sect here. One is the Great Priest Gainan, and the other is Priest Holden. Both are evil sorcerers, for Gainan. We have almost no information, but this Holden, he's an evil sorcerer who has merged with the essence of the Shadow Snake, and can use the Shadow Snake's innate wizardry, which is very tricky. Great Priest and Priest? Rain frowned slightly. A priest represents the head of a cult in a certain district, so when it comes to a Great Priest, even if they are not in charge of a province, they are inevitably one of the top ranks in the cult within that province. Such a significant figure in the cult coming to Meister? Was it that the Black Flame cult promised enough hefty conditions, or was there something in Meister that attracted them? Rain speculated. Do we know their purpose yet? Alina asked the question Rain wanted to ask. Not yet. It seems that there is something in Meister that the Secret Snake sect values highly, so these two rushed over. Langler shook his head slightly. After Langler finished his introduction, it was Alina's turn. Everyone, let me introduce the situation with the Black Flame cult in Meister. According to the latest intelligence, the Black Flame cult in Meister County is broadly divided into two groups. One group is led by Laxel, nicknamed Bloodburner, and is responsible for multiple massacres in Meister, conducting various blood sacrifices and prayer rituals. The other group's whereabouts are more secretive, led by someone named Freeman. They also seem to be searching for something in Meister. Based on our analysis, Bloodburner Laxel is overtly attracting our attention with all their activities, while Freeman acts in the shadows, but currently, we cannot discern what they are searching for. However, we have essentially pinpointed their area of activity, mainly around the Wild Wolf Hills and the southwest of Flashgold Town. This also means that whatever they are searching for is likely in this area. That's all the intelligence we have. How we act specifically needs everyone's viable suggestions. After Alina finished introducing, many people looked thoughtful. Since we can pinpoint where the enemies are roughly active, my suggestion is to concentrate our elite forces, take advantage of the fact that the Secret Snake sect's people haven't arrived yet, and strike down one group of enemies immediately. This Black Flame cult. I suggest that our Razor Squad and the Shakers Spliffong Bear Squad immediately head to Wild Wolf Hills, while Viscount Rain can choose to stay here. Langler glanced at Rain and said. The moment Langler finished speaking, all 5 members of the Shakers Squad raised their heads, looking at the burly man named Langler in disbelief, as if they were looking at a fool. Both Alessandra and another knew that Rain, from the monster-like abilities he displayed under the title Piercer, had rescued them from the cave of the blood-cursed Naga. Now you want to raid the enemy's den, yet you suggest leaving such a master to guard the house? Is that a joke? What a ridiculous suggestion. Of course, the Shakers Squad could see that the burly man speaking was very strong and not easily provoked, but Alessandra, not indulging him, muttered, Are you kidding me? Having Lord Rain stay behind? And then expect Lord Rain to come to our rescue once again? The voice was neither too loud nor too soft, just enough for everyone in the conference room to hear. Initially, Langler felt uncomfortable under the scrutiny of the members of the Bear Fong Squad. Now, after hearing what the beautiful Great Knight had said, he became slightly annoyed and angry. Suddenly, he stood up and walked over to a knight armor mannequin in the corner of the conference room. Swoosh. Clang. A cross-shaped silver light flashed across, and the knight mannequin was instantly cut into 4 pieces, which fell to the ground. At least intermediate secret technique level swordsmanship. Plus, with the strength of a peak knight, that's indeed very strong. Immediately, the members of the Bear Fong Squad stopped staring at him and began to whisper among themselves. I think my plan should be fine. Langler, having sheathed his longsword, looked around and spoke in a deep tone. Rain originally didn't mind who would lead this mission, but after the suggestion from Langler, the captain of the Blade Squad, he felt it necessary to say something. Considering that the Black Flame cult was difficult enough to deal with, and now with the addition of the Secret Snake sect, he still needed help. If these people acted recklessly and suffered significant losses, it wouldn't be good for him either. This bloodburner, Raxel's strength is probably much stronger than an ordinary high priest, plus an unpredictable Freeman. I advise you against it. It's very likely that the ambush will fail and result in heavy casualties, Rain stated. How do you know that this Raxel is much stronger than an ordinary high priest? Langler retorted. Because the main priest of the Black Flame cult in Welsh County, whom I killed a few days ago, used to be Raxel's deputy. He was already difficult to deal with, so yes, I believe Raxel is very powerful. Langler was taken aback and gave Rain a serious look, somewhat disbelieving. Huh? You killed a county's cult high priest by yourself? How can you prove it? I can vouch for Viscount Rain. The capable woman Alina straightened her back and said. Although Alina had said this, the members of Langler's Blade squad, including Langler himself, still looked at Rain with skepticism. This made Rain feel quite uncomfortable. He had good intentions in offering a warning, yet they treated it with disdain. Displeased as he was, he still needed to stop them. Rain glanced at the corner where the night mannequin had been. He thought that perhaps he should demonstrate his strength like Langler had, to save himself some trouble. Once a fight broke out, his strength would be exposed sooner or later. It would be better to show his power now rather than later. With this in mind, Rain also stood up and walked toward another night mannequin situated in a different corner. Everyone curiously watched Rain. Many speculated in their minds whether it could be. The next second, Rain suddenly drew the skull warhammer, and in the shocked gaze of the onlookers, swiftly struck the night mannequin. Buzz. A piercing shockwave sound emerged. Following that, crash. All of a sudden, the steel night mannequin shattered into nail-sized steel fragments, scattering on the ground. Adva. Advanced secret skill. The talkative young man of the Blade squad gaped at the scene. The young man who had been holding a gold-embossed book also raised his head to take a serious look at Rain. Langler was dumbfounded by the spectacle. The other party looked barely 20 years old, and he had mastered an advanced secret skill? Langler couldn't help feeling like he had wasted his time. Rain, however, looked at the pile of steel fragments and thought, I wonder if this night mannequin is an antique. Now that two are broken, I hope Clea won't blame me. Ahem. Since Lord Rain deems it inappropriate, let's put it aside for now. Langler forced a small smile and said. The meeting ended soon in a friendly atmosphere, and the consensus reached was to first scout out the enemy situation. Everyone left and went to the prearranged guest rooms to rest. There were plenty of rooms available in the Count mansion. Alexandria purposely walked ahead of Rain, her curvaceous body swaying as she moved. As she reached the doorway, she suddenly stopped, turned around, and said, Lord Rain, I haven't yet thanked you for last time. How about you come and sit in my room? As Alexandria spoke, she licked her pink lips with her tender tongue. Rain was taken aback. Sit? It was more likely do. In that moment, Alexandria slowly placed her hand on Rain's sturdy chest, her beautiful brown eyes lingering on him. This overwhelmed Rain. Alexandria, what happened last time was something I should have done. Just then, Rain suddenly felt a gaze on him and couldn't help but look up. He saw Shadia, dressed as a maid, standing at one end of the corridor, looking calmly at Rain and Alexandria, pursing her lips. Although Shadia didn't say anything, being seen by her made Rain feel a bit embarrassed. Cough. Alexandria, I need to go to the training room to practice some combat skills. Let's talk next time. Oh, do you fancy the training room, Lord Rain? That's no problem. As she spoke, Alexandria suddenly noticed Rain's unnatural expression and followed his gaze. A maid in her 30s, distinguished in appearance, stood at one end of the corridor. Alexandra glanced at Shadia and then at Rain, and suddenly burst out laughing, saying, Oh, Lord Rain, so you like this type? She looks like a nun on the outside, but gets wild, doesn't she? It seems you enjoy the contrast. Sister understands. Alexandra's voice wasn't lowered deliberately, so Shadia heard everything loud and clear. Shadia's usually calm face could no longer hold back, and she turned red, quickly turning and stumbling away. TSK. This flirty minx, it's time for the mist to deal with her. Shadia muttered resentfully. However, for some reason, the image of Rain's young and robust figure floated through the chief maid's mind. That night, in Meister County, southwest of Flash Gold Town, the Elim mine, a group of people cloaked in black robes gradually made their way deeper into the mine. Shortly, after passing an intersection in the mine, several cloaked figures stopped at a newly excavated area with an amber-hued, semi-transparent wall. A colossal creature, barely visible through the amber wall, seemed to have been sealed within by some formidable power, but the seal's energy had depleted over the long years. Two members of the secret snake sect immediately grew excited, but Great Priest Ganon quickly calmed down, saying, "This is the Earth Snake, no doubt. Lord Raxel, please tell us, what do you need us to do?" Raxel regarded the other approvingly, thinking that he indeed was no amateur. "Our mission this time is to undermine the Dragon Empire's rule over Meister. Currently, there are truly two matters for which we need your sect's assistance. The first matter is a minor inconvenience we've encountered. There's a veteran Great Knight named Rain, guarding Meister's Earl Habs and his offspring. I hope your sect can help us eliminate him." Just a veteran Great Knight? Great Priest and Holden exchanged glances, both incredulous. Such a simple condition for exchange? Don't underestimate him. Though he is just a veteran Great Knight, he's also a captain of the Golden Sword Bearers, and his combat prowess should not be underestimated. Raxel noted their expressions, decided to share all the information he had. After all, if the Secret Snake sect's members failed, it would be of no benefit to his own side, and the sect might even think he had set them up. If he explained the situation clearly, and they still failed, he wouldn't have to take the blame. A Golden Sword Bearer? Great Priest Ganon still kept his smile and nodded, continuing to ask, how capable is he? The veteran Great Knight also possesses intermediate or advanced secret skills in hammering, very powerful. Moreover, he's suspected to have a natural talent for stamina, capable of executing multiple secret techniques consecutively without exhaustion. Raxel, while talking, passed some organized testaments from two surviving sect members to them. It was not that Raxel intentionally hid anything, but the Golem guards were a sect secret that naturally could not be revealed directly, yet he felt he had explained everything else quite clearly. Moreover, there was a mist in the forest at the time, and the surviving sect members, most impressed by Rain repeatedly knocking down Golem guards, hadn't really seen the moment Rain used his shield to block. Special talent, and he also possesses intermediate or even advanced secret skills. That does sound a bit tricky. I'll leave this matter to you, Holden. Great Priest Ganon's smile faded as he turned to Holden beside him. No problem, Great Priest. Leave this matter to me, Holden said with a slight smile, his face full of confidence. Please forgive my intrusion, but I feel it's necessary to remind you, this Mr. Holden from the Secret Snake sect, you must not underestimate the opponent's combat strength, Raxel said, worriedly, seeing the confident expression on the other's face. After all, the other party was on his own turf completing tasks for his own church. If successful, everyone would naturally rejoice. But if something truly went wrong, it could likely affect the relationship between the two churches, as the Secret Snake sect would think they had been betrayed. So, it was better to speak frankly from the start. Don't worry. Holden has been endowed with the essence of the Shadow Serpent's bloodline. Assassination is his forte. The Great Priest Ganon of the Secret Snake sect, sensing Raxel's concern, turned and reassured him with a smile. Moreover, if things really get out of hand, it won't be a problem for Holden to retreat unscathed. The Shadow Serpent? Raxel nodded, having heard of this peculiar snake species, capable of manipulating the power of shadows, possessing a natural ability to turn invisible in shadowy environments, and venomous as well. If he really had integrated with the Shadow Serpent, then he indeed was a born assassin. This assassination should not pose any issues. Rest assured, assassination is my specialty. Mr. Raxel, I shall depart now, Holden said to Raxel with a slight bow. So soon? Well, striking unexpectedly yields the best effect, Raxel thought for a moment, then nodded with a smile. By the way, Mr. Holden, in the Count Mansion, there is our informant. I believe he can accurately tell you the room where Rain is. Meist County City. Within a room in Earl Hab's mansion. Suddenly, a lively young man in leather armor, from the Gnome Province Sword Bearers branch, burst in shouting, "Captain, I've already checked with that beautiful lady from the Mingster branch, and you won't believe it. This Viscount Rain is just a rookie." Given the overwhelming power of the hammer Rain displayed in the meeting room, Langler and his two companions were naturally curious about him. However, as the captain of the Sword Bearers, Langler, maintaining his stature, naturally did not probe. But the young man had no such reservations. Without needing Langler to ask, the curious Flay had already found out everything. A rookie? The burly Langler looked incredulously at his team member. Yes, absolutely sure. The young man in leather armor affirmed with a nod. Flay, your definition of a rookie isn't that anyone who joined the Sword Bearers after you counts as a rookie, is it? Another young man, holding a gilt-edged book, closed it, glanced at his companion, and joked with a smile. Flay, among the three, had been with the sword-bearers the shortest, just 2.5 years. Not even 2 months. Alex, would you call that a rookie? Faced with the teasing, Flay blushed and retorted sternly. Huh? 2 months? The always composed Alex was suddenly wide-eyed, disbelieving. Really? That's too incredible. Tell me more. Langler, increasingly shocked and curious, immediately asked Flay. Yes, Captain. Rain, a gold-tier sword-bearer captain, nicknamed My Siege Hammer, is also the leader of the squad, My Siege Hammer. As he spoke, Flay seemed to realize something was off and paused. Wait, that sounds awkward. His own nickname is the name of the squad. It seems the other squad members absolutely trust their captain's strength. Captain Langler interpreted from a different angle than Flay. He quickly noticed this from the perspective of a captain and his members. Go on, Flay. After listening to Flay's account, Langler and Alex looked at each other in astonishment. They knew this young Viscount Rain was formidable, but they hadn't realized to what extent. But, boss, don't sell yourself short. Although this Viscount Rain, who likely mastered an advanced secret technique of hammer skill, is a bit stronger than you. But don't forget, besides mastering an intermediate secret technique in swordsmanship, you've also mastered an intermediate secret technique in shield defense. When combined, your combat strength is not less than that of Rain, Flay reassured his captain. You young rascal, who's selling themselves short. It's just that even now, when his strength matches mine, you're not considering his age. He's the same age as you guys. That's the most terrifying part. Langler couldn't help but laugh bitterly. If we can make a good relationship, we certainly should. Alex rarely agreed with Flay. However, Flay also makes a good point. It's just him alone this time. And boss, you still have my witchcraft to bolster you. Overall, our strength still surpasses this Viscount Rain. Right, did you ask those from the Earthshaker squad? Why do they seem to hold this Rain in such high regard? Alex suddenly remembered something and asked. I asked, and the answer is even more incredible. It's because Rain saved the lives of 2 of their members. Flay, after a lengthy explanation, gulped down a large sip of water. Speaking of this, Flay grew even more excited. After all, although Rain was from the Sword-Bearers branch in Mingster Province, and they were from the Sword-Bearers branch in Nome Province, at the end of the day, they were all sword-bearers. Compared to them, that Earthshaker was an outsider. Having saved an outsider, Flay felt a sense of pride. As the sword-bearer trio from Nome Province stood in the room, shocked by Rain's resume, Rain was in his bedroom at that moment, preparing to take the solidifying secret potion that Chief Maid Shadia had given him. Previously, since he was the only one guarding the Count Mansion, Rain didn't think it was the right time to take the potion. But now, things were different. With a whole 5-member Earthshaker squad, along with the Nome Province Sword-Bearer squad present, he could take it with ease. Soon, Rain opened the wooden box and saw a transparent square glass bottle containing a blue liquid inside. However, the inside of the wooden box was another story, with slightly complicated patterns on the inner walls. Clearly, this was some sort of array pattern, presumably for preserving the solidifying secret potion. Curious about the well-packaged solidifying secret potion, Rain picked up the square glass bottle and examined it closely. On the bottle, there was a conspicuous label with black lettering on a white background that read, Solidifying Secret Potion, a Cultivation Auxiliary Potion. After consumption, the user's body constitution will be enhanced to a certain extent over the half-month that follows, with the degree of increase varying from person to person, generally around 5 to 10%. Method of consumption. Precautions. With repeated use, the effect diminishes. It is recommended to take once every 1-3 months based on individual constitution. Produced by Austin of the Royal Alchemist Association. An overall enhancement? Huh? If it's a comprehensive enhancement, it's surely a good thing. Also, this is produced by the Royal Alchemist Association. Austin must be the name of some master pharmacist, Rain thought to himself. Without any hesitation, Rain pulled out the cork from the bottle, and instantly, a faint aroma like that of star anise and cinnamon and stewed meat wafted out. It smelled good, and it even whetted his appetite. Having experience with other potions, Rain immediately downed the solidifying secret potion in one gulp. Upon swallowing, Rain's face changed. The taste. Despite the fragrant smell as it went down the throat, the taste was somewhat spicy, like a mixture of white liquor with a bit of mustard. Seconds later, Rain felt a sting in his stomach, followed by a rapid onset of warmth throughout his body. Soon, Fine beads of sweat began to emerge all over his body, and in no time, he was drenched in sweat. He looked as if he had just been fished out of a sauna. But after a while, Rain felt a sudden ease all over his body. He felt refreshed and invigorated. This process lasted for about half an hour or so, after which the effect of the potion began to gradually wane, settling to a relatively steady and subtle level. At this moment, the system prompt sounded, "Congratulations. Your constitution attribute has been improved. Congratulations. Your agility attribute has been improved." Huh? Both constitution and agility have been improved, but there's no increase in strength. Is it because my own strength attribute is already very strong? But this is quite good already. This solidifying secret potion is even stronger than the previous strength elixirs I've had. Rain checked his attribute panel. Constitution, 39 strength, 43 agility, 36 spirit, 52. The agility attribute, which had not been improved for a long time and was also a weakness, had increased from 35 to 36 points. Constitution had also risen from 38 to 39, almost breaking through the important mark of 40. To last half a month? Then there's potential for more improvement in the coming period. The solidifying secret potion is quite nice. Is this the heritage of a hereditary noble family? It's even better than some potions offered by the Sword Bearer's branch. Indeed, the potions from the Sword Bearer's branch are after all mass-produced, and this can be seen from the signature, which reads the Royal Alchemist Association Minster branch, Rain recalled. But this solidifying secret potion is signed, produced by Austin of the Royal Alchemist Association. This Austin must be a master pharmacist, and the potion was likely crafted by his own hands. It seems the depth of the imperial nobility should not be underestimated. Rain looked at the label on the bottle again, thinking to himself. After taking the potion and breaking out in a sweat, naturally, Rain needed to wash up. There was a small bath in his bedroom. As Rain was about to step into the bath after stripping down, his eye caught the 10 hardened essence gold ingots that Alina had delivered to him today, placed in a corner of the room. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he walked over to morph them into a single metal sphere weighing about 50 to 60 kilograms, which he held in his hands. Upon entering the bath, Rain turned it into a huge metal basin to scoop water onto himself. After a while, he then shaped it into a big colander to rinse his head, enjoying himself immensely. Meanwhile, the Serpent Sect leader Holden had already arrived at the Earlhab's mansion. At that moment, he was standing in the shadows among the shrubs of a garden. Holden, standing in the shadows, appeared to possess a special talent that made nearby guards, even those a few meters away, walk past without noticing him when patrolling. Following the covert markers provided by the Black Flame Church, he moved unhurriedly into a room in the auxiliary building. "Where is Rain, in which room?" Holden's voice suddenly resounded in the room. My lord, you've arrived." The terrified informant turned around and suddenly discovered a figure in a black robe standing in the shadows behind the room door. No one knew how the figure had entered. Rain is in the third room facing south on the second floor of the main villa building. The informant had already received a notice from above that someone would come looking for him, so his emotions steadied relatively quickly as he answered. Hearing this, Holden nodded. This information was enough for him. He planned to finish his business early and return sooner. Just as he planned to leave, the informant quickly added another line. "However, my lord, I can't guarantee that the person is definitely in the room, as he might also be in the training room. Recently, he has been visiting the training room quite frequently. By the way, the indoor training room is the first room facing south on the first floor of the main villa building. Additionally, there's a piece of the latest news. Today, many masters with strong auras arrived." The next second, the figure in the black robe vanished into the shadows. The informant rubbed his eyes. He stared in disbelief at the doorway. The figure had indeed disappeared into the shadows there. He left before I finished talking? What if the person fails the mission? Could that anger be directed at me? In fact, this was a natural ability that Holden had obtained from the essence of the Secret Snake Sect's bloodline, the Shadow Skin technique, which integrated him with the shadows, invisible to the eye. It could be considered as a shadow-based invisibility technique, only needing a shadowed area to achieve the effect of invisibility. It was not a cool witchcraft like short-range teleportation. In Holden's view, knowing Rain's exact location was all it took to simplify the rest. As for masters, it mattered not at all. employing the earth snake for a sneak attack promised a fatal strike before anyone could react. By the time they did, he would have retreated at ease. Thus, the great priest Ganon could proceed with the earth snake's summoning ceremony earlier. Quickly making up his mind, Holden used the cover of night and made his way to the garden in front of the main villa building. As for determining whether Rain was in the room, Holden had his own method. Instantly, Holden's eyes turned to those of a snake's vertical pupils, which were a dark yellow, and at this moment, everything in Holden's vision turned red and blue. High temperatures appeared red, and low temperatures appeared blue. This was also an ability mastered by senior followers of the secret snake sect after integrating serpent essence, infrared vision. In no time, Holden could clearly see the dynamics of the personnel within the extensive 3-story villa. There's someone taking a bath in the 3rd room on the 2nd floor. It must undoubtedly be Rain. But what is he doing flailing his arms about? Holden nodded, then looked puzzled. This guy is taking a bath. Isn't that the perfect opportunity? I was worried that if he rested in some special inner armor, the earth snake might truly struggle to bite through. Holden couldn't help but laugh, feeling very pleased. There seems to be a woman in the 4th room on the 2nd floor, also taking a bath. Such an impressive figure. While observing Rain, Holden's gaze inadvertently lingered on the neighboring room for a few seconds. Even viewed through infrared vision, he could discern the contours of the woman's body, pausing his gaze for a few more seconds. The last room on the 2nd floor, judging by the figure, seems to be a woman too. Is she actually? So thirsty? This instantly sent a surge of flames rocketing up inside Holden. Although their secret snake sect worshipped the devouring snake, their doctrine itself had nothing to do with propagation or offspring. Yet, the integration of various serpentine essences into their bodies to enhance their abilities also significantly heightened their desires in that aspect. Because adherents of the secret snake sect naturally also assumed some serpent traits after absorbing the essence, though controlled by various secret techniques. Holden tried to calm his emotions, muttering to himself, "Let's get the job done first." He walked in the shadows of the garden, coming to a standstill at the shaded corner of the villa's main wall. The next second, 2 small black snakes crawled out from his wide sleeves. These 2 snakes also possessed a similar ability to the shadow skin technique, vanishing into the shadows swiftly as soon as they entered them. In Holden's infrared vision, he could clearly see the 2 small earth snakes rapidly slithering toward their target. Why was Holden so confident in his assassination? The reason lay here. His earth snakes possessed the special natural abilities of stealth and deadly poison. Using the darkness of the night, once the sneak attack commenced, it promised exceptional concealment. Moreover, the target of this assassination was a senior Great Knight. No matter what secret techniques the Knight mastered, even if they were a peak Knight, with the potency of the earth snake's venom, one bite was fatal. Even if the Knight reacted quickly and cautiously, just one small puncture of the skin would result in severe poisoning. At most, he would deliver one final to finish the job. Unless the target was a formal wizard, that would be much more troublesome, possessing innate wizardry for defense, along with high sensitivity, making it easier to detect approaching earth snakes. Of course, if the enemy were a formal wizard, Holden wouldn't resort to the shadow snake's sneaky tactics. Inside the room, after finishing his bath, Rain wiped himself dry and planned to get out of the bath. At that moment, he suddenly sensed something. Suddenly, a thin black shadow struck like lightning, biting towards his calf. Rain immediately delivered a kick, sending the dark shadow into the air, and in the next second, it was impaled in the head by the spikes of hardened essence gold and nailed to the wall. But almost at the same time, another shadowy figure burst from behind and bit onto Rain's other calf. Clang! The next second, the shadowy figure was momentarily stunned. Its 2 poisonous fangs had broken off, and it was now writhing in pain on the ground. Rain looked at his calf and saw only 2 white marks. The hardness of a venomous snake's fangs isn't particularly high. They are hollow inside for injecting venom, and facing Rain's intermediate steel body was like biting onto a steel plate. Rain delivered a strong kick with a gust of wind to the head of the second shadow snake. Snap! Although this shadow snake didn't shatter, it too became a dead snake from that. 2 snakes? No, those kinds of snakes. Rain immediately realized there was a problem. The next second, Cookie, the spiritual body war dog, sleeping soundly on the ground floor, immediately woke up, while Bloodfeather, the blood-feathered horned eagle, quickly flew to the sky from the outdoor training field. Meanwhile, Holden in the garden experienced a sharp pain in his mind. Huh? Why is the target's body so tough? Some kind of talent? Also, how could their awareness be so sharp? The Black Flame Church is such, giving me intelligence. What was supposed to be a fail-proof operation turned into a failure. However, without any hesitation, the frustrated Holden turned and left. Rain, on the other hand, immediately activated Eyes of the Beast, and using the perspective of the blood-feathered horned eagle, he overlooked the entire Earl's estate. All of a sudden, a dark figure flashed through the garden. This made Rain's eyes narrow. Without any time to put on knight armor again, Rain picked up some hardened essence gold lying nearby, transformed it onto his body, creating a half-body armor reminiscent of ancient Greek armor, covering his vitals. Then, he picked up the skull warhammer beside him, and with a thump, he leaped out of the window, quickly chasing after the dark figure. The sound of the broken window obviously alarmed others nearby. Holden looked back with a sneer. You think you can catch up to me? Wait, that's not right. Once he turned around again, he saw Rain, who was supposed to be bathing, wearing a piece of half-body armor. He couldn't help but curse softly. Who the wears half-body armor in the bath? What a... The next second, his figure disappeared into the shadows. As Rain, who was rapidly closing in, suddenly lost track of the other, he immediately stopped and began to observe carefully. However, although Rain had stopped, the spiritual body war dog, Cookie, did not. Sniffing the ground, its eyes lit up, immediately looking in a certain direction and continuing to rush forward quickly. Woof, woof, thud. Cookie was kicked away, but this exposed Holden's position once again. Dog. Swoosh. This caught the ever-watchful Rain's attention, and he immediately seized the opportunity, throwing a hardened essence gold shaft transformed into a short spear. Faced with the incoming short spear, Holden naturally chose to dodge instead of taking the hit, but this reduced his speed once again. This brought the distance between the two men much closer. And with another interference from the spiritual body war dog, Cookie, Rain managed to corner Holden. Thus, two figures near the estate's main gate started to engage in intense combat. Holden used two metal spikes over 30 centimeters long. Such conical weapons are best at penetrating armor, and although Rain possessed the talent intermediate steel body, he was unwilling to experience the consequences of being stabbed. The enemy, while wielding the metal spikes, was surrounded by serpent-like black mist, which provided defense and occasionally launched sudden, almost instantaneous bursts of black airflow at Rain, quite powerful. Rain had never encountered such a fighting style before. Holding the gold-inlaid book, Alex immediately released two faint green streams of air at Langler and Flay, who were charging at the front with sword and shield in hand. As the pale green airflow entwined around Langler's legs, it was apparent that he, clad in heavy knight armor, became significantly lighter on his feet, increasing his speed by at least 10 to 20%. The enhancement effect of the pale green air on Flay was even stronger. Flay, dressed in leather armor, could now be said to move with remarkable agility, quickly overtaking Langler, who had been running ahead of him. The two headed towards the direction of Rain's battle, and by comparison, Alex was a few steps behind them. Meanwhile, the members of the Earthshaker Bear squad from Holden's team also reacted swiftly, already rushing out of the room. But just as they were about to rush forward, they were stopped by Alex. Everyone, since there is only one opponent, I believe with Viscount Rain and our captain engaging, that should be more than sufficient to prevent the enemy from staging a diversion. I suggest you all immediately ensure the safety of the important individuals here. Upon hearing this, the members of the Earthshaker Bear squad exchanged a quick glance and nodded slightly. It was undeniable that what this sword-bearer from Nome Province said made a lot of sense. If Viscount Rain and their formidable captain couldn't subdue the enemy, their presence would be just a numbers game without much significance. Moreover, if the enemy really was creating a diversion and they all rashly pursued, such an action would be foolish. After all, their primary mission was to secure the safety of Earl Hab's mansion, which had been explicitly confirmed during the afternoon meeting. Thinking of this, the group promptly halted their advance. At that moment, half-dressed in hastily donned partial armor with her hair still wet, Alexandra, wielding a hammer and shield, dashed out. Having just heard Alex's words, she glanced at her companions, saying, "You stay. I'll go take a look." After speaking, she quickly headed in the direction of Rain's battle with long strides. This left her Earthshaker Bear squad mates looking at each other in dismay, wanting to say, "Alexandra, aren't you part of the Earthshaker Bear squad? Our task is to protect the mansion." but the words choked in their throats, and by then, Alexandra's figure had already vanished into the distance. At this moment, the battle location of Rain and Holden had moved from the gates of Earl Hab's mansion onto the street, leaving the ground along the way riddled with holes of various sizes. The elegant iron filigree gates at the Count Mansion's entrance were now twisted and lay distorted on one side. The guards were unable to lend assistance despite being eager. They couldn't keep up, and even if they could, they weren't of much help, not being great knights and unable to partake in combat at such a level. Holden's black cloak had long been torn, revealing swathes of skin resembling snake scales. This was a secret technique of the secret snake sect to enhance close combat, but even so, he was having a tough time withstanding Rain's attacks. Although the information provided by the Black Flame Church was utter garbage, one point wasn't misleading. Rain was exceptionally adept at close combat. Holden kept fighting even as he retreated at high speed. But he realized that Rain's dog was infuriatingly troublesome. Every time he vanished into the shadows of the streets, the dog sniffed him out, much to Holden's aggravation. At present, the battle situation between him and Rain was at a stalemate, but Rain's reinforcements were rapidly approaching his position. It wouldn't take more than 10 seconds for them to join the fight. The situation would then turn grim. However, this Rain, does he think he has me at his mercy? Seeing that he was at least a few hundred meters away from the others, Holden gritted his teeth. He decided to use his trump card and try his luck. It might just turn the tide. Even if it didn't, he could take advantage of the chaos of his final move to withdraw gracefully. Otherwise, the current situation was too unfavorable for him. Great Serpent of Devouring, please heed your servants. Holden spoke solemnly as he sprinted. The next second, a massive black mist enveloped him, and the black fog billowed outwards. This caused Rain to immediately halt in his tracks to avoid charging headlong into the suddenly appearing black fog. In an instant, a massive black snake with a head larger than a millstone burst out of the fog, rising at least 2 or 3 floors high, while the diameter of its body was no less than 1.5 meters. A pair of large amber vertical pupils fixed on Rain, emitting intense pressure that instantly covered the entire area. Fortunately, Rain, as a fully qualified wizard with a spiritual power surpassing 50 points, recovered his senses immediately after momentarily tensing up in the face of the sudden pressure. And in that instant, the opponent opened its giant maw and lunged down viciously at Rain. The way it looked, even a sturdy warhorse would be likely swallowed whole. Facing the ferocious attack of the giant black snake, Rain, unsure if the adversary was an illusion, an energy form, or a real entity, prudently transformed his two-handed warhammer into a tower shield to protect himself. Seeing the suddenly appearing massive upright black snake in midair, Langler, who was closing the distance rapidly from behind, had his expression drastically change as he exclaimed in shock, "That's the serpent transmutation sorcery of the secret snake sect. A secret technique usually mastered only by the high priests. No good, it's the shadow snake. The opponent is Holden." Given the appearance of the huge black snake, Langler, who had extensive battle experience with the secret snake sect, immediately discerned the origin of the attacker. He hadn't expected that just after their squad had arrived in Meister, the secret snake sect would ambush them that very night. In an instant, Langler thought of something else. That was, although Rain's strength was formidable, he had never clashed with the secret snake sect before, and it was very likely that he would suffer a great disadvantage when facing this move. The opponent's transformation sorcery was immensely powerful and was not merely a physical attack. It also included intense pressure and an invasion of shadow energy, making it extremely difficult to defend against without experience. Flay, standing beside him, looked at the massive black snake with a horrified expression. If it were him, he would definitely not be able to withstand this strike. Even Lord Rain, if he did not master defensive secret techniques, would find it nearly impossible to resist this type of attack that combined physical force with energy invasion. They could only hope that he wouldn't be too severely injured. Iron Wall. Rain roared, his muscles swelling. Boom. The enormous snake head and Rain's tower shield collided violently. Rain immediately felt a vast strength hit his shield, causing the veins on his arms to protrude like trembling little snakes. And his entire lower half instantly sank half a meter into the ground, nearly to his knees. Is this a physical attack? Rain wondered, his eyes flickering. But immediately he felt a strangeness coming from his side. No. He saw several serpent-like streams of black energy circumventing the front defense of the shield and attacking from the left and right sides. Transform. The shield in Rain's hand immediately began to extend and envelop, soon forming a circular shield that blocked all attacks. The next second, the black energy dissipated, and the opponent's massive black snake also withdrew back into the thick black fog. Suddenly, the black fog quickly condensed, revealing Holden's human form inside. Holden looked utterly shocked, fixating his gaze on the shield Rain now held. Just now, he clearly saw that the weapon, originally a two-handed warhammer, had in an instant transformed into a tower shield. Now, Rain's circular shield had once again morphed into a kite shield. The answer was self-evident. You are a wizard. At that moment, Holden had no desire left to continue fighting. Only then did Holden realize that the Rain he had been assigned to assassinate was not only a great knight who had mastered secret techniques but also a wizard. In an instant, Holden understood a lot. No wonder his shadow snake had been discovered early. Why the pressure of his trump card had so little effect on his opponent. The discrepancy with the information provided by the Black Flame Church was too large. The Black Flame Church, they actually dared to me over. Holden cursed inwardly as he hastily retreated. Meanwhile, not far away, the advancing members of the Blade team, Langler and Flay, had also seen the scene of Rain transforming his shield from a distance, abruptly slowing their pace and looking at each other in bewilderment. Both saw surprise in each other's eyes. Isn't he a seasoned great knight? He's actually a wizard, and furthermore, a rare metal-type wizard? Langler recalled the scene in the conference room where Rain had smashed the knight into steel fragments, feeling utterly astonished. Following behind, Alex and Alexandra, who hadn't seen this, found it odd why the two ahead suddenly had slowed down. Could it be Lord Rain had already encountered misfortune? Alexandra thought about it, but then felt it was unlikely. After all, Lord Rain was someone who could escape from a situation inferior to a titled knight's strength. At the very least, saving himself should be no issue. Immediately, Alexandra quickened her pace again. At that moment, Holden had already dashed into a dense plantation in the noble district, tearing off the tattered black robe from his body and throwing it aside. The next second, his entire figure disappeared, blended perfectly with the mottled shadows under the moonlight, the best cover for him. This was also why the Archbishop of the Secret Snake sect, Gainan, was confident that even if Holden couldn't complete the mission, he would still manage to escape unscathed. Among the shadowy figures, even the Greyhound combat dog Cookie, confused by the scent of the tattered black robe fragments, couldn't immediately locate Holden. At that moment, Holden finally breathed a sigh of relief. But the next second, he looked terrified. He saw that Rain was not slowing down at all, following him right into the woodland. And the weapon in Rain's hands also morphed in an instant into an odd great sword, the broad blade covered densely with many small objects, while Rain himself spun rapidly like a top. In an instant, a fierce tornado swept around. Most importantly, densely packed corner darts, mixed with the sharp sound of tearing through the air, simultaneously struck in all directions. Holden's innate ability from the Shadow Snake, Shadow Skin technique, was a type of witchcraft that allowed near invisibility in shadowed areas, and it was not about disappearing from the current plane or directly teleporting away. Thus, facing the densely packed, virtually airtight, swiftly approaching corner darts, Holden could only deploy multiple streams of black serpentine airflow around himself for protection. Although this move could block the incoming four-cornered throwing stars, the consequence of doing so was quite clear. It immediately exposed his location. Even in the shadowed area, the snake-like black currents were very conspicuous. Just as Holden blocked the four-cornered throwing stars, in the next second, his eyes suddenly widened. From within the billowing dust, a robust figure burst out. Rain's two-handed warhammer, which had already transformed into a shield with sharp, protruding spikes, charged at him like a frenzied bull. The attack was too sudden. The force of Rain's spike-embellished charge instantly penetrated the black currents, and Holden, unable to dodge in time, was sent flying over 10 meters. Although he twisted his body at the crucial moment to avoid a fatal to the heart, his chest was still pierced by the sharp spike, creating a fist-sized bloody hole, and his speed was greatly reduced immediately. Just as Holden was about to contract his muscles to control the bleeding, Rain had already closed in quickly. At this moment, his spike shield had morphed back into a dual-handed greatsword, swinging down directly at Holden's head. Holden was instantly struck with terror and hastily retreated, his right hand unconsciously guarding his forehead. But the next second, he felt his body lighten unexpectedly. He saw his robust, scale-covered right arm, sliced off by Rain's suddenly elongated greatsword in a single strike. The smooth cut of the limb was now spurting blood violently. With the loss of his right arm, Holden's body balance was destroyed, and his movement speed was further reduced. Swoosh, swoosh. Rain stepped past him with an agile move and swung two more swords, followed by dark flashes of blade light. The sound of a heavy object hitting the ground echoed. Thunk. Holden lay on the ground, both of his hands and his right leg severed by Rain, the intense pain causing involuntary convulsions, but it was unclear if the failure and injury had greatly destabilized his mind. At that moment, Holden laughed maniacally, practically shrieking. Haha, do you think you've won? You're all dead meat. Great Priest Ganon will avenge me. What no one noticed was a tiny shadow snake, quickly slipping from his trouser leg into the adjacent shadows, disappearing in an instant. Delusional. Rain punched him squarely in the forehead, knocking Holden out cold right away. When Langler, Flay, and Alexandra arrived, they each drew in a sharp breath. They saw Rain holding Holden's head, as if dragging a dead snake, walking out of the forest with its mottled tree shadows. The cool moonlight shone on Rain's sweat-dotted bronze skin, casting a chilling, heart-palpitating coldness. The group was momentarily spellbound before approaching with a mix of greetings and concern. Alexandra eagerly supported one side of Rain's body, her ample chest occasionally brushing against Rain's sturdy arm. A fair hand, however, was gently stroking over Rain's robust form, asking nonstop, "Lord Rain, are you hurt? Let me check." As Alexandra had just taken a bath, her hair was still damp, and she exuded the scent of a mature woman, which caused a warmth to rise in Rain's lower belly. Furthermore, it seemed her wandering hand was moving ever lower. Facing Alexandra's enthusiasm, Rain's cheeks reddened slightly, and he quickly caught her hand that continued to slide further down, saying, "Ahem. Alexandra, don't worry, I'm fine." "That's good to hear." Alexandra smiled sweetly. "Lord Rain, this man is Holden, the great priest of the secret snake sect that I told you about at today's meeting. I didn't expect they would arrive so quickly and even launch an attack on you," Langler explained. "So, he's the great priest of the secret snake sect," Rain nodded. "No wonder. His methods were mysterious, mixing combat skills, dark magic, and snake minions. This was the first time Rain had encountered such tactics, and he had narrowly avoided a major loss. It's fortunate Lord Rain is so formidable. Otherwise, even a Peak Knight would have been gravely injured or killed by this man's surprise attack," Langler commented. "Viscount Rain, Captain, we should head back first," Alex suggested with a smile. Yes. Too many people here. Let's go." Langler laughed as he spoke. Rain glanced curiously at Alex, noticing the pale green currents around his leg, and thought to himself that he hadn't expected the other to be a rare third-level wind elemental wizard apprentice. At Earl Hab's mansion, when the inside man saw Rain dragging Holden, as if he were dragging a dead snake, along with Langler, Flay, and the others, walking through the mansion's ruined gate, he trembled slightly. I told you, a group of experts had come," he muttered. "You didn't even listen to me before leaving. You had it coming." Then, seizing the moment of slight chaos within the mansion, the inside man elaborated on the situation in his report, especially emphasizing the part where this noble had completely disregarded the information he provided and swiftly sent the news out. Meanwhile, deep within Elim Mine, Raxel was having a relaxed and pleasant chat with Great Priest Ganon of the Secret Snake Sect. Due to Holden's efficient action, Raxel was very impressed with the Secret Snake Sect and became naturally more courteous in his conversation. He chuckled and said to Ganon, "Lord Ganon, if there are any materials you need for the ceremony that you lack, we can prepare them for you." "Thank you, that won't be necessary. I have brought all the materials with me. By the way, Lord Raxel, what is the second matter you need our help with?" That would require the use of the Earth Snake. We aim to break through a place located at." Time ticked by, and their Joden red tea had been refilled several times. Logically, several hours had passed, and even if Holden was slow, he should have sent a message half an hour ago since the Elim Mine is not far from County Town. This made Archbishop Ganon of the Secret Snake Sect slightly furrow his brows, secretly musing, could this rain really be so difficult to deal with? But at most, they would have made Holden return without success. They couldn't possibly have kept Holden there. Raxel's expression also began to look grim. It was still the same problem. If something had happened to Lord Holden of the Secret Snake Sect, and it occurred on their own sect's territory, it would naturally lead to criticism from the secret snake sect. At that moment, a black flame monk entered respectfully and reported, "Bloodburner, sir, the latest news from County Town." After speaking, the black flame monk presented a small bamboo tube used for messaging. Raxel immediately opened the note inside, and his expression grew increasingly worse. Lastly, he handed the note to Archbishop Gainan of the secret snake sect with considerable displeasure, and said, "Lord Gainan, please take a look for yourself. This is the latest news passed from inside the Count Mansion by a confidant in our sect." After taking it, Gainan just glanced at it, his expression changed, and he exclaimed, "What? Holden has been captured? Moreover, the situation described above, I find it unlikely. Holden is not that kind of person. Lord Gainan, the problem now is that because of Lord Holden's arrogance, not only has he been captured, but he has also alarmed the enemy. Clearly, they will now fortify their defenses, which puts us at a disadvantage." Gainan remained silent. Holden hadn't returned, which astonished him. But regardless, the Black Flame cult wasn't wrong. It was true, the mission had indeed not been completed. However, at that moment, Gainan suddenly raised his eyebrows and looked towards a corner of the room. Suddenly, a long, thin black snake appeared from the shadows of the room, quickly slithering to Gainan's side. "Holden's shadow snake," Gainan said with a look of joy as he immediately picked up the small black snake. He stared into the eyes of the shadow snake for a while. Amidst the hissing breaths, Gainan's expression turned dark, and he turned to look at Raxel, saying, "Hee, now I know why Holden failed. The intelligence you provided was completely wrong. This young man named Rain is actually a rare metal elemental wizard, not merely the great knight you mentioned." "What?" As if struck by thunder on a clear day, Raxel was instantly stunned. "How is this possible?" "I don't know if it's possible, but Holden confirmed it himself in a confrontation, so there's no falsehood in this." Gainan gave a sly look at Raxel and continued, "Moreover, the responsibility for the failure of this mission also needs to be borne by your sect. And because of your sect's incorrect intelligence, one of our high priests was captured by the other party. Now what do you propose we do?" This time, it was Raxel's turn to fall silent. If what the other party said was true, then undoubtedly, the fault lay with his own sect's intelligence. As for the other party's arrogance, that was just a minor irrelevant detail. Besides, the communication was done through the Shadow Snake, which should be more accurate than their own sect spies, so it was likely to be true. After a long silence, Raxel said to Gainan, "Lord Gainan, how about this? We will hand over the Earth Snake to you right now, and you can begin the ceremony immediately. Additionally, we will waive the second request. But as for this Rain, who has severely injured and captured our sect's Lord Holden, we can now say that he is a common enemy of both our sects. So, I hope we can collaborate fully to eliminate this highly threatening Rain." Upon hearing Raxel's words, Gainan's expression immediately softened. His primary mission in coming to Meister was for the ancient creature, Earth Snake. Since the other party had acknowledged the fault on their side, and had also agreed to let him proceed with the command ceremony right now, there was no point in pursuing some matters further. After thinking it over, Gainan nodded and said, "Lord Raxel, you are right. This Rain has seriously injured and captured Holden, so he must pay the price. Let's do this. I will conduct the ceremony now. Perhaps we can use the power of the Earth Snake to eliminate them all." When Lord Rain returned to the Count Mansion with Holden and several others in tow, there was one more person who, like the guards, waited anxiously. Seeing Lord Rain safely return, the chief maid Shadia finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, noticing the curvaceous female Great Knight, Alexandrina, clinging closely to Lord Rain's side, Chief Maid Shadia couldn't help but look down at her own size, which was at least 2 sizes smaller, and muttered dejectedly under her breath, "Such a..." But it seemed she thought of something and immediately held her tongue. Her fair cheeks quickly flushed red as she looked around anxiously. Then, in a hurry, she strode back to her room alone and started scrubbing a small piece of cotton linen with ribbons on both sides. Upon closer inspection, it was actually lace. The spicy design contrasted sharply with the conservative, black maid's uniform that Shadia wore. No wonder Shadia fled in panic after Alexandrina made that comment that day. It was simply too pointed. Although the guards of the Count Mansion had only caught a brief glimpse of the chase between Lord Rain and the enemy, they could easily gauge the intensity of the battle just by looking at the ground craters and the twisted iron gates that resembled twisted breadsticks. Now seeing their own Lord Rain return victorious, they couldn't help but cheer aloud. Lord Rain waved his hand, smiling and greeting everyone. Then he proceeded to carry Holden into the main building of the villa. At that moment, the Blade Squad captain, Langler, who had been holding his words for a while, spoke up. Lord Rain, I never imagined you could be a wizard. Upon hearing Langler's words, Alexandrina and Alex were immediately stunned. Both looked at Langler with faces full of blank amazement, as if asking, wait a second? What was that question? As for Langler's question, Lord Rain felt quite at ease inside. He had anticipated that such a situation might arise. With continuous engagement in battle in the future, he naturally wouldn't be able to keep his little secrets forever. Little secrets were bound to be revealed sooner or later. Of course, the big secrets must remain confidential. So, without much hesitation, Lord Rain nodded, affirming Langler's guess, and said with a smile, yes, Captain Langler, I am indeed a wizard. However, because there are so few metal-based spells, I still tend to resolve fights more like a knight. That makes sense. Langler nodded, his face a picture of realization. Lord Rain? A wizard? Hearing this news, Alexandrina shuddered all over. Her hands, which had been supporting Lord Rain, were now clinging tightly to him, with her body almost lying against one side of him as she looked up at Lord Rain with admiration. Upon hearing this answer, Alex felt as if he had been electrified. He looked at Lord Rain with utter disbelief. Considering he himself was a level 3 wizard apprentice, about to take the vaporization potion and become a formal wizard, he could not believe he had not recognized that Lord Rain, so close at hand, was a formal wizard. Moreover, how old was the other party? He was already a great knight who had grasped the secret technique, and now he was also a wizard? After sizing up Lord Rain again, Alex realized that the other party was indeed a wizard. The powerful spiritual power barrier of a formal wizard was the best proof. Viscount Rain, are you a wizard specializing in metal? Alex asked after calming his shock, speaking even more respectfully than he did to his own captain, Langler. Yes, Lord Alex, when we have the chance, we can exchange insights on witchcraft, Lord Rain said with a smile. Of course, it's not so much of an exchange but a request for your guidance. It's no wonder with so few preserved metal spells, you tend to fight more as a knight. Meanwhile, Alina had walked out of her room, bleary-eyed, just in time to overhear Alex's words. Immediately, the efficient matron rubbed her face, widened her eyes, and pricked up her ears to listen carefully. Huh? Good heavens! Lord Rain is a wizard? And a rare metal wizard at that? Instantly, a series of questions popped into her mind, such as when did Lord Rain become a wizard? Before or after joining the Swordbearers? Which school did he join beforehand? And so on. However, one thing was fairly certain. Lord Rain had no intention of deliberately hiding it. Otherwise, he wouldn't have let it slip. But those questions were quite private, so Alina stopped in her tracks, planning to wait until there were fewer people around to ask Lord Rain for details. Then, Alex glanced at Lord Rain holding Holden and continued, Viscount Rain, I can set up an array to isolate Holden from communicating with the mysterious side. This way, not only will he be unable to cast spells, but even if he prays fervently, he won't be able to contact any evil god or heretic. Lord Rain had just been considering whether to interrogate the other party. However, based on the recent event, Holden seemed to be a devoted follower of the Secret Snake sect. Therefore, Lord Rain was not optimistic that he would get any useful information from him. Rather than that, to prevent the possibility of him escaping or casting some unpredictable secret spell, he was thinking it might be better to simply kill him. However, since Alex was able to control the opponent, they decided it was feasible to detain him first. That's right, Alex is quite adept in that area. Additionally, he has a good grasp on the punishments for cultists, added Langler, the captain of the Razor Squad. Rain looked at the delicate and handsome Alex somewhat astonished and thought to himself that this young man, seemingly gentle and quiet, was actually an expert in interrogation. That would be most ideal. Thank you for your efforts, Alex. Rain nodded to Alex. Viscount Rain, you are too kind. I am merely doing my modest part. Comparatively, you are the one who has been through the most. Alex bowed slightly to Rain. Clearly, the fierce battle that Rain and Holden had just engaged in had thoroughly impressed the 3 members of the Razor Squad from Norman Province. Although Earl Hab's mansion lacked a large detention facility, there were specifically 3 detention rooms available. There were 2 next to the cellar in the basement of the main building. After handing over Holden to the Razor Squad, only Rain and Alexandrina were left in the hallway. Lord Rain, what do you think? Should we sit in my room, or should I come to yours? Alexandrina asked Rain, her eyes shifting as if they could draw silk. However, feeling that her words were too direct, she sweetly added, I'd like to ask you about hammer skill. Your mastery of the hammer skill is unmatched. Could you give me some pointers? Look, I also practice hammer skill. As she spoke, Alexandrina patted the single-handed hammer at her waist. This, being fervently invited by such an attractive female great knight, it was obviously false to claim that Rain was completely unmoved. After all, it was quite normal for a colleague to seek guidance on hammer skill and to provide some tips. Only, this place did not seem quite appropriate. Rain thought that if he and Alexandrina were deep in conversation and suddenly, Clea, having successfully been promoted to Great Knight, came knocking, it felt like being caught cheating. At that moment, Alina stepped forward and said, Lord Rain, do you think it would be convenient to chat? It's my first time knowing that you are a wizard. Perhaps I could. Upon saying this, Alina paused, glancing at Alexandrina and then stroking her hair by her ear. Metal-based wizardry? Rain's gaze sharpened. Rain naturally understood the meaning behind this capable woman's words, which must involve the secrets within the sword bearers. Therefore, he turned, his face showing an apologetic expression toward Alexandrina. Sorry, Alexandrina, it looks like we'll have to discuss hammer skill another time. All right, Lord Rain, we can talk about it tomorrow then, Alexandrina said, disappointment showing on her face, but she had overheard Alina's words and knew that metal-based wizardry must hold significant importance for Lord Rain. Lord Rain, would you like to sit in my room? Alina asked Rain, watching Alexandrina leave, then turning to Rain. But the very next second, she seemed to realize something, her face flushing as she said, I mean, just a proper sit down. This caused Rain to look at the capable woman with an odd expression, saying, Lord Alina, either works for me. Lord Rain, if I may ask, when did you become a formal wizard? And what is your backing sect? Alina pondered before speaking. I couldn't find any related records in your file. According to the requirements of the sword bearers, this information is necessary to be reported when joining. Reported when joining? But no one ever asked me. Rain couldn't help but express his confusion. He recalled that since he joined the assessment for the sword bearers, although he hadn't actively reported that he was a wizard apprentice, the main reason was that no one had ever asked him. That is to say, he wasn't going to take the blame for not disclosing it deliberately. Didn't anyone ask you? Then, did you use any wizardry during your assessment? Alina asked, puzzled. No. For the assessment, I just used a secret technique, swung a warhammer. And then, I passed the assessment, right? I was also exempted from the retest, Rain explained. Hearing Rain's earnest explanation, Alina was taken aback. Then, she recalled why Rain was nicknamed Meister Siegehammer. Indeed, he passed both the assessment and the retest with a single swing of his hammer. No one even thought to ask Rain. The person responsible for the assessment was truly negligent. However, on reconsideration, facing a might G, I exchanged meritorious deeds for the vaporizing agent. As for my innate wizardry, please forgive me for keeping it a secret for now. I just happened to come across a basic meditation technique that led me onto the path of wizardry. As for guidance, nobody has really advised me in the way of witchcraft, Rain shrugged. After listening to Rain, Alina looked as if she had seen a ghost, stunned for a long while before she exclaimed, Lord Rain, had we known about your exceptional wizardry talent, you should have informed the sword bearers branch earlier. That way, you would have had a mentor when you were promoted to a formal wizard. Besides, if you succeed in advancing, you will be directly entitled to the treatment of a gold-level sword bearer. Am I not already? Rain seemed indifferent to this. Alina was at a loss for words at Rain's response. It seemed. Indeed he was, and it was very likely that in a short time, this person in front of her could go even further and receive the treatment of a diamond star level. By the way, Lady Alina, the metal-based witchcraft you just mentioned? Oh, while the sword bearers and most of the wizardry schools within the Empire do have agreements, with the schools providing a good number of witchcraft to the organization, this is obviously not everything, she explained. Rain nodded. He understood this point. It was impossible for any wizardry school to hand over all their secrets to the Empire. They were bound to keep some to themselves. This was the basis of the cooperation. Otherwise, it wouldn't be collaboration. It would be annexation by the Empire. If you're looking to learn more metal-based witchcraft, my suggestion is that you could join the Baishio Construction School. This school specializes in earth and metal-based witchcraft and, most importantly, has a strong relationship with the Organization of Sword Bearers, she recommended. Basically, with an introduction letter from the Sword Bearers, you can get the opportunity to join. Of course, even if you join, it doesn't change your identity. You're simply holding an additional school affiliation, she added. Rain nodded again. He understood Alina's point. In simple terms, it was dual cultivation, like being accepted by the Air Force before the National College entrance examination, but then also getting into Tsinghua University, dual enrollment, dual cultivation. Deep inside the LE mine. Clean this area thoroughly and expand this part a little, Raxel directed his subordinates as they cleared a flat area inside the mine. The great priest Ganon of the secret snake sect continuously took out rare ritual materials from a bag, the venom sac of a crystal spider, the petrified eye of a lizard, the shriveled brain of a mist gorilla, and so on. Each one was taken from powerful, ferocious beasts and was extremely rare. Especially the demon's eye placed in the center of the cultic array, said to come from the eye of a real demon. Even within the long-standing secret snake sect, only a few intact demons' eyes were preserved. Seeing this, Raxel inwardly marveled at the deep roots of the secret snake sect, while also growing more wary of them. However, when he recalled the content of the discussion he had with Freeman that day, a slight smile appeared on his lips. What did it matter how deep their roots were? This time, the advantage was all theirs. In fact, this huge earth snake didn't have much value to their own church. It was even a nuisance. Because their real goal was always that place behind the earth snake, the true target of this operation. They learned from a secretive channel that the secret snake sect possessed related secret techniques, and they were searching various places for extraordinary snakes, including the earth snake. Thus, they secretly provided the tip to the secret snake sect. That is to say, it wasn't that the secret snake sect sought them out, but the black flame cult that needed the secret snake sect. Yet information asymmetry caused the secret snake sect to willingly pay for the chance to control the earth snake. In reality, the Black Flame cult was even more anxious than the secret snake sect. Great Serpent of Devouring, your humble servant requests. As the chanting of the great priest Ganon of the secret snake sect grew louder, the whole cultic array began to emit strong energy fluctuations. The next second, a thick, black mist appeared in the center of the cultic array with a diameter of over 5 meters, churning up and down like boiling water. In an instant, a 2-meter-tall, grotesque, vertical pupil suddenly appeared from within the tumultuous black fog. Its cold and relentless gaze first glanced at Ganon, who was casting the spell, then quickly moved on, focusing now on the huge earth snake sealed in amber. The icy pupil then flashed with a ripple of motion. Swoosh! The grotesque pupil vanished, and the voluminous black mist, as if seeing the amber as no obstacle, surged straight into the massive body of the earth snake. For a full 4 to 5 seconds, the black mist and the cultic array rushed in completely. In an instant, the scene fell eerily silent. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The earth trembled. Members of the nearby Black Flame cult looked alarmed, and Raxel too wore a look of shock. Facing such a natural behemoth that dwarfed humans on a fundamental level, to say he was not afraid would be a lie. As an ancient creature, the earth snake, measuring 100 meters in length, was truly a giant beast. It was completely different from those ferocious wild beasts exceeding 10 meters in length. Even though those two are commonly known as giant beasts, the nomenclature is not accurate. This is a modern term. According to ancient texts, combat prowess was not judged based on size. Instead of following the standard classification, creatures are categorized according to transcendent species, legendary species, epic species. This is how the classifications are organized. The earth snake is precisely a creature that belongs to the legendary species. At the same time, Rain, who had just returned to his room, was startled. He had just felt the ground shake. Although it did not last long, the shaking didn't seem irregular like an earthquake. The tremors felt very stable. This gave him an ominous premonition. Shaking his head, Rain decided not to think about it for now and recalled the recent battle instead. Holden's transformation into a black serpent was particularly memorable to Rain. If his spirit will had not been firm enough at that moment, the mere pressure from the appearance of the black serpent would have intimidated him momentarily, potentially altering the outcome of the entire battle. Besides, that move where the opponent wrapped around to his side and behind him with the black mist serpent energy attack was also very tricky. One could say, even if any peak knight were to defend against it, the difficulty would be quite substantial. Secret Snake Sect, huh? They've got something all right. Rain muttered to himself. This crisis awareness was no small matter for Rain. After all, the Sword-Bearers branch in Nome Province had provided accurate information. 2 people from the secret snake sect came to Meister. Holden was merely their priest, while another named Gainan was the great priest. In terms of strength, he could be even more formidable. Moreover, considering the cult of Black Flame could attack at any time, even with the Blade Squad and Split Tooth Bear Squad, the situation was far from favorable. Of course, another reason was that the enemy lurked in the shadows while they were exposed, so defense was relatively passive. However, calculating the time, Clea should be able to successfully break through to become a great knight by tomorrow, right? Take the initiative? Rain thought to himself. But he quickly realized the enemy's strength was formidable, so whether he was on the defense or launching an offensive, it seemed he was heading into a tough fight. It seems I need to enhance my strength as soon as possible. Recalling he hadn't checked the system message after the fight ended, Rain called up the system. You have gone through a battle, Wizard, Legendary. Experience plus 1,591. You have gone through a battle, Weapon Master, Legendary. Experience plus 577. Congratulations. You have defeated a powerful enemy and received 1 golden skill point. Congratulations, your Wizard, Legendary, profession level has increased. The Wizard, Legendary, profession level had gone up 1 level, reaching LV 6, 31/3000. Rain had gained 1 attribute point and 1 skill point again. Now, he had 9 remaining attribute points and 1 remaining skill point, as well as 1 golden skill point. Although there were 9 remaining attribute points, Rain used them as a means of recovering vitality and naturally could not afford to spend them at this time. With only 1 skill point and 1 golden skill point, they didn't seem to offer any significant improvement in the short term. It seems I have to advance my class change a bit earlier, Rain murmured after pondering for a moment. Originally, he had planned to raise his Wizard, Legendary, profession level a bit more, to LV 7 or LV 8, and then switch to Warhammer Wizard when leveling up slowed down. But now, with enemies all around, it seemed safer to class change earlier and maximize combat power. Besides, the difference of only 1 attribute point and 1 skill point from LV 6 to LV 7 was not significant. However, a class change could possibly lead to a qualitative change. Having made up his mind, Rain once again picked up the Skull Warhammer. System notifications followed. Ding. Host has obtained the special object, Skull Warhammer, triggering special class transformation. Warhammer Wizard, Legendary. Preconditions for class change to Warhammer Wizard, Legendary 1. Any official category Wizard. 2. Any Hammer-type transcendent magical object. 3. Any Warhammer category Extraordinary Battle Technique LV 12 or above. 4. Physical second-order limit break value of 30% or above. Current conditions met. Yes/no to change class to Warhammer Wizard, Legendary. Note: after class changing to Warhammer Wizard, Legendary, it will override the Wizard, Legendary, profession panel. Without hesitation, Rain silently affirmed, yes, in his mind. Initiating class change. Ding. Class change to Warhammer Wizard, Legendary, successful. Strength plus 3, Spirit plus 3. You have acquired the core skill of Warhammer Wizard, Legendary Soul-Crushing Warhammer active on the system panel. The previous Wizard, Legendary panel had vanished, replaced by the Warhammer Wizard, Legendary profession panel. The entire panel was flashing with an intensely vibrant blue light, more dazzling and potent than the blue of the previous Wizard, Legendary profession panel and the current Weapon Master, Legendary. This seemed to indicate that even among legendary professions, the Warhammer Wizard, Legendary, was a top-tier existence. Core skill? Rain immediately noticed the change. Both strength and spirit had increased by 3, not much, but understandable. Given it was a legendary profession switching to another legendary profession, the level of advancement was not very large. However, he really hadn't expected that transitioning from a wizard to a Warhammer Wizard within the legendary profession panel would add a core skill. This made Rain quite curious, and he started to check it out. Core skill: Soul Shatter Warhammer, active. Effective Soul Shatter Warhammer. Active enemies who die beneath your Warhammer will have a portion of their soul energy absorbed by the hammer, which will grant you a special enhancement effect. The enhancement effect lasts for 1 minute, is stackable, and can accumulate up to 10 layers. Additionally, When soul energy is absorbed in 10 portions, you can control and release it all at once to form a Soul Shatter Strike. Note: the damage from Soul Shatter Strike is true damage and cannot be blocked by physical or elemental energies. Note: the stronger the enemy's soul you kill, the greater the enhancement effect you will obtain. Enemies at the level of Knight or equivalent cannot provide soul energy. Warhammer wizards do not kill nameless foes. Although it was just a core skill, the content described in the text was quite lengthy. After rereading the information several times, Rain fell into deep thought. First, the keyword stackable. Does that mean if I continuously kill 10 enemies, I can stack it 10 times? No matter what the enhancement effect is, even something like Strength +1, if it can stack 10 times, that would be Strength +10, a very powerful effect, indeed a weapon for group battles. Then there's the keyword true damage. This is the first time I've encountered such a description. Could it be that my previous damage was false damage? However, Rain quickly noticed what was written in the note: cannot be blocked by physical or elemental energies. It seems Soul Shatter Strike has an effect somewhat similar to a kind of witchcraft that attacks the soul directly. It must be so. Rain nodded to himself in agreement. Also, it says energy cannot be extracted from souls below the level of Knight. Is it because they are not transcendents, and their soul strength isn't sufficient? Originally, Rain wondered whether killing 10 red fire ants would count. Now it seemed, obviously not. Unless the red fire ants were transcendent red fire ants, equivalent to the level of Knight. However, whether my assumptions are correct or not, it's best to test it out firsthand. Rain held his chest with one hand and stroked his chin with the other, his face showing contemplation. At this moment, Rain wished that an enemy would come and launch a sneak attack on him once more. Suddenly, Rain thought of something, his eyes lighting up, but the next second, he slightly shook his head. Let's wait until tomorrow morning. At this time, that guy is probably still being interrogated. Meanwhile, deep within the Elim mine, at this time, the huge legendary species, the earth snake, had awakened. Compared to its 100-meter-long serpentine body, its eyes were really not that large, merely the size of an adult's head. However, outside its vertical pupils, there was a special triple eyelid structure. Normally, there should be 2 layers, an upper eyelid and a lower eyelid, but the earth snake seemed to have an extra one that slid horizontally from left to right, possibly to block the splintered soil and dust when burrowing. Moreover, if one looked closely at its pupils, one would see swirling black mist, identical to the black fog that rose from the evil magic circles laid out by Ganon of the Secret Snake sect. Seeing his great achievement, Ganon, whose somber face had hardly shown a smile since Holden had been captured alive, finally thawed, now smiling broadly and obviously in an excellent mood. After some thought, he took the initiative to speak to Raxel. Your Excellency Raxel, I have successfully commandeered the Earth Snake. I appreciate the cooperation from the Black Flame Church, and this has also shown me the sincerity of your church. Regarding your mention of eliminating that reign, I think we can expand this range a bit. I've heard that your church's aim this time is to overthrow the Dragon Empire's rule in Meister. Thus, I believe the most effective way would be to eliminate all the high-end forces of the Empire in Meister, including Rain. My idea is that your church can assemble its elite forces, and I will control the Earth Snake to dig a tunnel from here straight to the underground of Count Habs's residence, and then launch a surprise attack at late night. With a surprise attack and the power of the ancient legendary species, the Earth Snake, I believe we can easily take out the Empire's high-end forces in Meister. Your Excellency Raxel, what do you think of my plan? Ganon said with a smile. Ganon's words naturally came as a great surprise to Raxel. Originally, he was thinking about how to communicate with the great priest of the Secret Snake sect. After all, once the Earth Snake was in hand, if Ganon turned around and left, he wouldn't have much recourse. Such a possibility was not out of the question. But now, the plan that Ganon proposed clearly exceeded his expectations and was highly feasible. In that case, all he needed to do was to gather the church's elites, join forces with Ganon, the great priest of the Secret Snake sect, and the legendary species Earth Snake. There was a very good chance they could capture all of the Empire's high-end forces in Meister, including Governor Count Habs and Rain, in one fell swoop. Moreover, once the Earth Snake began digging, Freeman would also be free to take care of that matter. Your Excellency Ganon, I fully agree with your plan. Raxel bowed slightly in gratitude. Then, I will leave the task of controlling the Earth Snake to you when the time comes. Yes, don't worry about it. According to the Earth snake's digging speed, it will take it the most a day and a half to reach the designated location. Let me calculate. It should be by the second half of tomorrow night, which is the best time to attack. Ganon nodded with a smile. Now that the Earth snake was successfully controlled, if Holden could be rescued, then of course they should rescue him. In that case, this mission would be complete, Ganon thought. Indeed, the early hours of the morning, when a person is most exhausted, also happen to be the best time to launch an attack, Raxel said. In addition, besides planning to immediately gather the elite forces within Meister County, I'll also make contact with the spies in County Town and the insiders in Earl Hab's mansion to thoroughly investigate the strength of the opposing personnel, he added. Very well, Lord Raxel. Your work is meticulous, and I approve highly. Now, let's set the Earth Snake in motion. As Ganon muttered something under his breath, he waved the snakehead staff in his hand, and the enormous Earth Snake opened its mouth like a blooming flower, revealing its ferocious appendage with sharp and dense teeth, short but sturdy. The next second, the sound of clack, 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 boring into the ground resounded. The exceedingly hard bedrock, when caught in the maw of the Earth Snake, was as if it were tofu, edible or inedible, be it soil, rock fragments, or subterranean creatures. All were churned into bits and swallowed into the vast mouth of the Earth Snake, then swiftly digested through its nearly 100-meter-long intestines and expelled from its posterior chamber. The ground also trembled slightly as the Earth Snake burrowed forward. Watching the behemoth's rapid burrowing speed, Ganon and Raxel exchanged a glance, revealing mutual knowing smiles. An hour later, when Ganon, Raxel, and the others had progressed several kilometers forward with the Earth Snake, a figure in a black robe with a hood approached the area where the Earth Snake had been, accompanied by a group of black flame monks moving stealthily. The colossal body of the Earth Snake had once been constrained by an amber channel wide enough for several people to pass through with ease, but now the ground was littered with fragmented, irregular pieces of amber. Lord Freeman, according to the ancient texts, our cult's ancient temple and a legendary Earth Snake were both trapped by the amber barrier spell. Now that the legendary Earth Snake has been found, our cult's ancient temple should be nearby, he said. Our cult's ancient hero is slumbering within it, and finding that ancient temple means we can awaken our ancient hero. At the mention of the ancient hero, the black flame monk seemed to grow excited too. The ancient hero was an outstanding figure of the ancient Black Flame Church, known as the King of Sinister Flames, whose deeds were passed down generation after generation. He had always thought the ancient heroes had perished in the vast river of history, and it was unexpected to find a living ancient hero. I think I have found it. A low voice came from beneath the hood. Not far away, behind a translucent wall of amber, several columns resembling Doric pillars revealed themselves, indicative of the corner of an ancient temple. Early the next morning, as the sky lightened a touch, Viscount Rain came to the detention room next to the cellar on the first underground floor. Upon seeing Lord Rain arrive, the 4 guards at the door saluted at once, saying, "Lord Rain, Sir Alex has been conducting the interrogation all night." Open the door. I want to have a look," Rain nodded. Alex was quite devoted indeed. Although a night without sleep was of little concern for a third-level wizard apprentice, it was nonetheless quite strenuous. "At your command, my lord." As he entered the detention room, Rain saw Holden hanging from a cross-like structure, with his limbs and legs cuts already staunched. Since it was the forearms and shins that Rain had severed, Holden could still be bound with arms spread and legs together, surrounded by some sort of array radiating witchcraft glow arranged by Alex. At this moment, Alex appeared somewhat weary. "Viscount Rain, you're up early," Alex said, clearly surprised to see Rain arriving so soon. Haggard Holden raised his head, his bloodshot eyes red and fixated on Rain with a look full of malice. "Couldn't sleep, so I got up." "So, has Holden disclosed any useful information?" "No, this guy is an evil sorcerer, and some of my methods are not very effective," Alex said, a trace of helplessness in his shake of the head. It wasn't for lack of trying, but because the other was an evil sorcerer, powerful in spiritual power. Getting him to collapse mentally and honestly confess was almost impossible. Rain nodded and said, "So this guy is of no use anymore? Then leave him to me." Rain revealed a smile, having waited all night for this. Alex didn't quite understand what Rain meant by that. Was Lord Rain also skilled in interrogation? But the next second, he understood. Smack. The sound of a watermelon being shattered by an iron rod echoed. In Holden's incredulous gaze, his skull cap was instantly smashed by a white bone warhammer wielded by Rain, with his brain matter bursting out. Immediately, Holden's eyes bulged, his death stare fixated. His last thought before dying was, Rain just killed me outright? Shouldn't he have kept me for a thorough interrogation, trying to extract some intelligence? Alex was also extremely surprised at the scene. At once, his respect for Rain deepened. Previously, it was for Rain's strength, but this time, for Rain's decisiveness. Indeed, for such stubborn cult members, they certainly couldn't be spared for some harvest festival. Of course, what he wasn't aware of was that Rain's decisiveness in killing Holden was mainly to test his newly acquired core skill, Spirit-Breaking Warhammer. Just as Alex was about to say something, his whole body suddenly trembled. A semi-transparent, ethereal shadow emerged from the recently deceased Holden's body, showing an expression of pain. But then, like a comet dragging a long tail, the transparent shadow struggled and circled around Rain several times. In an instant, it was swiftly absorbed by the white miniature skull warhammer in Rain's hand. Rain really hadn't expected the Soul Shatter Warhammer to be so flashy in effect. Sometimes, he did prefer to keep a low profile. Additionally, he distinctly felt a strange heat flowing from the skull warhammer to his right arm that wielded the hammer. It seemed his strength had increased. Rain glanced at his attribute panel. Constitution, 39 strength, 46 plus 5. Agility, 36 spirit, 55. The plus 5 inside the brackets was blinking, letting Rain know that it signified a temporary boost in effect. It wouldn't last forever. A single instance added plus 5 to his strength. Obviously, if it stacked 10 times, that would be an increase of plus 50 to his strength. This effect was awesome. Although he only had one more core skill than a wizard, legendary, if used well, the increase in combat power was far from negligible. Indeed, it was worthy of the top-notch legendary profession, the Warhammer Wizard. Of course, this was also because the enemy was strong enough. If it had been a regular Black Flame practitioner, it might have only resulted in a plus 2 or at most plus 3 to strength. However, Rain glanced at the stunned Alex, thinking how to explain what just happened. This, Lord Rain, is your Warhammer rare object? The effect of absorbing the enemy's soul is quite uncommon indeed, Alex exclaimed, eyes wide and pointing at the Warhammer in Rain's hand. Oh, yes, this is one of my spoils of war, said to be a ritual object of some primitive tribe. I only happened to obtain it after defeating an enemy, Rain said with a smile. He hadn't expected Alex to have already assumed the whole story. Since that was the case, he might as well go with the flow and attribute the special soul-absorbing effect to the Skull Warhammer. In reality, this stemmed from the core skill of the Warhammer Wizard profession. But if he didn't say anything, who would know? Truly a rare and curious object. Although I had heard that some artifacts could extract souls, this is my first time seeing one in person. Alex could not help but click his tongue in wonder and admiration. Right, Alex, keep the news of this guy's death a secret for now. Perhaps we can lie in wait. Rain seemed to have thought of something and cautioned Alex with a turn of his head. A look of realization appeared on Alex's face as he nodded and said, Viscount Wren, I understand what you mean. Including the guards at the door, I shall also cast a forgetfulness spell on them. Furthermore, I will seal off this place. After leaving the detention room, Rain thought for a moment, then turned and went to the training room. The Warhammer Wizard, truly a profession that lives up to its name, prioritizing the Warhammer. Rain looked at the skull Warhammer in his hands, muttering to himself. It seems I need to prioritize evolving the advanced secret skill Crushing Hammer into a top-secret technique next. After all, if I want to activate the new core skill Soul Crushing Hammer and unleash Soul Shatter Strike, the enemy must die under the Warhammer. Which means a death by a sword or an axe doesn't count, and won't trigger the special effect of Soul Crushing Hammer. If that's the case, I can't just change weapons randomly if I want to trigger it. Fortunately, I possess the Metal Morphing spell, which allows me to freely alter the length of the Skull Warhammer's handle, transforming it from a one-handed to a two-handed hammer. In combat, that can indeed be unexpected. Just then, suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Lord Rain, I knew you'd be here. You're so diligent. With your talent, plus this hard work, no wonder the gap between our strengths and yours keeps widening, Alexandra said as she walked in with a grin. Today, Alexandra wore a pair of nobleman's hunting trousers and a custom-made knight's breastplate. The rest of her body was not armored, apparently to allow her to move more freely and quickly. This made sense, as women generally did not have as much strength as men. Even as a great knight, her carrying capacity was quite a bit less. It would be better to streamline equipment and maximize her advantage in mobility. However, the nobleman's hunting trousers that Alexandra wore were those slightly stretchy, fitted pants. Though they did not compare to the yoga pants known in Rain's previous world, they still accentuated her figure, outlining Alexandra's rounded derriere distinctively, with even faint lines of her underwear's elastic visibly indenting her skin. And the custom-made knight's breastplate featured two rounded metal protrusions, clearly accommodating her form. Her figure was striking with its curves, and her outfit seemed quite calculated. Rain thought it over and realized that only Clea could match Alexandra in their attractiveness. Others either lacked in the upper half or missed a size in the lower half. "Good morning, Alexandra." "Lord Rain, today you must give me some pointers on hammer skill." Alexandra approached, her beautiful eyes brimming with expectation as she looked at Rain. This. All right. Rain thought it over. Today, there didn't seem to be any reason he could refuse this lady. Moreover, since she was merely asking for guidance on hammer skill, being a helpful colleague, he really should offer some advice. However, the other person's lips seemed to be smeared with something red, looking crystal clear and flamboyantly red, making one have the urge to kiss them irresistibly. Cough. "Alexandrina, why don't you start by demonstrating your hammer skill for me to see?" Rain said, calming his slightly agitated mood. "Of course, Lord Rain." Alexandrina held a hammer and shield and rapidly executed her moves in the center of the training area. Although she wasn't as skilled as Rain, she was no mediocrity among the great knights, boasting a strength that was quite formidable, close to that of a senior great knight. "Not bad. Very good," Rain's eyes shone as he nodded in approval. Alexandrina's strength was much greater than he had anticipated. However, when you attack, that strike with the warhammer just now wasn't decisive enough. Rain pointed out each of Alexandrina's minor issues as he walked over. "Lord Rain, is that so?" Alexandrina assumed a posture with her left hand holding the shield aloft and her right hand wielding the hammer, raised for a downward strike. Rain glanced at her rounded buttocks and quickly shifted his gaze, saying, Don't stick your buttocks out so high. When you exert force, the energy inside your body should coordinate with it. Kick, twist the hips, and combine the energy with the hammer swing." "Lord Rain, how should I twist the hips? Like this?" Alexandrina smiled at Rain, twisting her buttocks, and her tight, voluptuous rear trembled slightly. That sight made Rain unconsciously glance again with an uneasy expression. "You don't know how to twist your hips?" Normally, knights know. When one is a knight in training, such a way of exerting force should already be well practiced. "About right." "Lord Rain, about right won't do. You need to point out what's wrong with my exertion of force. Can you put your hands on my sides? I want you to feel my exertion." Alexandrina winked, gesturing at her slender waist. "This. Is it appropriate to just touch a woman's waist?" But what she said seemed to make sense. A mistake in exerting force could very well affect the outcome of a battle. After thinking it over, Rain decided to go ahead and give proper guidance. Just as Rain's hands touched Alexandrina's elastic waist, suddenly, the door to the training room was opened again. This made Rain retract his hands as if electrocuted, and he felt somewhat irate. "Who is it? Don't they know to knock?" But when he turned to look, Rain was stunned. She's earlier than expected." The familiar, beautiful figure standing at the door was none other than Clea. With a smiling gaze, Clea glanced at Rain, then at Alexandrina, as if she hadn't witnessed their close postures just moments before, and said, "Rain, I've been promoted to Great Knight. Congratulations, Lady Clea. This is really wonderful," Rain promptly said with a smile as he walked over. "Let me introduce her. This is Lady Clea, daughter of Count Habs, and also a student at the Imperial Royal Academy. And this is Alexandrina from the Earthshaker Red Bear Squad. Nice to meet you, Ms. Alexandrina. You are very beautiful, and to be a female great knight is quite rare," Clea said, sizing up Alexandrina with a courteous remark. "Lady Clea flatters me. So, the daughter of Count Habs is so beautiful. No wonder Lord Rain guards the estate so devotedly," replied Alexandrina. "Ms. Alexandrina, are you practicing hammer skill? It just so happens that I've recently become a great knight and would like to ask for your advice if that's possible," Clea asked. "Oh yes, Lady Clea, I would love to. I hardly ever come across other female great knights, Alexandrina responded enthusiastically. Seeing the two women start with smiles on their faces. But how did it suddenly turn into a sparring challenge? This left Rain somewhat dumbfounded. Clang, clang. The two women had started to fiercely exchange blows in the middle of the training room. Rain watched, momentarily stupefied. Because at this moment, Alexandria showed not the slightest hint of mercy, nor any lack of standard in exerting force. As she wielded her single-handed hammer, it carried an astonishing power. Although Clea had only recently stepped into the rank of Great Knight, her Arcadian swordsmanship had also reached a stronger level. Thus, in response, she wasn't flustered in the slightest. Rain keenly observed that Clea's Arcadian swordsmanship was slightly different from the one he used. It seemed that his angle of attack was more cunning and his power even greater. After a short thought, Rain figured this must be because the Arcadian swordsmanship had absorbed the merits of the giant bear sword technique and improved accordingly. However, this improvement, or rather difference, was not significant, at most a slight increase. Sword Blade Storm. Clea, spinning like a top at high speed, created a strong whirlwind that swept around her. Rain hadn't expected Clea to execute the Sword Blade Storm, a secret technique of Arcadian swordsmanship. Clang. Alexandria held her shield and managed to block it, but was still pushed back 4 or 5 steps. Just as Rain was thinking about stopping the spar, Clea smiled and said, "Miss Alexandria, thank you for the pointers." Lady Clea truly lives up to her reputation as a top student of the Imperial Royal Academy. Having mastered a secret technique so soon after becoming a great knight, Alexandria's expression looked a bit unnatural. Soon, the two women were chatting amicably again. Rain watched, dumbfounded this. The relationships between women are really incomprehensible. In fact, if Shadia had been there, she would have immediately seen through her mistress's intent, as it demonstrated a show of strength, a declaration of sovereignty. Just then, suddenly, a strange shockwave coursed through the air, seemingly the aftermath of some powerful energy impact. Rain frowned, having a realization, and immediately dashed to the window, looking up towards the east. He saw, in the far distance, a slender column of light shooting straight into the sky. This direction is Fishing Port Town. It couldn't be because of that gate, could it? Rain muttered to himself. Rain's behavior naturally piqued the curiosity of both women, who followed his gaze. Even the usually composed Clea appeared shocked. At that moment, a low but terrifying roar came from the direction of the light column. Although the sound was not loud due to the great distance, it was unervingly clear. That's from Fishing Port Town, Lord Rain. Could it be that some kind of incident has occurred there? Alexandria suddenly thought of something and quickly turned to look at Rain. Rain shook his head and said, "I don't know. It's possible. However, I think we'll know the situation soon enough." Clea, however, quickly regained her composure and said, "Don't worry. The Empire has stood for so many years, it won't be without its supports." Rain nodded. What Clea had said made sense. As she had been studying at the Imperial Royal Academy, she must have learned quite a few Imperial secrets. Nevertheless, the strength Rain trusted most was his own. Such force from such a great distance still exceeded Rain's understanding. At least, up to this point, he had never seen witchcraft, sorcery, or divine arts with such formidable power. Although Sea Tide Piercer Roljats is powerful, compared to the force behind that column of light, there is a significant difference. They are not even on the same level. Otherwise, I wouldn't have made it back that time. I hope the Sea Clan didn't gain the upper hand. It seems I must find a way to improve my strength. Rain mused to himself. It took only a few minutes for Langler of the Blade Squad and the Deputy Minister of Affairs, Alina, to find Rain. Less than half an hour later, a Griffin Knight landed on the garden clearing, revealing the answer. Lady Alina, per Admiral Forbes's orders, the Earthshaker Claw Toothbear Squad, previously borrowed, is to immediately proceed to the front line at Fishing Port Town, the Griffin Knight announced. Has there been an incident at the front line? Alina asked with concern. The Great Knight looked around, as if concerned about secrecy or some other consideration, and simply stated, the front line has suffered losses, but the Sea Clan's losses are greater. Although the Griffin Knight did not elaborate, at least everyone felt relieved. After watching the Claw Toothbear Squad, including Alexandria, depart, Alina, with an apologetic face, turned and said, "I apologize, Lord Rain, Lady Clea. This situation. No worries, Lady Alina. The front lines obviously take precedence, Rain waved his hand and said. But with this, plans would need to be adjusted. Deep within Elim mine, in front of the ancient temple. My lord, the ancient temple remains sealed. How shall we break through this amber wall? A black flame monk, returning from an investigation, frowned and reported. He had tried attacking several times. Neither black flame fireballs nor mace strikes could cause noticeable damage to the amber wall. Freeman's keen eyes swept over the amber wall, rapidly pondering a solution. Unlike the sealed earth snake, which had awakened and effectively shattered the nearly depleted amber barrier from the inside, this would be much more difficult. But here, the amber barrier must be shattered from the outside, and that presents a considerable challenge. Use the Gathering Divine Magic Array. At once, Lord Freeman. Several black flame monks showed delighted expressions. Their master's confidence was apparent. The Gathering Evil Magic Array could channel the black flame power of the other individuals into one person, thereby greatly enhancing the attack power. The few quickly cleared the ground and then began drawing the Evil Magic Array patterns, placing items, and so on. Minutes later, including Freeman, 5 black flame monks stood at the 5 points of the inverted pentagram of the Evil Magic Array, with Freeman at the forefront, closest to the amber wall. The next second, they chanted simultaneously. The remaining 4 black flame monks spread their hands upwards, and a fist-sized black flame orb appeared out of thin air. Freeman, on the other hand, raised his right hand with his index finger extended. Half a meter above his fingertip, a black flame python was growing larger and continuously coiling in the air. In an instant, the black flame orbs at the 4 points all soared into the air, and the black flame python swallowed them one by one. The entire python's body visibly swelled at a speed visible to the eye, sending out a strong wave of energy. Go. Freeman pointed his index finger at the amber wall and calmly shouted. The thick as a bucket, the black flame python violently struck the amber wall. Boom. The semi-transparent amber wall was shattered instantly. A large hole, big enough for one person to pass through, was exposed, and the remaining amber around it continued to be eroded by the black flames, expanding continuously. Freeman and the black flame monks all wore smiles, eagerly stepping inside. The spacious temple hall still preserved the scene from ancient times when it was sealed by the amber barrier spell. Various black flame monks, in states of panic, running, screaming, or praying, were all encased in amber. Although each person's expression was lifelike, Freeman knew they were beyond saving. Once they shattered the amber, those inside would be instantly destroyed. The only one who might still be alive was at the altar ahead, inside an egg-shaped blood-red giant egg about 3 meters in diameter. Freeman and the black flame monks observed for a while, then focused their attention on the blood-red giant egg. A black flame monk couldn't help but excitedly ask, Lord Freeman, is the legendary hero really inside this giant egg? According to the divine whisper during the black flame prayer ceremony, he should be here, Freeman nodded. During the last black flame prayer ceremony, he was thrilled to discover that the great god of hunting had given him an extra bit of information, essentially a divine whisper about the legendary hero. The earth snake. Resurrection. He immediately understood. This place must be within Minster province. Otherwise, the god of hunting wouldn't have relayed the information to him. After nearly a month of searching and consulting ancient tomes, he was lucky to find it. But the entrance was then blocked by the earth snake. Because if the amber barrier was to be broken, the earth snake might awaken. Leaving aside whether they could defeat the legendary species, earth snake, if it went berserk, it might damage the adjacent ancient temple, causing unpredictable consequences. After careful consideration, Freeman decided to spread the news of the legendary species, earth snake, to the secret snake sect. Now it seemed, everything was proceeding according to his plan. Thinking this, a smile couldn't help but form on Freeman's lips. Prepare the blood source ritual. Awaken the legendary hero. At once. The blood source ritual was much more complicated than the previous Gathering Evil Magic Array. It took the Black Flame monks several hours, and finally, they set it up with a half-meter-long bone staff at each tip of the pentagram. At the top of each bone staff, there was a blood-rich hexagonal crystal. Each crystal stored 1,000 units of human blood essence, which was the results of the recent period of blood sacrifices in Raxel, great god of hunting, the resting place of the legendary hero. As Freeman chanted softly, suddenly the 5 hexagonal crystals burst out with dazzling bloodlight. The next second, 5 blood-red beams of light poured into the center of the ritual, into the giant egg. Shortly after, the giant egg underwent a strange transformation. Its originally wrinkled surface now became extremely smooth, and a gulping sound eerily emerged in everyone's heart. A dawning aura spread out instantly, and they accelerated. The 5 hexagonal crystals suddenly exploded. A massive amount of blood light was instantly absorbed by the giant egg, and soon, a strong and powerful heartbeat sounded within the egg. An emaciated palm, resembling that of a dried corpse, extended from the giant egg. This scene naturally left the surrounding black flame monks visibly delighted. After all, if the combat strength of the legendary hero is to be considered, he surpasses even that of a knight. With his addition, the whole situation within the sect would undergo a tremendous change. Blood, ancient universal language. A muffled voice, as if coming from the chest, sounded from within the blood egg. This made Freeman frown. Was 5,000 units of blood essence not enough? Could it be that most of the blood was from ordinary humans, and the quality was too poor? Immediately, he turned his head to look at one of the Black Flame monks, and said, "Blanchard, go check it out." "At your command, my lord." Blanchard, the Black Flame monk, was too excited to think twice and immediately stepped forward. As he drew closer, the next second, the withered arm suddenly stretched nearly twice as long and pierced Blanchard's heart with a speed faster than lightning. "Father Freeman, save me." Before he could finish the word "me," Blanchard, who was comparable to a formal knight, was already dead, and in just a few seconds, Blanchard's youthful face had become extremely withered, his entire body appearing like a dried corpse. Meanwhile, the withered arm gained dozens of bloodlines, channeling the essence of Blanchard's body's blood into the torso. This scene naturally shocked the other Black Flame monks, causing them to quickly step back. "Lord, we are not enemies. We are also followers of the great hunting god," Freeman said thoughtfully, quickly shouting in the ancient common language. The withered arm paused for a moment, and after a while, a giant figure over 2.5 meters tall rose from the enormous egg. The figure wore a metal mask on its face, obscuring its features, and had withered skin on its limbs, showing powerful muscle tendons like spun wire. Strikingly, the figure had a mane of hair as red as a lion's and held a massive warhammer in its right hand. The head of the hammer was squarely shaped, a rectangular piece of metal with blue on both sides, and the handle was decorated with intricate blue and white stripes. "Is this the holy artifact, the Sky Shatterer?" Freeman muttered to himself, staring intently at the warhammer. Meanwhile, at one end of the newly excavated tunnel underground, Raxel had gathered nearly 20 Black Flame monks and about 10 Black Flame guardians, following the secret snake sect's great priest Ganon close behind the giant earth snake that was continuously digging forward. "Your Highness Ganon, it seems we're moving faster than expected." "Yes, we expect to arrive at the designated position before 2 o'clock in the afternoon, nearly 12 hours faster than previously estimated." Ganon was also surprised by the digging capability of the earth snake, which was beyond his prediction. At that moment, a Black Flame monk hurriedly came to report, "Lord of Burning Blood, there are messages coming in from the spies and insiders in Mist County City." How's the situation being investigated?" "The spy says that the Empire's Griffin Squadron patrols over the county town every hour. The insider says, currently, Earl Hab's mansion is a focus of their defense. Including that reign, there are a total of 9 Great Knights gathered, seemingly all from the Empire's Special Department. But due to their deliberate concealment, their origin cannot be discerned." Having heard this, Raxel nodded and said, "So, if we choose the right time, our attack on the Count Mansion, the fastest reinforcements from the enemy side would take about an hour to arrive?" "Yes, my lord." Both men naturally ignored the regular forces like the officers, night watchmen, and city guards, as they were too weak. Then, the secret snake sect's great priest Ganon said, "As long as there's no knight-level combat strength, in front of the ancient legendary species Earth Snake, numbers mean nothing. In that case, perhaps we can slightly change the plan." Raxel seemed to have thought of something, his eyes twinkling. He continued, "For example, choose the noon time when in full view, and wipe out this group of high-end Imperial forces inside Earl Hab's mansion. This way, perhaps, we can also gain quite a number of nobles and civilians to our sect's faith." Raxel said with a smile, "I have no problems on my part." Ganon was slightly startled. He did not expect such a plan from the other party. But to him, it made no big difference. Moreover, initiating the attack earlier could prevent any accidents, especially if Holden were to be executed in the afternoon, and their side attacked only in the evening. That would be truly regrettable. Then, we will need your help at that time, Lord Ganon. Raxel couldn't help but smile. At that moment, the Black Flame monk who had just reported returned and said, Lord of Burning Blood, 5 great knights have left the Count Mansion, seemingly headed for Fishingport Town. It seems the Empire's front line is under immense pressure, so they called these 5 for support. Raxel really hadn't expected this turn of event. What a pity. They've escaped a calamity. Ganon lamented. Indeed, it's a bit disappointing now, turning it into a rout. Raxel also expressed similar regret. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Earlhab's mansion. Suddenly, a greyhound named Cookie, who was napping on the ground, suddenly opened its eyes wide, stood upright, and barked furiously. The barking of Cookie naturally startled Rain, who was in the training room. Immediately, Rain flashed out, standing at the entrance of the main villa building. Soon, he could feel the whole main villa building shaking slightly, and the shaking grew increasingly intense. Rain's gaze passed through the gate, seeing the ground in the garden suddenly rise to form a huge dome about 7 or 8 meters in diameter, and about 10 guards quickly surrounded it with swords and shields. But the next second, with a huge boom, tons of soil erupted, and a monstrous creature resembling an earthworm but hundreds of times larger burst from the ground, its mouth parts fearsome and formidable, sending the surrounding guards flying or burying them instantly. All the windows of the 3-story